Synopsis. In a quiet corner of Beika City, Lin Ye runs the Polo Bar. A cozy place known for its magical drinks and calming atmosphere. Locals say his cocktails can soothe even the most troubled hearts. As mysterious peace spreads through the city, young detective Conan wonders, could a bartender really change lives and even stop crimes just by pouring the right drink? Chapter 1. Lin Ye was wiping cups at the bar, thinking about something, when the bell at the door suddenly rang. There is a bell installed on the upper right corner of the bar's wooden door, which makes a sound when the door moves. The girl who came in was blonde. She had a sweet look and a great figure. She was a college student working part-time in the store. Her name was Aragaki Keiho. "Good evening, Mr. Lin Ye." Aragaki Keiho smiled sweetly and greeted Lin Ye at the bar. Lin Ye smiled and nodded in response, but his eyes looked a little strange. Because he heard other voices. "You scum, show me your true colors and stop pretending. You are obviously a perverted pervert, why are you pretending to be elegant in front of me now?" Looking at Aragaki Keiho's back as she walked towards the lounge, Lin Ye's face showed a trace of helplessness. It has been 3 days since he traveled to this world and he often experiences these symptoms. He didn't know whether he really heard other people's voices or was hallucinating, so he tried his best to ignore these voices. The original owner of this body was also named Lin Ye, 24 years old, from China. He unfortunately died at home due to staying up late, smoking and drinking for a long time, and his body was occupied by the current Lin Ye. After sorting out the small amount of memory left by his original body, Lin Ye learned that he had arrived in Tokyo. The memories he obtained were only from the past month, nothing beyond that. The original body's life was very simple, just working, eating, drinking and sleeping. He didn't have any particularly close friends and didn't have any social activities. So even if the soul inside is replaced, no one will notice. Coincidentally, both Lin Ye worked in bars and were bartenders, commonly known as bartenders. Lin Ye secretly felt fortunate about this. If his original body had done another job, he would have been afraid of exposing his flaws. After all, he only had 1 month's memory. If it was bartending, he wouldn't worry at all. He was quite confident in his bartending skills, and he even deliberately lowered the technical content when working these days. After all, if the drinks made by the same bartender suddenly become too delicious, the customers who often come to the store might find it strange, so it is better to take it slow. Aragaki Keiho changed into her work uniform skirt, and when she came out of the lounge, her hair was tied into a single ponytail, and her temperament became much more neat. Even Lin Ye, who had seen countless people in his previous life, had to admit that this was a very beautiful girl. She has fair skin, delicate features and a tall and well-shaped figure that attracts everyone's attention. No wonder he always glanced at her with lustful eyes when he was at work, and she thought of him as a perverted pervert. Lin Ye was much more self-controllable and he hardly looked at her in the past 3 days, so she thought she was just pretending to be serious. Just as Lin Ye was thinking, Aragaki Chiffon came to the bar, puffed out her proud chest as if to show off, and smiled sweetly. "Mr. Lin Ye always comes so early, he is really dedicated to his work." "Scum, look, it's your favorite Big OO." Lin Ye looked straight ahead. If he was a cartoon character, there would be a big bead of sweat on his forehead. Ms. Aragaki arrived quite early as well. Because I wanted to see Mr. Lin Ye earlier, I rushed here as soon as the afternoon class ended." Her chest trembled as Aragaki Keiho's beautiful laughter sounded. "Stinky scum, let's see how long you can endure this. Show me your stupidity now." Lin Ye was about to turn into a sweating soybean. "Little sister, I admit that you are quite pretty, but aren't you too confident?" Miss Aragaki really loves to joke. "By the way, that table seems a little dirty, go get some water and wipe it." Lin Ye pointed to a wine table outside the bar. "Okay, leave it to me." Aragaki Keiho patted her chest with full energy. "You bastard scum, you actually dared to order me around. Ah, I get it, you must have wanted to peek at my butt while I was bending over to clean the table." Lin Ye really wanted to treat this as an auditory hallucination, but as he was good at observing people's expressions, he could clearly see that the smile on Aragaki Keiho's face was fake. "I really don't understand girls in Tokyo." "Never mind, let her think whatever she wants." Lin Ye continued to wipe his cup. When Aragaki Keiho was wiping the table, she deliberately posed in a seductive posture, with her butt sticking up to the ceiling. Then she secretly glanced at Lin Ye at the bar out of the corner of her eye. "How about this? Can you still pretend?" However, to her disappointment, Lin Ye was concentrating on wiping the wine glass in his hand and didn't even look at her. Damn it, has this guy really changed his personality? When Lin Ye heard what Aragaki Keiho was thinking, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Miss Aragaki, the man in front of you now is no longer the same Mr. Lin Ye as before. No matter how much you seduce me, it will be useless. Polo Bar is open from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. Aragaki Keiho only works part-time until 10 p.m. Occasionally she will stay for a drink after get off work, but never later than 11 p.m. Just after 6 o'clock, the bell in the corner of the door rang. "Ha ha ha, it's finally time, Lin Ye, I want a glass of cold beer." Before the door was opened, an uncle's joyful voice came in. Then a man in a suit with a slick back hair, a small tuft of hair hanging on his forehead and a mustache on his lips walked into the store. Lin Ye recognized him. His name is Kogoro Muri, and he opened a Muri detective agency upstairs, but business doesn't seem to be very good. In addition, Lin Ye always felt that the name Mauri Kogoro seemed to have been seen somewhere. I'm not talking about after the time travel, but before the time travel. If I think about it carefully, I can't remember it. This feeling is quite strange. Uncle Mauri, how is the business at the office? Lin Ye poured a glass of cold beer for Mauri Kogoro and greeted him. As a bartender, your job is to chat with the guests and find conversation to talk about, but of course, this is only possible when the guests are willing to chat. Mauri took a big sip from his beer mug, sighed contentedly, and then replied. Business is okay. It's just that Xiaolan nags me all the time and doesn't let me drink. If she sees bottles of wine in the house after school, she will definitely nag me. Fortunately, you have changed this place into a bar. Now I don't have to hide bottles of wine at home, As he said this, Mauri took another big sip of beer. Polo Bar has been open for just over a month. It was originally a coffee shop, but for some reason the owner suddenly changed it into a bar. The person who recruited him at that time was the boss's agent. Lin Ye had never met the boss in person, and he was said to be doing business abroad. Uncle Mauri has a hard time too, Lin Ye joked. That's what I mean, Xiaolan should understand the hard work of a father like me instead of hanging out with that detective boy all day. I heard that they are going to an amusement park together tomorrow, it really pissed me off. Mauri drank the rest of the wine in the glass in one gulp and slammed the glass on the bar. I'm so mad. Another drink. When Lin Ye was pouring Uncle Mauri's second glass of beer, the bell in the corner of the door rang again. Mauli thought it was Xiaolan who came home from school to catch him, so he turned around and saw a beautiful young girl walking into the store. He immediately sat up straight and adjusted his tie. When Lin Ye saw the girl entering the store, he was slightly startled. The girl had a frown on her face, and it was obvious that she had something very heavy on her mind. One of Lin Ye's working principles is that if a guest is in a bad mood, he must try his best to make the guest feel more relaxed, whether through wine or chatting. So he cheered up, smiled at the girl and said, "What would you like to drink, my guest?" The girl sat one seat away from Mauri. "Pretty girl," the girl whispered. "This is the drink Mr. Kishida ordered for me when he first took me to the bar. After tomorrow, I will never be able to drink it again, and neither will Mr. Kishida." Chapter 2. Lin Ye's pupils shrank slightly. It seems like I heard something incredible. Pretty lady, eh? Okay, wait a moment. Lin Ye prepared a clean plate and spread a layer of white sugar on it. Then cut half a lemon and lightly apply a circle of lemon juice along the rim of the wine glass. Turn the wine glass upside down on the plate, and the rim of the glass will be covered with a circle of white sugar. 30 milliliters of Parma pomegranate liqueur, 10 milliliters of vodka, 5 milliliters of pink grapefruit juice, add ice and mix, then pour into a wine glass. Guest, your pretty lady. Hitomi Nishino stared at the wine glass in front of her in a daze. What a beautiful color, so pink and crystal clear, just like the shy face of a woman in love. She picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and tears suddenly rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Why? Why is it so delicious? It tastes better than the one Mr. Kishida ordered for me. But I won't be able to drink it again after tomorrow. Mr. Kishida, why on earth are you doing this to me? Lin Ye's heart moved, and he said, "This glass of wine is usually ordered by couples, has the guest ever drunk it?" Nishino Hitomi covered her mouth and nodded. Lin Ye added, "The one who invited you to drink this glass of wine should be your boyfriend." Nishino Hitomi bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, "We broke up, no, he abandoned me." The guest still can't forget him. Hitomi Nishino lowered her head and gently stroked the pearl necklace on her chest with her fingers. "This necklace is the one he gave me, we originally agreed to get married after graduation, but he..." Hitomi Nishino's lips trembled and she could not continue. "He fell in love with someone else." Lin Ye added. Anyone who saw her expression at that moment could guess the outcome of the two. Yeah, Nishino Hitomi nodded painfully. Uncle Mauri, who was about to strike up a conversation with her, fell silent when he saw how sad she looked, and drank his beer quietly. Love is always unpredictable, Lin Ye sighed. Does the guest hate him? Lin Ye's sudden question made Nishino Hitomi's heart tremble, and she lowered her head guiltily. That man deserves to die. Tomorrow I will kill him at the amusement park where we had our first date. I will use this necklace he gave me and put the blame on that vixen. After that, I will commit suicide with the sleeping pills I prepared. Lin Ye's heart was shocked. A woman who has lost love is so scary. Is it worth doing this for a lost relationship? It's not surprising even if you want revenge. After all, it was that man who broke his promise and abandoned you, but I have a few words to say. Do you want to hear them? Nishino Hitomi raised her head and looked at Lin Ye in surprise. Seeing that she didn't say no, Lin Ye hesitated for a moment and said, since he took the initiative to abandon you, it proves that he doesn't really love you. Is it really worth it to put yourself in misfortune for a man who doesn't love you? Nishino Hitomi was shocked and whispered, but they often appear in front of me, whenever I see them being affectionate. I. Her shoulders were shaking and tears were falling. I'll make you another drink. What? In Nishino Hitomi's blurry vision, Lin Ye was busy at the bar again. Add 5 ice cubes, 30 milliliters gin, 25 milliliters maraschino, 25 milliliters green chartreuse and 10 milliliters lime juice to a cocktail shaker. Cover the pot and shake vigorously for 10 seconds. Nishino Hitomi's mood was like wine in a jug, shaken into chaos. Lin Ye stopped shaking, slowly filtered the wine in the pot into the wine glass, and smeared the rim of the glass with lemon peel oil. This cup of wine is called Last Word, also known as Last Words. Drink this cup and say goodbye to the past, let go of hatred and pain, and you should pursue a better life. The wine in the glass is crystal clear, and it exudes a tender green color under the light, just like newborn buds. Nishino Hitomi raised the cup and drank it, and there was a buzzing sound in his head. Let go of hatred and pain, you should pursue a better life, Lin Ye's gentle voice kept echoing in her mind. She opened her eyes and looked at the bartender at the bar, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. Yes, I deserve a better life. For a scumbag, I am actually planning to sacrifice my life. I am so stupid, really. Lin Ye smiled with relief. But the next second, his expression became strange again. Looking closely, this bartender is so handsome and gentle, he is 100 times better than that scumbag. If he could be my boyfriend. Lin Ye had a strange expression on his face. He didn't dare to mess with a woman like this. Nishino Hitomi suddenly burst into laughter and looked at Lin Ye and said, Mr. Bartender is right, it's not worth it to be with a man who doesn't love you. I'm glad the guest can think positively about it. Lin Ye lowered his eyes, avoiding Nishino Hitomi's sight. The bartender said that the name of this drink is the last word, so my last words to that person are. Nishino Hitomi took a deep breath and then shouted, go to hell, scumbag. After shouting, Hitomi Nishino felt relaxed all over and the whole world became brighter. Mr. Lin Ye was so gentle just now, I was really moved. After Nishino Hitomi left, Aragaki Keiho walked to the bar and said with admiration. It's really good. Huh, Miss Aragaki is joking. I'm serious. Aragaki Keiho shook her body slightly, seeming a little shy. She put her hands behind her back, lowered her head, and glanced up at Lin Ye, making her chest more prominent. Uncle Maori standing by almost dropped his jaw on the bar, and quickly took a sip of beer to calm himself. Seeing Aragaki Keiho pretending to be innocent, Lin Ye laughed in his heart. Little sister, why do you pick on me when you can pick on anyone else? If I, Lin Ye, were seduced by a girl who is still in college, I would no longer be named Lin. I have been in charge of the bar for more than 10 years. I have seen all kinds of women, innocent, charming, pretending to be innocent, passionate and bold, young girls, young women, married women. How could I be manipulated by a little girl like you? I guess she also plays with the boys who pursue her in this way at school. With her looks, she must have been able to play those boys around in the palm of her hand, including my original self, who was also played around by her. That's why she was so persistent in seducing me after I suddenly became cold. What a pity, Miss Aragaki, I am no longer the original Lin Ye. Ms. Aragaki is so beautiful, there must be many outstanding boys pursuing her in school, how could she be interested in a social loser like me? Lin Ye smiled without looking away, his eyes extremely clear. The boys in school are all very childish, they can't compare to Mr. Lin Ye's charm at all. Aragaki Keiho blinked her charming big eyes, and her eyes were cast at Lin Ye like a pair of hooks. It's good to know that you are a useless person. Since you are a useless person, why don't you kneel down and lick my toes? Lin Ye was sweating profusely. He really couldn't stand this narcissistic little girl. Snapped. At this moment, Uncle Maori on the side suddenly slapped the bar and stood up. I really can't stand you two, flirting in front of the guests. I'm going back and will come back tomorrow. Sorry, Mr. Maori, Lin Ye said quickly. I'm sorry too, Mr. Mori, Aragaki Keiho also put away her coquettish look and became serious. Uncle Mari waved his hands. I understand, young people, I don't mean to blame you, it's just that Xiaolan is about to come back, I have to go back quickly. Lin Ye smiled and said, in that case, you should go back quickly, if Miss Xiaolan comes to ask, I will say that you have never been here. Good boy, I knew you can be trusted. Haha, Mari laughed, paid the bill and left the bar. Uncle Mari is really afraid of his daughter, looking at the door, Lin Ye smiled. Yes, it would be nice if I had such a gentle father. Okay. Lin Ye turned his head and looked at Aragaki Keiho in surprise. Ms. Aragaki, you. Huh, it's nothing, I was just kidding. The disappointment on Aragaki Keiho's face flashed away, and a charming smile appeared on her face. Phew, that was close, I accidentally said what was in my heart. You stinky scum, don't look at me with such pity, I'm going to beat you up. Chapter 3. The golden bell at the corner of the door rang softly. Lin Ye looked towards the door and saw a high school girl wearing a blue uniform and carrying a school bag walking into the store. He smiled and greeted, good evening, Miss Xiaolan. That's right, the person who entered the store was Uncle Mari's daughter, Mari Ran. Because in the past month, she often came to catch Uncle Mari who sneaked down to drink, so she was acquainted with Lin Ye. Good evening, Mr. Lin Ye, Xiaolan looked around the store. There were only a few customers, but no sign of her father. Did Dad come down to drink again? Lin Ye smiled and shook his head, Mr. Maoli hasn't come down today. Xiaolan was still carrying her school bag. It seemed that she had come directly to catch Uncle Mari after school and had not returned home yet. What a strict daughter, Lin Ye thought with some amusement. Then I'll wait for him here, Dad will definitely come down soon anyway. Xiaolan decided to wait in the store and give her father a surprise. Can I sit here for a while, Mr. Lin Ye? Please go ahead, Lin Ye smiled, thinking that you won't be able to wait any longer today, as Uncle Mari has already retired. Thank you, Xiaolan sat at an empty table, resting her chin on her hand and looking out the window, as if she was worried about something. I'm going to the amusement park with Shinichi tomorrow. Should I take this opportunity to confess to him, or oh, so embarrassing. How can I let a girl say this first? Is that guy a fool? Doesn't he really understand my feelings? Xiaolan covered her red face and acted shy, not even noticing the surprised looks from the guests at the next table. She was thinking again about the man named Kudo Shinichi, the bastard detective boy mentioned by Uncle Mori. The love between a boy and a girl is so beautiful and enviable. Looking at Xiaolan with a shy face, Lin Ye couldn't help but think. Miss Xiaolan, would you like a drink? Lin Ye asked. Xiaolan, who was feeling shy, was stunned and said in embarrassment, Mr. Lin Ye, please don't joke with me, I'm still a student and not old enough to drink. The legal drinking age in Neon is 20. Xiaolan is only in her second year of high school, so she should be 16 years old, far from the drinking age. And even if Xiaolan is over 20 years old, she won't drink. It's a non-alcoholic drink, Lin Ye explained with a smile. Huh, you scared me, I thought you were going to commit an illegal act by selling alcohol to minors, Mr. Lin Ye, Xiaolan said half-jokingly. Since it's a non-alcoholic drink, let's have a glass. Xiaolan felt embarrassed to sit in someone else's shop for nothing, so she agreed, walked to the high stool in front of the bar and sat down, watching Lin Ye make drinks curiously. Lin Ye chose the non-alcoholic version of mojito. Lime juice, mint leaves, simple syrup, sparkling water, crushed ice, and removing the rum from the original recipe, a simple non-alcoholic mojito is ready. Non-alcoholic mojito, please, Miss Xiaolan. Xiaolan looked at the crystal-clear drink in the glass with curiosity. She reached out her hand and felt the temperature of the glass with her fingertips. It was icy cool and very comfortable. Mr. Lin Ye, is there really no alcohol in it? Of course, I should have added rum, but I didn't. Even if you wanted to drink it, I wouldn't give it to you, I don't want to do anything illegal. Xiaolan laughed. That's right, I won't be polite then. She picked up the wine glass and a fresh breath hit her nose, without any smell of alcohol. I took a sip, it was cool, sweet and sour, the bubbles hit the taste buds, the taste was great. It's really delicious. I'll bring Shinichi to try it someday. This kid is really addicted, his mind is full of the detective boy named Kudo Shinichi. Lin Ye also feels that the name Kudo Shinichi is familiar, but again, he has an impression but can't remember it. Lin Ye didn't force himself to remember. The harder he tried to remember, the harder it would be for him to remember. He didn't care too much about it, because he felt it was not an important matter, so he just forgot about it. Miss Xiaolan looked very happy just now, was she thinking about someone? Xiaolan blushed and said, Mr. Lin Ye, you don't have to be so polite, just call me Xiaolan. Okay, Xiaolan, were you thinking about someone just now? Lin Ye asked again. Xiaolan blushed and thought to herself, Mr. Lin Ye, what a fool. Why is he still asking questions when I have obviously changed the subject? Of course, Lin Ye was not unaware of it, but occasionally he would joke with the guests to help him get closer to them. Few people like a bartender who is always serious, unless he is very handsome. I'm not thinking about anyone, I'm just going to the amusement park with my classmates tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to it, Xiaolan said evasively. Is the classmate you are talking about called Kudo Shinichi? Lin Ye pointed out. Hey, how do you know? Lin Ye smiled and said, Uncle Maori always complains to me that his daughter is fooling around with that detective boy all day long. Dad, what the hell is this? What do you mean by fooling around? You like him, right? Lin Ye continued to ask soul-searching questions. Ah. Xiaolan felt like steam was coming out of her head. Mr. Lin Ye, please stop talking nonsense. That means I don't like it. Well, that can't be said. It's neither like nor dislike, so what is it? Lin Ye smiled. This is what they call, those involved are confused, and those who stand in my way will die. Oh, no, bystanders see clearly, anyone who is not blind can see Xiaolan's intentions. Although Uncle Maori complained, he did not stop his daughter from dating Kudo Shinichi, proving that he approved of this young detective in his heart. Yes, Xiaolan stuttered, not knowing what to say. Lin Ye stopped teasing her and said with a smile, I'm just asking casually, don't take it to heart, Xiaolan, don't worry, I won't tell anyone, the whole world knows it anyway, Lin Ye thought. Xiaolan was visibly relieved and took 2 sips of her mojito before she calmed down. That guy keeps talking about Sherlock Holmes and Conan Doyle all the time, and he even says he wants to be the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era, he's simply a mystery fanatic. Xiaolan couldn't help but complain. I don't like guys like that. Although she said this, her shy expression and innocent eyes betrayed her. Lin Ye smiled secretly and said, Xiaolan, I have 2 things to say, I'll just say them casually, please just listen. Xiaolan said seriously, well, go ahead and talk, I'm listening. Lin Ye said, if you hesitate too much, you may miss an important opportunity, the fate between people is very precious, you must cherish it and hold it firmly in your hands. Xiaolan was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, I'll remember that, thank you for your advice. Lin Ye smiled and said, I wish you have fun tomorrow. Chapter 4. Young white-collar workers nearby would come here to have a drink and relax after get off work. After 10 o'clock, there are very few customers coming to the store because they have to deal with work for the next day. Although Aragaki Keiho's working hours are only until 10 o'clock, if it is the weekend and there are still many customers in the store, she will take the initiative to stay and work overtime. But there are obviously not so many customers today. Seeing that the store had become deserted, Aragaki Keiho stretched out in front of the bar and snorted. Well, I'm so tired, I can finally get off work. The sound is extremely tempting, and the stretching action is also very suggestive. But Lin Ye at the bar was like an old monk in meditation, concentrating on looking at a wine menu, as if he saw and heard nothing. Did something happen to this guy? He seems like a different person. Where did his dog-like eyes go? He was eager to pounce on me and lick me before, but now he is so cold and has not even looked at me a few times throughout the day. It's so strange. Feeling bored, Aragaki Keiho stopped posing in front of the bar and walked towards the lounge in confusion, preparing to change clothes and go home. At this time, Lin Ye raised his head and glanced at Miss Xinyuan's charming back, thinking to himself, am I being too upright? Should I show a little interest in her to avoid her suspicion? A few minutes later, Aragaki Keiho came out of the lounge after changing into casual clothes. She was wearing a sky blue shirt dress with pleated waist design, which showed off her figure very well. Lin Ye took a closer look. Girls are very sensitive to the gaze directed at them, and Aragaki Keiho immediately noticed Lin Ye's gaze. Huh, you scum, you finally couldn't help it. So he likes this style. Next time, should I deliberately unbutton 2 buttons on my chest? Wait, isn't this too easy for him? What are the things in the minds of female college students in Tokyo? Lin Ye couldn't help but complain. Aragaki Keiho did not leave immediately, but came to the bar and sat opposite Lin Ye. Mr. Lin Ye, you have been working very hard recently, Aragaki said, staring at Lin Ye's face. Because I wanted to do it well, I was too lazy before. Hey, Mr. Lin Ye has awakened, Aragaki narrowed his eyes and smiled. Huh, people always change, the only difference is whether they change for better or worse, Lin Ye said casually. Mr. Lin Ye, I'm so tired from work today, my shoulders are sore, please make me a glass of wine to relax. Aragaki suddenly stretched out his arms in front of Lin Ye, as if acting coquettishly. Shoulders sore. You should lose weight, little sister. Lin Ye glanced at her chest and thought. What do you want to drink? As long as you sit at the bar, you are his guest, and he will naturally not refuse your request. No matter how weird the customer is, as long as he wants to drink, the bartender will satisfy him. This is the job of the bartender. Lin Ye had seen many strange guests, some singing after drinking, some dancing, some taking off clothes, some crawling on the ground. Compared with them, the Miss Aragaki in front of him just had some strange thoughts in her heart. I want to drink something sweet, but not too greasy, and the alcohol content cannot be too high, otherwise I will have to trouble you to take me home. Aragaki Chiffon blinked her innocent big eyes, as if tempting Lin Ye to make her a glass of strong liquor that would not taste like alcohol. No problem, just wait a moment. Lin Ye began to prepare the necessary wine and cocktail utensils. Aragaki Chiffon sat in front of the bar and watched him busy, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. This guy has been working really hard these days, especially when mixing drinks. He looks really handsome when he's so focused. Lin Ye, who was pouring the wine, frowned. When he was mixing drinks, he couldn't help but get involved. Even if he wanted to lower the standard a little, he couldn't help himself as soon as he touched the bottle. Mixing a bad drink was unacceptable to him. Forget it, let her guess. She can't find any evidence anyway. Okay, your wine. Lin Ye gently pushed a glass of crimson wine in front of Aragaki Chiffon. Aragaki Chiffon took a sip of the wine. It tasted slightly bitter at first, but soon turned sweet. It was a very flavorful wine. It tastes good, Mr. Lin Ye. What kind of wine is this? Aragaki Chiffon asked with shining eyes. Sweet Manhattan. Manhattan is known as the queen of cocktails. This one uses bourbon and rye whiskeys, red vermouth, and a little bitters. The alcohol content is around 30, Lin Ye introduced. Mr. Lin Ye knows a lot, Aragaki Chiffon praised. Why didn't I realize before that this guy is quite good with alcohol? I thought he was just a pervert and alcoholic. Finally, she wasn't just scolding me in her heart, Lin Ye thought with emotion. I just learned more about wine because I like wine. How can I be a bartender if I don't even know about wine? I also want to be a bartender, it seems so cool, can you teach me? Of course, if you're willing to learn. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Ye thought, if she became a bartender, as long as she stood at the bar, the customers would probably gather around her. But it wasn't for the wine, but to chat with her. In places like bars, handsome men and beautiful women naturally have an advantage. Thank you for treating me to a drink, I'm very happy. After drinking, Aragaki Keiho stood up and prepared to go home. Wait, she said please. Lin Ye was stunned. When did I say I wanted to treat her to a drink? He thought she paid the bill herself, as she had always paid out of pocket when drinking in the bar before. Ms. Aragaki, wait a moment. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Mr. Lin Ye. Is this guy so stingy? Yeah, nothing, just be careful on the road. Since she praised my cocktail, I should treat her to a drink once, Lin Ye thought. See you tomorrow, Mr. Lin Ye. Aragaki Keiho smiled sweetly. Huh? He actually cares about me? Is he trying to get close to me? And then take the next step with me? Huh, so cliché, I won't be fooled. If Lin Ye hadn't heard her inner voice, he would have been deceived by her smile. Aragaki Keiho walked to the door, and just then someone pushed the door open and the bell on the door rang. Seeing the two people entering the store, Aragaki Keiho was stunned. Two strange people, wearing all black and hats late at night, and the shorter one was even wearing sunglasses. The taller one had beautiful and flowing silver waist-length hair. If it weren't for his tall stature, Aragaki would have mistaken him for a foreign beauty. But there are so many weirdos these days, so she didn't think much about it. She made way for the two to enter the store first, and then left the bar. Seeing the two guests' attire, Lin Ye also felt strange. These two were really unique. Moreover, the two of them gave him a sense of danger. Such guests were rare in his work experience, which made him alert. After the two of them sat down at the bar, Lin Ye was suddenly stunned. He heard the thoughts of both of them. Brother, why do you suddenly want to drink? Don't you have a big deal to do tomorrow? If that guy dares to play tricks tomorrow, I will shoot him. This seems to be a good idea, Chapter 5. Even with Lin Ye's intelligence, his heart tightened after hearing their thoughts. Big business? What big business? Killed. Not bad. Is this silver-haired man a murderer? This is a tough guy. Lin Ye's second working principle is to never ask about the guest's identity. No matter who sits at the bar, they are his customers. He hopes that every customer can enjoy the cocktails equally after entering the bar. Lin Ye has been doing this all along. Although he had a hobby of guessing the identity of guests by observing their appearance and conversation, even if he guessed it, he would not say it out loud or ask unless the guest brought it up. But now he has the problem of auditory hallucination, and it is hard for him to know what the guests are thinking. One of the pleasures of his job was gone, and he felt helpless. Lin Ye pretended he heard nothing and tried to treat the two as ordinary guests. What would you two like to drink? The more burly one looked up at him, his sunglasses dark. I don't drink, the voice was strong and powerful. I still have to drive for my brother, I can't drink and drive. There are also non-alcoholic drinks in the store. A soda, then. Where is this guest? Lin Ye looked at the silver-haired man. XYZ, the silver-haired man's voice was very cold, giving people a dangerous feeling. Okay, just a second. Lin Ye first poured the big guy a glass of soda water, and then started to do what the silver-haired man wanted. XYZ, the last 3 of the 26 letters, represent the end. And in the end lies a new beginning. This drink uses rum, Cointreau, and lemon juice. The recipe is not complicated and it is quite easy to make. The key is the ratio. Different bartenders make different flavors. Soon, Lin Ye placed a glass of white wine on the coaster and gently pushed it in front of the silver-haired man. Please use. When Lin Ye was mixing cocktails, he attracted Jin's attention. With smooth movements and a confident and calm temperament, he is a very good bartender. Looking at the cup of XYZ of quite good quality in front of him, Jin thought that it seemed he had come to the right place today. He reached out and picked up the wine glass, and first put it to his nose and smelled it. The aroma was also perfect. He couldn't help but look forward to its taste more and more. The wine enters the mouth. Jin was slightly startled. What? What does this taste like? The refreshing taste of rum. The fruity aroma of Cointreau, and the slightly bitter taste after blending add layers and depth to the taste. What a perfect cup. I didn't expect to be able to drink such a good drink in this small street bar. Hearing the other party's thoughts, Lin Ye, who was wiping the shaker, raised the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. What could make a bartender happier than receiving compliments from his customers? It seems that this guest is also someone who understands wine. Your skills are very good, Jin said after putting down his wine glass. Out of caution, Lin Ye did not take the initiative to talk to the two people, but since the other party spoke first, he could not leave the guests aside. As long as the guests like it. Vodka, who was drinking soda water, put down his glass and looked at his elder brother in surprise. That cold elder brother was actually praising someone else. It's really strange that my brother actually praised someone in person. Is it really that delicious? Damn it, but I still have to drive. Hearing the big guy's thoughts, Lin Ye laughed secretly in his heart. He didn't expect that this man looked fierce and burly, but his thoughts were so simple and cute. Just like a kid who craves candy but can't have it. This wine reminds me of a deceased friend. Jin picked up the glass and stared at the liquid in it. The remaining liquid in the glass glittered in the light. I personally sent him off. Ah, that feeling was so pleasant. Lin Ye was about to transform into a cartoon character again, and he felt like sweating on his forehead. Huh, the customer must have a good relationship with him, right? He tried to speak in a natural tone. We were friends for life. Jin's mouth curled up slightly. It's a pity that he is no longer here. That's a real shame. Lin Ye didn't want to ask too much. If he knew too much, he might accidentally find out things he shouldn't know and it would be easy for him to be silenced. I, Jin, will never tolerate traitors who betray the organization. Organization? Jin. Distillery? Tomorrow's transaction will be held at the amusement park. I'm sure that guy won't dare to mess around. After all, we have evidence of his smuggling of firearms. As long as he gets out of here, the organization can build a new laboratory there. Smuggled guns. Labs. Stop thinking about it. I don't want to know about this. Lin Ye screamed in his heart. Tomorrow's transaction will be held at an amusement park. It's been a long time since I've been to such a place. Why do I feel a little excited? Hearing the big guy's thoughts, Lin Ye almost laughed again. This guy still has a childlike heart. It seems that criminals also want to relax sometimes. Wait, an amusement park? Lin Ye suddenly thought of something. By the way, aren't Xiaolan and the detective boy going to the amusement park tomorrow? Are they going to the same one? If so, when a detective meets a member of a criminal organization, will anything happen between them? Although he was curious, Lin Ye didn't plan to join in the fun. Curiosity kills the cat. He just wanted to be a bartender honestly, serve fine wine to customers and occasionally listen to their troubles. He was already very satisfied with such a life. While Lin Ye was thinking, two guests stood up. Your wine is very good, I will come again. Jin took out a banknote from his arms, put it on the bar, then turned around and left in a leisurely manner. Vodka followed closely behind. Lin Ye's eyes widened when he saw the money on the bar. That was a $10,000 bill. As expected of a member of a criminal organization, he is very generous. Is this black money? Auditory hallucinations are all auditory hallucinations. Lin Ye collected the money and put it on the counter. After all, it was the boss's money, and his salary was clean. He didn't plan to give away the extra tips. After that, no more customers came into the store, and after 12 o'clock, Lin Ye began to clean up the store. After cleaning up and waiting for the end of get-off work, Lin Ye picked up a wine recipe he found in the store and started reading it. This wine cookbook recorded some recipes he had never seen before, and he was very interested. In his previous life, he had memorized all the famous cocktail recipes in history. He thought with anticipation that perhaps this world could bring him some surprises. Lin Ye was immersed in the wine recipe when his cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone from under the counter and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Strange, who would call at this time? Hello, this is Lin Ye. Hee, Mr. Lin Ye, guess who I am? Guess your sister. What an old trick from the past. Ms. Aragaki, I'm still at work. Lin Ye immediately recognized the voice on the other end and said helplessly. Oh, that's so boring, you guessed it right away. Aragaki Keiho's disappointed voice came from the phone. How do you know my number? Lin Ye asked curiously. The original body asked Aragaki for his phone number, but was rejected. Unexpectedly, Aragaki actually knew this guy's phone number. Guess again. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Lin Ye was speechless. He had no interest in playing guessing games with the little girl. He wanted to continue studying the formula. Wait, something's wrong. Aragaki said anxiously. How could this man not know how to be gentle with women? I took the initiative to call him, but he was so cold. Just tell me if you have something to say, I'm very busy. You're lying, there are no customers in the store at this time, right? I have other things to do, if you don't tell me, I'll hang up. Hold on, I said. Yeah, I'm listening. As a reward for buying me a drink, I'll take you to a fun place tomorrow. What does she mean? Lin Ye was very surprised. Was she asking him out? No, she must be looking for an opportunity to embarrass herself. Lin Ye didn't think he was that charming enough to make Aragaki Keiho fall in love with him in just 3 days. 3 days ago, Aragaki Keiho had always treated the former Lin Ye as scum. Even during these few days, she thought Lin Ye was just pretending to be serious. Ms. Aragaki, I think. It's settled, see you at the bar entrance at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Without waiting for Lin Ye to refuse, Aragaki Keiho decisively hung up the phone. Did that guy intend to reject me just now? That's unforgivable, just wait and see how I deal with you, humph. First I'll make you crazy about me, and then I'll kick you away, then I'll enjoy the sad expression on your face. In an apartment building, Aragaki Keiho was lying on the bed with her cell phone on her chest, a devilish smile appearing on her angelic face. Chapter 6. Dad, I'm going out. Xiaolan's voice came from the corridor, followed by a tall figure rushing out from the stairs. Xiaolan was in a very good mood and was looking forward to today's trip to the amusement park. Hey, isn't that Aragaki-san who works part-time on the first floor? Who is she waiting for? Xiaolan noticed Aragaki Keiho waiting at the door of the bar and looked over with some curiosity. Aragaki Keiho also noticed Xiaolan and smiled at her. The two had met many times when Xiaolan went to the bar to catch her father. And because of Aragaki Keiho's appearance and figure, Xiaolan was deeply impressed by this beautiful older sister. Ms. Aragaki, who are you waiting for? Xiaolan walked over and asked curiously. Well, I'm waiting for a jerk. Asshole. Xiaolan was stunned. Yeah, a bastard who makes girls wait for him. Aragaki Keiho gritted her teeth, thinking that guy would come. In order to confirm whether Lin Ye was present, she arrived here 10 minutes ago. If it were the boys in the school, they would have definitely arrived at the agreed location an hour in advance to wait. But now it was already 9:30 and that guy hadn't shown up yet. Does he think he is a big star? Such a big star actually has to wait for him. The reason I didn't call was because I was afraid that Lin Ye would directly refuse over the phone. She has never taken the initiative to invite a man, and she would be embarrassed if she was rejected. By the way, Xiaolan, you are dressed so beautifully today, are you going on a date with your boyfriend? In order to divert attention, Aragaki looked at Xiaolan's new clothes and said. Boyfriend? Xiaolan's face immediately turned red, and her eyes avoided. Ms. Aragaki, please don't joke with me, I'm still a high school student, it's too early for me to have that kind of thing, I'm just hanging out with my classmates. Really? Aragaki looked subtle. Of course, Miss Aragaki is the one who is waiting for a boyfriend, Xiaolan thought. Miss Aragaki is so beautiful and she is a college student, she must have a boyfriend. I don't know which man is so lucky. Huh, we're just colleagues, Aragaki Keiho answered in the same way. Colleague? Xiaolan blinked. In Poirot's bar, besides Miss Aragaki, there was only. Are you talking about Mr. Lin Ye? Xiaolan asked in surprise. She remembered that the relationship between the two didn't seem to be very good. Every time she went to the store to catch her father, Miss Aragaki looked at Mr. Lin Ye with a very cold look. Why were they going out on a date together now? Yes, it's him, since he was pursuing me so madly, I decided to give him a chance. In order to save face for arriving first, Aragaki Keiho told a little lie. Huh, is that so? Xiaolan smelled a lie. If it was really Mr. Lin Ye who took the initiative to pursue Miss Aragaki, why would Miss Aragaki be waiting for him here? Although she didn't know what was going on, Xiaolan didn't intend to ask too many questions. She and Shinichi had agreed to meet at the entrance of Beika Amusement Park at 10 o'clock, so they had to set off quickly. Sorry, Ms. Aragaki, I have to go, I have an appointment with my classmates at 10 o'clock. Well, see you then. After saying goodbye to Aragaki Keiho, Xiaolan hailed a taxi on the street and rushed to the meeting place. Aragaki Keiho continued to stand at the door of the bar, waiting with gritted teeth. At 9:50, Lin Ye still hadn't shown up. Aragaki Keiho held her cell phone tightly and decided that if that guy didn't come, she would make him pay in the evening. At 9:58, Lin Ye's figure finally appeared at the corner of the street, walking towards this side slowly. When she saw Lin Ye appear, Aragaki Chiffon felt relieved, but also got angry. Can't this guy walk faster? He made me wait so long. Lin Ye woke up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, made breakfast, ate breakfast, washed the dishes, and then remembered that Aragaki Keiho had asked him to go out last night. He thought about it for a while and decided to come over to take a look. After all, he and Aragaki were the only two employees in the store, and if she got angry, it would be troublesome. I looked at the time and found that I still had time, so I slowly went out and arrived just 2 minutes before 10 o'clock. He was a little surprised to see Aragaki waiting at the door of the bar. He thought Aragaki would stand him up or deliberately make him wait for a long time. Before coming here, he thought that if Aragaki was not here, he would just go out for a walk. He would definitely not be stupid enough to wait at the door of the bar. I didn't expect that she actually came and was dressed up carefully. With long golden hair, a snow-white shirt that highlights her figure, and a sky-blue skirt, she looks pure and sexy. The clothes are pure, the body is sexy. Anyone who sees such a girl will be fascinated by her. Mr. Lin Ye is so punctual, it's exactly 10 o'clock now. Aragaki had a sweet smile on his face, and his charm was about to overflow. Asshole. Pervert. Scum. You actually made me wait for 40 minutes. I will definitely let you take the bait and make you unable to live without me. Then I will use the most vicious words. The most heartless attitude, and the most extreme humiliation to get rid of you. Lin Ye's forehead was covered with sweat. It turned out that this was what she was thinking. But I'm sorry, little sister Aragaki, I won't take the bait. Want to seduce me? You're 100 years too early. Ms. Aragaki is here, I thought you wouldn't come. In order to maintain his scumbag image, Lin Ye politely glanced at Aragaki's chest and smiled. Why do you always call me Miss Aragaki? Just call me Chiffon. This isn't good. Usually, there are only Mr. Lin Ye and I in the store, and I also want to have a good relationship with Mr. Lin Ye. We have known each other for about a month, but Mr. Lin Ye is still so polite, Aragaki said distressedly. Am I being polite? Well, you're very polite, I was embarrassed to talk to you before. Lin Ye thought to himself, are you embarrassed? You are clearly looking at me like a scumbag. This can't be blamed entirely on her. In the memories left by the original body, there are indeed many close-ups of parts of Aragaki Keiho's body. In that case, well, Xia fan. Yes, Mr. Lin Ye. Aragaki Keiho responded sweetly, her cheeks flushed and her fingers rubbing the corners of her clothes. So disgusting, hold it in. Come on, you can do it. If Lin Ye hadn't heard her inner thoughts, he might have been deceived by her appearance. Such great acting skills, it's a pity that he didn't develop in the entertainment industry, Lin Ye complained in his heart. Where are we going today? Beika Amusement Park is a newly opened tropical-style park. I've wanted to go there for a long time, but I was too embarrassed to go alone. It's great to have Mr. Lin Ye accompany me, Aragaki Keiho said with a happy smile. Hee, I will make you bleed profusely today. Lin Ye glanced at her and suddenly asked. Are we paying on a 4 to 5 basis? Huh, of course not, Aragaki Keiho looked at Lin Ye shyly. This scumbag has never dated a girl before, has he? AA. You must be kidding. A date is, of course, made by. Oh, I remember now, Lin Ye interrupted Aragaki Keiho as if he remembered something. Miss Aragaki said on the phone that she would treat you to a drink in return. Oh, how can I say that? Aragaki Keiho's eyes widened. This man wants to get something for free. Chapter 7. Fountain Square. There are flowing pools and fountain holes around the circular square. The fountains will spray regularly and the height can reach 3 meters. At this time, Lin Ye and Aragaki Chiffon were standing in the center of the square. Mr. Lin Ye, it's time to count down, 5, 4, 3. Aragaki Keiho looked at Lin Ye in front of her with a smile in her eyes. 2, 1. The fountains around them sprayed out together, forming a beautiful water curtain that surrounded the two of them in the center. Aragaki Chiffon laughed adorably and pointed at the small rainbow on top of the fountain and said, Mr. Lin Ye, look, it's so beautiful. Lin Ye nodded. This place was indeed quite nice, especially since someone was treating him. His mood also became brighter with the good weather, fountains and rainbows. It would be better if there weren't the complaints coming from time to time. Damn it, I have to go to such a romantic place with this guy, I am so unwilling. When I find a boyfriend in the future, I must come here again, this time doesn't count. It's great to have happy memories with Mr. Lin Ye. Looking at Aragaki Keiho who lowered her head and looked shy in front of him, Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Mr. Lin Ye, what do you think? Aragaki Keiho raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Ye with an upward gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her innocent eyes were heartwarming. Except someone. Huh, me too. Really? That's great, I feel like I've become closer to Mr. Lin Ye. Show me some excitement, you bastard. Hey, isn't this Mr. Lin Ye? Ah, and Miss Aragaki, it's you guys. The fountain fell, and a surprised voice came into Lin Ye's ears. Turning around, Lin Ye saw Xiaolan wearing a blue jacket, and of course the boy holding her hand. He is Kudo Shinichi, right? Lin Ye looked at the boy in front of him. He was tall and had a confident expression, especially his eyes. They were bright and calm, as if they could see through everything. He really looks like a detective. I didn't expect to meet you here, Lin Ye said with a smile. This is the one you are looking for. Haha, he's the classmate Shinichi I mentioned to you, Xiaolan interrupted Lin Ye nervously, afraid that he would say something outrageous, and nudged Shinichi beside her with her elbow, motioning him to introduce himself. Kudo Shinichi rubbed the place where he was pounded, grinning and said, Hello, my name is Kudo Shinichi, maybe you have seen my name in the newspaper. Hey, Shinichi, you're too arrogant, Xiaolan said dissatisfiedly. Oh, sorry, I accidentally, Kudo Shinichi scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Well, now that you mention it, it seems like I do have some impression of it, Aragaki Keiho said thoughtfully. Where does this arrogant brat come from? Who would read a newspaper? I'm not a grandfather or an uncle. After hearing what Aragaki Keiho said, Lin Ye sighed again that what women say really cannot be easily believed. Although he didn't read the newspaper, he had an impression of the name Kudo Shinichi, and it was an impression he brought with him from before he traveled through time. Maybe this guy was the male protagonist of a very famous comic. Hello, I'm Lin Ye, the bartender at Polo Bar. Hey, so you're a bartender. When Lin Ye was observing Kudo Shinichi, Kudo was also observing him and guessing his occupation. Unfortunately, before he could guess it, Lin Ye gave the answer. If there is something in this world that Kudo Shinichi doesn't understand, it must be wine. Because he is underage and cannot drink. No matter how much information you remember about wine, you will never understand it unless you taste it yourself. This is what his father said to him when he was in Hawaii. No matter how curious Kudo was, he couldn't drink. There is no way. A detective needs to maintain a clear head and quick thinking, so Kudo Shinichi, a minor whose mind is still growing, cannot come into contact with alcohol. I heard you're a very good detective, Lin Ye smiled and said. Xiaolan said so. Mr. Lin Ye. Xiaolan blushed immediately. He, it turns out Xiaolan can also praise me. Wait, Xiaolan, are you going to the bar? Kudo, who was grinning foolishly, suddenly realized the problem. I went to get my dad back. Because Mr. Lin Ye is very gentle, I chatted with him for a while, don't think too much, I just mentioned you casually. Hey, I know. Seeing Kudo Shinichi's silly smile, Lin Ye couldn't help but think in his heart that even a genius young detective would be confused when facing feelings. By the way, Mr. Lin Ye, do you need me to take a picture for you? Xiaolan took out a small pink camera from her pocket and asked. Lin Ye looked at Aragaki Keiho beside him, with a playful smile on his face. Ms. Aragaki, what do you think? Hate it, didn't I tell you not to call me Miss Aragaki? Of course I have to take pictures, good memories should be preserved. Oh no, won't this leave evidence? Xiaolan, you are too enthusiastic. Evidence? Lin Ye felt a little amused when he heard what Aragaki was thinking. Why did he say that as if he was committing a crime? We were on a date, even if it was a fake date, but it didn't constitute a crime. Then thank you for your help, Xiaolan. Well, you two should pose in an intimate posture and I'll take a picture of you. Your backs should be facing the Ferris wheel over there. Xiaolan pointed to the tall Ferris wheel in the distance. Intimate posture. Xiaolan, I beg you, don't be so enthusiastic anymore. Mr. Lin Ye, come here. Aragaki Keiho's face was slightly red. She raised her left hand above her head and made a half-heart shape. Lin Ye's mouth twitched when he saw this. Is she really competing? Okay, since you want to play, I'll play with you. Lin Ye stood to the right side of Xin Yuan, raised his right hand and bent his body slightly. Their shoulders touched, their faces came close, and then their fingertips. Lin Ye felt a smooth and cool touch on his fingertips, like pearls, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. What Aragaki Keiho felt was warm and delicate fingertips, as if an electric current was coming from there, making her face turn red and her body tremble slightly. Wow, I've suffered a great loss, why did it turn out like this? Very good, this is the pose, let's take the photo, 3, 2, 1. Click. They are so happy, I'm so envious. Xiaolan's eyes sparkled as she watched Lin Ye and Aragaki Chiffon leave. Really? Kudo Shinichi stared at the two people's backs as they left, seeming to be thinking about something. Okay, Shinichi, it's our turn next. Xiaolan took Kudo Shinichi's hand and ran into the center of the square. She thought of what Mr. Lin Ye said to her yesterday, and her heart began to beat fast. If I confess my love to Shinichi here. Meanwhile, in another part of the amusement park. Two men in black stood under the Ferris wheel. Vodka looked up, and the huge Ferris wheel was reflected in his dark sunglasses. Brother, do you want to sit down and take a look? Chapter 8. Mr. Lin Ye, I am really happy today. Aragaki Keiho had a happy and shy smile on her face as she walked side by side with Lin Ye in the lively amusement park. Yeah, yes. What is that, idiot? Show me some gratitude. Lin Ye was helpless, but in fact he was in a pretty good mood at the moment. Walking in the bustling amusement park, accompanied by beautiful girls, and the weather was also rare good, the confusion and alienation from this world after the time travel were also alleviated a lot. It's just that he is naturally aloof, and because of his job, his emotions always remain stable and he rarely shows any excitement. It was really difficult to ask him to show his excitement in front of his little sister, Aragaki Keiho. Mr. Lin Ye, let's go play that. Aragaki Keiho suddenly pointed forward. The ghost-shaped roller coaster climbs to the top of the mountain-shaped track and dives down amid the screams of passengers, which looks very exciting. Aragaki Keiho stole a glance at Lin Ye beside her. This guy always pretends to be indifferent. Maybe he is a coward. If he sits on that, he might be scared and scream, showing a scared expression. What would his face look like when he is scared? Huh, it must be stupid. I'm really looked down upon. Lin Ye raised the corner of his mouth and decided to tease her. Ah, that, a little bit. Lin Ye's face showed a hint of nervousness. Huh, I guessed it right. You are such a stingy guy who wants girls to pay for a date. You can't escape this. I must ask you to sit in that seat. Is Mr. Lin Ye scared? But I really want to sit here, can't you accompany me? Scared? How is that possible? Okay, I'll sit with you. Okay, I've been fooled. Let's go and line up. Aragaki Chiffon grabbed Lin Ye's wrist, as if afraid that he would run away, and pulled him happily towards the roller coaster ticket office. Among the people queuing, Lin Ye saw two familiar figures. It was hard not to notice them. They were all dressed in black and wore black hats. One of them was wearing sunglasses, and the other had long flowing silver hair. Standing in the bustling crowd, they were as dazzling as fireflies in the dark night, and it was hard to ignore them. These two people were the men in black who came to the store last night. Aren't they going to do big business? Why are they here to ride the roller coaster? Wow, weren't those two people the customers who came to the store yesterday? Are they here to ride the roller coaster too? It's so funny to see two grown men riding a roller coaster together. Aragaki Keiho also saw the two conspicuous men in black and laughed with her hands covering her mouth. As if he noticed the gazes of the two people, Jin, who was waiting in the queue, turned around suddenly, and shook his flowing silver hair gracefully, attracting the envious gazes of the girls nearby. Two cold, lightning-like gazes shot out from under the black brim of the hat. Who? How dare you spy on me, Jin? He quickly searched for Lin Ye and Aragaki Chiffon in the crowd and recognized them. It turned out to be the bartender. Was he here on a date with his girlfriend? Brother, is there something going on? Vodka looked around and asked after noticing his brother's unusual behavior. Nothing, Jin put his hands in his pockets and returned to his calm look. It's just a bartender and his girlfriend going on a date, it won't affect the plan. On the contrary, it was this guy Vodka who had said before that he wanted to ride the Ferris wheel so that he could observe the situation from a high place, and now he is dragging himself to ride the roller coaster. Is he a child? But never mind, since he wants to sit, I'll just sit with him. I'm pretty free lately anyway. The bald guy wouldn't dare to play any tricks, and Conan and Chianti were also lying in ambush nearby. If anything happened, they would issue a warning in advance. Mr. Lin Ye, that man's eyes are so scary, could he be a gangster or something? Aragaki Keiho nervously grabbed Lin Ye's arm and moved closer. She wasn't pretending, Jin's eyes were really sharp, and she was still a little scared. Feeling the strange touch on his arm, Lin Ye twisted his arm awkwardly and said comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, even if they are gangsters, they won't kill anyone they see, especially since there are so many people here." Hearing him say this, Aragaki Keiho felt a little relieved. She felt her arms moving around in her arms and her face turned red. She was about to let go when a surprised voice came from behind them. Mr. Lin Ye. Turning around, Lin Ye saw an acquaintance, who was also a customer in the store yesterday, the lovelorn woman who had left a deep impression on him, Nishino Hitomi. It turned out that the amusement park was also the location she chose to commit the crime. There were several companions around her, among whom was a couple hugging each other lovingly. Ms. Renmei, I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence, Lin Ye responded with a smile. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Lin Ye here, looking at Lin Ye and Aragaki Chiffon who were close to each other, a trace of disappointment flashed in Nishino Hitomi's eyes. Mr. Lin Ye, is this your girlfriend? She is so beautiful. Aragaki Keiho blushed and introduced herself, hello, Ms. Hitomi, I am Aragaki Keiho, we met yesterday. Ah, you are the waitress in the store yesterday, Nishino Hitomi recognized Aragaki Keiho. You look even more beautiful in this dress, I almost didn't recognize you, Mr. Lin Ye is so lucky. Thank you for the compliment, Ms. Hitomi, Aragaki said shyly. Lin Ye glanced at her and didn't hear any other sound. Hey, isn't this guy too into his acting? Ms. Renmei, are these your friends? Lin Ye glanced at the couple who were hugging each other and preparing to kiss in front of everyone, as if he was thinking about something. The man has thick eyebrows and big eyes and is tall, while the woman is dressed very fashionably and looks petite. Well, that's Mr. Kishida, and his girlfriend, Ms. Aiko, Hitomi. Nishino's voice sounded a little uncomfortable. Lin Ye immediately understood what was going on. No wonder Nishino Hitomi had so much hatred in her heart that she even wanted to kill that man and then put the blame on his new lover. Lin Ye glanced at the couple who were biting each other and thought, the way these two were displaying affection without paying any attention to others would make even a passerby angry, let alone Miss Renmei who had loved this man. If he hadn't met me, this man would probably be in great danger today. However, Lin Ye was very curious about how Miss Renmei originally planned to proceed. This was a busy amusement park, and the two men were inseparable. It was not an easy task to kill Kishida and put the blame on his girlfriend under such circumstances. She probably won't do anything, right? Lin Ye glanced at Nishino Hitomi uncertainly. At this time he noticed that the necklace around Hitomi Nishino's neck was gone. She said yesterday that the necklace was a token of love given to her by Mr. Kishida, and she decided to use the necklace to kill Mr. Kishida. Now she's not wearing the necklace, which means. It was great to meet Mr. Lin Ye yesterday, thanks to you, I have now figured it out, from today on, I will also pursue my own happiness. Nishino Hitomi's eyes sparkled with hope for future life. It's a pity that Mr. Lin Ye already has a girlfriend who is so beautiful. Otherwise, but it doesn't matter. I will definitely meet a man who is right for me. Let's go to Polo Bar for a drink tonight. Hearing Nishino Hitomi's voice, Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Both for her and for myself. It's great that she gave up her plan to kill, and it's great that she let me go. Thank you, Ms. Aragaki. Lin Ye cast a grateful look at Aragaki Chiffon beside him. Aragaki raised his head, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then he immediately lowered his head as if shy. Wow, what a disgusting look. Is he really bewitched by me? Huh. Isn't this a good thing? He finally took the bait. Chapter 9. Xiaolan pointed at the roller coaster whizzing past in front of her. In the end, she still didn't have the courage to express her feelings. It would be too embarrassing for a girl like her to take the initiative to confess her feelings to a boy. She decided to wait until Shinichi confessed his feelings to her. Of course, before that, she would listen to Mr. Lin Ye's advice, keep a close eye on Shinichi and not let him slip away. Well, Kudo Shinichi held his head with both hands, with an indifferent expression. I have no problem, but aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid, I think it's you who is afraid, Xiaolan said unconvinced. I would be scared. Are you kidding me? Let's go and see who is scared. The two of them quickly came to the ticket office, and Xiaolan saw Lin Ye in front of her, talking to a strange woman. Hey, isn't that Mr. Lin Ye and Miss Xian Yuan? What a coincidence, I met them again. Kudo Shinichi's attention was attracted by the two people in front of him. What a strange couple, wearing all black in the amusement park. Is the one with silver hair a foreigner? Are they filming a movie? Wrong. Those two people gave him a dangerous feeling, and ordinary people would not have such a dangerous temperament. His detective instinct began to stir, driving him to find out the truth. However, considering that he was out playing with Xiaolan today, he barely resisted the urge. While he was trying to restrain himself, Xiaolan had already pulled him up. Mr. Lin Ye, I didn't expect to see you here again. Lin Ye had just finished talking with Nishino Hitomi, and when he saw Xiaolan and her boyfriend, he smiled unexpectedly. What a coincidence, we meet again. Is that your friend? Xiaolan looked at Nishino Hitomi's back curiously. Yes, he is a customer of the store. She must be fascinated by Mr. Lin Ye, but unfortunately Mr. Lin Ye already has Miss Aragaki by his side. Her back looks a little lost. Girls really like gossip, Lin Ye thought to himself after hearing Xiaolan's thoughts. Mr. Lin Ye, do you guys want to ride the roller coaster too? Yeah, accompany Arata, Keiho. Shinichi and I also want to play this, perfect, let's play together. Of course, Lin Ye said. After buying the tickets, Kudo Shinichi couldn't wait to pull Xiaolan to the boarding gate. Shinichi, don't be anxious, wait for Mr. Lin Ye and the others. Xiaolan grabbed Kudo Shinichi's wrist with her backhand, and the latter had no choice but to stay obediently. Sorry, I'm too excited, Kudo Shinichi's gaze drifted forward, and he saw the two men in black also walking towards the boarding gate. Lin Ye, who was standing by, noticed his purpose and was slightly stunned. This kid had better not mess around. Those two men are not ordinary gangsters. Even if he is a genius detective, he is still a high school student after all. If he acts rashly, he will simply be throwing away his life. I have to find a chance to remind Xiaolan later and ask her to keep a close eye on this curious detective boy to prevent any tragedy from happening. It's not easy to have a relationship with childhood sweethearts, so it's better not to have so many bumps in the road. The tickets are ready, let's go. After buying the tickets, Aragaki Chiffon returned to Lin Ye and said sweetly. Damn it, he actually had the nerve to let me pay. And in front of people I know. Isn't he ashamed? Of course Lin Ye wouldn't do that, and he had every reason to do so. Kudo Shinichi looked at Lin Ye in surprise. This uncle actually let a girl pay for a date. And he acted as if it was a matter of course. How amazing. The four of them lined up at the boarding area, waiting for the train to arrive. Because it was a horror-themed ride, the front of the car was designed in the shape of a ghost, with 4 rows of 8 seats. And could carry 8 people at a time. When the few people arrived, the two men in black were still waiting at the boarding area, along with Miss Hitomi and her friends. Lin Ye had no intention of going forward to say hello. He just wanted to stay as far away from the two men in black as possible to avoid getting into trouble. But the silver-haired man who called himself Jin seemed to recognize him, looked over and gave him a somewhat cold smile. Lin Ye looked calm and nodded in response. Jin turned around and ignored this side, and Lin Ye had no intention of going over to talk to him. Mr. Lin Ye, do you know those two people? At this time, Kudo Shinichi came up to Lin Ye and asked in a low voice. Lin Ye glanced at him and saw that the boy was full of curiosity. He couldn't help but shook his head. I don't know him, but they came to the store to drink once yesterday, because they were dressed very differently, I have some impression of them. I see, thank you. Kudo Shinichi glanced at everyone present and began to ponder. All of these people present were connected in some way. Xiaolan knew Mr. Lin Ye, who had seen the two men in black and knew the gymnastics girl. It was too much of a coincidence that they all gathered in the same place. Was there any reason behind this? Seeing Kudo Shinichi fall into deep thought, Lin Ye wondered what this kid was thinking about. A few minutes later, the train slowly stopped at the platform. After the passengers got off the bus, 2 men in black took over the 2 seats in the last row. Then there was Nishino Hitomi's ex-boyfriend and his girlfriend, sitting in the second to last row. Mr. Lin Ye, you and your friends go first, I'll wait for the next bus. Nishino Hitomi took the initiative to give up her seat and pulled her companions to stay. Thank you. Lin Ye was not polite and sat in the first row with Aragaki Keiho. Kudo Shinichi and Xiaolan sat in the second row. There are 8 people on the train, 2 real couples, 1 fake couple, and a group of men in black in the last row. After the 8 people were seated and fastened their seatbelts, the station staff started the car. The car began to slowly climb to the highest point of the steep slope. Lin Ye's heart was as calm as water, and he could hear the voices of everyone. What are those 2 guys doing in the back? They must be very important. I really want to investigate. But I have to accompany Xiaolan today. I have to hold back. I must hold back. Kudo Shinichi, wow, it's getting higher and higher, so scary. No. I can't let Shinichi see it, he'll laugh at me. Xiaolan, I am a little tired of Miko. When will I break up with her? Kishida, I am a little tired of Kishida, so I'll break up with him next week. Miko, the view from here is really good, let's start investigating. Vodka took out a telescope from his arms. The hat shouldn't fall off, right? Jin pressed the hat on his head finally. It was Aragaki Keiho who was sitting next to Lin Ye. Hey, I'm ready to enjoy the wonderful performance on your face, scream it out loud, you bastard. Roar, it's getting higher and higher, huh? Why is he still so indifferent? Hey, this altitude seems a bit unfavorable. After listening to Aragaki Keiho's interesting psychological changes, Lin Ye couldn't help laughing. Seeing the smile on his face, Aragaki Keiho, who was secretly glancing at him, was stunned. So he's not afraid at all. Asshole, how dare you lie to me? Wait, this height. The flying car has reached the highest point and is about to accelerate and dive. Aragaki Keiho's pupils slowly dilated, revealing a hint of fear. No, no, no. The flying car, which had already started to slide down, suddenly accelerated and dived towards the monster's huge mouth below at an astonishing speed, as if it wanted to smash the monster's teeth. Ah! Aragaki Keiho finally couldn't hold it anymore, screamed, and grabbed Lin Ye's hand. The same thing happened to Xiaolan and Miko in the back row. And Vodka in the last row. Chapter 10. Xia Fan, we've arrived at our stop, you can get off now. Lin Ye stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Xia Fan Aragaki. Aragaki Chiffon's eyes were dazed, but she still held Lin Ye's other hand tightly. Lin Ye, I want to go to the bathroom. Aragaki Keiho came back to her senses and said with trembling legs. A few minutes later, with the help of Lin Ye, Aragaki Keiho successfully reached the toilet. By this time her emotions had calmed down and her legs were not as weak as before. Thinking back to her own loss of composure, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Aragaki Keiho ran into the bathroom with a red face. Lin Ye was waiting at the toilet door, looking around boredly. He could no longer see the 2 men in black, and Xiaolan and Kudo Shinichi had separated from them again. Although Xiaolan was also very scared, she had practiced karate after all, so she was not as scared as Aragaki and her legs went weak, so she separated from the 2 after getting off the car. But before they parted, Lin Ye pointedly reminded her, Xiaolan, there are so many beauties in the amusement park, don't let others steal your classmate away, hee. Xiaolan should understand. I took out my cell phone and checked the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was time to go back as the bar had to be open in the evening. Xia Fan, is everything okay with going to work? Do you want to go back and have a day off? Aragaki Keiho sat next to him, leaning weakly on the back of the chair, looking exhausted. No, I'm fine, thank you. This guy is unexpectedly gentle. No, he must be pretending. Don't be fooled by him, Xia Fan. Lin Ye smiled slightly. It seemed that she still had a deep prejudice against him. However, considering that she invited him out and paid for everything, Lin Ye decided to give her a little reward. And after going out for fun, Lin Ye's mood was indeed a lot more relaxed. How about this, when we get back to the bar, I'll make you a glass of resurrection wine. Resurrection wine. Aragaki Keiho blinked, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Polo Bar. There is still half an hour until opening time. Aragaki Keiho was lying in front of the bar, curiously observing Lin Ye who was pouring wine into the glass. The cup was already half full of red tomato juice, and Lin Ye was holding a can of ice-cold dark beer. Lin Ye was carefully pouring dark beer into the glass along the edge of the glass. His movements were gentle, his expression was focused, and he exuded a reassuring aura. Aragaki Keiho couldn't help but be attracted by this temperament. So handsome, can this kind of temperament really be faked? A smile appeared on Lin Ye's lips. He put down the beer can. The beer in the glass had floated to the rim, and a thin layer of delicate foam was floating on the surface. Pick up the bar's spoon, put it into the wine glass, and carefully lift and stir to mix the wine on the upper layer and the tomato juice on the lower layer together. Please, Lin Ye said with a smile, placing the wine glass gently on the coaster and pushing it in front of Aragaki Keiho. Is this the wine of resurrection? Aragaki Chiffon came back to her senses from the charm that Lin Ye exuded when mixing cocktails, and said with disdain. Tisk, isn't it just tomato juice and beer? Huh, it's really simple, but it's very helpful in refreshing myself. Let me try. Unconvinced, Aragaki Keiho picked up the wine glass and took a sip. What? This taste, the bitterness of the dark beer stimulates the sweetness of the tomatoes. And the tomatoes bring out the fragrance of the dark beer. The vitality of the tomatoes and the calmness of the dark beer are perfectly combined. Such a gentle taste. The physical and mental fatigue is swept away, and I suddenly want to dance. A smile appeared on Lin Ye's lips. What do you think? Just as so. Seeing Shinyuan's stubborn expression, Lin Ye felt happier. It was a good feeling to have a girl full of energy around. But wasn't she trying to seduce me? Shouldn't she be praising me with admiration at this time? In fact, on the way back, Aragaki Keiho gave up the idea of seducing Lin Ye. It was too tiring to seduce this guy, and she herself lacked perseverance. She came up with this crazy idea on impulse after drinking last night. More importantly, she has already paid too much to seduce Lin Ye today. Not only did I show shame in front of him, but I also let him hold my hand and even help me go to the toilet. It was so embarrassing. If she continued to seduce, she was afraid that she would accidentally fall before Lin Ye took the bait. It's better to be yourself, Aragaki thought. This glass of wine is very helpful in refreshing and sobering up, the ingredients are also very simple, and you can make it yourself at home. If you feel tired and lack energy in the future, you can try it, Lin Ye said. I know, everyone can make such a simple cocktail, Aragaki said confidently. Lin Ye smiled slightly and did not comment. In fact, the simpler the cocktail is, the more careful you should be, otherwise you might end up making a bad drink by accident. As soon as 6 o'clock arrived, Aragaki Keiho ran to the door of the bar and flipped the sign on the door from closed to open. She put her hands on her hips, looked at the sign on the door, and thought that the guy's wine was really effective. She didn't feel tired at all now, and she really felt like she was resurrected. Through the glass on the door, she suddenly saw Lin Ye at the bar. Lin Ye was looking at a wine menu with a focused expression. Maybe I misunderstood him before. Aragaki Keiho did not realize that her opinion of Lin Ye had quietly changed. Xia Yuan, what are you standing at the door in a daze for? A sudden loud voice behind her startled Aragaki. She turned around and saw Uncle Maori looking at her in confusion. Uncle Maori, you scared me to death, Aragaki patted his chest. Kogoro Mori looked through the glass on the door and suddenly gave a strange smile. Oh, I see, so you were peeking at Xiaolin. No, Mr. Maori, I. Shoo, no need to explain, Mari Kogoro interrupted Aragaki with a confident look on his face. No one can hide anything from me, Mari Kogoro, Ms. Aragaki, I am a detective, aha. Hearing the sound of the bell, Lin Ye looked towards the door. The first one to come in was Uncle Maori, followed by Aragaki Keiho, who lowered her head and seemed to have a slightly red face. What kind of detective is this? He's obviously an alcoholic uncle who talks nonsense. How could I possibly like that guy? Lin Ye understood instantly. It seemed that the two of them had a small misunderstanding outside, and it seemed to be related to him. Uncle Maori, do you want cold beer today too? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Well, add 2 cubes of ice. Kogoro Maori sat down at the bar and stared at Lin Ye with a meaningful look. Boy, your romantic luck is coming. Do you want to tell him? No, it's better to wait and see. It's more interesting this way, hee. Uncle Maori seems to be in a good mood today, Lin Ye said. You look more energetic than yesterday, did something good happen to you? Uncle Maori raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Are you more energetic than yesterday? Lin Ye was slightly stunned. By the way, is Miss Xiaolan back? Chapter 11. Lin Ye was about to offer words of comfort, but Mao Li slammed the bar and said angrily, Tonight, let's drink to our heart's content. Lin Ye wiped his forehead and found no sweat, so he withdrew his hand. Have you eaten anything? Drinking too much on an empty stomach is bad for your stomach. Mari Kogoro was stunned, then looked at Lin Ye with emotion. Shaolin, you can be my son. What? You care about me so much, much better than that girl in my family, how about you become my godson? Huh, Uncle Maori really loves to joke, Lin Ye turned to Aragaki Chiffon and said. Chiffon, go to the convenience store across the street and buy Uncle Maori a bag of peanuts. Aragaki Keiho glared at him angrily, meaning why don't you go? She was about to walk towards the door when Kogoro Muri's voice came from the bar. No need, I've prepared it long ago. Kogoro Muri waved his hand and took out a bag of peanuts from his pocket. As expected of Uncle Maori, he had made preparations long ago. Xiao Lin, lend me a plate. Okay, Lin Yi took a clean plate, placed it in front of Uncle Maori, and then poured him a glass of beer with ice cubes. When he finished pouring the wine, Uncle Maori had already torn open the bag of peanuts and poured them all onto the plate with a clinking sound. He couldn't wait to pick up a peanut and put it in his mouth. Uncle Maori, wine. You're just in time. Maori took the wine glass and took a big sip. Peanuts and beer, so cool. Xiaolan isn't at home today, that's great, I'm going to drink to my heart's content. Ha ha ha. After taking a sip of beer, Uncle Maori's true colors were immediately revealed. Lin Yi wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, thinking that he had been worrying for nothing. Uncle Maori was such a strong character, how could he be bothered by such a small matter? Continued cup. While Lin Yi was complaining, Uncle Maori had already finished his first drink. He pushed the empty glass to the inside of the bar and asked for a refill. Lin Yi naturally had to meet the needs of the guests. When he was pouring the second cup, the bell in the corner of the door rang again. Dad, I just knew you came down here to drink again. As soon as Xiaolan entered the door, she saw her father in front of the bar and said with her hands on her hips. Xiaolan. How come you came back so soon? I thought you would not come back tonight. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you drunk again? I just had my first drink, Kogoro Muri said aggrievedly, ready to be dragged home by his daughter as usual. Unexpectedly, Xiaolan walked to the bar and sat down quietly. Huh. Even Kogoro Muri noticed something was wrong. Xiaolan had clearly gone on a date with that detective boy, but now she came back alone. Judging from the time, she might not have even had dinner. Hey, Xiaolan, did you have a fight with that boy? Maori Kogoro said with a grin. He had long been annoyed with the pretentious brat, but his daughter just liked to hang out with him. It would be great if the two of them could just have a fight and separate. We didn't quarrel, Xiaolan retorted. We just separated halfway. Separate halfway. When Lin Yi at the bar heard this, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Xiaolan, did he say where he was going or what he was doing? It seems like he's chasing someone. Are they the two men in black? Hey, how did you know? Xiaolan looked at Lin Yi in surprise. Lin Yi thought to himself, awful. That boy is so bold that he dares to chase anyone. Ah, detective. You didn't stop him. I stopped him, I said I wanted to go with him, and then he told me. What did he say? He said those two people were very dangerous and that we must be careful because they would be discovered too easily. He also said that he had a lot of experience in tracking and that nothing would happen, Xiaolan said. So you just let him go? Xiaolan nodded and said with some complaints, this is not the first time, he always left me alone and ran away before, but he always came back safely. He also said proudly that he solved a new case and told me to wait and watch the news. Lin Yi thought to himself, how come that guy is even more outrageous than me? I just asked a woman to pay the bill, but he dumped her halfway. Maori Kogoro also slapped the bar and said, I actually left you alone, I think you should ignore that guy in the future. Xiaolan sat next to her father, supporting her chin with one hand and thinking, if Shinichi didn't apologize to her properly when he came back this time, she would ignore him for 3 days, no, 2 days, or maybe 1 day. Looking at Xiaolan with a worried face, Lin Yi could only pray that the boy's tracking and anti-tracking abilities were really strong, and that he could return safely without being discovered. By the way, Mr. Lin Yi, Xiaolan suddenly seemed to remember something, took out 2 photos from her pocket and put them on the bar. These are photos of you and Miss Aragaki, I have developed them. Lin Yi looked at the 2 photos on the bar. The photos were taken of him and Aragaki at the fountain square during the day. The 2 people in the photo are in an intimate posture, with their hands forming a big heart, and Aragaki's face has a shy blush. Anyone who sees this photo will think that this is a couple in love. How sweet. It's great to be young. Huh, thank you, Xiaolan. Lin Yi took one. Ms. Aragaki, this one is yours, I specially made 2 for you. Xiaolan waved to Aragaki Keiho, motioning her to come over and take it. Aragaki Keiho forced a smile and came to the bar. When she saw the photo, the smile on her face became even stiffer. Thank you, Xiaolan. Aragaki Keiho picked up the photo and was so moved that she almost cried. Evidence. 2 copies. Aragaki Keiho finally understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. At this time, Lin Ye smiled and said, "Xia Fan, this photo of Xiaolan is really well taken, I will definitely keep it well, I will put it in a photo frame and put it on the bedside, this way, I can see it every morning when I open my eyes." Hearing Lin Ye calling her name, Aragaki Chiffon felt like crying, because she was the one who asked him to call her that. She felt her feet hurt even more. When Xiaolan heard Lin Ye's words, her face turned slightly red. Because she was planning to do the same thing. He and Shinichi also took a photo there. Kogoro Mori looked at his daughter strangely. What was this girl thinking about? Well, I'd better drink this beer quickly before she notices. Kogoro Mori picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. "Mr. Lin Ye, give me one too, just like yesterday." When Maori heard what Xiaolan said, he almost spit out the wine in his mouth. "Xiaolan, you can't drink, if your mother finds out, I." "Don't worry, Dad, I was drinking a non-alcoholic drink," Xiaolan explained. Only then did Kogoro Mori breathe a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to order another glass of wine. If the daughter drinks, the father will naturally drink too. At the same time. Dorobika Paradise. In a dark corner, a loud voice came from the darkness. Bang! Someone fell down. Chapter 12. Welcome, Ms. Hitomi. Hearing Xia Fan's voice greeting customers, Lin Ye looked up in surprise and saw Nishino Hitomi pushing the door into the store. Yes, when we met at the amusement park during the day, she said that she would come to the store again in the evening, and she did. "Ms. Hitomi, what would you like to drink today?" Lin Ye asked with a smile to Hitomi Nishino who was sitting at the bar. Nishino Hitomi glanced at him and smiled, "A glass of Pretty Lady." Lin Ye was slightly stunned. Is it the Pretty Lady again? Seeing a hint of carefreeness in Nishino Hitomi's eyes, he instantly understood that it seemed that she had completely let it go. Did anything happen to them after that? Okay, just a second. Nishino Hitomi propped up her chin and observed Lin Ye who was busy at the bar. Her smooth and graceful movements and reassuring temperament deeply attracted her. Unfortunately, I met Mr. Lin Ye too late. She turned her head and secretly observed Aragaki Keiho in the lobby with her peripheral vision. As expected, the other party was paying attention to this side. Although she pretended to be indifferent, it was easy to see through. Please restrain yourself a little, so that Ms. Aragaki won't get jealous. She knew well the pain of having her loved one taken away, so she stopped looking at Lin Ye and started observing the wine cabinet behind him. The wine cabinet is filled with rows of wine bottles. It's amazing to remember so many wine names and characteristics. "Ms. Hitomi, you're Pretty Lady." As she was staring at the wine cabinet in a daze, Lin Ye's soft voice brought her back to her senses, and a pink wine glass appeared in front of her. Lin Ye smiled. Miss Reme's occasional revelations changed his impression of her. When he heard Miss Hitomi's motive for murder, he thought she was a terrible woman. But now it seems that she was just blinded by hatred and jealousy, and she is actually a gentle woman. A gentle person should be treated gently, so his voice became even softer. Hearing Lin Ye's voice, Nishino Hitomi's heart trembled, and he said jokingly. "Mr. Lin Ye, you are so gentle to your guests, won't Miss Xin Yuan be jealous?" Lin Ye glanced at Aragaki Chiffon, and the latter immediately turned away when her gaze met his. How could that be? This is my job. A bartender can't treat customers coldly. Nishino Hitomi took a sip of wine and her cheeks turned the same pink as the glass. Oh, so it's just because of work, then, when you meet a beautiful female customer, will you be extra gentle? No matter if you are male or female, beautiful or ugly, noble or ordinary, as long as you walk into this bar and sit at the bar, you are a customer in my eyes. Depending on the guests' personalities and preferences, the way I receive them may be different, but I hope that the guests can have a moment of joy here, which is the same, Lin Ye said sincerely. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Nishino Hitomi's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable brilliance. Thank you for the wine, Mr. Lin Ye, this is a great cocktail, I am very happy now. For a bartender, it is a happy thing to make a cocktail that makes the guests happy, thank you for your compliment. Nishino Hitomi smiled, took a few more sips of wine, then held the glass and said absent-mindedly, Mr. Lin Ye, did you know that after we separated this afternoon, Mr. Kishida and Miko had a big fight for some unknown reason and even started fighting in public? Miko scratched Mr. Kishida's face, and Mr. Kishida slapped Miko hard. Miko called the police and they were all taken away. Miss Miko threatened to put Mr. Kishida in jail. Lin Ye listened quietly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Nishino Hitomi continued, when I saw Kishida beating Miko violently, I suddenly felt so stupid for falling in love with such a man and even planning to. Nishino Hitomi lowered her head. When I saw them fighting and when I saw them being taken away by the police, I felt indescribable joy in my heart. Mr. Lin Ye, am I a despicable woman? Even, a terrible woman. Lin Ye listened to Nishino Hitomi's confession silently, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to happen afterwards. However, he heard the two people's thoughts on the roller coaster. The two were not really in love, but just looking for a temporary excitement. And from the way they talk and behave, we can tell that they are both people with strong personalities. They may be inseparable while the novelty of the relationship is still there, but once the passion fades, conflicts will inevitably arise. I just didn't expect that they would fight in public in the amusement park. It seemed that something must have happened between the two of them, maybe a verbal dispute, or maybe one of them proposed to break up. The reason is no longer important. Miss Renmei, don't doubt yourself, this is just human nature. As long as you don't do anything terrible, it doesn't matter what you think in your heart. There is an old saying in China, judging by deeds, not by heart. I wonder if Miss Renmei has heard of it. Judging from the actions and not the heart. Nishino Hitomi shook her head in confusion. It means that when judging a person, we should not look at what he thinks, but what he does. What matters is his behavior. Nishino Hitomi blinked, as if she understood something. Lin Ye continued, even if Miss Hitomi wanted to cut Mr. Kishida into pieces, no one would blame you for it. Because you didn't do such a thing. And the fact that Mr. Kishida and Ms. Miko fought in public has nothing to do with you, so even if you feel happy about it, you don't need to feel ashamed. Nishino Hitomi took a sip of wine and smiled with relief. You are right, Mr. Lin Ye, Chinese culture is indeed profound and full of wisdom. In fact, I secretly told Miko in the bathroom about what happened between me and Mr. Kishida. I didn't expect that the two would react so violently. But Mr. Lin Ye is right. Judging by the actions rather than the heart, I didn't intend for them to fight, so it's not my fault. When Lin Ye heard what Nishino Hitomi was thinking, the smile on his face froze. Miss Hitomi seemed to have misinterpreted the meaning of this sentence. But never mind, this was much better and smarter than her original plan to kill someone. At least Mr. Kishida saved his life. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Hitomi Nishino changed subtly. This woman is indeed a powerful one. In every sense of the word. Mr. Lin Ye, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Oh, nothing, I just think you should smile more, Lin Ye responded calmly. You mean, I look better when I smile? Nishino Hitomi's face turned even redder. Yes, Lin Ye has always been generous in praising his guests. Although I'm very happy to hear you say that. If you continue to praise me like this, Miss Aragaki might get angry. Even at work, you should pay more attention to your girlfriend's mood. When a woman gets angry, she can be very scary. Nishino Hitomi smiled with narrowed eyes. That's true, but unfortunately, she is not mine. I'm not his girlfriend, you can just tease him as you like. Aragaki Keiho's voice came from the side. No. Nishino Hitomi was stunned. Then what do you do during the day? Lin Ye glanced at the angry Aragaki Keiho. It seemed that she had really given up on seducing him. He smiled and explained. Miss Aragaki and I are just colleagues and friends, we just went out to play together during the day. I went because she asked for a treat. When she heard Lin Ye mention treating everyone, Aragaki Chiffon glared at him again. Nishino Hitomi smiled and said, so that's how it is. Friends and colleagues. They were so close during the day. I see, they are still in the ambiguous period. So I still have a chance. No, I still don't want to destroy other people's feelings. Love is the sweetest when it's budding. There are so many men in the world, am I afraid I won't find the right one? Nishino Hitomi put down her wine glass, stood up, and bowed deeply to Lin Ye. Mr. Lin Ye, thank you again for your cocktail making, you saved me. From now on, I will live a good life. I am very honored. After paying the bill, Hitomi Nishino left the bar. Through the glass window, Aragaki Keiho looked at her back in confusion. What does she mean by rescue? It's just a glass of wine, that's too exaggerated. Lin Ye looked at the street outside the window and said with a smile. Xia Fan, drinking is not only about tasting the wine, but also about emotional communication. The spiritual experience is also a part of drinking, even more than the taste of the wine itself. Maybe she figured out something in the store, so she thanked me so solemnly. Aragaki Keiho still couldn't understand, could a glass of wine really be so magical? Chapter 13. 5 minutes past 10 at night. There were no customers in the store anymore, and the street outside the glass window had become deserted. Lin Ye stood quietly behind the bar, flipping through the menu. The door of the lounge suddenly opened, and Aragaki Keiho, who had changed her clothes, walked out and stopped in front of the bar. Lin Ye raised his head. What's wrong, do you want to have a drink before leaving today? Aragaki Keiho blushed and asked, are you really planning to put that photo on the bedside table? Are you a pervert? I don't have to put it at the bedside, but I will keep it well. Xiaolan's photography skills are really good, Lin Ye said with a smile. What about Xia Fan? What are you going to do with that photo? Humph, this is my business, you have nothing to do with it. Lin Ye didn't hear what she was thinking at this moment. It seemed that she was in confusion. Lin Ye guessed correctly, Aragaki Keiho really didn't know how to deal with the photo. She originally planned to burn it directly, but inexplicably felt that it was a pity. If she kept it, she didn't know where to put it or how to feel about this photo. As soon as she saw the content of the photo, she felt very confused. I am leaving. I'm not saying goodbye to you on purpose, I'm just saying it casually, don't be too proud. Lin Ye smiled, well, see you tomorrow. When meeting Lin Ye's gentle gaze, Aragaki Chiffon's face suddenly became hot. She immediately turned around and left the bar as if escaping. After the door was closed, the bell on the corner continued to ring. Through the large glass window, Lin Ye saw Aragaki Keiho's embarrassed escape, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This child is actually quite cute. When the bell rang again, Lin Ye looked at the clock on the wall. 10:29. It's so late, and there are still people coming to drink. Lin Ye was shocked when he saw the customer coming into the store. It's those two men in black again. They came to drink safely, but what about Kudo Shinichi? Lin Ye remained calm and greeted the two as if they were ordinary guests. You two are here again, what would you like to drink today? Jin sat down at the bar, a cruel smile on his face. I'd like a requiem, will you do it? Looking at his expression, it seemed like he was ready to teach him if Lin Ye said he didn't know. Lin Ye nodded, then asked Vodka, where is this guest? Just a glass of water, Vodka said in a deep voice. I really want to drink, but I have to drive for my brother. He even knows the recipe for requiem. He is indeed an excellent bartender. The two people's thoughts reached Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye couldn't help but wonder, why did Jin order this glass of requiem? Could it be a hint? Could it be that the detective boy has already? He sighed inwardly and could only hope that the person was okay. First, he poured a glass of water for the vodka, and then Lin Ye began to prepare the wine and tools needed for the requiem. The liquors needed for requiem include gin, vermouth, Campari, Cynar an Italian bitter liquor, Fernet Branca another Italian herbal liquor, and orange bitters. Pour the wines into a mixing glass in a specific proportion and order, then stir with ice, and place ice cubes in the glass in advance. Looking at Lin Ye concentrating on stirring the wine, Jin showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Yes, this is indeed a person who loves and understands wine, a real bartender, not a drink pourer who just gets paid to make a living in some bars. Vodka held the water glass, staring at the wine that Lin Ye was stirring with wide eyes, and swallowed involuntarily. With the aroma of wine in the air, he took a big sip of water. Pretending that he was drinking delicious wine. Even the eldest brother recognized his bartending skills. It seems that this kid's skills are really amazing. I really want to drink the drinks he mixes. But I have to drive. Vodka's resentment reached Lin Ye's ears. He smiled slightly, stopped stirring, took out the bar spoon, wiped it dry with a handkerchief, and put it aside. Take the slightly frosted wine glass, remove the ice cubes, and pour out the melted water. Even a little water will change the flavor of the wine, so it must be poured out. Then he filtered the wine in a mixing glass into the cup. His hands were as steady as a sculpture, and not a drop of wine leaked onto the bar. Seeing him filtering the wine, Jin's appreciation became stronger and his cold look melted a little. Your requiem. Lin Ye put the wine on the coaster and gently pushed it in front of Jin, saying neither humbly nor arrogantly. The walls of the cup were covered with frost and the wine was dark red, looking like cooled blood. Jin picked up the wine glass, put it to his nose and smelled it, with the corners of his mouth raised in satisfaction. Then slowly place the glass against your lips and take a sip. The first taste is a complex, layered bitterness, accompanied by a deep aroma, which seems to lead him into a fascinating darkness. The deep darkness is fascinating. Jin narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. It's really pleasant to drink a glass of wine after killing someone. It feels really good to hit that kid's head. Lin Ye's eyes were gloomy and he sighed in his heart. Alas, was that detective kid really killed? Xiaolan would definitely be very sad if she heard the news. But he didn't intend to tell Xiaolan about this. He couldn't explain the source of the information, nor did he know where Kudo Shinichi's body was. Most importantly, it would involve him in dangerous incidents. The two people in front of us are definitely not ordinary criminals. What is the purpose of this mysterious organization whose members use wine as their code name? Jin sipped requiem, and the more he looked at the bartender in front of him, the more satisfied he felt. Not only does he have superb cocktail mixing skills, but he also knows how to read people's expressions. He doesn't ask too many questions and just does his job well. Such talents are really rare. Every time you kill someone, come sit here. Even someone like him needs a place to rest his soul. The corner of peace that he had been looking for so long seemed to have finally appeared. Such a small street bar just met his requirements. It was quiet, uncrowded, and most importantly, the bartenders were great. The bartender is the soul of a bar. Without an excellent bartender, no matter how gorgeous the bar's decoration is or how expensive the drinks are, it will be in vain. Hearing Jin's inner thoughts, Lin Ye smiled bitterly to himself. This criminal really thinks highly of me. I don't know whether this is fortunate or unfortunate. Forget it, just pretend you didn't hear it. Lin Ye never thought of calling the police. Not to mention that his original body had a very bad impression of the police. Even if he really went to the police, he couldn't produce any evidence. Was he going to tell the police that he could hear other people's thoughts? You will definitely be kicked out. Moreover, if there are spies of this organization in the police station, he would not be able to call the police but would be killed instead. He is a bartender, not a policeman or a detective, and criminals have their own righteous partners to deal with them. He just wanted to be a bartender who brought a moment of happiness to his guests and absolutely did not want to get involved in such a complicated incident. The dark Porsche 356A was driving on the street at night. Brother, since you admire that guy so much, why don't you recruit him as an outer member of the organization and let him collect intelligence for us? Suggested Vodka, who was driving. Jin took the cigarette out of his mouth, looked at the street scene outside the window, exhaled a cloud of mist, and his voice became ethereal. No, just let him be a regular bartender. The specific recipe is as follows: 0.5 oz gin, 1 ounce vermouth, 1.5 oz Campari, 14 ounces Cynar, 14 ounce Fernet Branca, 2 dashes orange bitters. Chapter 14. As soon as it was past 12 o'clock, Lin Ye began to pack up the shop and prepare to close. As soon as it's 2 o'clock, I get off work on time. After turning off the lights and locking the door, Lin Ye walked out of the bar. His apartment was nearby, about 15 minutes walk away. Standing on the side of the road, Lin Ye looked back at the Maori Detective Agency on the second floor. The lights on the second and third floors were off. Lin Ye stared at the window on the third floor, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. Sorry, Xiaolan, Kudo Shinichi has already, alas. How could such a good pair of childhood sweethearts suddenly be separated by the yin and yang? Thinking of the two people's laughter during the day, Lin Ye's mood became heavier. Just as I was about to leave, a taxi stopped by the roadside. Seeing the Maori father and daughter getting out of the car, as well as the little boy next to Xiaolan, Lin Ye showed a surprised expression. Why did they come back so late? And who is this boy in a little suit? Uncle Maori, Xiaolan, where were you going in the middle of the night? Lin Ye suddenly thought of a possibility and asked in a heavy tone. Did you go to look for Kudo Shinichi? Who would go to find that brat? I was going to complete a client's request, but these two guys insisted on coming with me. Oh, a commission? Lin Ye was a little surprised. Uncle Maori's firm actually received a commission. This was really a rare thing. In the 1-month memory left by the original body, Uncle Maori either drank or watched TV all day, and went out to play mahjong at night. There were no commissions coming to his door at all. Yes, the client is a big boss, now I can live freely for a while, just wait for me to consume in your store, I will definitely give you a tip. Maori Kogoro raised his eyebrows at Lin Ye and said proudly. It looks like Mr. Maori has successfully completed this commission, congratulations. For a detective, meeting a wealthy employer is naturally a happy thing. Perhaps the money earned from a single commission is enough to support one's meals for several months. Of course, with me, Kogoro Mori, taking action, things will be easily settled, ha ha ha. Kogoro Mori laughed out loud. The firm had no business for a long time, but now it finally got a commission, and it was from a rich man. Naturally, he was very excited, and even agreed to let Xiaolan let the little brat stay at her house. This little brat might be a lucky star. It's obviously my effort, you stupid old man. Lin Ye looked at the little boy in a suit next to Xiaolan in surprise. An expression of contempt and helplessness appeared on the boy's face. Xiaolan, who is this child? His name is Conan, and he is a child of Dr. Agasa's relative. His parents were in a car accident and were hospitalized, so Dr. Agasa asked me to take him in. Isn't this child cute? Xiaolan looked at Conan with eyes full of love, while the latter had a helpless expression on his face. Lin Ye felt that there was something strange about this child and couldn't help but look at him twice more. Xiaolan thought Lin Ye thought Conan was cute, so she patted Conan on the back and said, Conan, this is Mr. Lin Ye, come and say hello to your uncle. Conan curled his lips and called out, hello, uncle. Huh, now that we meet again, I actually have to call this guy uncle. Lin Ye stared at Conan in surprise, trying to recall where he had seen this child. I have no recollection of this. Could it have happened a month ago? And the name Conan, another familiar name that I can't remember, this feeling is so annoying. The famous detective Kudo Shinichi, turned into a little devil. This world is too crazy. What? Kudo Shinichi. Lin Ye's pupils shrank. Wasn't he killed by Jin? But this kid in front of him claimed to be Kudo Shinichi, what's going on? From now on, I will live in Uncle Maori's detective agency. I must find out the truth about the two men in black. There must be a huge criminal group behind them. Just wait and see, Men in Black. There was something even more wrong with the look Lin Ye gave Conan. If this kid with a bandage on his head is really Kudo Shinichi, then he is really stubborn. Even after becoming like this, he still wants to investigate those two people. Yes, bandages. Jin said while drinking in the store that the boy's head felt good to hit, and this kid happened to have a wound on his head. Could he really be Kudo Shinichi? What's wrong, uncle? Is there something on my face? Nothing, I just think you are cute. Thank you, uncle. That's enough. I don't want to be called cute anymore. Lin Ye looked at Conan deeply, said goodbye to Maori and his daughter, and prepared to go home. Xiaolan, don't worry too much about Kudo Shinichi, he will definitely come back, Lin Ye said before leaving. He's back, Lin Ye glanced at Conan and thought. Although he didn't know how he turned into a child, Lin Ye was sure that this was Kudo Shinichi. After all, no one would lie in their own heart. Thank you, Mr. Lin Ye. When Xiaolan mentioned Shinichi, she felt a little melancholy. Where did that guy go? I think the guy will probably never come back, don't worry about him, Xiaolan, all detectives are bad, said Kogoro Mori. Dad, aren't you a detective too? Xiaolan said helplessly. The uncle even scolded himself in order to insult me. Conan. Lin Ye was suddenly stunned, then stared at Uncle Maori thoughtfully. At that moment, he saw a woman in Uncle Maori's heart, a beautiful and intellectual woman with long brown curly hair and wearing glasses. Is she Xiaolan's mother? The woman's eyes and eyebrows were somewhat similar to Xiaolan's, so Lin Ye guessed that she was Xiaolan's mother. It seems that even a seemingly heartless uncle has hidden worries in his heart. Goodbye, everyone, I wish you a sweet dream. Lin Ye prepared to leave. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Ye, Xiaolan responded politely. After watching Lin Ye leave, Xiaolan took Conan's hand and walked towards the stairs to the second floor. Okay, Conan, let's go home too, this will be your new home from now on, and we have to get along well. Okay, Sister Xiaolan. Before going upstairs, Conan turned his head and looked at Lin Ye's back at the end of the street. That guy looked at me so strangely, did he discover something? Impossible, this was the first time I met him after I became small. He probably thought it was weird to have a bandage on his head, right? Hiss, my head still hurts a little. That bastard was so cruel. I guess I need to rest for a few days. A civilian apartment. After climbing the last step, Lin Ye's breathing became rapid and his knees became weak. This guy's health is really bad, he became like this after climbing only 5 floors, Lin Ye panted, thinking helplessly. This is no wonder. He gets off work at 2 in the morning every day, smokes, drinks, and watches porn movies when he gets home. In addition, the original body seems to be under a lot of mental pressure. Under such circumstances, it would be strange for the body to be in good health. So Lin Ye decided to improve the physical condition of this body, and instead of taking the elevator to go upstairs, he chose to walk up the stairs. I didn't expect that I would be so tired after just climbing the 5th floor. This further strengthened his determination to improve his physical condition, otherwise it would be funny if he suddenly died one day. Although I can't quit my job as a bartender and there's no way to change the fact that I have to get off work at 2 a.m., I can start from other aspects. Quit smoking, drinking and sex, pay attention to diet and nutrition, and do proper physical exercise. If you persist for a period of time, your body should improve. Lin Ye was thinking about the body transformation plan in his mind. When he came to his senses, he had walked to the door of his room, took out the key, opened the door, and walked in. The living room is not big, but it is fairly tidy and filled with a smell of cigarette smoke. This is what it looked like after Lin Ye cleaned up. When he just woke up, this place was like hell, with mountains of garbage and paper balls, which almost made him die again on the spot. After cleaning, all the garbage was removed, but the smell of smoke that had been lingering for a long time was difficult to remove. Back in the bedroom, lying on the bed, Lin Ye slowly closed his eyes. Let's go for a run tomorrow morning. Well, then go to the green plant market and buy some green plants to put at home to get rid of the smoke smell. Chapter 15. Wash up, make breakfast, enjoy the breakfast you made yourself, and then go out. Because he had just eaten and it was not suitable to do strenuous exercise, Lin Ye decided to buy some green plants first and then go for a run. He arrived at the bar at 5 o'clock every afternoon to prepare for work. The daytime before that was very idle, so there was no rush to exercise. When I came back from buying plants, it was already 9:30. Lin Ye bought a lemongrass plant. The leaves will emit a lemon scent when rubbed, and can absorb odors in the room and purify the air. Placing the vanilla in the corner of the living room, Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. Come on, little vanilla, suck it hard for me. After silently encouraging the new member in the room, Lin Ye went out again. At this time, the food in his stomach had been almost digested, and his body and mind were in excellent condition, perfect for exercise. After going downstairs, he began to jog along the street. While running, Lin Ye's mind flashed with the image of Conan whom he saw last night. How did he become smaller? Lin Ye couldn't figure it out. Magic? Superpowers? Aliens? Doraemon? Because of Conan's appearance, Lin Ye had a very fantastic dream last night. Although the content of the dream was absurd and could not be taken seriously, after waking up, he still vaguely felt that he seemed to have come to an unusual world. Due to lack of exercise, this young man's physical condition was very poor. After running for a while, Lin Ye was a little out of breath and sweat appeared on his forehead. He did not force himself and slowed down appropriately, changing from jogging to walking, until he recovered some strength and then continued jogging. Running and walking like this, Lin Ye began the first day of his body transformation plan. When Lin Ye stopped to rest again, he found a cafe across the street, so he decided to take a break here, drink a cup of coffee and eat a piece of cake to replenish his energy. After walking to the open-air seat and sitting down, a waitress came over immediately to take the order. Lin Ye ordered a cup of coffee and a piece of cake, then sat on a chair to rest. While waiting for his coffee to be served, 2 women sitting by the window in the store caught his attention. To be more precise, it was the man in black sitting in the seat next to the 2 of them that caught his attention, which in turn made him notice the 2 women. The uniform of the man in black reminded him of the killer duo Gin and Vodka. Could this man also be a member of the mysterious organization? That couldn't be such a coincidence. Right? TSK, how long are these 2 women going to chat? It's really annoying. Is he a bodyguard? Lin Ye's eyes fell on the 2 women. The 2 look somewhat similar. The one who is dressed more maturely has long straight hair, while the younger girl has short brown hair. They look very intimate when they are talking. Lin Ye guessed that they should be sisters. What a beautiful pair of sisters, pleasing to the eye. I hope that Boss Jin will transfer me to another position soon. It's really boring to be with this cold woman. She always looks down on me, but I can't do anything to her. Damn it. Lin Ye heard the black-clothed man's voice again and was shocked. Jin. He really is from that organization. Are these 2 women also related to that organization? Lin Ye looked at the 2 of them in surprise. Such beautiful sisters turned out to be criminals. It really shows that you can't judge a person by his appearance. At this time, the sister with short brown hair happened to look out the window, and when she noticed Lin Ye's gaze, she frowned slightly. Lin Ye quickly looked away. Strange man. Sir, here's your coffee and cake. The waitress placed the coffee and cake in front of Lin Ye. Thank you. Lin Ye picked up the coffee cup and blew on it twice. At the same time, he glanced into the store and found that his sister with short brown hair was pointing at him. His sister also turned around and looked at him with a smile on her lips. Oh no, I'm not going to be considered a pervert, am I? Lin Ye suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, as if there were 3 piercing gazes piercing him. The other one was from the man in black. Hey, kid, be brave and come over to chat with me. That way I'll have something to do. Lin Ye glanced into the window with his peripheral vision and saw the man in black looking at him with eager eyes. It seems that this guy is really free. But Lin Ye has no intention of going up to chat with him. He is not the kind of person who will take the initiative when he sees a beautiful woman, not to mention that he does not want to have anything to do with this organization. After drinking a sip of hot coffee, Lin Ye felt much better. TSK, a timid man who doesn't even dare to approach a woman. The black-clothed man's contemptuous voice floated into his ears, but Lin Ye smiled and didn't care, continuing to drink his coffee leisurely. Hey, that is. Lin Ye's gaze suddenly focused on a beautiful figure in the distance and felt that it looked somewhat familiar. After seeing it clearly, he smiled. Sure enough, it was her. After the morning class, Aragaki Keiho decided to go to her favorite cafe to have a cup of coffee and relax her mind, but before she reached the door of the cafe, she saw Lin Ye sitting in the open-air seat. Why is this guy everywhere? Did he investigate me and know that I like this store, so he came here to wait for me in advance? Hey, Miss Xia Fan, you seem to be thinking too much, right? Lin Ye was a little speechless. Aragaki Keiho walked to the door of the coffee shop, pretended not to see Lin Ye, and walked straight to the gate with her companions. Isn't this Xia Fan? Xia Fan, Lin Ye raised his hand and greeted her. Uncle, you got the wrong person, right? Aragaki Keiho turned around and made a face at him, then pulled her companion, a tall, short-haired girl wearing round-frame glasses, and walked into the store without looking back. Damn it, I wanted to sit outside, but I didn't expect to meet him here. What bad luck. Uncle? Lin Ye turned his head and looked at the glass window of the cafe. The person reflected in the window was clearly a fairly handsome young man, but how come he looked like an uncle? Of course, his soul is indeed over 30 years old, but if you just look at his appearance, this face looks only 4 or 5 years older than Aragaki Keiho. How can he be an uncle? It seems that outside of work, this guy intends to pretend not to know me. She was holding my arm so passionately yesterday. Women are really fickle. Their mood changes every day. After entering the store, Aragaki Keiho walked to the window seat, which was right behind the pair of sisters. After sitting down, Aragaki Keiho glanced out the window. Expecting to see Lin Ye's embarrassed expression, but Lin Ye seemed as if nothing had happened and was still sipping his coffee leisurely. When he noticed that she was peeking at him, he even smiled at her. She immediately looked away nervously. Xia Fan, you really do know that man, right? Said the girl with glasses who was sitting opposite Aragaki. I don't know him, Aragaki denied it. But he clearly called out your name. The girl with glasses adjusted her glasses frame, her face full of doubt. He must be a pervert who investigated me without permission. Should I call the police and have him arrested? Aragaki Keiho thought about it seriously and seemed to really intend to do so. Lin Ye, who was drinking coffee, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Puzzled, he looked inside the store and found that the pair of sisters sitting by the window were looking at him and laughing, as if they had heard something funny. He looked at Aragaki Keiho who was sitting behind the two of them. Was that girl saying anything bad about me? At this moment, the man in black stood up from his seat, walked to the sisters and said something. The smiles on the sisters' faces instantly disappeared. Then the sister with short brown hair stood up, followed the man in black with a frosty face, and left the cafe. After the two got into a black car parked on the street, the car drove away immediately. My sister sat by the window, watching the car go away. Although Lin Ye couldn't see her expression from this direction, her strong voice was clearly conveyed to his mind. Shiho, be patient for a while. I will find a way to get you out of the organization and live a normal life. Chapter 16. Polo Bar. 5:15. Lin Ye arrived at the door of the bar and was about to open it when he saw Xiaolan and Conan walking towards him from the other side of the street. Xiaolan was holding Conan's hand and saying something with a smile. The scene looked very warm. Ah, it's Mr. Lin Ye. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin Ye, are you ready to open the door? Seeing Lin Ye at the door of the bar, Xiaolan took the initiative to greet him. Xiaolan, you're back so early today, Lin Ye responded with a smile and glanced at Conan's head. The bandage on Conan's head has been removed and he looks intact. His head healed so quickly. I need to come back and keep an eye on Daddy, so he doesn't run off again. Xiaolan originally planned to say something to prevent her father from going to your store to drink again, but when she thought that Lin Ye was the bartender, it seemed inappropriate for her to say so, so she stopped. Lin Ye smiled indifferently and said, Don't worry, Xiaolan, even if you are not here, I will remind Uncle and will not let him drink too much. Really? That's great, thank you, Mr. Lin Ye. Conan on the side curled his lips. What's wrong with this man? He seems to be so gentle that he almost overflows. Is he a bartender? And, Xiaolan, if you thank him, doesn't that mean you agree to let the uncle drink in their store? You are such an idiot. Lin Ye looked at Conan. The boy's eyes reminded him of the salted fish he saw in the seafood market. Conan, is your head okay? He asked with a smile. Well, I'm okay now, thank you for your concern, uncle. Conan immediately put on an innocent smile. Hee, after my body shrank, the wound on my head also healed. It was nothing serious in the first place. Lin Ye's eyes fell on the school bag behind Conan. Conan, are you going to school? Well, Professor Agasa has completed the transfer procedures for him, and now he is a first-grade student at T10 Elementary School. Xiaolan smiled and touched Conan's big head. Conan, get along well with your classmates at school. Got it, Sister Xiaolan. I'm about to start elementary school again. The school is full of little brats. The teacher knows less than I do. I'll be bored to death. Lin Ye bent down and patted Conan on the head, encouraging him, Conan, work hard in school and try to get along well with your classmates. Well, thank you uncle. Walking into the store, Lin Ye turned on the lights, and a warm light immediately illuminated the space in the store. Turn on the phonograph and a relaxing melody will come out from the copper bell. After completing the business preparations, Lin Ye walked into the bar, picked up the wine menu and started reading it. After a while, the bell in the corner of the door suddenly rang softly. You came earlier than usual today, Xiafan Conan. Lin Ye was a little surprised to see Conan squeezing in through the crack in the door. He thought it was Xiafan who came. Hey, hello uncle, Conan smiled shyly. Conan, why are you here? A bar is not a place for children. But I'm very curious, Uncle Lin Ye, please don't chase me away. Others. Looking at Conan's cute appearance, Lin Ye recalled the confident high school boy he saw yesterday, and his expression became strange. Little Conan, what are you curious about? Wine, bars, and bartenders, I want to know everything. Conan made an exaggerated gesture with his hands and spoke in a long tone. Children can't drink alcohol, Lin Ye said. I know that children will become stupid if they drink, I don't want to become a fool like Uncle Maury, Conan said seriously. Lin Ye couldn't help laughing. Uncle Maury disliked Kudo, and Kudo also thought that Uncle Maury was a fool. It would definitely be interesting if these two people lived under the same roof in the future. Why doesn't little Conan want to become stupid? Lin Ye asked in a coaxing tone. Because I want to be a detective, a famous detective, just like that big brother named Kudo Shinichi, Conan said with admiration, as if he was talking about his idol. Lin Ye resisted the urge to laugh, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Conan, have you heard of that famous high school detective? That guy is indeed very famous, it is said that he helped the police solve many difficult cases and was called the savior of the police. Yeah, Conan nodded vigorously, feeling secretly happy. Even my classmates know him, I came here to become a good detective like that big brother. Oh. Lin Ye was a little curious. What does being a detective have to do with a bar? Of course it is related, first of all, a detective needs to have a wide range of knowledge and understand everything, but I know very little about wine, so I wanted to ask Uncle Lin Ye for advice. Well, Lin Ye nodded. Anything else? Then, a detective needs to have keen observation skills, just like Sherlock Holmes, who can judge a stranger's occupation by observation. The bar has a variety of customers, which is very suitable for exercising this ability, so I want to practice here. Conan, how old are you this year? Lin Ye suddenly asked. 6 years old, Conan replied without hesitation. Conan, you are only 6 years old, and you know so much. Lin Ye stared at Conan's face and smiled. That's all Uncle Maury taught me, Uncle Maury is also a detective. Oops, I said too much. I must be more restrained in the future. It would be terrible if Xiaolan found out my true identity. Last night she insisted on helping me take a bath, if the truth comes out, I will be dead. Puff. Lin Ye almost choked on his own saliva. Taking a bath? This kid. He looks like a kid on the outside, but he's actually an elementary school boy in high school on the inside, taking a bath with his childhood sweetheart from high school, this is just too evil. Lin Ye's eyes turned subtle when he looked at Conan. So please, Uncle Lin Ye, let me play here, no, practice, Conan just right showed the playful side of a primary school student. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Lin Ye cutely. Seeing Conan's expression, Lin Ye wanted to laugh, but he held it back and said seriously. Since you've worked so hard, okay, but please don't cause trouble to the customers in the store. Yes, I know, thank you, Uncle Lin Ye. Conan jumped onto the high stool in front of the bar and sat down on it, with his short legs dangling under the chair. Uncle, what kind of wine is that? Conan pointed to the wine cabinet behind Lin Ye. Lin Ye turned around and looked in the direction he pointed. It was a bottle of ruby red wine, a bit dark in color, and looked a lot like blood. Gin, Lin Ye said. This bottle is Plymouth Sloe from England. Sloe is not really gin in the strict sense, but a branch of gin. Wow, Uncle is really awesome, Conan flattered him. Then how do you judge the quality of gin? Purity. Talking about wine, Lin Ye became interested and enthusiastically introduced it to Conan. To brew gin, you must use fully purified alcohol, with an alcohol content of no less than 96 and no impurities. The water must also be pure, transparent, and odorless, and then add high-quality spices to brew a bottle of excellent gin. A bottle of neat gin tastes cool, which the British describe as cold as metal. If it tastes too sweet, it's a sign of poor quality, because inferior distilleries use sweetness to mask the shortcomings of alcohol. Gin is one of the 6 essential base liquors in a bar. It can be used in cocktails or drunk neat. A bar without gin is as incredible as a wedding night without a bride. Wow, Uncle is so awesome, he knows so much. Conan clapped his hands. Just like what my father said, it seems that this guy really knows a lot about wine. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. He had talked so much that his mouth was dry. It turned out that this kid knew everything. Was he testing me? This little brat. Hey, Uncle, where is that bottle? Conan pointed to another bottle of wine on the wine cabinet. Lin Ye glanced at it and said, "Vodka." Conan sat obediently on the high chair, waiting for Lin Ye to continue introducing vodka, just like a student in a classroom. But after Lin Ye said the name, he stopped talking and picked up a wine glass and started wiping it. That's it. He's not going to continue introducing me. TSK, kid, go play. Chapter 17. Uncle, is this your illegitimate child? Why is he here now? Lin Ye, who was wiping the wine glass, suddenly had a trembling hand and the glass almost fell to the ground. Xia Fan, how can a child this old be mine? I'm only 24 years old. Isn't it? Aragaki Keiho looked at Conan, then at Lin Ye, as if comparing their appearances. Well, not really. Hello sister, my name is Adagawa Conan, I'm temporarily living in the Mori family upstairs, I'm here to study. Conan introduced himself politely. This woman has such a rich imagination. So it's the Mori family's child. Aragaki Keiho smiled and stepped forward to pat Conan's big head. So cute, just like a big-headed doll. Is this woman praising me or insulting me? Little Conan, you just said studying. What are you going to learn in the bar? Detective practice. Detective practice? Aragaki looked confused. Conan repeated his theory again and added a patch to it, saying that he heard it from Uncle Maori. Aragaki covered his mouth and laughed, so that's how it is, then you have to work hard, little detective. Well, thank you, sister, Conan called cutely. After changing clothes, there were still more than 10 minutes before the business started. Aragaki Chiffon sat down at the bar, put her chin on her hands, and stared at Lin Ye's face curiously. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Uncle, why do you look so much better today? You looked like you were about to die before. Lin Ye began to miss Xin Yuan who tried to seduce him yesterday. Maybe it's because I went out for a run today, didn't you see it? After running in the morning, Lin Ye went home and took a hot bath. He really felt refreshed. Even he himself felt strange. It was just a run, but the effect was too good. But he didn't think much about it and attributed it to psychological factors. So that person is you. I thought he was just an unfortunate guy who looked like you. Aragaki Keiho pretended to be stupid. Looks a lot like me, what a misfortune. Lin Ye shook his head, not taking Aragaki's ridicule to heart. By the way, uncle, I have a question for you. What? The drink you mixed yesterday was the one with tomato juice and beer. I went back and tried it. Why did the taste of mine be completely different from yours? Aragaki Keiho couldn't understand why the taste of the cup made by her with just 2 simple ingredients was so different from the one made by Lin Ye. No matter how many times she tried, she couldn't replicate the taste of Lin Ye's cup. Lin Ye smiled and said, this drink is indeed simple to make, but the simpler the cocktail, the more careful you should be and pay attention to every detail. Otherwise you will end up with a failed cocktail. When you made it, was there a lot of foam in the glass? Hey, how did you know? Aragaki opened his eyes wide. Because of your personality, Lin Ye looked as if he had known it would be like this. Personality? Aragaki frowned. Wasn't he talking about cocktail making? How did it have to do with personality? You have a lively and active personality. I guess when you added the beer, you must have poured it directly into the cup and did not stir it delicately enough, so there was excess foam. The beer and tomato juice did not blend into one, and the taste of the two was separated. Am I right? Seeing the smile on Lin Ye's face, Xin Yuan looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was right. This guy is always secretly observing me, right? So what should we do? Ignoring Aragaki's thoughts, Lin Ye said. When pouring, be careful to pour it along the wall of the glass to avoid generating excess foam. When stirring, not only stir horizontally, but also add the lifting technique. So that the beer on the upper layer and the tomatoes on the lower layer can be fully integrated to form a unified taste. Oh, there are so many details to this. Aragaki Keiho looked as if her eyes had been opened. If you're interested, I can teach you how to hold the spoon and the stirring technique. Teach me, the technique? The kind that teaches me step by step. Is he trying to take the opportunity to touch my hand? Thinking of the scene of Lin Ye personally teaching her how to hold the bar spoon and stir the wine glass, Aragaki Keiho's face suddenly turned red. Seeing the expression on her face, Lin Ye smiled helplessly. This guy really has a very rich imagination. At this time, Conan on the side suddenly said. Uncle Lin Ye, you looked like a detective just now. Detective? Lin Ye was stunned. Yes, that's when you were guessing how this sister made wine, Conan said. Lin Ye smiled and said, because bartenders also have to observe the guests carefully. And infer their identities and moods from their clothing, expressions, and behaviors, so that they can entertain them in the most appropriate way. Well, now that I put it that way, it does seem like a detective. Conan also laughed, the difference is that the detective entertains the criminal. Haha, that's true, Lin Ye thought to himself, in fact, I also entertained criminals, and they were very scary ones. Bartender is an interesting profession, Conan, where have you been? Come back for dinner, Xiaolan's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Conan was startled and just jumped off the chair when Xiaolan pushed the door and entered the store. Sure enough, it's here, Conan, this is not a place for children. Xiaolan stood at the door with her hands on her hips and spoke in a tone of teaching a child. Sister Xiaolan, I'm just curious, so I came down to take a look. Conan also looked like a child who had done something wrong. You're not allowed to be curious, bars are not places for children. Fortunately, Mr. Lin Ye is a trustworthy person, don't be so naughty in the future, what if you meet bad guys? The way Xiaolan educates Conan is like an older sister. But Sister Xiaolan, I have to practice detective skills here, Conan said aggrievedly. You are so long-winded, Xiaolan. Detective training? Conan repeated what he had just said. Xiaolan frowned after hearing it. How come this kid is also a detective fanatic? Conan, please don't cause trouble for Mr. Lin Ye. Uncle Lin Ye has promised me to practice here. Accepted? Xiaolan turned around and bowed slightly to Lin Ye at the bar. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Ye, did this child cause you any trouble? Of course not, this kid is very smart and has the potential to be a detective. It is better to let Uncle Mari train him well, he will definitely become an excellent detective in the future, Lin Ye said with a smile. Conan's mouth twitched. That stupid old man is here to train me? Forget it. Okay, Conan, come home with me for dinner and don't disturb Mr. Lin Ye from his work. Xiaolan took Conan's hand and pulled him out of the bar. After Lin Ye and Aragaki Keiho were the only ones left in the store, the atmosphere became quiet. Lin Ye suddenly asked, do you want me to teach you how to hold the bar key? The scene flashed through Aragaki Shiffon's mind again. Lin Ye hugged her from behind, his big hands covering her small hands, teaching her how to hold the bar spoon and gently stirring the wine in the glass. Her face instantly turned red and she shouted, do not want. Then he ran out the door and prepared to turn on the business sign. Lin Ye also saw the scene just now. He touched his face and his expression became subtle. Xia Fan, I haven't thought about anything so exciting. I just simply want to teach you how to make cocktails. But why, at that moment just now, did I feel a throbbing feeling in my heart? Could it be that after having a young body, my mentality also becomes younger and I want to experience a sweet love? Oh, that's impossible. Chapter 18. Lin Ye has never been in love. He spends most of his time learning bartending and working. So I lived for 33 years in my previous life, and I heard so many love stories from guests that I could have written a book about them, but I had zero love experience of my own. There were quite a few female customers he met who were interested in him, but he ignored all the goodwill because he believed that women and emotions would affect his cocktail making. If he had to name something he likes, it would definitely be wine, all kinds of wine. The coolness of gin, the purity of vodka, the sweetness of rum, the stimulation of tequila, the mellowness of whiskey, the romance of absinthe, the purity of sherry. These wines are his lovers. But when his bartending skills reached the pinnacle and he earned the reputation of the healing cup in the industry, he would occasionally feel a little lonely. His cocktails can heal others, but they can't fill the growing void in his own heart. He knew he should find a woman, but the woman who could make his heart beat never appeared. Just when his mentality was changing, he was suddenly diagnosed with an unknown incurable disease. The cause of the disease could not be found and the body's functions declined day by day. In just 1 month, the fire of his life burned out. Lying on the hospital bed, he came into this world in the blink of an eye. Where on earth did the Kudo family kid sneak off to? The voice of Kogoro Maori brought Lin Ye back to reality. The detective was sitting at the bar, drinking beer with his cheeks flushed. Uncle Maori, don't worry about him, Lin Ye glanced at Conan who came down with Uncle Maori. Since he is known as the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era, he will definitely find a way to resolve any situation he encounters. Although Uncle Maori appears to dislike Kudo Shinichi, he actually cares about him in his heart. Lin Ye thought warmly in his heart. TSK, I don't care about that kid's life or death, it's Xiaolan who keeps nagging me. Where is Shinichi? Is Shinichi in danger? Why hasn't Shinichi called me yet? Shinichi, 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 I'm so annoyed by it. Maori took another swig of beer. Lin Ye glanced at Conan who was sitting next to Uncle Maori. The boy had a helpless expression on his face. And after that kid Kudo ran away, Xiaolan comes back earlier every day, this means that I have less time to drink in peace, damn it, Uncle Maori said unwillingly. Xiaolan is also concerned about your health, besides, didn't she allow you to come down and drink? Lin Ye said with a smile. But I can only drink 3 cups, which is not enough. The cup in Kogoro Mori's hand at this time was the last one, and he even asked Lin Ye for a big cup. Can you pour me another cup later? Maori Kogoro said to Lin Ye in a low voice, covering his mouth. Lin Ye used his eyes to remind Conan, who was sitting next to him, that there was a little spy here. Kogoro Mori was immediately deflated. He should have known not to bring this kid down with him. By the way, can that TV be watched? Maori Kogoro suddenly looked behind Lin Ye. There is a TV hanging on the wall above the wine cabinet. Can. Because he thinks the TV programs are a bit noisy, Lin Ye usually doesn't turn on the TV, but if a customer requests it, he will naturally agree to the request. Lin Ye found the remote control from under the counter and turned on the TV. Which show do you want to watch, Uncle Maori? Of course it's Miss Yoko's concert. Uncle Maori's eyes lit up, and the dejection just now disappeared. Which station? Lin Ye wasn't very clear about the TV program and asked with a confused look on his face. Give it to me, I'll press it. Uncle Maori stretched out his big hand, took the remote control from Lin Ye, pressed twice, and the picture on the TV changed. A woman with long brown curly hair appeared on the TV, accompanied by a gentle singing voice. Ah, Yoko, Yoko, whenever I see Yoko and hear her singing, I feel healed. Seeing Uncle Maori's happy face, Lin Ye was a little surprised. He didn't expect that at his age, the uncle would still chase stars like young people. Conan on the side showed a look of disgust. This is so embarrassing, uncle, please behave more maturely. Lin Ye laughed secretly in his heart. Shaolin, you should also take a look, as long as you see Yoko, all your troubles will disappear. Maori Kogoro seemed to be trying to turn Lin Ye into a fan of Miss Yoko. Lin Ye turned his head and looked for a while, then nodded. Well, Miss Yoko is indeed very charming, and her singing voice is also very beautiful. Right. Right. If only I could see Miss Yoko in person, I would rather not drink for 10 days. Lin Ye thought that a popular actress like this would not easily appear in front of ordinary people. At this time, the bell at the door rang and a man walked into the store. Lin Ye turned his head and was slightly stunned. Isn't this the older sister of the pair of sisters I met in the cafe during the day? The woman in the beige uniform skirt obviously recognized him as well. She smiled at him after entering the door, but did not go to the bar. Instead, she sat down at the seat by the window. Aragaki Keiho took the menu and went over to order. She did not recognize the woman. When she was in the cafe during the day, her attention was all on Lin Ye and she did not notice this woman. After taking the order, Aragaki Keiho came to the bar. The customer ordered a whisper and asked for it to be made with rye whiskey. Oh. Rye whiskey? Well, the customer asked this, is there anything wrong with that? Aragaki Keiho asked, as she didn't know much about making cocktails. Nothing, just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Normally, the recipe for whisper uses Scotch whiskey, but rye whiskey is mainly produced in the United States and Canada, and the taste is also different. But since the customer requested it, Lin Ye will adjust it according to the customer's taste. Put ice cubes in a cocktail mixing glass, add 25 ml rye whiskey, 25 ml dry vermouth, and 25 ml sweet vermouth, then start stirring. Aragaki Keiho looked at Lin Ye's hand holding the bar key curiously. Lin Ye's hands were slender and white, with distinct knuckles. At this moment, he used the thumb and index finger of his right hand to gently pinch the spiral part in the middle of the bar key, and used his middle and ring fingers to move the key rod back and forth. The bar spoon immersed in ice and wine moved freely like a fish in water, without making any sound of hitting the wall of the glass. The ice cubes were spinning rapidly under the guidance of the bar spoon. Aragaki Keiho stared at the constantly rotating vortex in a trance. She had the illusion that her soul was being sucked in, as if she was hypnotized. Then at some point, Lin Ye suddenly stopped stirring and pulled out the bar spoon cleanly and neatly. Only then did Aragaki Keiho's consciousness return to her body. While Lin Ye was pouring the wine, he asked, "Did you see it clearly?" Aragaki Keiho blushed, moved her eyes away from Lin Ye's slender fingers, and shook her head. It doesn't matter, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, just learn slowly. Lin Ye put the wine glass on the tray. Okay, take the wine to the guests. Aragaki Keiho obediently picked up the tray and walked towards the guest by the window. Lin Ye stared at her back with some surprise. What's wrong with this girl? Uncle, what an amazing technique, Conan, who was also observing Lin Ye mixing cocktails throughout the process, clapped his hands in praise. Conan, do you want to learn too? Conan looked at his own small hands and said, forget it, my hands are too small. Then wait until you grow up, and then uncle will teach you. When I grow up? Conan tilted his head, looking innocent. Uncle, do you plan to be a bartender forever? Yes, I want to keep doing it, I like this job, just like you like being a detective, you will definitely become a detective when you grow up, just like Uncle Maori, Lin Ye said with a smile. It would be terrible if I became like that uncle. Conan complained in his mind and said. Then when I grow up, I must try uncle's cocktails. Lin Ye smiled, I will wait for that day. At this time, the sister sitting by the window had already picked up the wine glass and was about to drink. Lin Ye watched her drink the wine he made, looking forward to the expression on her face. To his surprise, after taking a sip of wine, his sister did not show a happy expression. Instead, her pretty profile showed a hint of sadness, and tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. This taste, Maharaja. Maharaja? Lin Ye was slightly stunned. Is it her boyfriend? Could it be another woman who was abandoned by her boyfriend? Chapter 19. This woman doesn't look like a bad person, so why is she involved with that mysterious organization? Was she forced to do so? He couldn't help but ponder it. Well, it was very possible. Judging from the voice of the man in black that I heard during the day, he was more like monitoring the two sisters than a simple bodyguard. It is very likely that the two were under some kind of coercion. Unfortunately, he was just a bartender and couldn't help her. The only thing he could do was to serve her a glass of wine during the brief moment they met. At this time, the woman rubbed her eyes and looked out the window. I hope this mission can be successfully completed, so that my sister and I can leave the organization. After leaving the organization, the prince will contact me, right? Mission? She wants to get out of that organization. But can the criminal group withdraw just by saying so? Lin Ye asked himself. He met a guest in his previous life who accidentally joined a fraud organization while looking for a job. When he found out and wanted to leave, he was threatened by that organization, who said their family would disappear. The man had no choice but to stay in there until the organization was destroyed, and he was arrested as one of the people involved in the case. Although he had his own reasons. The facts of the crime were proven, and he still stayed in prison for 2 years before he was released. Judging from Jin's psychological activities, the organization he belongs to is definitely much worse than a fraud gang. Can such an organization really just walk away? I don't know what kind of mission she agreed to. Hey, does it look good? Lin Ye was thinking when a slightly sarcastic voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Aragaki Keiho came to the bar at some point and noticed that he was observing the woman, so she couldn't help but speak. She is indeed a very attractive big sister, so you like this. I thought this guy had changed his personality, but it turns out he just changed his taste. He is still a pervert after all. Lin Ye calmly withdrew his gaze and looked at the girl in front of him with a smile. Aragaki Keiho felt uncomfortable when she was stared at by him. What's that look in his eyes? Does he think I'm jealous? How is that possible, idiot? Stop imagining it. Hello, check out. The sudden voice of a customer rescued Aragaki. Her stiff body was able to move again and she quickly fled from the bar. At the bar, Kogoro Mori's attention was still attracted by Yoko Okino on TV. Conan noticed that Lin Ye was observing the woman, so he followed her and took a look. Apart from the fact that she was pretty and had a good figure, he didn't find anything special about her. He couldn't help but guess. Could this Uncle Lin Ye be a mutual pervert? Hearing Conan's inner thoughts, Lin Ye glanced at him speechlessly. The latter just raised his head and gave him an innocent smile. At this time, the doorbell rang, and a slightly plump young man pushed the door and walked into the store. Judging from his clothes, he should be an ordinary employee of a company. The man looked melancholy, as if he had something heavy on his mind, which caught Lin Ye's attention. He likes guests who have stories the most. He really enjoys the feeling of helping guests solve their worries. When guests smile in front of him, his mood will also become happy. This was an important reason why he decided to become a bartender and why he has always insisted on working behind the bar. Even after he became famous in his previous life, he would sit at the bar of his own bar for at least 3 days a week, personally mixing cocktails for the guests and listening to their troubles. After the slightly plump man entered the store, he went straight to the bar and sat down, sitting next to Kogoro Mori. A whiskey on the rocks, please. Okay, just a second. When Lin Ye prepared a glass of whiskey with ice and placed it in front of the slightly fat man, he found that the guest, like the Uncle Maori next to him, raised his head and stared straight at the TV on the wall. And his eyes were a little strange, as if he was not looking at a screen idol far away from him, but at a familiar person. His eyes were full of sadness. Hey, is this person also a fan of Yoko Okino? Sir, your wine is ready, Lin Ye reminded. Oh, okay, thank you. The slightly plump man came back to his senses, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then continued to stare at Yoko Okino on TV. It seemed that the alcohol ignited the man's emotions. His eyes suddenly became hot like fire, and his eyes were full of possessiveness. Yoko, Yoko, my Yoko, you are mine, no one can take you away. Lin Ye was startled, and the way he looked at the man changed slightly. Wow, this is an avid fan. In his previous life, after he became famous in the bartending industry, he also received some celebrities. Thanks to his good reputation in the industry, he never leaked his clients' private affairs to outsiders, so he gained the trust of female stars and knew a lot about their private lives. What he heard most was the fear and complaints of female stars about their fanatical fans, stalking, secret photography, harassing phone calls, indecent photos, illegal intrusions into their homes, and even sudden bursts of naked bodies from ambushes. It was terrifying. Could this slightly plump man in front of me also be this kind of perverted fan? In order to confirm the other party's nature, he tried to strike up a conversation. Is the guest also a fan of Yoko Okino? The man nodded without further response. But Lin Ye heard the voice in his heart. I am not some shitty fan. I am the one who loves her the most and the one she has loved the most. I can't live without her. I must get Yoko back to me at all costs, even if it means sacrificing her acting career or my life. Lin Ye understood that this was not only a crazy fan, but also a crazy boyfriend fan. But he said that he wanted Yoko to come back to him and that he loved her. Did he date Yoko before? Or was it just his fantasy? He had also encountered this situation before, where some fanatical fans imagined that they had an unforgettable love with their favorite stars, and they actually took it seriously. In any case, this man's current thoughts are quite dangerous. In this mental state, it is easy to act impulsively and do dangerous things. Just when Lin Ye was thinking about how to calm this guy down, Mari Kogoro seemed to have found a confidant. Young man, are you also a fan of Miss Yoko? The look that Fujiya Akiyoshi gave Mori was not so friendly. In his opinion, all of Yoko's fans are his enemies, and they are the ones who prevent Yoko from returning to him. If not so many people liked Yoko, she would not continue to be an idol and would return to herself. Yoko is mine, and belongs to me alone. Fujiya Akiyoshi took a big sip of wine with a gloomy look in his eyes. Kogoro Maori was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Haha, young man, you are so selfish, you actually want to monopolize Miss Yoko, this is not okay. Maori took a sip of beer and pointed at the beautiful figure on TV. Ms. Yoko belongs to everyone, we should all like her and support her. Snapped. Fujiya Akiyoshi slammed the bar and stood up suddenly. Mr. Bartender, check. Looking at Fujiya Akiyoshi leaving the bar, Mori Kogoro shook his head and looked at the beautiful figure on the screen again. Ms. Yoko, it's not easy for you either, you actually have such a scary fan. Conan on the side chuckled. I don't think you're any better, uncle. You're such a grown man, but you still yell and whistle at the TV. Lin Ye looked out the window. The man's lonely figure looked like a wandering soul. He couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. I was originally planning to enlighten him, but it seems I'll have to wait until next time. If he comes to the store again. I hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Chapter 20. After calming down, Hirota Masami stood up and walked towards the bar. Lin Ye had been paying attention to her. When he saw her stand up and walk towards the bar, he was slightly surprised and gave a friendly smile. Mr. Bartender, that drink tastes very good, thank you. Thank you for reminding me of the days I spent with the Maharaja. This is my job, as long as the customer likes it, Lin Ye said. I see the customer seems to have something on his mind, do you want to chat? Hirota Masami lowered her head and smiled, her expression was very gentle, which made people feel good about her. Thank you for your concern, but I have something else to do, let's do it next time. Then I wish you all the best. Well, thank you, your drinks are excellent, I will come again. We look forward to seeing you again. Hirota Masami was a little surprised. The bartender in front of her had an unusually gentle temperament. But she could feel that this gentleness was not a disguise with ulterior motives, but a genuine concern for the guests, so she was surprised. Bartenders like this are really rare. It seems to be a good choice to come here often in the future. After Hirota Masami left, Aragaki Keiho wandered over to the bar with a gloating expression on her face. Someone's approach was rejected. Uncle Maori's encouraging voice also reached Lin Ye's ears. Xiao Lin, keep working hard next time, didn't she say she would come again? I'm counting on you. Lin Ye smiled casually and didn't take their words to heart. He wasn't trying to strike up a conversation at all, he just wanted to help the customer relax. But everyone has a different personality. Some guests will reveal their thoughts without reservation if they are slightly induced, but it is not so easy for guests who are more vigilant, and they may not even chat with the bartender at all. This kind of thing can't be forced, and he's not a hypnotist, so let's talk about it when there's a chance. It looks like she will come again. A customer is coming, go and entertain him, Lin Ye reminded when he saw the customer pushing the door and entering the store. Aragaki Keiho turned around and froze in place when she saw the customer entering the store. Wow, it's a hot girl. Uncle Maori said excitedly. It's great that the downstairs has been converted into a bar. Not only can you drink, but you can also see all kinds of beauties. Long live Polo Bar. A young girl entered the store. She had short hair. Wore a white tank top, a gray plaid shirt, hot shorts and black over-the-knee socks. Her beautiful body was full of youthfulness. When Lin Ye saw the girl enter the store, he felt that she looked familiar. Then, seeing Aragaki Keiho's surprised look, he finally remembered. Isn't this the girl with glasses who accompanied Aragaki to the cafe during the day? But during the day, she wore ordinary clothes and a pair of round-frame glasses, like a nerdy girl, completely different from now. Oh, Omi, why are you here? Aragaki Keiho stared blankly at her roommate who was walking towards her. Because someone wouldn't take me to where she worked, I had to investigate on my own. Kusaka Omi narrowed her eyes and smiled, looking around the store. So you work in a bar, the environment here is not bad, why did you hide it from me? That is because. When Kusaka Omi saw Lin Ye at the bar, she suddenly realized, isn't this the gentleman I met at the entrance of the coffee shop during the day? I understand. We work in the same store, but he pretends not to know me, is he afraid that I will snatch him away? Don't worry, why would I do something to let my sister down, I have nothing to do with him, if you like it, just take it. Aragaki Keiho retorted with a red face, attracting the guests' surprised gazes. Just take it. Why do you say that I am like an object? Lin Ye felt that he was shot even when he was lying down. Then I won't be polite, Kusaka Omi giggled and immediately sat next to Conan. Kusaka Omi looked at Conan strangely. Why were there children in the bar? Uncle, is this your son? She asked Kogoro Mori. I don't have such a son. I'm not his son. They both shouted together, then froze at the same time and looked at each other. Boom! Conan was hit on the head by the uncle's iron fist. You little bastard, you want to be my son, but I don't want you, Uncle Maori rubbed his wrist and said unhappily. Stupid uncle, remember this. Conan silently holds a grudge. Kusaka Omi looked at the two and chuckled. What an interesting pairing of old and young. This kid's parents were in the hospital and had no one to take care of him, so I took him in out of kindness, Maoli clarified, so as not to be regarded as a weird uncle who abused children. Really? You are really kind-hearted, uncle. Uncle Maori felt elated by the young hot girl's praise and started to grin foolishly. No, I'm just such an enthusiastic person, ha ha ha. The lame uncle. Conan on the side put on a helpless face and moved his butt to the side, as if he was afraid that stupidity would be contagious. When Kogoro Mori was about to further strike up a conversation with Kusaka Omi, the door of the bar was suddenly pushed open. A figure like a tiger descending from a mountain stood at the door, with his hands on his hips. Conan. Dad. Really, it's so late and you're still not home. Conan immediately jumped off the chair and ran to the door. Sister Xiaolan, let's go back first, uncle is chatting with her, let's not disturb him. What? Xiaolan looked towards the bar and saw that her father was sitting next to a beautiful hot girl. She clenched her fists. Dad. Kusaka Omi looked at the girl at the door of the store, then looked at the uncle next to her, raised her chin and smiled. It turns out that uncle's daughter is this big now, she looks almost the same age as me. Maori Kogoro stood up as if his butt was on fire, scratching his head like a child who had done something wrong. Xiaolan, I'll go back right away. Damn it, Conan, that brat. At this time, Conan was hiding behind Xiaolan's skirt and laughing. He knew that Xiaolan had always wanted to bring Uncle Mori and Aunt Kissing Eri back together, and was very sensitive to the opposite sex appearing around the uncle, so he came up with this unexpected move and won in one fell swoop. Lin Ye looked at the proud Conan and shook his head. This kid only saw the victory in front of him, but ignored Uncle Maori's revenge later. But he heard it clearly. Just wait for me, little brat. I'm going to spank you hard and vent my hatred. After the Maori family left, the store returned to its normal atmosphere. Kusaka Omi looked at Lin Ye at the bar with her eyes narrowed. Uncle. Pfft. Why is it another uncle? Does this face really look that old? Lin Ye put on a business smile on his face. Is this customer Xia Fan's friend? Xia Fan, you're calling me that so affectionately. Kusaka Omi glanced at the bewildered Aragaki Xia Fan jokingly. My name is Kusaka Omi, I'm Xia Fan's classmate and roommate. Kusaka Omi stared at Lin Ye's face curiously, with a charming smile and a provocative look. Now it's Uncle's turn to introduce himself. Chapter 21. Facing her teasing gaze, he felt nothing in his heart and even felt like laughing. With a slight smile on his lips, he calmly introduced himself. Lin Ye, the bartender. Uncle's introduction is too simple. Rixia seemed not very satisfied with Lin Ye's brief self-introduction. What does Miss Kusaka want to know? Lin Ye asked with a smile. For example, Uncle's hobbies, maybe we have the same hobbies. Seeing that her roommate was clearly trying to seduce a man, Aragaki Keiho, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but grit her teeth. Why didn't I realize that this guy is so coquettish? He actually came to the bar dressed so boldly. She didn't know that Kusaka Omi followed her, and after finding out that she entered the bar, she went back to change her clothes before coming, otherwise she would have entered the store long ago. Kusaka Omi thought that when going to a bar, one should wear clothes that suit the bar style. But after entering, she found that this was not the kind of bar that was so passionate that people wanted to take off their clothes, but a very quiet and comfortable bar. I like wine. Hearing Rixia's question, Lin Ye answered without hesitation. That's right, after all, Uncle is a bartender, so besides wine, what else do you like? Kusaka Omi asked again, looking very interested in Lin Ye. I also like to mix cocktails for guests. By the way, what would Miss Kusaka like to drink? Lin Ye took back the initiative and asked with a smile. Wow, this man is not simple. Even this can't seduce him. He is not the perverted sex maniac that Xia Fan said. Hearing what Kusaka Omi was thinking, the smile on Lin Ye's face froze slightly. Xia Fan actually mentioned him in front of others, which was obviously not a good thing. I don't know much about wine. Do you have any recommendations, Uncle? Rixia asked innocently, like a bar rookie who was at the mercy of others. Ms. Kusaka, have you ever drunk alcohol? How much can you drink? No need to be so polite, Uncle, just call me by my name, just like you call me Keiho. Kusaka Omi glanced at Aragaki Keiho and said with a smile. Xia Fan, you actually want to act noble in front of me. You clearly care about it, but you insist on pretending not to care. Let me show you how you really are. Sure enough, when she heard her words, the expression on Aragaki Keiho's face froze slightly. Lin Ye took in the two people's appearances, his mind was as clear as a mirror, and he smiled slightly and said. Well, how is Ms. Omi's drinking tolerance? As for me, I can't really drink much, Kusaka Omi said after thinking for a while. Just kidding, I can drink a lot, but I'll just tease him a little bit. Lin Ye sighed. Why are all these young girls like this? Can't they be more honest? How about a gin and tonic? I'll reduce the alcohol content appropriately. Gin and tonic, a simple combination of gin and tonic water. Simple, so versatile. Every bartender may make a different taste and different alcohol content. It can be made into a strong liquor that can make girls fall down without knowing it, and it can also give first-time drinkers a wonderful experience of being slightly tipsy. No, Kusaka Omi rejected Lin Ye's proposal and said with a curved eye. I want to drink Tokyo iced tea. Lin Ye was secretly shocked. It seemed that this guy could drink quite well, and he actually dared to order this glass. Tokyo iced tea, a variation of the Long Island iced tea. Long Island iced tea has a sweet taste that masks the smell of alcohol and can easily make people drink too much and get drunk, so it has the unseemly name of virginity-losing wine. As the daughter of Mrs. Nagashima, Tokyo iced tea is naturally not to be underestimated, and it also contains 4 major base liquors. Gin, vodka, rum, tequila. Beneath the seemingly sweet and harmless surface, there is a danger that can numb human nerves. But it is this danger that creates its magical charm and makes people intoxicated. After saying Tokyo iced tea, Kusaka Omi held her chin with both hands, ready to appreciate the surprised expression on Lin Ye's face. However, Lin Ye looked normal, with a calm smile on his lips, as if he knew she was pretending to be a novice. Tokyo iced tea. Please wait a moment. While Lin Ye was busy at the bar, Aragaki Chiffon walked behind Kusaka Omi, put a pair of cold hands on her shoulders, leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Omi, why did you come out dressed like this? Huh, are you jealous?" Kusaka said with a smile, then lowered his head to look at his collar. But his gaze is very polite, he doesn't even glance at people who deliberately reveal their flaws. Aragaki Chiffon glanced at her chest and said angrily, "This is not a frivolous bar, don't come here dressed like this, the uncles around are staring at you." Kusaka Omi had already noticed the gazes of the uncles around her. Although the uncles pretended to be casual, a girl's body is very sensitive, especially to the gazes of men. She puffed out her chest nonchalantly and said, "Look, the uncles have worked hard all day, it's not easy, it's a pity that I can't attract the uncle at the bar." Lin Ye was pouring Mildano into the cocktail shaker and couldn't help laughing when he heard the conversation between the two. What a strange girl. Midori is a melon liqueur produced by the old winery Suntory. Just like its name Midori Green, it has an emerald green color and is the soul of Tokyo iced tea. After pouring the required ingredients into the cocktail shaker in a specific order, closing the lid, Lin Ye began to shake the wine and ice in the shaker. After shaking, strain the cold wine into a highball glass filled with ice cubes, top it up with a can of 7-Up, and stir gently with a bar spoon. Finally, add a slice of fresh lemon for garnish. A glass of green Tokyo iced tea is ready. Judging from the color, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it Tokyo green tea. Whether it is iced tea or green tea, although it is called tea, it does not contain any tea ingredients. It is a glass of wine called tea. "Ms. Omi, your Tokyo iced tea," Lin Ye gently pushed the glass to the front of the bar. "Thank you, let me see how good you are." Kusaka Omi giggled, licked her lips with her tongue, and gave Lin Ye a charming look as if she was attacking him secretly. Unfortunately, Lin Ye had guarded against all of this and was not moved at all, maintaining the calmness and composure that a bartender should have. Kusaka Omi wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The icy, sweet, sour and vibrant taste made her eyes light up and her frown instantly relaxed. "It's so delicious. This is the best Tokyo iced tea I've ever tasted." Putting down the wine glass, she stared at Lin Ye with shining eyes, as if she had discovered an incredible treasure. Lin Ye was already accustomed to such looks and his expression was very calm. Instead, it was Aragaki Keiho's voice that caused a ripple in his heart. This guy's bartending skills seem to have improved by leaps and bounds recently. Has he discovered any secret recipe for bartending? Hi, I accidentally forgot again. I am no longer the famous healing cup in the industry, but an unknown bartender on the streets of Tokyo. But it's not a big problem. With little Xia Fan's intelligence and imagination, there is no way she can discover her little secret. Cocktail secrets. Haha, this isn't a martial arts novel, where does this come from? Lin Ye laughed secretly in his heart. Cocktail making relies on the accumulation of experience, plus a little imagination, a little creativity, and a passion for wine. As long as you are wholeheartedly and sincerely devoted to the wine will respond to the bartender's expectations and present itself at its best. It can be said that wine is the bartender's best friend and will never betray him. Lin Ye will never betray his partners. He will give his all and take every drink seriously. This is his bartending philosophy. "Uncle, you are so good at making cocktails, why do you work in this small bar? With your skills, you should be able to work in more prestigious places, right?" Chapter 22. Why work in a small bar? Hearing Rixia's question, Lin Ye smiled slightly. Of course, this kid's cocktail mixing skills are still too immature. Although the original body had some talent for cocktail making, he lived too indulgently and lacked sufficient experience. His drinking skills were enough to deal with ordinary customers, but he was still far from being able to compete with those who truly understood wine. But of course this reason cannot be spoken out. Then Lin Ye raised his head slightly, his eyes suddenly became deep, and he said in a subtle tone. "For me, the higher the bar, the better. Luxurious decoration and expensive wines, although these things are gorgeous and beautiful, will keep most guests away. What I pursue is not wealth and fame, but resonance with my guests." Resonance with the guests. Kusaka Omi seemed to understand something, but not fully understand it. Her thin eyebrows were slightly frowned, as if thinking about something. There was a gleam in Lin Ye's eyes. This was not just some nonsense to fool the public, but also his true thoughts. He continued, "Standing at the small bar counter, I listen to the customers' voices, witness their joys and sorrows, and observe the changes in them every time they come to the store. From one person to two people, from strangers to familiar people, from self-confidence to frustration, from dejection to recovery, from immaturity to maturity. I am fascinated by these changes. When guests drink the wine I mix and feel happy, I feel happy. When guests release the sadness in their hearts, I feel sad. This kind of resonance of soul is what I am looking for. However, this kind of resonance is hard to find in high-end bars. Most of the guests who go to high-end bars are social elites. They rarely show their vulnerable side in front of others, and the troubles they encounter are similar, which is not interesting. Only a small street bar like this, where anyone can enter, is my ideal place. Here, you can get a glimpse of the truest face of a city and touch more real and vivid souls. Mixing drinks and witnessing life, this is my way of bartending. Kusaka Omi stared blankly at Lin Ye's face. This man's face seems to be glowing. She suddenly burst into laughter. Uncle, you looked like a Buddha just now. Lin Ye instantly fell from his high point and said in surprise. Buddha? Yeah, your head seemed to be glowing just now, just like Buddha. The resonance of the soul, what an interesting uncle. No wonder Xia Fan was fascinated by him and hid him like a treasure from me. Hearing Su Mei's inner voice, Lin Ye couldn't help but look at Xia Fan. Is she fascinated by me? How come I don't know? Xia Fan seemed to be in a daze, but when she met Lin Ye's gaze, she came to her senses instantly and turned her head away with a red face. Lin Ye's expression was also a little stiff, because he had just seen something incredible in Xia Fan's heart. A golden Buddha statue, whose face looks exactly like his. What was this guy thinking? Did he really think of himself as a Buddha? Lin Ye was a little amused. After drinking a whole cup of Tokyo iced tea, Kusaka Omi did not seem to be drunk at all. She was still energetic and asked Lin Ye questions. She even had 2 more cups and still showed no signs of being drunk. Lin Ye was a little surprised. This girl looked so young, but her alcohol tolerance seemed to be extraordinary. Uncle, what are you looking at? Are you fascinated by me? After drinking a few glasses of wine, although she was not drunk, her face became rosy and she looked even more attractive. Lin Ye said calmly, I was just thinking that Miss Shimei has a really good alcohol tolerance. Of course, I'm a good drinker. I've been training my drinking capacity since I was a child. Most boys are no match for me, Kusaka Omi said proudly. She suddenly curved her eyes and looked at Lin Ye provocatively. Uncle, do you want to compete with me? Please spare me, I still have to work. Hey, are you scared, uncle? You're such a coward. Miss Omi has been drinking since she was a child. It's no wonder that he felt strange. Neon has a law called Prohibition of Underage Drinking. The law stipulates that only adults over the age of 20 can drink alcohol. If business operators and organizations engaged in alcohol business violate this regulation, they will not only be subject to corresponding administrative penalties, confiscation of alcoholic products, and revocation of alcohol sales licenses, but the relevant personnel will even be fined up to 50 yen. Therefore, places that sell alcohol, such as convenience stores, restaurants, izakayas, etc., will carefully observe customers who come to buy alcohol. If the other party is too young, they will ask about their age and even ask to see their identification documents or driver's license. Even if the other party says that he is buying wine for his family, you would not dare to sell the wine to him rashly. After all, a fine is a small matter, but having your liquor sales license revoked would be troublesome. Despite this, statistics show that a large proportion of Japanese teenagers start drinking in junior high school, and it is even more common among high school students. Drinking is even more common among college students and young people under 20 who enter the workforce after graduating from high school. This is probably related to the phenomenon that police departments focus more on admonition and less on punishment in law enforcement related to underage drinking. If minors are just drinking and not driving or causing trouble, they will not be held accountable. If the police find them, they will only give them advice and warnings. If a store is found selling alcohol to minors, the police will investigate and give warnings, but often nothing happens afterwards and very few stores are punished for this. It is not difficult to imagine what happened in between. Despite this, the law prohibiting underage drinking still has certain binding force on those working in the alcohol industry. For example, the Polo Bar has a rule that if a customer comes to the store and looks too young, they must ask about their age and act strictly in accordance with the law. It can be seen that the owner of Polo Bar is a law-abiding and good citizen. Hearing Lin Ye's question, Kusaka Omi smiled and said, "Of course I started drinking when I was 5. Well, the Underage Drinking Act doesn't say. Although Kusaka Omi said that he started drinking at a young age, he didn't expect it to be so young. The law prohibiting underage drinking, what is that? Kusaka Omi looked as if she had heard something new. Forget it. I'm just kidding. Actually, my family runs a winery, and we've been brewing rice wine several generations ago. That's what I drank when I was a child. It's sweet and has a very low alcohol content. Kusaka Omi took a sip of wine and explained with a smile. So that's how it is. Lin Ye suddenly realized that if it was a family business of brewing wine, it would make sense to give children some rice wine. Some elderly people who love drinking would use chopsticks to dip in wine to amuse children even before the children learn to walk. Some undistilled glutinous rice wines even have only 3 to 5 degrees, and the alcohol content is almost negligible. However, he still thinks that it is not a good idea to give alcohol to minors, especially children. However, Kusaka Omi had nothing to do with him, so he couldn't blame her for anything. If it was his own child, he would never allow him to drink before he reached adulthood. Before she knew it, Kusaka Omi's wine glass was empty again. Aragaki Keiho had been paying attention to the bar. When she saw that Kusaka Omi's glass was empty, she immediately came over and asked. "Zum, when are you going back?" "Oh, I just chatted with your beloved uncle for a few words, and you want to chase me away? But I haven't had enough to drink yet." Poof. Uncle baby. Lin Ye almost choked on his own saliva. Are Tokyo girls so wild? Uncles can also match with babes. Drink less. You've already started talking nonsense, what's the point of calling you my dear uncle? I won't care about you if you're drunk, let the uncle in the store pick you up. Several uncles who were drinking in the store immediately pricked up their ears. What, such a good thing? On Christmas Eve alone, I feel empty, lonely and cold. Only the recommendation votes can comfort the heart of a single offer. Chapter 23. Rixia turned his head to look at Lin Ye at the bar. His big eyes were sparkling and he seemed a little drunk. Then let this uncle pick me up and take me home. Lin Ye touched his face and said, do I really look like an uncle? Could it be that these two women had the ability to see through his soul? They knew that although he looked young on the outside, he was actually a 33-year-old man on the inside. Kusaka Omi looked at Lin Ye's face carefully and blinked. If you look closely, the uncle is quite young and handsome, but I don't know why, he gives people the feeling of an uncle. Aragaki Chiffon glanced at Lin Ye and pouted, maybe it's because he's mean. Apologize to the uncles in the store. Lin Ye really wanted to say that, but when he saw several uncles secretly glancing at the two people in front of the bar, he felt powerless. Wow, what a great figure, much better than that yellow-faced woman at home. It was the right decision to come here for a drink today. Long live Polo Bar. If I could sleep on those legs, my life would have no regrets. Can I really take it home? The uncle is not vulgar at all, I think it's because of his temperament, well, a mature and steady temperament, Kusaka Omi defended Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded in agreement. Look, what Xiaxamai said is so correct. Comrade Xiaoxia should learn more. Seeing Lin Ye nod shamelessly, Aragaki Keiho became even angrier. What's wrong with these two guys? Why do they seem to be on the same side? I was obviously the one who knew them first, whether it was Lin Ye or Su Mei, but these two seem to be together. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little scared. They are not really in love with each other, are they? Hearing Aragaki's thoughts, Lin Ye burst out laughing. As expected of little Xia Fan, she has a rich imagination. You tempted me so much a few days ago, but I was unmoved, so how could I be seduced by Xiao Shumei, whom I just met? Although Xiao Shumei was wearing something quite spicy, Lin Ye didn't like spicy food. Kusaka Omi also noticed that there was something wrong with Xia Fan's expression, and suddenly poked her waist. Hey, what are you doing? Xia Fan slapped Kusaka Omi's hand away in embarrassment. Rixia smiled and said, I was just joking, I don't want to be picked up by an uncle and taken home, I'm just waiting for you to get off work, when you get off work, we can go back together. So you were just kidding. Hearing the uncle's disappointed voices, Lin Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wake up, uncles. Don't be led by girls who are a dozen years younger than you. Oh, I see, Aragaki breathed a sigh of relief but pretended not to care. So even if I get drunk, you will still take me back, right? Kusaka Omi blinked. Humph, since you're begging me like this. Aragaki Keiho had only said half of her words when Kusaka Omi hugged her waist, buried her face in her arms and started to move around. Thank you, Xia Fan-chan, I knew you were the best to me, a coquettish voice came from Aragaki Xia Fan's arms. I know, let go quickly. There are customers in the store. Lin Ye looked at the two of them, a smile appeared on his lips, and he thought that they had a really good relationship. But suddenly, his expression changed and the smile on his lips froze. Xiao Xia Fan is mine, I won't let any other man take her away. If anyone dares to take her away from me, I will kill him. I will definitely kill him. Lin Ye. No wonder Xia Fan didn't tell Omi where she worked, it turns out he is also a dangerous person. By the way, aren't there too many dangerous people coming to the store these 2 days? Miss Hitomi who wants to kill her ex-boyfriend, the sister who is responsible for the organization's mission, and then there is Kusaka Omi in front of him. Gin and vodka are even more heavyweight, full of the temperament of criminal elites. Especially Jin, killing seems to be a pleasurable thing for him, maybe he is a professional killer. Uncle, another drink. Kusaka Omi finally let go of Xia Fan, pushed the glass forward, and asked Lin Ye for wine. Lin Ye made and poured the wine silently. After another cup of Tokyo iced tea, it seemed that the alcohol was taking effect. Kusaka Omi finally showed some signs of being drunk. Her cheeks were flushed and her tone of voice changed. Uncle, I heard that you and Xia Fan went to the amusement park together yesterday. Damn it, she actually went to that amusement park with Xia Fan before me. I invited her several times but she refused. She also took such intimate photos and put them on the bedside. I was so angry. Kusaka Omi's jealous and murderous psychological activities certainly made Lin Ye's heart tighten, but what surprised him even more was that Aragaki actually put that photo on the bedside. Could it be that this guy is really obsessed with me? Uncle, if you continue to be in a daze, I will be angry. Kusaka Omi held the wine glass tightly, her eyes curved into crescents. Is that savoring expression a challenge to me? Damn it, I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Lin Ye saw the scene in Kusaka Omi's mind. It's too cruel to use a fork. Lin Ye came back to his senses and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Huh, yes, that amusement park is pretty good. Are you having fun? Kusaka Omi looked up with a harmless expression. Well, it's okay. There was a clang at the door. Lin Ye looked towards the door, and two men in black entered the store one after another. Here they come again. Walking in front was still Jin with the flowing silver hair. Lin Ye felt like he had seen a savior. He would rather face the two men in black than face Kusaka Omi. At least these two men in black wouldn't kill him for no reason, but after drinking, this guy in front of him seemed to have entered berserker mode, and kept stabbing himself in his mind. It was terrifying. When Kusaka Omi heard the door open, she turned around curiously. When she saw Jin walking towards the bar, she was stunned for a moment, and a strange blush appeared on her face. What a cold-blooded man. His temperament is just like a cold-blooded killer. Lin Ye glanced at Kusaka Omi. This girl has a really good eye for people, but could she be interested in Jin? Jin does have a face that can charm thousands of girls. He has a tall figure. Silver waist-length hair that even women would envy, and a cool temperament. He is simply a girl killer. Not to mention a young girl, even an old lady would probably take a few more glances at this young man. But this guy is a real killer, a cold-blooded killer. If Kusaka Omi sets her sights on him, she would be like a moth flying into a flame. Lin Ye had already seen Jin's handsome frown. Humph, there is a boring woman. I should have come back later. Vodka's voice also came, another woman who is fascinated by the big brother. Humph, stupid woman, the big brother will not be attracted to you, give up. The two of them sat on the other side of the bar, with Vodka sitting in the middle, using his burly body to block Kusaka Omi's view. Damn big guy, how dare you block me from looking at the handsome guy? Kill. Kusaka Omi finally gave up on torturing Lin Ye and started drinking vodka. Thank you, vodka. Lin Ye looked at Vodka with gratitude and a business smile appeared on his face. What would you like to drink today, guys? Chapter 24. Vodka looked at Lin Ye strangely. Why did this kid look so strange? Then he said, me too. Lin Ye looked at Vodka in surprise. Isn't this gentleman driving today? We took a taxi here today. Wait, how did you know I was driving? Vodka suddenly reacted, and two sharp glances shot out from under his dark sunglasses. There is murderous intent. Even through the thick sunglasses, Lin Ye could feel it. Lin Ye was shocked, but his expression remained normal and he smiled. You didn't drink during your first 2 visits, but I can tell that you are a heavy drinker. If a heavy drinker enters a bar but doesn't drink, he's either taking medication or driving. The answer is obvious, isn't it? Vodka thought about it and it seemed to be true. You are quite smart. Thank you for the compliment, sir. 2 glasses of gin fizz, please. While Lin Ye was preparing the materials for Gin Feisher, he was eavesdropping on their thoughts. Chin Vodka has been with me for so many years, but he is still so reckless. When will he improve? Phew, today I can finally drink this guy's cocktail. I want to see what kind of taste can make Big Brother praise it so much that he comes here for 3 days in a row. Lin Ye's mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry, vodka will not let you down. Gin Fizz is one of the classic cocktails based on gin. It is made by adding lemon juice, syrup and soda water to gin. This drink tests the mastery of the proportions of ingredients and the bartender's shaking skills. Adding ice cubes, gin, lemon juice and syrup into the shaker in turn, Lin Ye began to shake the silver shaker in his hand. As his arm swung at high speed, the silver pot in his hand turned into a dazzling silver light. The ice cubes in the pot continuously hit the pot wall, making a rhythmic sound. Jin looked at Lin Ye's hands, listened to the sound of ice cubes colliding near his ears, and gradually became fascinated, as if he was listening to a musician's performance. The movements are so graceful, yet the impact is so powerful. What a wonderful sound, it's the perfect rocking harmony. The sound suddenly stopped. And Lin Ye quickly put away the cocktail shaker, opened the lid, and filtered the wine into a Collins glass with ice cubes. Top with soda water and garnish with lemon peel. 2 glasses of gin fizz, done. Lin Ye gently pushed 2 glasses of wine in front of the 2 people with both hands, and said with a smile, "You too, please enjoy your golden fish." Jin picked up the glass and took a sip. Lin Ye's drinking skills surprised him again. Balance of sweet and sour, with the fresh fragrance of lemon and the herbal aroma of plants. The bubbles of soda water burst in the mouth, and multiple flavors blend into one, stimulating and sweet. A perfect cup of gin fizz. Vodka also drank his share. The eyes behind the sunglasses suddenly widened. What? It tastes good. Tons. Vodka drained the glass in one gulp and pushed it forward. Continued cup. Lin Ye smiled slightly, looking at the man who was conquered by his drinking skills. Okay, just a second. After the second glass of gin fizz, Lin Ye became more and more pleasing to Vodka's eyes. No wonder the eldest brother was fascinated by this kid's wine, there really is something behind it. Jin glanced at Vodka and shook his head slightly. His way of drinking was much more elegant, he was enjoying the pleasure of this perfect glass of gin fizz while thinking about things. Heh, that stupid woman, Akemi Mayano, thought she could leave the organization by completing the mission. How naive. Lin Ye's heart moved. Woman, mission. Could it be the sister who came to the store before? It turns out her name is Mayano Akemi. My sister really thought things were too simple. Criminal organizations won't talk about loyalty or trust. 1 billion yuan is not a small amount, 1 billion. Lin Ye began to suspect that he was hallucinating again. But then again, 1 billion yuan in retirement benefits isn't enough. This organization is really shady. Even if she succeeds in getting the money, she will still die. Once you join the organization, there is no turning back. Surely, don't blame me for being cruel. Who let your stupid sister want to take you away from the organization? You are a big celebrity in the organization, Surely. Is that a code name for your younger sister? Lin Ye remembered the young woman he met in the coffee shop during the day. It seems that this younger sister has a much higher status in the organization than her older sister. Jin called her older sister a stupid woman, while the younger sister has the code name Sherry. Sherry is a good thing. It is a fortified wine made from white grapes from a specific producing area in Spain. Lin Ye has a special liking for this wine. I couldn't help but feel a little curious about the little sister codenamed Shirley. What does she do in the organization? The delicate image he saw in the coffee shop during the day appeared in Lin Ye's mind. He looks weak and lacks exercise, like a captive canary. He can't be a killer. He must be a technician who stays indoors for a long time, right? Her sister was so determined to leave the organization, it seemed that neither of them worked for the organization voluntarily, but were forced to do so. Should I remind Miss Mingmei next time she comes to the store? Lin Ye considered. Judging from Jin's inner voice, this mysterious organization suspected to be a brewery wants to eliminate Miss Akemi because she wants to leave the organization with her sister. But the sister codenamed Shirley is obviously a relatively important member of the organization, and the organization is unlikely to let her go. If only Miss Mingmei left the organization, then maybe it would be possible. But asking her to give up her sister seems unlikely. By the way, besides her sister, it seems that Miss Mingmei's motivation for leaving the organization is also related to the man named Dajuan. Perhaps we can start from this point and let her choose between her lover and her sister. With organized obstruction, it is unrealistic to want all of them, so who will she choose? At this moment, a slightly cold voice interrupted Lin Ye's thoughts. What's the bartender's name? Lin Ye raised his head and found that Jin was staring at him with great interest. It feels really bad to be stared at by a cold-faced killer, but fortunately Lin Ye is strong-willed enough and can bear it. He responded calmly, Lin Ye. Jin was slightly surprised when he heard the name. Mr. Lin is a foreigner. Yes, Huagua, I stayed here after I finished college. Jin nodded. As far as I know, China has a long history of brewing wine, including Fengjiu, Dukang, Shifeng, Baigan, but there are very few modern bars in China, and even fewer bartenders. Mr. Lin is so young, but he has such a superb bartending skill, which is really amazing. Lin Ye smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, sir. I have been interested in wine since I was a child. Later, when I came into contact with the art of bartending, I was deeply fascinated by it. One of the reasons why I chose to stay after graduation was to hone my bartending skills." Lin Ye's words were not made up. Although the original body only had about a month's worth of memory left, Lin Ye found his diary when he was tidying up the room, and thus learned some things that happened even longer ago. I see, although China's wine culture has a long history and there are many drinkers, they seem to prefer drinking it neat and have a low acceptance of foreign wines and cocktails. It is indeed a wise move for Mr. Lin to stay, Jin agreed. If Lin Ye chose to return to China and open a bar, he would most likely be alone behind the bar every day and would have no chance to show his talents. Staying is indeed a better choice. While drinking, Jin had an in-depth exchange with Lin Ye on wine culture around the world. At this moment, Vodka, who was sitting next to Jin, was looking at his elder brother with surprise. Why did Big Brother suddenly become so talkative? He talked more to this kid than he did to me in the past 3 days combined. Did this kid put something weird in the wine? Chapter 25. Lin Ye has thought about returning to China. But first, he had no money. Originally, he belonged to the Moonlight clan and had no concept of saving money. The savings in his card were only half a month's salary, a mere 80,000 yen. It's definitely enough to buy the ticket, but what about after you get back? More importantly, over the past few days, he found that this world was a little strange. He couldn't tell exactly what was strange about it, but he had a strong intuition that this world was not the world he originally lived in. This Tokyo was not the Tokyo of the 90s that he knew. The motherland on the other side is probably not the motherland where he was born. Even if he went back, he wouldn't be able to see his relatives and friends from his previous life, so there would be no point in going back. It's not bad to be a bartender in this mysterious Tokyo. It's only been a few days, but this bar has already brought him many surprises. For example, these 2 guests with mysterious identities. After a friendly and in-depth communication, Lin Ye discovered that Jin's knowledge of wine was not inferior to his. He even has a deep understanding of China's ancient wines. It turns out that this cold-faced killer has this side of him. The image of Jin in his mind has changed from a simple cold-blooded killer to a wine lover. The sense of oppression that Jin brought to him was also greatly reduced. At least when talking about wine, he was not a cold-blooded killer, but a believer in wine. Outside the bar, Kusaka Omi looked at Lin Ye with envy. She also wanted to chat with this cool silver-haired guy, but she couldn't get a word in. She looked at Lin Ye for help from time to time, trying to get Lin Ye to create opportunities for her to join the conversation. Unfortunately, Lin Ye completely ignored her, as if Jin was the only one in his eyes. She could only continue to vent her anger by scolding Lin Ye in her heart. Of course, Lin Ye was not unaware of the hint in Kusaka Omi's eyes, but he couldn't let this girl who only looked at looks get involved with Jin, as that would be harming her. However, he wanted to protect Kusaka Omi's personal safety, but Kusaka Omi took the initiative to attack. "Uncle, I've finished my drink," Kusaka pushed his glass forward, interrupting their conversation. Lin Ye had a bad feeling in his heart, as if this stupid girl was going to give him a hard time. But she was a guest, and the guest's wine was finished, so he naturally couldn't ignore it. He could only pause his communication with Jin and asked, "Miss Shumei, do you want to drink more?" "My advice is to stop here, although good wine is good, drinking too much is harmful to your health." Lin Ye gave a warm reminder. But Rixia didn't appreciate it. "Stop talking nonsense, it's not like I won't pay you." It was hard to persuade the damned ghost with kind words, so Lin Ye said helplessly, "Is it still Tokyo iced tea?" "Yes, and pour this gentleman a glass as well, it's my treat." Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. This guy really didn't know how to live or die. Are women creatures who only look at faces? "Sir, the lady here would like to invite you for a drink, what do you think?" Lin Ye could only ask Jin. He knew Jin would definitely refuse, and he didn't want to waste the wine, so he asked for his opinion in advance. The ice that melted during the conversation with Lin Ye covered Jin's face again. "Humph, no need, I don't drink from strangers." "Woman, you have already received your death." Vodka on the side also thought angrily. This woman is really ignorant. She only invited Big Brother. "Where is my cup?" Just as Lin Ye expected, Jin simply refused. After hearing his thoughts, Lin Ye was even more worried about Kusaka Omi. "Little fool, please calm down. I hope you can understand that if you don't seek death, you won't die." This is not the man you can flirt with. If it doesn't work, you can just come and tease me. For the sake of the guest's safety, Lin Ye is not unwilling to sacrifice his own looks. However, Kusaka Omi is a girl with a strong opinion and is quite persistent. Jin's cold rejection did not make her give up. Instead, she stood up from the chair and walked behind Jin. Sir, Jin suddenly turned around, and his gaze was like an icy bullet, instantly piercing through Kusaka Omi's brain. Kusaka Omi opened her mouth, and felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her whole body was cold, and she couldn't utter the rest of the words. She had wanted to ask his name. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Could this man really be a killer? Lin Ye sighed in his heart. Congratulations, you got it right. But there is no reward. Ms. Omi, since this gentleman has no intention of being friends with you, please sit back down and don't bother other guests. Lin Ye's gentle voice pulled Kusaka Omi back from the cold ice cave. She lowered her head and silently walked to the table in the corner of the bar and sat down. Seeing that her expression was not right, Aragaki Keiho hurried over to comfort her. At the bar, Lin Ye smiled at Jin and said, "Sorry, that guest has already had 5 drinks." Jin raised his lips and said, "She can drink quite well then. Tokyo iced tea is a strong drink for girls." Seeing Jin's smile, Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief for Kusaka Omi. Fortunately, although Jin was a murderer, he didn't kill anyone. Obviously, Zyakusamai had no interest in letting him do it. Just as Lin Ye and Jin continued to discuss wine, on the 3rd floor, at the Mori family's home. Conan. Go to the convenience store and buy a bar of soap. Kogoro Mori's voice came from the bathroom. Oh. Conan, who was watching a football game in the living room, responded unhappily. As for Xiaolan, she went back to her house again, saying she wanted to see if Shinichi was back. Of course not, because I'm right here, Conan thought helplessly. But he couldn't tell the truth to Xiaolan. As Dr. Agasa said, if his identity was exposed, not only himself but also the people around him would suffer. But we have to find a way, otherwise Xiaolan will keep worrying. Although she is always smiling at home, she must be worried to death in her heart, right? Thinking about these questions, Conan walked to the nearest convenience store and bought some soap. When we returned to the downstairs of Maori Detective Agency, 2 men in black happened to come out of the bar door on the 1st floor. Conan's pupils suddenly contracted and the soap in his hand fell to the ground. Those 2 people are. He would recognize those 2 people even if they turned into ashes. He is the culprit who hit himself with a club and fed himself a strange poison, turning himself into this state. His body froze, as if grasped by an invisible force, unable to move. He could only watch as the 2 men got into a taxi and drove away. Before getting on the bus, the burly man in sunglasses seemed to glance in his direction. It was not until the taxi disappeared around the corner of the street that Conan regained his ability to move, gasping for breath like a drowning man who had just emerged from the water. He found helplessly that he could do nothing now. Even if he hadn't become smaller, he would not be a match for those 2 people in a head-on confrontation, not to mention that his current body is only that of a 6-year-old child. A deep feeling of powerlessness surged through my whole body. What else can I do in this situation? How about this, I'll just be a carefree kid. If I become like this, they will never be able to find me. Such thoughts flashed past. Wrong. Conan woke up instantly. I must find out the identities of those 2 people and the organization behind them. Bring them to justice. Only in this way can I return to Xiaolan and become the famous detective again, Kudo Shinichi. Thinking of Xiaolan's worried face, Conan became motivated again. Just wait, Kudo Shinichi, will definitely come back. They would never imagine that they would become what they are now, and this is my greatest advantage. Just use the identity of a 1st-grade student as a cover and conduct a secret investigation. Conan picked up the soap that fell on the ground and looked at the sign of Polo Bar, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Did the 2 of them come here simply to drink? Or was this their contact point? Anyway, let's go in and investigate. Detective Conan, on the move. Chapter 26. The driver secretly observed the 2 passengers in the back seat through the rearview mirror. What a strange guest, wearing all black at night. Who is he? Jin naturally noticed the driver's prying, frowned, and decided to let Vodka drive next time. Or he would drive when he came, and Vodka would drive when he left, which was fair. Taking a taxi or something like that is really not in line with his status. Brother, that kid just now was acting weird, Vodka said in a deep voice. I must be scared by you, Jin didn't take it seriously. Just a kid, not worth wasting his attention. Vodka thought about it and felt that what his brother said made sense. It's normal that we scared the children to tears since my brother and I were dressed so coolly and had such extraordinary temperaments. The little brat just now must have been intimidated by the criminal elite temperament of himself and his elder brother. Vodka, don't be so willful next time, Jin suddenly said. Vodka naturally understood what Big Brother meant and nodded, yes, brother, I will drive carefully next time. But he was thinking in his heart, why not find a member of an external organization to be the driver? After all, he is a well-known figure in the organization. Although he is not as good as Brother Jin, it is only a matter of minutes to call a driver. I just don't know whether Brother Jin will agree or not. Vodka glanced cautiously at Jin beside him. Polo Bar. 9:15. Kusaka Omi had returned to the bar, lying on the wooden bar in a listless manner. Lin Ye wiped the wine glass he had just cleaned and said earnestly, Ms. Sume, it is better not to provoke some people, the identities of those two people are not simple. Uncle, do you know what they do? Lin Ye shook his head. Of course he couldn't directly say that they were two heavyweight criminals. He could only say vaguely. Although I don't know what they do specifically, I've served many guests in the bar, and I do have some eyes for people, a man like him won't be easily interested in women, I advise you not to waste your time. Kusaka Omi was stunned for a moment, then stared at Lin Ye's face and smiled, Uncle is jealous? Eat your head, Lin Ye poured her a glass of water. Drink some water, or you will feel uncomfortable. Uncle, you are so considerate, thank you, Kusaka Omi took the cup and took a sip of water. The cool water moistened her dry lips and tongue, and also cleared her mind. Since you are so considerate, the death penalty for seducing my Keiho will be suspended. I thank you. Looking at Kusaka Omi's harmless smile, Lin Ye felt a little funny. But does this guy like women or men? Judging from the fact that she wants to monopolize Keiho and is also interested in Jin, it seems that she can do both. But obviously, this guy is absolutely obsessed with looks. By the way, Uncle, do you know the name of that handsome silver-haired guy? Lin Ye glanced at her. Is this guy still not giving up? Don't you know that bartenders can't disclose guests' privacy casually? Uncle, no, Brother Lin Ye, please tell me, Kusaka Omi said coquettishly, and her voice gave Xia Fan, who was standing beside her, goosebumps. Lin Ye could still bear it. He had seen uncles who acted like spoiled brats after getting drunk. After all, she was still a beautiful girl. But even if she was a beautiful girl, he would never reveal Jin's information to her. And Jin is obviously not his real name, just a code name. Didn't I tell you that he's a dangerous man? You'd better not get close to him, besides, I really don't know his name. I know, I just don't want to accept it, Rixia laid on the bar again, his chest pressing against it mercilessly. I didn't even ask his name, it's so embarrassing, it's better to be embarrassed than to lose your life, Lin Ye thought. At this time, the bell at the door rang. Lin Ye looked towards the door. The person who came in was not a guest, but Conan holding a box of soap, and there was an inexplicable fighting spirit burning in Conan's eyes. As soon as he saw Conan's eyes full of fighting spirit, Lin Ye guessed that he must have seen the duo who had just left the store. It was those two who turned him from Shinichi into Conan. Lin Ye was also very curious about how those two did it. At this time, Conan ran into the store, he must have come to inquire about the news of those two people. Little Conan, why don't you go to bed so late? Aren't you afraid you will be late for school tomorrow? Kudo Shinichi, no, Conan also played the role of a primary school student, ran to the front of the bar, and said in a baby voice. Uncle Lin Ye, the two people who just left the store look like the bad guys on TV. Why, do you want to investigate them, little detective? Well, uncle, are you willing to cooperate with my investigation? Tell me the information of those two people. Sorry, little detective, a bartender cannot disclose guests' privacy at will, this is professional ethics, just like a detective cannot disclose case information to outsiders at will, Lin Ye refused with a smile. Damn it, what professional ethics. Those two were the bastards who fed me a strange poison and turned me into this. I must find out where they came from. Looking at Conan who looked unwilling, a picture flashed through Lin Ye's mind. A high school detective peeping. A shadow approaching from behind. A collision between a head and a stick. A strange pill poured into the mouth. Lin Ye was stunned. Poison. He finally knew how Shinichi became Conan. This is not poison at all, it is clearly a magic medicine that can bring back youth. If it could be mass-produced, and one could buy one when old, wouldn't that make one immortal? Wouldn't one be sold at a sky-high price? Mysterious organization, so terrifying. Conan at the bar was still unwilling to give up and begged. Uncle Lin Ye, just tell me, I can give you a tip. Lin Ye laughed, sorry, Shao Conan, those two people just came to the store these few days, I am not familiar with them at all, and I don't even know their names, even if you give me a big tip, I can't tell you anything. Has Uncle ever talked to them? Have they mentioned anyone? We just talked about wine, you little kid doesn't understand, it's so late, I think you should go back to bed and stop playing detective games. Okay, thank you Uncle, Conan looked disappointed. This guy might be in the same group with them. On the surface, he is an ordinary bartender, but in fact, he is an informant who helps to collect intelligence. Let's go ask someone else. By the way, that sister is a part-time college student, she should be innocent, let's ask her. As expected of a detective, he has a rich imagination. Looking at Conan running towards Aragaki Keiho, Lin Ye laughed. Naturally, Conan didn't get any useful information from Aragaki Keiho. He only knew that the two people came to the store for the first time the day before yesterday. He was just looking thoughtful when the door of the bar was pushed open again. The person who came in was Kogoro Muri, wearing a bathrobe. Conan, you little brat, I told you to go buy some soap, but you're just standing here in a daze. Mari waited in the bathroom for a long time but Conan didn't come back. He wondered if this kid had been kidnapped. So he went downstairs to check the convenience store. But when he passed by the bar, he saw through the window Conan who was in a daze in the store with a box of soap in his hand. He immediately became furious and rushed into the bar. When Conan saw the aggressive Uncle Maori, his expression suddenly froze. Ahaha, Uncle Maori, things are not what you think. Stop talking nonsense and wait for me to deal with you when I get back, Xiaolan is not here, hey. Kogoro Muri picked up Conan, who looked like he had lost all hope in life, said hello to Lin Ye at the bar, and left with Conan in his hand. I'll go back and take a bath with this kid. First, I'll let him rub my back, and then I'll spank him hard. Looking at the closed door of the bar, Lin Ye prayed silently for Conan in his heart. Conan-san, I wish you and your childhood friend's father a happy bath. Chapter 27. 10:20. Uncle, goodbye, Kusaka, who was supported by Aragaki Keiho, waved to Lin Ye with a smile. Aragaki Keiho, who was supporting her, looked away with a red face and showed no intention of saying goodbye. Be careful on the road, Lin Ye casually reminded them and watched the two leave. Then I stay in the store until 2 o'clock and leave work on time. The next morning, we still had to get up at 8 o'clock. Eat breakfast, go for a walk, and then go for a run. Lin Ye felt that his body was much lighter today than yesterday, and he stopped less often to rest. When he passed by the coffee shop he had been to yesterday, he stopped again, walked to the open-air seat he had sat at yesterday, and ordered a cup of coffee and a small piece of cake. Glancing into the store, I saw a young couple sitting in the seat by the window, feeding each other dog food. Although they only met once, the young girl codenamed Shirley left a deep impression on him. When she smiles, she is like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. I wonder if I will have the chance to see her again. Her sister, Akemi Mayano, seemed to be about to do something stupid. At this moment when Lin Ye was drinking coffee and basking in the warm sun, he made his decision. The next time Miss Mingmei comes to the store, I must find a way to remind her not to act rashly. It can be seen that the two sisters have a very good relationship. If something happens to the elder sister, the younger sister will definitely be very sad. At that time, she might do something stupid, and both beautiful sisters would wither away. That kind of thing is not allowed. Lin Ye hoped to see them sitting in the window seat like they did yesterday, talking in the sunshine with happy smiles on their faces. And there were no extra men in black around. In the afternoon, 5:20. As soon as Lin Ye arrived at the door of Polo Bar, he saw a few little kids lying in front of the big window outside the store, peeking into the store. One of them was Conan. This kid, is he still doubting himself? Walking behind the few people, Lin Ye coughed lightly, and the children turned around instantly, looking nervous as if they were caught doing something bad. Lin Ye looked at the children. There is no need to talk about Conan, he is transformed by Kudo Shinichi. Standing on his left is a very cute little girl with big eyes, a cute look, and a headband on her head. On Conan's right is a little boy with freckles on his face and a middle-parted hair. He looks quite smart. The one on the right is a little fat boy, about the same size as two Conans. What are you guys looking at? Good afternoon, Uncle Lin Ye, Conan scratched his head. His little face was round and his smile was cute enough to melt an adult's heart. Before I eliminate this guy's suspicion, I must be careful and never let him see my true identity. Lin Ye glanced at Conan's head and thought to himself, I already know. What? It turns out you're someone we know, you scared me. We are playing a detective game, Uncle, do you want to come and play with us? You can play the bad guy, Conan disguised himself with a cute face and secretly observed Lin Ye's expression. If this guy shows any sign of nervousness, it proves that he has something to hide. Lin Ye wanted to laugh. After more than 10 years of working at the bar, he was already able to control his emotions and expressions freely. Even if he really had a secret in his heart, how could he let a high school student see what he was thinking? Uncle still has to prepare for business, so he doesn't have time to play with you. You should go play with Uncle Maori. Uncle Maori is very busy. When Kogoro Muri was mentioned, Conan's expression became unnatural and he covered his butt nervously. That jerk uncle dragged me to take a shower last night, and he almost rubbed the skin off my butt under the pretext of scrubbing me. Damn it, I will take revenge one day. Hearing Conan's thoughts, Lin Ye almost couldn't help laughing out loud. These father and daughter are really interesting. One of them is serious with children, and the other one is not a real child. He even wants to live with them. There will definitely be a lot of fun to watch every day. But that was impossible. Even if he agreed to Uncle Maori's proposal 2 days ago and became his godson, it would be unlikely for him to live in his house. After all, there was Xiaolan. There is another way, which is to become Uncle Maori's son-in-law, but Xiaolan is only in high school, and she already has someone in her heart. Lin Ye would not do anything to steal someone else's love. What's more, Shinichi, who has become Conan, lives in the Mori family. If he goes to pursue Xiaolan, wouldn't that be like confronting a minotaur in front of him? That would be too inhumane. Even if you kill Lin Ye, he would never do such a thing. Uncle, are you an employee of this store? Can you let us in to take a look? I have never been to a bar before. The boy with freckles and a middle-parted hair acted very maturely and said, bars are for adults. If children go in and out, they might be questioned by the police. Yuan Tai, you should not make things difficult for this uncle. Lin Ye looked at him with some surprise. This little boy really thinks a lot. The little girl with big eyes said, but we are just going in to take a look, we are not drinking, it should be okay. Besides, aren't you curious about what's inside, Mitsuhiko? The boy called Mitsuhiko scratched his cheek in embarrassment, and the mature look he tried so hard to put on instantly vanished. Well, I am indeed quite curious. Lin Ye smiled and asked, Conan, are these your classmates? Ah, yes, Conan nodded. Hehe, these guys are pestering me and want to be my friend. Please, you are too enthusiastic. Since you are Conan's friend, of course there is no problem, but you must not make trouble in the store. Lin Ye smiled at the three of them. Great, thank you uncle, the three cheered. After entering the store, Lin Ye poured a glass of orange soda for each of the children and placed it on the bar. Here, this is a drink for you. Uncle, we are children and cannot drink alcohol, there are laws. Mitsuhiko hesitated. You're so small, uncle treated us to a drink, so of course we have to give him face. The chubby boy named Yuantai patted Mitsuhiko on the back and said dissatisfiedly. The little girl with big eyes hesitated, but glanced curiously at the glasses on the bar. Is that wine? That's soda, not alcohol. Conan couldn't bear it anymore and said speechlessly. Oh, it turns out to be soda. The three children made disappointed sounds together. Why, are you disappointed? Children can't drink alcohol. After drinking the soda, go home quickly. The three of them responded together and sat on the high stools in front of the bar, their 6 legs of varying thickness swaying lively. Conan also jumped onto the chair and sat down. After dealing with these overly enthusiastic little kids, he felt a little thirsty. Uncle, are you the legendary bartender? Mitsuhiko drank soda while curiously observing Lin Ye, who was wiping the wine glass. Legendary, well, for kids, bartender is indeed a legendary profession because it is hard to come by. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh and said, that's right, little friend, uncle is, the legendary bartender. I've seen a bartender competition on TV, cups and bottles flew around like acrobatics, it was amazing. Uncle, can you do it? Mitsuyan stared at Lin Ye with shining eyes, full of anticipation. Chapter 28. You should be watching the fancy bartending competition. Lin Ye smiled, put the cup he was wiping behind his back, and with a flick of his wrist, the glass was thrown up, high over his head, turned a few circles in the air, and landed steadily in his hand in front of him. Wow, uncle is so awesome. The three little ones in front of the bar applauded together, and even Conan clapped his hands perfunctorily. Lin Ye had also studied fancy cocktail making, but he didn't put too much effort into it. After all, wine is for drinking, not for performance, and he pays more attention to the taste of the wine. But after staying in the bar for a long time, touching wine glasses and bottles every day, even without practicing deliberately, he can play with wine glasses and bottles in some ways. But to be on the safe side, he should not be too drunk in front of a few kids. If a bottle of wine is broken, his salary will be. In his previous life, after he opened his own bar, there was a young man working in his store who was too playful in front of the customers and accidentally knocked over a bottle of wine on the first row of the wine cabinet. That was a bottle of famous wine that a customer had left in the store, and one bottle cost tens of thousands of yuan. After Lin Ye found out, although he didn't blame the young man too much, he still had to take the responsibility. The boy was quite handsome. The customer who stored the wine was a young woman whose husband traveled around the world on business all year round. After Lin Ye asked him to visit her in person, he successfully obtained the lady's forgiveness. Lin Ye also deducted 2 months' salary from the boy, but the boy didn't seem to have any complaints about it. After returning, he still worked happily in the store and even worked harder than usual. At that time, he thought, well, young people really need to go through some trials before they can grow. Now, Boss Lin has become a younger brother working in someone else's store, so it is better for him to keep a low profile. But the kids in front of the bar obviously didn't think so. They opened their cute eyes wide and looked at him expectantly, asking him to have another one. Lin Ye was just worrying about what to do with these children when the bell at the door rang. When Lin Ye saw Aragaki Keiho pushing the door and entering the store, he looked at her for help as if she had seen a savior. Xin Yuan saw a few children in front of the bar, looked at Lin Ye, and said, "Where did you kidnap these children from? Who do you think I am?" "They are Conan's classmates." "Sister, you are so beautiful, like a big foreign star." The little girl with a headband had bright eyes and kept her eyes on Aragaki Keiho since she entered the store. "Thank you, little friend, you are very cute too." Women really love to hear compliments, especially sincere compliments from children. Seeing the gentle smile on Aragaki's face, Lin Ye almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. She actually had such an expression. "Little sister, what's your name?" Aragaki asked. "My name is Ayumi, Yoshida Ayumi. What about you, sister?" "Aragaki Keiho," Aragaki said with a smile. "Where are you two?" She looked at Mitsuhiko and Genta beside her. Mitsuhiko blushed and lowered his head. "My name is Mitsuhiko Tsuburaya, I'm 7 years old." Yuan Tai chuckled, looked at Aragaki Keiho, then at Lin Ye. "Is my sister this uncle's girlfriend?" Aragaki Keiho blushed, and said, suppressing her shame and murderous intent. "Huh, little brother, don't talk nonsense, we are just ordinary colleagues. This kid really deserves a beating. He just opens his mouth and says, girlfriend or something, no way." Lin Ye stood at the bar with a smile on his face, watching the scene with amusement. But the 3 overly enthusiastic kids obviously wouldn't let him go. "Uncle is smiling, he must be interested in Sister Aragaki, I want to bring them together." Ayumi the uncle is smiling lewdly. "He must be interested in this sister. Since he is treating me to a soda, I will help him." Yuan Tai Aragaki's sister is so beautiful, will Ayumi be as beautiful as her when she grows up? Mitsuhiko, what are these 3 guys up to? Conan. When Lin Ye heard the thoughts of several people, his smile froze. What do these little devils want to do? I have never touched her and I have no interest in her. Can you guys please stop messing around? Sister, uncle was so awesome just now. The wine glass flew up from behind him, spun several times in the sky, and then landed in his hand in front of him. It was so handsome. Ayumi was full of admiration and praised Lin Ye in front of Aragaki. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was just praising me in front of Aragaki. He was quite confident in his own face and could bear it. That's right, it's like controlling a wine glass with your mind, so cool. Mitsuhiko also agreed. I know, uncle has superpowers. Yuan Tai pointed at Lin Ye at the bar and said exaggeratedly. Conan on the side showed a helpless look again. Huh, superpowers are coming out. Come on, we live in a scientific world, there are no superpowers. Lin Ye thought to himself, little Conan, you are wrong, I really do have superpowers, and they are indeed based on telekinesis. At this point, he no longer thinks that the magical phenomena happening to him are symptoms of auditory hallucination. After all, the sounds he hears every time are so consistent with the mood and situation of the person involved. Although this ability reduced some of the fun in his work, he was unable to infer the inner and spiritual world of the guests through their external expressions such as clothing, micro-expressions, body movements, language habits, etc. But for a bartender, being able to listen to the guests' truest voices is simply the greatest ability, just like whiskey and ice cubes go well together. A good bartender needs to accurately grasp the psychological state of the guests so that he can make appropriate cocktails and use wine as a bridge to reach the hearts of the guests. However, every guest has a unique life experience and all kinds of thoughts. Guests with deeper minds are good at hiding their true thoughts. Even a well-known bartender like Lin Ye can make mistakes sometimes. But from now on, he won't have this kind of trouble anymore. I didn't realize you were a person with superpowers. Aragaki Chiffon looked at Lin Ye and smiled with her hand covering her mouth. Lin Ye said helplessly, I didn't expect that I hid so deeply, but you still found me. Conan on the side, hey, uncle, why are you so into the show? Uncle, you should perform for my sister too. Ayumi winked at Lin Ye, as if saying, Uncle, you don't have to thank me, this is what I should do. Yes, yes, uncle, please perform again, we want to see it too, Yuan Tai also encouraged, and he, who was sitting in the middle, clapped his hands on the backs of Mitsuhiko and Conan at the same time. Don't you agree, Mitsuhiko, Conan? Mitsuhiko nodded quickly, yes, uncle, we want to see it too. Conan's glasses were almost knocked off his face, and he gritted his teeth and said, yes. This little brat has really strong hands. The atmosphere was already so exciting that Lin Ye couldn't refuse, so he nodded and said. Okay, then I'll perform another 3 yangs bring good fortune. Lin Ye brought 3 wine glasses and placed them on the bar. 3 yangs bring good luck. What does that mean? Is it an idiom? Mitsuhiko seemed to be thinking about something, as if he was trying hard to recall. As we all know, Japanese also has idioms similar to those in Chinese, which are called 4-character idioms. Moreover, many of them were introduced from China in ancient times, such as reviewing the past to learn the new, besieged on all sides, sleeping on straw and tasting gall, coming back, flowers, birds, wind and moon. But obviously, none of them had heard of Sanyang Kai Tai. Chapter 29. Uncle, what does Sanyang Kai Tai mean? Mitsuhiko asked when he didn't understand. Lin Ye smiled and said, 3 yangs bring good luck, a Chinese auspicious phrase that originated from the Book of Changes, is often used to praise the beginning of a year, implying a good start. Mitsuhiko nodded, looking as if he had learned something new. Even Conan nodded secretly, taking note of this new knowledge. For a detective, it is necessary to keep learning and enrich the knowledge base in his brain. As another ancient Chinese saying goes, live and learn. That's what a detective should be like, not just drinking and watching TV all day like Uncle Maori. As Conan thought about it, he subconsciously began to despise Uncle Maori again. It was his fault that his butt was badly ravaged by the uncle last night. Lin Ye has already started his performance here. He threw 3 wine glasses into the air alternately. Sometimes they flew out from behind him, sometimes they flew over his head. Several children and 1 adult aragaki could hardly keep up. The crystal-clear wine glasses reflected the light, like 3 sparkling elves dancing around Lin Ye. His movements were calm and graceful, neither hurried nor slow, just like a magician. Thinking that the performance was almost over, Lin Ye crossed his arms in front of his chest and caught a wine glass in each hand. The 3rd wine glass fell on his head and stopped steadily, like a crystal prince's crown. Uncle is awesome. Bravo! Can you teach me? The 3 little ones finally woke up from their dazzled state, clapped their hands vigorously, and looked at Lin Ye as if they were their idol. Conan also started clapping. This guy is quite good. Even Aragaki Keiho's big eyes showed surprise and curiosity. This guy actually knows this trick, he is so secretive. How many secrets does he have? Lin Ye bent down and bowed, and the wine glass above his head slipped off. Several people outside the bar exclaimed, thinking that the wine glass was about to break, but Lin Ye reached out with his right hand and caught the falling glass between his slender middle finger and ring finger. The wine glass is my companion, how could I let it break? Lin Ye said with a smile. Conan laughed inwardly. This uncle is really good at playing. Even I was shocked. Aragaki Keiho patted her towering chest and let out a long sigh. This stupid uncle, is it fun to play tricks on me? My uncle looks like a prince, Ayumi spoke without restraint and said what was in her mind directly. She stared at Lin Ye, and a blush appeared on her little face. It's a pity that when I grow up, my uncle will be old. Otherwise no, and my uncle already has a sister Aragaki. When I grow up, their children will probably be old enough to help with the cooking. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Oops, it seemed like he was too proud in front of a child. Isn't this little girl too precocious? I don't want to be an astronaut anymore. Mitsuhiko suddenly said loudly. I also want to be a bartender when I grow up, uncle, can you be my master? Guanyan was completely conquered by Lin Ye's cool skills and elegant temperament. He even gave up his original dream and said with a firm face. Children's dreams are always changing. Yesterday, they wanted to be a scientist. Today, after watching a TV show, they want to be Kamen Rider. Tomorrow, they may want to be an idol star who sings and dances rap. Lin Ye smiled and said to Guanyan. If you still remember today in 10 years, come find me. Mitsuhiko was overjoyed and nodded vigorously, yes, I remember it, master. Lin Ye raised the corner of his mouth. This guy really knows how to climb up the pole. If this kid is still interested in bartending when he grows up, he wouldn't mind taking him in as a disciple. He hopes there will be as many bartenders as possible who can bring comfort to customers. After drinking the orange soda, the three little ones reluctantly left the bar. After all, it was almost time for business to start, and if they stayed in the store, they would attract the attention of other customers. Only Conan continued to stay in the store, and his excuse was naturally his detective training and he needed to observe the customers in the store. But Lin Ye knew that he was waiting for gin and vodka to appear again. Silly child, even if they come, what can you do now? He glanced at Conan, who was sitting in the corner pretending to read a book, and shook his head slightly. At this time, Conan's inner voice came. I have asked the doctor to make some detective equipment for me. I hope that the doctor's invention will be more reliable and come in handy this time. No matter what, I must bring those two guys to justice. Detective gear. What equipment could allow a first grader to rival two criminal elites? Lin Ye couldn't imagine that this was not a science fiction film. He had also heard of the name of Dr. Agasa from conversations with guests. It was said that he was an inventor who always made a big fuss at home, but most of his inventions could not be sold and were not very reliable. He also learned from Xiaolan that Kudo Shinichi and Professor Agasa were neighbors and had a very good relationship, so good that they could even take a bath together. He really wanted to persuade Conan to be quiet, but this guy was too smart and had a rich imagination. He might infer something from his words, so he was cautious about this. He doesn't want to be targeted by that mysterious organization. Conan had been sitting in the store for a while when the door was pushed open. With the sound of bells, Xiaolan pushed the door and entered the store. She was not alone. She was followed by a young girl wearing a headband and the same blue school uniform as Xiaolan. Conan, why are you here again? Didn't I tell you this is not a place for children? Don't worry, Sister Xiaolan, I don't drink, and Uncle Lin Ye won't give me any, Conan defended. No matter what Xiaolan said, he had to stay here and monitor, because those two guys would definitely come again. Is this the kid who lives in your house? The girl with the headband glanced at Conan, touched her chin, and said suspiciously. Strange, I feel like I've seen this kid's face somewhere before. Conan was horrified and quickly lowered his head, with cold sweat on his forehead. No way, could it be that Sonoko still remembers what I looked like when I was a kid? But I wear glasses. Just as Yuenzi was about to walk over to take a closer look at the familiar kid's face, a gentle voice came from the bar. Xiaolan, is this your classmate? She looked in the direction of the sound and was immediately attracted by the man at the bar, and Conan's thoughts were instantly thrown out of her mind. It doesn't matter if it's a little kid with glasses or anything like that, there's a handsome guy here. She, Suzuki Sonoko, is a handsome guy hunter. All along, Yuenzi has been looking for the man destined for her. The moment she saw Lin Ye, she felt that she had found him again. By the way, this was the numerous time this year that she had felt this way. But it didn't matter, she believed that as long as she kept trying, one day she would find the destined man. Well, her name is Suzuki Sonoko, she's my good friend since childhood, Xiaolan introduced her to Lin Ye with a smile. Chapter 30. Xiaolan and Sonoko sat together at the bar. Xiaolan looked melancholy, wondering where Shinichi had gone, whether something happened to him, and when he would be back. Yuenzi looked at Lin Ye at the bar, suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What a nice man. This kind of mature fragrance can only be possessed by men who have entered society. It is impossible for young boys in school to have this kind of mature fragrance. Listening to Yuenzi's inner voice, Lin Ye roughly knew what kind of girl this was. This is a girl with a very bold personality. Yuenzi opened her eyes and locked her gaze on Lin Ye's face. Hey, uncle, since you're a bartender, why don't you make a drink for me and show me your skills, but I have to warn you in advance that my taste is quite picky. Lin Ye shook his head and said, Ms. Yuenzi is still a high school student, sorry, our store has a rule that we cannot sell alcohol to minors. Huh, is the uncle such a rigid person? So boring. Sonoko looked disappointed. Lin Ye remained unmoved and said, non-alcoholic beverages are fine. Yes, Yuenzi, the non-alcoholic drink prepared by Mr. Lin Ye is also very delicious, what's its name, Xiaolan couldn't remember it for a moment and tried hard to recall. Mojito, Lin Ye said. Yes, it's a mojito, Xiaolan smiled. Mr. Lin Ye, please give me another non-alcoholic mojito. I wanted to drink with Shinichi, but I don't know where he went. Lin Ye glanced at Conan in the corner and thought to himself, he is right next to you. Conan was also paying attention to this side. When he heard that Xiaolan wanted to drink something, he hurried over and crawled to sit next to Xiaolan. Sister Xiaolan, what do you want to drink? I want to drink too. Xiaolan smiled and touched his head, it's Mr. Lin Ye's non-alcoholic mojito special, let's have a drink. Xiaolan, you are too nice to this little kid with glasses. When Sonoko saw Conan's face, she always felt uncomfortable. Because Conan is so cute, Xiaolan hugged Conan in her arms. Conan's face turned red instantly. Chest. How can this boy be cute? Sonoko stared at Conan with wide eyes. This guy is blushing, he is just a little pervert. Xiaolan, please let him go quickly. How could that be? Conan is only in the first grade and doesn't know anything. Conan felt like he could hardly breathe. Lin Ye looked at this scene and smiled without saying anything. Yuanzi turned around unhappily and said to Lin Ye, forget it, give me the same drink as Xiaolan, Mr. Bartender. Lin Ye nodded and started to busy himself at the bar. Seeing his movements while mixing the ingredients, Sonoko's eyes lit up. Because of her family connections, Yuanzi has participated in many luxurious banquets. Sometimes temporary bars are set up at the banquets and famous bartenders are invited to mix cocktails on site. Lin Ye's skillful movements and elegant temperament reminded her of those bartenders who were said to be internationally famous, but Lin Ye was much younger than those guys. The youngest bartenders she saw at the banquet were in their 30s, but the guy in front of her was clearly only in his 20s. It seems that this guy is really good at cooking. I wonder how the taste of his food compares to those of the masters. Hearing what Yuanzi was thinking, Lin Ye smiled slightly and said, please rest assured, Miss Yuanzi, I promise I won't let you down. It seems that this girl's family is very rich, and they can even invite an international bartender to attend the banquet to make cocktails. But judging from her appearance, you can't tell that she is a lady from a wealthy family. She doesn't have any arrogant airs at all. Well, she seems to be a low-key and good girl. Lin Ye couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards Yuanzi. He was making a non-alcoholic mojito, and it was different from the one Xiaolan had drunk last time. The drink Xiaolan drank last time was simply a drink without the rum in the original recipe, but the one he was making this time had a slight change. It was apples, and he added fresh apple juice. Replace the rum with apples for an apple-flavored, non-alcoholic mojito. Apple mojito, ladies, please. Lin Ye smiled as he gently pushed 2 Collins cups filled with sweetness in front of the 2 people. Ah, it's different from that day. Xiaolan picked up the wine glass in surprise, put one of the 2 straws in the glass in her mouth, and took a sip. This taste. Xiaolan suddenly opened her eyes wide. The sweet and slightly sour taste made her involuntarily recall the time she spent with Shinichi from childhood to adulthood. A tingling sensation surged from her heart, like an electric current, and instantly spread throughout her body. She felt the hair on her forehead was about to stand up. Xiaolan, stop pretending, is it really that delicious? When Sonoko saw the exaggerated expression on Xiaolan's face, she thought she was pretending. Xiaolan came back to her senses, her face flushed. I'm not pretending, I'm not a host hired by Mr. Lin Ye, this cup is really delicious, Yuanzi, you will know after you try it. Yuanzi lowered his head half-believingly, put a straw in his mouth and took a sip. The cool liquid gushes out from the straw, the instantaneous coolness slides across the tip of the tongue, the jumping bubbles hit the taste buds, and the pleasant experience hits the brain directly. It was as if a bolt of lightning pierced through her brain, instantly cutting through the depression and gloom in her mind. This is the feeling of being in love. Sonoko was so moved that she wanted to cry. Conan looked at Xiaolan and Sonoko's reactions with a suspicious look. It's just some ordinary materials put together, how can it be so exaggerated? Are the 2 of them performing a play? If he hadn't known these 2 people since childhood, he would have really thought they were hired by this store. He decided to verify it himself, so he called out in a baby voice, Sister Xiaolan, I want one too. Xiaolan then remembered Conan and said with a smile, sure, this cup doesn't have any alcohol, so you can drink it too, Conan, here. There happened to be 2 straws in a cup. Xiaolan pushed the other straw to Conan's side and then pushed the cup in front of Conan. Conan held the straw in his mouth and took a sip. What? This smell. Impossible. These are just some common ingredients, mint leaves, lime juice, syrup, crushed ice, apple juice, and sparkling water. Why is it so delicious? Conan was surprised at the taste of the drink when Xiaolan suddenly lowered her head and put the other side of the straw in her mouth. Lan's face, so close. Although there was no alcohol in it, Conan's face turned red and his shrunken heart kept beating fast. The taste that came from his mouth was sweet with a hint of sourness, and next to him was Xiaolan's face close at hand. A faint aroma that did not belong to the drink in the cup penetrated Conan's nostrils and then rose to his brain. Hey, Xiaolan. Daily memories with Xiaolan from childhood came to his mind. Conan was also drunk. Wow, this kid has such a lewd smile, Xiaolan, don't get so close to him. Sonoko glanced over here and quickly reminded Xiaolan. Really, Sonoko, you are kidding me again. Although she said this, Xiaolan looked at Conan strangely. The latter lowered his head, and his ears seemed to be a little red. What surprised her was not Conan's reaction, but herself. Why did I think of Shinichi at that moment just now? End of this chapter. Chapter 31. Unz held a straw in his mouth and looked at the two people, one big and one small, beside him, feeling very unhappy. Next to her, Xiaolan and Conan were drinking from a cup together, each holding a straw. How intimate, Xiaolan, could it be that you have fallen in love with someone else and dumped that mystery geek and fallen in love with this kid? Sonoko couldn't help it anymore and laughed. Xiaolan raised her head and said, Sonoko, don't talk nonsense, Conan is just a child. Conan laughed in his heart. This Sonoko girl is still the same, her mouth is still so big, I really can't stand her. Looking at the three people in front of the bar, Lin Ye smiled. The relationship between these three people is really interesting. Kudo, Shinichi and Xiaolan are childhood sweethearts. Xiaolan and Sonoko have a good relationship, but Sonoko and Kudo dislike each other. Huh, what a wonderful and stable triangle relationship. Sour and sweet, just like this glass of apple mojito. At this moment, Unz suddenly discovered something. She stared at the two straws in her cup, and a bold guess emerged in her mind. Mr. Lin Ye may have guessed that Conan, the brat, would also drink, so he put two straws in Xiaolan's cup, but why do I also have two straws in my cup? Could it be that, he is hinting at me? Unz glanced at Lin Ye at the bar. Lin Ye gave an awkward but polite smile. Miss Unz, you think too much. Mr. Lin Ye, are you thirsty? Unz finally took the initiative. Her slender fingers moved the other straw in the cup so that the mouth of the straw was facing Lin Ye. Thank you Miss Sonoko for your kindness, but I can't drink the guests' drinks casually, Lin Ye politely refused. Are you disliking me? Unz said dissatisfiedly. Lin Ye shook his head and asked, Miss Unz, do you know why there are two straws in this cup? Isn't it to make it easier to invite others to drink together? That's just one of the reasons, but there are bigger reasons. What is it? Unz blinked her big eyes. Lin Ye looked at Conan who was sucking hard on the straw and asked with a smile, Conan, do you know the reason? Conan looked up and nodded, yeah, I know why. Kid, then tell me about it, Unz glanced at him and said. Because you're worried about the straw getting clogged, right? Conan looked at the glass in front of him. There's a lot of crushed ice in this drink, which can easily clog the straw. If there's only one straw, it'll be embarrassing for the customer who can't drink it. If there are two, they can be used alternately to avoid this embarrassing situation. Xiaolan agreed, indeed, I felt a little bit unable to breathe just now. Unz nudged her with her elbow and pursed her lips, then you can suck that boy's dick, he is just a kid anyway. Sister Sonoko, this is too unhygienic. Conan waved his hands with a red face like a shy child. Besides, my penis is blocked too. Huh, that's what I mean, Sonoko, stop teasing Conan. Xiaolan also showed an embarrassed expression. In order to change the subject and also to answer the doubts in his heart, Conan asked Lin Ye curiously. Hey, uncle, why is it that just some ordinary ingredients, mint, lime juice, syrup, crushed ice, apple juice, and sparkling water, why is it so delicious? Little Conan has a great memory, he actually wrote down all the materials in order. Lin Ye looked at Conan with a smile. Ahaha, because my memory is better. Conan was shocked and scratched his head to try to get away with it. Conan, you are so smart, maybe you can really become a detective in the future, just like Shinichi. Xiaolan touched Conan's head and praised him. I am definitely not as good as Shinichi, he is a famous detective, the savior of the Japanese police, and the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era. If I can be 1/10 as good as Shinichi, I will be satisfied. Lin Ye glanced at Conan and laughed inwardly. This guy is really narcissistic, and he doesn't even blush when he praises himself. Hey, this kid wants to be a detective too. Sonoko leaned over and stared at Conan's face. Boy, what's so good about being a detective? Don't be like that reasoning geek Kudo Shinichi, who even abandoned his girlfriend for a case. That's just too bad. We are not in that kind of relationship. X2 After Xiaolan and Conan shouted this sentence in unison, they suddenly realized that something was wrong and looked at each other. Conan looked panicked. Oops, I just yelled it out subconsciously. Xiaolan was full of questions. Why is Conan's reaction the same as Shinichi's? Sonoko stared at Conan's face and said, from the beginning, I felt that you were a strange kid, could it be that? Will my identity be discovered by Sonoko, the big mouth? No. If she finds out, the black organization will come to my door tomorrow. Conan's heart almost jumped out of his throat, and he looked at Sonoko with horror. You little brat, you've fallen in love with Xiaolan, right? Sonoko pointed at Conan with a look of discovery of the truth. Eh? Conan was stunned, then showed a shy expression. Hate it, Sonoko sister, you found out about this. Phew, thank goodness. Being misunderstood is better than having my true identity revealed. Huh, I was right, you wishful thinking and precocious little brat. Sonoko laughed twice, then suddenly remembered that she had to maintain her ladylike image in front of the handsome guy, so she covered her mouth again. Xiaolan touched Conan's head and a gentle smile appeared on her face. I like you too, Conan, you are such a cute kid, everyone who sees you will like you. This child probably doesn't know what true love is yet, so cute. Conan's face instantly turned red. This Xiaolan girl, she treats me like a child. But this smile, this feeling of being like an older sister, is so gentle. It turns out that Xiaolan also has such a gentle side. Oh no, my heart is beating so fast. Puff. Lin Ye's uncontrollable laughter could be heard from the bar. The three of them looked towards the bar at the same time. Sorry, I remembered something happy. After a brief release, Lin Ye regained control of his emotions and regained his composure. Ahem, Conan, regarding your question just now, in order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Lin Ye took the initiative to explain. Cocktail making is not just about the ingredients, the technique and the intention are also very important. Techniques and intentions. Conan blinked in confusion. Yes, just like the same recipe, using the same ingredients, the taste of the food made by a chef and an ordinary person is completely different. The same is true for cocktails. Cooking requires the control of heat and a combination of ingredients. Cocktail making requires the control of the temperature of the wine, the ratio of the ingredients, and the appropriate techniques. Of course, the most important thing is the heart. No matter how delicious the food made by a perfunctory chef is, it can't compare to the home-cooked food that is made with heart. A bartender who can only mix drinks but can't listen to the customers' voices can't impress the customers. If you simply use alcohol as something to numb your brain, it's better not to drink. What's really important is the friendship that is poured into the wine. Lin Ye paused, his eyes showing a trace of reminiscence. When I was working, I once met an elderly customer who was very picky about his taste. No matter how good the cocktails made by the bartenders were, he would only take one sip and then throw it away. Later I learned that the old man was a regular customer of the store and had been drinking the wine made by the boss's wife for decades. After the boss's wife passed away, he could no longer drink wine made by others. After hearing Lin Ye's story, Xiaolan and Yuanzi showed sad expressions. Aragaki Chiffon also approached the bar and listened to Lin Ye's story. Conan asked curiously, did he drink the cocktail you made? Chapter 32. Lin Ye shook his head, even if I imitated the boss lady's recipe and made a glass of wine for the old man, after he took a sip, he just shook his head and said it was very similar. Although he didn't pour out the wine in the glass, he didn't continue to drink it either. He left after leaving the money for the wine. As I watched him leave, I realized for the first time the love that was in the wine. Love cannot be replicated, so even if that glass of wine was similar to the one the boss lady had, it could never replace the position of the boss lady's wine in his heart. Lin Ye looked deep in his eyes and continued to speak. Later, I gradually realized that excellent cocktails do not necessarily require expensive wines. Even with ordinary ingredients and ordinary techniques, you can make touching cocktails. The key lies in the intention. As long as you put your heart and soul into it, the ingredients will respond to the bartender's expectations and show their best side. Only in this way can you impress people, and the guests can feel the care and love poured into the wine, and their souls can resonate with it. That's the beauty of bartending. Aragaki Keiho stared blankly at Lin Ye at the bar, and the golden Buddha of Lin Ye appeared in her mind again. Conan looked thoughtful. Although he still couldn't quite understand the principle behind it, he could be sure of one thing, that is, this uncle loved making cocktails as much as he loved being a detective. Moreover, this uncle seemed to have a mature temperament beyond his age. Although he looked to be in his early 20s, he gave him the feeling of his father. Is it because we have too many guests? Yuanzi looked at the wine glass in front of him, and suddenly raised his head and asked, so, Mr. Lin Ye, what are your thoughts? Lin Ye smiled and said, my intention has never changed, that is, I hope that the guests will feel happy. Seeing Lin Ye's sincere smile, Yuanzi clenched his fists and made a secret decision. It's decided that it's you, my soulmate. Lin Ye sighed helplessly in his heart. Alas, it's this situation again. Being a bartender is like being a psychologist. You are afraid that the customers will not be willing to open up to you, but you are also afraid that the customers will give their true heart to you. As a bartender who is handsome, skilled and well-spoken, he has always been targeted by various women throughout his career, well, to be precise, not just women. I didn't expect that after coming to another world, this situation would still be unavoidable. There was no way around it as long as he continued to work as a bartender, situations like this would inevitably occur. Sometimes being too good can also be a kind of trouble. But if a bartender gets involved with his customers, it will have a very bad impact. It is not only not conducive to the development of bartenders themselves, but also not conducive to the operation of bars. First of all, women will be jealous. The bartender stands at the bar and always has to greet the customers with a smile and chat happily. Among them, there are inevitably various female customers, and there is no guarantee that his girlfriend will not be jealous. At the very least, they may get upset at home and affect the bartender's state. At the worst, they may cause trouble in the bar and affect its normal operation. It's not just the girlfriend who's jealous, other guests may be jealous as well. After all, a popular bartender is like an underground idol, and more than one woman likes him, and not just women. If you get involved with one of them, the others might stop coming to the store, and male customers with normal sexual orientation will also become jealous. They'll think, I'm here to pick up girls at the bar, not to watch you pick up girls. This will also result in the loss of male customers. Secondly, even if the customers have no objection, who can say for sure about relationships? What if the partner is a rich woman and never comes to the store again after the breakup? Wouldn't that be a big loss for the customer? So when Lin Ye opened his own bar, he would never allow his bartenders to have affairs with customers. If they insisted, they were asked to resign first. Bartenders need to maintain a good relationship with guests while keeping a certain distance, and the balance in between needs to be carefully measured. Fortunately, Lin Ye has rich relevant experience and is a master at keeping things in balance and handling interpersonal relationships. A mere high school girl is not a problem for him at all. Mr. Lin Ye, do you have a girlfriend? Unz asked straight to the point. When she asked, her eyes couldn't help but drift to Aragaki Keiho in the store. This big-breasted blonde girl brought her tremendous pressure. If she were her opponent, she would have to work harder. She looks like a female college student. She might be good at seducing men. Be careful. Feeling Sanoko's slightly hostile gaze, Aragaki Keiho blushed. Why is this kid looking at me? He and I are not that kind of person. Lin Ye smiled and shook his head, not yet. So what kind of girls do you like? Sanoko asked with a blink. Xiaolan on the side covered her face. Unz started again. Conan had a similar expression. Sanoko is still as enthusiastic about handsome guys as ever. Lin Ye said, for me personally, love is actually a very troublesome thing. Because it may affect my bartending state. After all, as a bartender, I need to maintain a good relationship with the guests, and my girlfriend may be jealous. So I don't have any plans in this regard for the time being. Maintaining good relationships with different female customers sounds like a scumbag, Sanoko said after thinking for a while. Unz, it's very rude to say that, Xiaolan reminded. Sorry, I said it subconsciously, Sanoko also reacted and apologized quickly. Lin Ye smiled indifferently. Ms. Unz has a straightforward personality and dares to speak her mind. This kind of personality is very good and very admirable. No, Mr. Lin Ye is really good at talking, being praised by someone, especially by the handsome guy she likes. Unz couldn't help but laugh proudly. Xiaolan on the side smiled. Mr. Lin Ye is right, Unz is indeed very straightforward, which is why I like her. Conan chuckled. As expected of a job that involves dealing with customers every day, you are really good at talking. It's just a simple big mouth. Okay, Conan, it's time for us to go back. Xiaolan stood up and prepared to go home to cook. Sister Xiaolan, please go back first, I'll come up later. Conan didn't want to leave this store for a moment. What if those two people appeared when he was leaving? Those two people would never have thought that they would become what they are now. If they come to the store again, they might be able to eavesdrop on some information. Xiaolan looked at Unz helplessly. Unz, it's time for you to go home for dinner, right? Just eat at your house, call me when you're done cooking. In order to chat with Lin Ye more, Unz unceremoniously planned to have a meal at Maori's house. Okay, then you keep an eye on Conan for me. Don't worry, this little devil won't get lost. Unz waved his hand. After Xiaolan left, Unz raised his chin and stared at Lin Ye at the bar with pink eyes. Mr. Lin Ye, I have a few bottles of fine wine in my collection, come and have a look at my house when you have time. The bell in the corner of the door rang softly. Lin Ye, who was dealing with the enthusiastic gardener, looked towards the door. A tall and thin man in a grey suit, with a middle-parted hair, and a somewhat haggard expression entered the store. After the man entered the store, he looked around. Well, the environment of this store is pretty good. Hey, why is there a kid here? The man was slightly stunned when he saw Conan in front of the bar, and looked at Unz next to him. Is it her brother? Bringing a child to a place like this is really outrageous. Oh, I don't have time to mind other people's business right now. The man sighed slightly and walked towards the bar with a heavy heart. Seeing the man's appearance, Lin Ye was cheered up. Here he comes, there is a tired soul that needs him to heal. So he smiled and said, "Good evening, guest, what would you like to drink?" Chapter 33. A highball, please. Okay, just a second. Highball, a simple combination of whiskey ice soda water. The diluted whiskey tastes softer and the aroma is easier to release. This way of drinking is very popular among young people, and young white-collar workers who come to the store after get off work are very likely to order this cup. The refreshing and sweet taste and vibrant bubbles can eliminate the fatigue accumulated after a day's work. Although making a high bar is simple, the simpler the cocktail, the more careful you should be. Lin Ye skillfully and carefully made a cup of highball and pushed it in front of the customer. Guest, yours is great. The walls of the chilled glass are covered in a thin layer of vapor, with vibrant bubbles bubbling from the bottom of the ice. Just seeing a glass of wine like this makes people feel refreshed. Yamagishi Eiichi picked up the wine glass and took a sip. His squinted eyes suddenly widened, and the fatigue between his brows was instantly washed away by surprise. What? Is this a highball? Yamagishi Eiichi put down his wine glass and let out a long breath. It's incredible that there is such a delicious high bar. It feels like my physical and mental fatigue has been completely eliminated. What do you think, sir? Although he had already heard it, Lin Ye preferred to hear the sir say it himself. Very good, Yamagishi Eiichi praised. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. Would you like another drink? This. Yamagishi Eiichi wanted to refuse because he still had work to do, but when he thought about what happened just now, he couldn't say no. Another one, less whiskey. It shouldn't be a problem to drink one more cup. Okay, please wait. Yamagishi Eiichi drank his second cup of weakened highball and suddenly asked. Mr. Bartender, do you know anything about the office upstairs? Are you talking about the Maori detective agency? Lin Ye raised his eyebrows. Yes, actually I have some things I want to ask the detective to investigate. Lin Ye didn't ask what the matter was. Only a rookie would rashly inquire into a customer's privacy. Trustworthy, don't you think so, Conan? Lin Ye winked at Conan. Although Uncle Maori seems unreliable, Lin Ye can see that Uncle Maori actually has great potential, but he has not yet realized it. If the uncle gets serious, his strength should not be underestimated. What's more, Conan is by his side now. Ah, well, Uncle Maori is a very good detective. If you have any questions, just go to him, Uncle. Conan praised Uncle Maori with a smile, but a drop of sweat ran down his forehead. Hee, I won't swallow 1,000 needles in the future, right? When Sonoko heard that someone wanted to ask Xiaolan's father for help, although she thought that Uncle Maori was an unreliable drunkard, she couldn't ruin her friend's father's career, so she strongly recommended. Yes, Uncle, you must have heard of the name of Maori Kogoro, right? Yamagishi Eiichi scratched his head. He had never heard of it. He saw the advertisement of Mori Detective Agency in the gap of the newspaper and came to take a look with the mentality of giving it a try. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. The pleasant surprise of course refers to the great drink he had, but anyone who can make such a great drink is incredible, so Mr. Maori must have some skills. In that case, let's entrust this Maori detective. Bring Miss Yoko here tomorrow. Be careful not to let others discover Miss Yoko's true identity. Yoko? Lin Ye was a little surprised. Isn't this Uncle Maori's favorite idol? Miss Yoko came to visit him in person. Lin Ye could already imagine how excited Uncle Maori was. But is this popular idol in such trouble that he needs to hire a private investigator? Lin Ye was wondering when the bell at the door rang again. A slightly plump man pushed the door and entered the store. Lin Ye immediately recognized him. He was the fanatical fan who came to the store yesterday and was suspected to have some past with Miss Yoko. It's him. Why is he here? The sudden and strong voice of his heart drew Lin Ye's attention back to the bar. When Yamagishi Eiichi heard the door open, he turned back curiously. When he saw the customer entering the store, he instantly recalled an old memory. Fujiya Akiyoshi. How could it be this guy? Is he the one who caused all the recent events? In order to help Yoko debut smoothly, I found him privately and asked him to break up with Yoko. Now that Yoko has become a popular idol, he must be regretting it, right? No, he must not be allowed to get close to Yoko, otherwise he will ruin Yoko. Yamagishi Eiichi tightly grasped the wine glass, determined to protect Yoko's star path at all costs. Lin Ye understood. So that's how it is. It seems that Mr. Fujiya was not an imaginary fanatic fan, but he really had a past relationship with Miss Yoko. He probably still can't forget Miss Yoko, right? It's no wonder. Miss Yoko has become a popular idol. She can be seen on TV and in newspapers. It's impossible to forget her even if you want to. However, his current mental state is really worrying. If the emotions accumulated in his heart cannot be released, it is very likely to destroy him. It might not only affect him, but also Miss Yoko. Lin Ye had indeed heard what he was saying. Even if I die, I want Yoko to come back to me. Fujiya Akiyoshi obviously also noticed Yamagishi Eiichi sitting at the bar. Why is it him? Yamagishi Eiichi. Fujiya Akiyoshi will never forget this mean face. It was this man who asked him to break up with Yoko and told him not to contact Yoko anymore. He also tried to forget Yoko, but he couldn't do it at all, bastard. Every day when I turn on the TV, I can see Yoko. You can also read gossip about Yoko if you buy a newspaper. Walking on the street, Yoko's energetic figure can be seen on billboards. This world is full of Yokos. How can he forget them? In this state, the desire for Yoko to come back became stronger and stronger, and he could no longer bear it. Yoko. Stop being a big star and come back to me. Every time I see other men lose their composure because of your cuteness and charm, I get so angry. At least I have to clear up the misunderstanding between you and me and let you know that I still love you deeply. Yoko. 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 Fujiya Akiyoshi lowered his head and walked to the wine table in the corner, his mind full of thoughts like a storm. Aragaki Keiho went over to take the order and said with a sweet smile, "What would you like to drink, sir?" "Yoko, I want Yoko." Fujiya Akiyoshi suddenly shouted, as if announcing something. Sorry, we don't have this kind of wine here." Aragaki Keiho was startled and looked at the man who seemed mentally abnormal in horror. Yamagishi Eiichi withdrew his gaze with an unpleasant expression. This guy is really not giving up. He must be the one behind the recent incident. I must ask Detective Maori to investigate him tomorrow. Once we find evidence, we must send him to the police station to prevent him from harassing Yoko again. Lin Ye was thinking about what the man named Fujiya Akiyoshi did to Miss Yoko. Aragaki Keiho returned to the bar with her hands covering her chest, looking frightened. Phew, that's scary. That guy ordered a 12-year-old Blue Label Royal, straight drink without ice. Chapter 34. Conan, Sonoko, the meal is ready. Xiaolan pushed open the door of the bar and greeted the two people, one adult and one child, sitting at the bar. Mr. Lin Ye, I will come back another day to take care of your business. Unz said goodbye to Lin Ye in a very ladylike manner. After dinner, it was time for her to go home. After all, she is still a high school girl. If she stays out in the bar too late, it would be a little troublesome if her family finds out. Conan on the side twitched the corner of his mouth. Sonoko only pretends to be a lady in front of handsome guys. He jumped off his chair, looked at Eiichi Yamagishi who was sitting at the bar, and then glanced at Akiyoshi Fujiya who was sitting by the window. His detective intuition told him that there must be a secret between the two. However, what he is most concerned about now is the matter of the man in black. He plans to come back to the store to guard after dinner. After the two of them left with Xiaolan, Yamagishi Eiichi, who was sitting in front of the bar, also stood up, took out a 5,000 yuan bill from his arms, gently placed it on the bar, and pressed it down with his wine glass. "Mr. Bartender, your wine is very delicious, it refreshes me, thank you for the hospitality." After saying that, he turned and left. When he opened the door, he glanced at Fujiya Akiyoshi, snorted coldly, and then left the bar. "Fujiya Akiyoshi, I will never allow you to get close to Miss Yoko, let's wait and see." Lin Ye looked at Fujiya Akiyoshi who was sitting by the window. The latter was looking out the window with a look of resentment on his face. This damn bastard, the culprit who broke up Yoko and I, actually acted so high and mighty. I really want to kill him. No, if I do that, I will become a murderer, and my image in Yoko's heart will be completely ruined, and I will never see Yoko again. I want to talk to Yoko and clear up the misunderstanding between us. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this man still had some rationality and was not completely crazy. But judging from his inner thoughts, he didn't seem to have done anything to Yoko. Who did those things that Mr. Yamagishi mentioned? Was there some misunderstanding? Well, he should entrust Mr. Maori to investigate tomorrow, and then I can ask Uncle Maori. This customer is really generous, Aragaki Keiho said in surprise as she took a look at the banknotes under the cup. Humph, a cold snort. Aragaki Chiffon turned around and found that the fat man sitting at the table was staring at her with a bad expression, and she couldn't help but feel a chill on her back. Wow, what a scary look. Aragaki withdrew his gaze as if he had been electrocuted and never wanted to get close to the fat man again. At this time, Lin Ye's voice came from the bar, "Xia Fan, send this to him." Lin Ye pushed out a glass of water, a plain warm water. When drinking whiskey straight, alcohol over 40 degrees will make your tongue and even nose numb. A glass of water can relieve the irritation, lower the alcohol concentration in the blood, and reduce the burden on the body. In addition, it helps the aftertaste of whiskey spread in the mouth, allowing the drinker to better feel the aroma and flavor of the wine. There is a special term for this kind of hangover water, called chaser. Lin Ye likes to call it a tracker. In the world of wine, it has two completely opposite meanings. In the UK, it refers to strong alcoholic beverages that are drunk lightly. In the United States, however, it refers to light wine or beverages after drinking strong liquor directly, which can be plain water, ice water, carbonated water, fruit juice, or beer with a lower alcohol content. Drunkards in Scottish bars use stout as a sobering drink for whiskey, and Mexicans also like to use beer as a pairing with tequila. Different wines require different decanting waters. For a strong, aromatic drink like whiskey, a glass of warm water is more appropriate. If it is ice water, it will make your tongue cold and your sense of taste dull. Therefore, it is better to use room temperature water or warm water. But his eyes are so fierce, Aragaki Keiho really didn't want to get close to the fat man, so she hesitated. "Please, I'll treat you to a drink after get off work," Lin Ye smiled. When Xinyuan saw Lin Ye's gentle gaze, her face turned red and she couldn't say no. With a light hum, he picked up the water cup, put it on the tray, and walked towards Fujiya Akiyoshi. "This is my job, not because of his request, that's right, because of work." Looking at Aragaki's charming back, Lin Ye smiled slightly. "My heart says no, but my body is honest. The girl whose body and mind are out of place and whose words and deeds are inconsistent is really interesting." When Aragaki Keiho placed the cup of water in front of Fujiya Akiyoshi, the latter was visibly stunned and looked up at her in surprise. Aragaki Keiho frowned, said nothing, turned and walked towards the bar. Fujiya Akiyoshi looked past her and saw the smiling bartender at the bar. "Humph, a fake smile, just for the tip. But don't worry, I will definitely give more tips than that guy." Lin Ye's smile froze. This guy was very alert. But the more this happened, the more excited he became. He likes difficult guests. Generally speaking, the more difficult the guest is, the stronger the emotions hidden in his heart. Once the ice in their hearts melts, the moment their intense emotions are released is as beautiful as fireworks. He loves to admire the fireworks of emotions. Akiyoshi Fujiya picked up the cup and took a sip of warm water. His tongue, which was numbed by alcohol, was moistened and gradually regained consciousness. Holding the cup of water in his hand, he suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at the clean water in the cup. "A warm touch came from the palm of my hand. Not ice cold, but warm water." In the bars he had been to before, the hangover sobering drinks given to customers were all ice water or iced carbonated drinks. Although the coldness made people more sober, it always made people feel uncomfortable and their bodies felt cold. But this cup of warm water made his tongue feel very comfortable. There was no chill running up his spine, and he even felt a little bit of warmth. Under the stimulation of warm water, the lingering aroma of royal whiskey bloomed in his mouth, and his paralyzed taste buds all came alive, as if dancing. "It's just a glass of ordinary water, why does it make me feel so touched? Maybe it's because I haven't been treated kindly for too long. Since I graduated and started working, I have always been alone, without any real friends or people who care about me." Fujiya Akiyoshi wiped the wet corners of his eyes, put down his water glass, stood up from his chair and walked towards the bar. Aragaki Keiho, who was leaning against the bar, was startled and looked at the fat man who was approaching in surprise. "What's wrong with this fat guy? He looked so ferocious just now, why is his eyes suddenly filled with tears?" Aragaki Keiho rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not seeing things. "What's going on?" Under her surprised gaze, Fujiya Akiyoshi sat obediently at the bar, seeming to be in a very low mood. Aragaki Keiho blinked and looked at the table where he had been sitting before. There are two glasses on the small round wooden table with a very textured feel. One is empty, the other is empty too. He actually drank up all the water. Looking at Fujiya Akiyoshi's belly, Aragaki felt relieved again. "Well, with this capacity, it's no problem." At the bar, Lin Ye smiled and said, "Would the guests like to drink anything?" "No, I want to watch TV." Fujiya Akiyoshi raised his head and looked at the TV hanging high up. "No problem at all." Lin Ye found the remote control and turned on the TV. "I want to see Yoko," Fujiya Akiyoshi said again, his tone like a willful child. Lin Ye pressed the remote control twice again, and Yoko Okino appeared on the TV. After knowing that Uncle Maori was a fan of Yoko Okino, he learned a little about the channels where Miss Yoko appeared, which came in handy at this time. Looking at the beautiful figure on TV, the tenderness of the past came to his mind. Fujiya Akiyoshi could no longer control himself and 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Yoko. Chapter 35. More than just knowing each other, we used to be lovers. Fujiya Akiyoshi smiled bitterly, as if he didn't expect Lin Ye to believe it. How did you break up later? Do you believe what I say? Fujiya Akiyoshi raised his head, a little surprised. He thought Lin Ye would think he was a drunkard talking nonsense. Lin Ye nodded and said, I know you are speaking from the heart. If possible, I would be happy to be your audience. Fujiya Akiyoshi lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. Pour me another glass of loya, with ice this time. Adding ice cubes to loya has a unique flavor, with the fruity aroma of apricot mixed with the scent of vanilla, caramel, and black honey, and the aroma of the barrel becomes more obvious. The sweetness of the taste becomes weaker, and the sour and bitter taste becomes stronger. Putting down the wine glass, Akiyoshi Fujiya stared at the clear ice cubes in the glass, lost in thought. My name is Fujiya Akiyoshi, and Yoko and I were classmates at Conan High School. Fujiya Akiyoshi suddenly spoke in a deep voice. That summer, Yoko and I fell in love. Lin Ye listened quietly. Attracted by this, Aragaki Keiho looked at the fat man in surprise. No way, what on earth does Miss Yoko like about him? At that time, I was still very thin and was considered a celebrity on campus. Fujiya Akiyoshi lowered his head, looked at his now big belly, and laughed at himself. At that time, Yoko was not as radiant as she is now. She was still an ordinary girl. No, she should be called a hidden treasure. I am lucky to have discovered her loveliness. Fujiya Akiyoshi took another sip of his wine. The strong liquor makes my throat hurt. It was a pure and beautiful love affair, and I will never forget those memories, but at the time, I didn't realize how happy I was. Fujiya Akiyoshi's eyes were filled with tears and regret. When that guy found me and asked me to break up with Yoko, I was furious. I have a strong sense of self-esteem, so I broke up with Yoko in a rage. Lin Ye remained silent, but Aragaki Keiho couldn't help it. No way, you broke up with Miss Yoko so easily. I don't think you love her at all. You're right. When I knew Yoko wanted to debut as an idol, I only cared about my own feelings. I couldn't stand my girlfriend being judged by other men on the screen. Yoko was hesitant because of my feelings, but at that time, I was only thinking about myself, Fujiya Akiyoshi murmured. I see you're the same now, Aragaki Keiho said unhappily. You regret it because you see Miss Yoko become famous. If Miss Yoko fails in her debut, will you still care about her? Xia fan, Lin Ye said softly, stopping Aragaki from continuing. Fujiya Akiyoshi was already in tears. He lowered his head and his tears dripped into the wine glass. This lady is right, I am the most stupid, greedy and selfish person in the world, but no matter what, I want Yoko to know the truth. Maybe she still has some affection for me in her heart. In my opinion, you'd better disappear completely. You are not worthy of Miss Yoko now, you will only bring her trouble, Aragaki Keiho said mercilessly. Completely disappeared. Fujiya Akiyoshi's pupils were dilated and his face was blank. Lin Ye shook his head at Shin Yuen, signaling her to stop provoking him. This guy's spirit is already very fragile. If he is provoked further, he might really self-destruct. Aragaki Keiho curled her lips and turned her face away. TSK, this guy clearly deserves it. Lin Ye turned around and asked Fujiya in a gentle tone. Mr. Fujiya, have you done anything to Miss Yoko recently? This question is very important and determines whether Lin Ye will encourage him or let him surrender. Fujiya Akiyoshi was stunned and said, I just asked about her residence and bought the information from the paparazzi at a high price. I didn't do anything else. I understand, Lin Ye nodded. Go meet her, Mr. Fujiya, but please be polite and don't let your beautiful memories be tarnished no matter what. Fujiya Akiyoshi was stunned for a while, more tears flowed down his cheeks and gathered on his round chin. Will Yoko recognize me in my current state? Will she still be willing to talk to me like this? At this point, he suddenly backed off. Lin Ye smiled and said, I've watched Miss Yoko's show. She's a gentle person. No matter what you become, she will definitely agree to talk to you. Whatever the outcome, I hope you'll come back here and I'll buy you a drink. Fujiya Akiyoshi stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Ye. I understand, thank you, Mr. Bartender. Then he picked up the wine glass on the bar and drank the remaining wine in the glass in one gulp. The wine in the glass seemed even more bitter, but his heart was determined. He pulled a $10,000 bill from his wallet and placed it respectfully on the bar. It won't take that much, Mr. Fujiya. Please accept it as an advance payment for tomorrow's drinks, I will definitely come back. That guy Yamagishi left 5,000 yen, I must leave more tip than him. Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. What a strange desire to win. In that case, he didn't hesitate and put the money away. I wish you find the ideal answer. Okay. Thanks again. When Fujiya Akiyoshi left, Uncle Mori pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Conan, his little tail. The two looked at Fujiya strangely, feeling that something had happened to this man. Isn't this the greedy young man from yesterday? What happened to him? He's gone to do something important. Important matter? Sorry, I can't tell you that. Oh, I understand, it's about protecting the privacy of our guests, right? Uncle Mori smiled, stopped asking questions, and ordered a glass of cold beer. Yoko's singing voice came from the TV, and Maori's attention was immediately attracted. Yeah, Yoko go. Maori's remote support made Conan, who was standing next to him, twitch his lips. If it wasn't for the purpose of monitoring the two men in black, he really didn't want to sit with this uncle. It was too embarrassing. I looked around the store, but there was no sign of the two men in black. Haven't they arrived yet? It doesn't matter, I have plenty of time and I will wait until you come. Conan clenched his fists. Aragaki Keiho secretly glanced at Lin Ye at the bar, her mind in turmoil. This man seemed to have undergone some kind of change. He seemed to have some kind of magical power that could make guests speak out their true feelings. Could he be a hypnotist? Ugh, so scary. The time came to 9 o'clock. Conan was already yawning, but the two black guys were still nowhere to be seen. Conan, why don't you go back to bed so late? What if you are late for school tomorrow? It's okay, I can get up. Boom. Kogoro Mori's iron fist landed on Conan's head. Why don't you get up? Go back and take a shower and go to bed. If this guy doesn't go back, Xiaolan will come down soon. Then she will definitely cause trouble for me. I still want to drink a few more cups. Conan covered his head and ran away unwillingly. Uncle Mori, Conan is still a child after all, so it's better to be gentle to him, Lin Ye advised. Kogoro Mori blew on his fist as if he was a cowboy blowing on the muzzle of a gun. This kid deserves a beating. Chapter 36. Seeing the person standing at the door with his hands on his hips, Lin Ye winked at Kogoro Mori who was standing in front of the bar. Kobayashi, what's wrong with your eyes? Kogoro Mori looked drunk and didn't receive Lin Ye's hint. Dad, how long are you going to stay here? You still have to work tomorrow. When he heard Xiaolan's voice, Kogoro Mori's shoulders trembled. He turned around and saw his daughter with an angry face. Also, how could you hit Conan? He just came to our house, you should be more gentle with him. This little devil actually dared to complain. Kogoro Mori's fist hardened again. However, in front of his tough daughter, he, as a father, can only give in. I understand, Xiaolan, I will take good care of that little brat from now on, I promise. I hope you're not just talking, come on, follow me home. Just one more drink, just one last one. Another drink, huh? Xiaolan had a dangerous smile on her face, and she turned and left the next second. I think I'd better go live with my mom. Kogoro Mori immediately jumped up from his seat and ran out the door at the speed of a sprinter. Xiaolan, you can't leave Dad alone, who will cook for me if you leave? The few remaining customers in the store were attracted by Kogoro Mori's shouting and looked at him in surprise. As a father, he actually wants his daughter to take care of him and is afraid of her. Uncle Mori is really interesting, Aragaki Keiho smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. With a customer like Uncle Mori, his future work would never be boring. Gin and vodka did not appear this night. Miss Mayano Akemi didn't come either, and Lin Ye wanted to remind her to be careful of the organization's conspiracy. I hope she will come tomorrow, Lin Ye thought as he closed the bar door. Have a night's rest. The next day, when Lin Ye was jogging, he passed by the coffee shop again. A cup of coffee and a piece of cake. His eyes swept across the cafe, but the figure he expected to see did not appear. After sitting in the open-air seat for a while, I felt that my physical condition had almost recovered, so I continued running. After running 10 kilometers, I went home, took a hot bath, and felt refreshed, as if I had been reborn. The afternoon sun shines into the room, and the air in the room becomes much fresher. Lin Ye stretched his body, looked at the lemongrass placed in the corner, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well done, little vanilla. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lin Ye arrived at the door of Polo Bar, ready to open the door and make preparations before business. He had just taken out the door key when a private car stopped by the roadside, making a noticeable braking sound. He turned around curiously and saw a familiar figure coming down from the cab. Yamagishi Eiichi in a grey windbreaker. Yes, he said yesterday that he would bring Miss Yoko here to entrust Mr. Mori. In other words, the person in the car is the popular idol, Yoko Okino. Yamagishi Eiichi also saw Lin Ye, nodded slightly to him, and then opened the back door. A pair of feet in red high heels landed gracefully on the ground, with slender ankles, perfect calf lines, tight and smooth leg muscles, and fair skin, which were particularly eye-catching. A pretty lady wearing a pink single-breasted velvet coat and a British-style black fedora hat got out of the car. This is the popular idol Okino Yoko, who looks even prettier in person than on TV. Lin Ye admired in his heart. He had seen many female artists in his previous life. Most of them were considered pretty, but unfortunately they all had heavy traces of makeup on their faces. But the one in front of me has no trace of makeup on her face, and her natural beauty is pleasing to the eye. I have to say that Uncle Maori has a really good vision. As if she noticed Lin Ye's gaze, Yoko Okino lowered her head and raised her hand to lower the brim of her hat, as if she was worried about being recognized by him. Lin Ye had no intention of continuing to look, so he retracted his gaze and opened the door to enter the bar. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Okino Yoko raised her head again and looked at the sign of the Polo Bar. Hey, bar. Through the large glass windows, you can see the interior decoration of the bar. A hint of appreciation flashed in her eyes. The style of this bar is quite good. At this time, she saw Lin Ye walking into the bar. That gentleman should be the bartender of this bar, and he looks very gentle. Maybe, after I ask the detective to investigate, I can come over for a drink. She has been feeling really tired lately and hasn't been sleeping well at night. Maybe having a drink could help her relax a little. Ms. Yoko, the detective agency is on the second floor, let's go, Yamagishi Eiji said. He originally wanted to come alone because he planned to entrust Detective Mori to conduct a special investigation on that guy Fujiya Akiyoshi, but he didn't want Yoko to hear the name again. But Yoko insisted on coming in person, and he had no choice. At this point, he could only find an opportunity to secretly tell Detective Mori about Fujiya Akiyoshi. Of course, he would keep Yoko's relationship with that guy a secret. The fewer people who know about this, the better. It will be enough to just tell them that Fujiya Akiyoshi is the suspect. The two came to the second floor and arrived at the door of Maori Detective Agency. Yoko Okino knocked gently on the door. After a burst of messy footsteps, the door opened and a sloppy middle-aged man with an untidy beard and a tired face appeared behind the door. Sorry, the office is closed today, if you have anything to do, please come early tomorrow. After singing a quick farewell chant, Kogoro Mori was about to close the door when his hands suddenly became uncontrollable. Wait, she seems to be. Maoli turned his head suddenly and almost hit the brim of Okino Yoko's hat, which scared the popular idol. Uncle Maori's pupils trembled as he looked at the cute face in front of him. Could it be you? Uncle Maori was frightened by the guess in his heart and took a step back, as if the weak woman in front of him exuded some powerful aura. His tone of voice changed as he spoke the name. Okino Yoko. Okino Yoko took off her hat and forced a smile, it's me. Lin Ye had just cleaned up the table when he heard the sound of a bell at the door. He thought it was Xia Fan who arrived, but unexpectedly it was the Maori family who came in. Kogoro Mori, Ran Mori, and Conan. What surprised him even more was that Eiichi Yamagishi and Yoko Okino entered shortly afterwards. Why did they all come down? Sorry, Kobayashi, can I borrow your space for a while? The second floor is too messy, and I would like to treat Miss Yoko to a drink. Lin Ye looked in surprise at Uncle Maori, who looked as if he had just come out of the factory. His chin was shaved clean, his well-fitting suit was neatly arranged, and his whole body seemed to be shining. Is this Uncle Maori? Of course, please take a seat, Lin Ye came back to his senses and agreed. Many thanks. Kogoro Mori led Yoko Okino to the bar very gentlemanly, and after she sat down in the center seat, he sat on her left. Eiichi Yamagishi sat on the right side of Miss Yoko, Xiaolan sat on the left side of Kogoro Mori, and there was no seat on the left, so Conan had to sit on the far right. There are only 5 chairs in front of the bar, and they are all occupied. Xiao Lin, bring the champagne. Uncle Maori snapped his fingers and said casually. Chapter 37. This is a bar. If a customer suddenly comes in and recognizes Miss Yoko, it will be troublesome. The most important thing is that the guy might show up, which is what he is most worried about. Who are you? Uncle Maori's attention had always been attracted by Miss Yoko, and only now did he remember to ask about the man's identity. I'm Ms. Yoko's agent, Eiichi Yamagishi. Yamagishi introduced himself. Lin Ye noticed his nervousness and smiled, don't worry, there are few customers coming into the store before 7 o'clock, if you are worried, I can open the store a little later. Knowing how to adapt is also a required course for bartenders. Opening a little later won't mean a huge loss in sales, but it will help you gain a popular idol as a client, which is definitely worth it. Kobayashi is right, don't be anxious, we can talk slowly. Mari Kogoro looked at Lin Ye gratefully. Xiao Lin, you did a great job. I want to marry my daughter to you. That's not necessary, Uncle Maori, the person your daughter likes is sitting next to her. Lin Ye glanced at Conan on the far right. The boy was looking at him with a smile, and what he was thinking was, does this uncle have any connection with that organization? My goodness, this guy is still doubting me. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Ye said to Mari Kogoro, Mr. Maori, speaking of champagne, I recommend a cocktail that is very suitable for Miss Yoko. Then let's go for the one you recommended, I trust you. Mari Kogoro stared at Lin Ye with full trust and a serious expression, as if he was entrusting him with a huge task. This was the first time that Lin Ye saw Uncle Maori with such a serious expression in all these days. He couldn't help but feel amused and turned around to find 2 bottles of wine on the wine cabinet. A bottle of champagne and a bottle of stout. Okay, Ms. Yoko, let's get down to business. May I ask how you encountered, Kogoro Mori was about to ask Miss Yoko what trouble she had encountered, but he found her looking at the bar with a curious look on her face. He turned his head and saw Lin Ye holding a bottle of wine in each hand, with the bottle mouths pointed at the champagne glasses on the bar. What does this kid want to do? Mao Li opened his eyes wide. The mouth of the bottle slowly tilted, and Lin Ye stared at the narrow mouth of the cup with a focused expression, his hands as steady as a sculpture. 2 evenly thin lines of wine, one black and one white, flowed out from the bottle, fell into the slender champagne glass, and merged into black wine. The black wine slowly rises in the glass, with a layer of snow-white and delicate foam floating on the surface. Yoko Okino opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at the scene in disbelief. How did he do that? The combination of champagne and dark beer, she already knew what kind of wine Lin Ye wanted to make. Black velvet. She had had this cocktail elsewhere before, but she had never seen anyone pour champagne and stout into a glass with their bare hands without spilling it. If you pour these 2 kinds of wine into the glass at the same time, a lot of foam will appear in the glass and overflow from the glass. But in the champagne glass in front of him, there was only a layer of fine and solid foam floating on the surface, rising steadily, as if suppressed by an invisible force. This is incredible. Not only her, but also Kogoro Mori, Eiichi Yamagishi, and even Conan noticed the amazingness of Lin Ye's wine-pouring skill. Although Conan had never drunk alcohol, he was familiar with the chemical properties of champagne and stout. When these 2 carbonated drinks are poured into a narrow champagne glass at the same time, a lot of foam will inevitably be produced due to the collision. There was only one explanation for this miraculous situation. That was that this man's hands were extremely steady. And his control over the wine was also extremely high. The 2 wines flowed at exactly the same rate, and the foam produced was completely within his calculations. He looked at Lin Ye's slender white hands and exclaimed. What scary hands! Is he a robot? Although Xiaolan didn't quite understand, when she saw Lin Ye's focused expression and the people around him holding their breath. She knew that an astonishing scene was happening in front of her, and she opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Ye's hand curiously. Under the incredulous gazes of several people, the snow-white foam finally rose to the rim of the cup, until it was slightly popping out, but not a single drop flowed out. Lin Ye shook his wrist, turned the bottle neatly, and put down the 2 bottles of wine without spilling a drop of wine on the bar. The doorbell rang, but no one turned around. Aragaki Keiho pushed the door open and entered the store, just in time to see this scene. Hey, do you have guests so early today? She walked over curiously and saw a glass of wine on the bar. The bottom of the cup is pitch black, like the abyss, and the color becomes lighter towards the top, gradually turning into deep red, with snow-white foam on the top. There is a clear boundary between the foam and the wine. Black velvet, Miss Yoko, please. Inserting a straw into the wine glass, Lin Ye gently pushed the glass in front of Yoko Okino. Yoko Okino? Aragaki Keiho finally noticed the woman sitting at the bar and covered her mouth in surprise. Xia Fan, don't turn over the sign at the door yet, we will open a little later today, Lin Ye reminded. Aragaki nodded, looking at the idol in front of him curiously. Not TV, but the real idol himself. Why did she come to our shop? I am not dreaming. Hey, isn't the man next to her the one who gave 5,000 yuan last night? Did he bring Miss Yoko here? Yes. He must be very satisfied with Lin Ye's cocktails, so he brought Miss Yoko here. But who is he to Miss Yoko? Araki's gossip spirit began to burn. I'm sorry to disturb your normal business, I will pay compensation. After hearing Lin Ye's arrangement, Yoko Okino said gratefully. To be honest, she couldn't stand the smell on the second floor. But she liked the environment here very much, with soft music and a light fragrance in the air, which made her feel comfortable physically and mentally. Lin Ye did not refuse. This popular idol must have plenty of money, so there was no need to be unnecessarily polite. Yoko Okino picked up the wine glass, lowered her head, and slowly put the straw between her thin lips. The delicate and smooth taste is like velvet, the mellow dark beer and elegant champagne are blended perfectly, and the roasted malt aroma is reassuring. In recent days, she has been spied on by mysterious people, received secretly taken photos. Had her house broken into, frequently received silent phone calls, and was even followed last night. These terrible things tormented her spirit, and she was so scared that she couldn't sleep at night. But at this moment, all the uneasiness in her heart was soothed and she finally found peace. This sense of security is fascinating. This bartender is indeed a gentle person. Only a pair of gentle hands can make black velvet that tastes so soft and kind. I am so lucky to be here today. Miss Yoko, what do you think? Lin Ye asked with a smile. A satisfied blush appeared on her pretty face, and her big, watery eyes sparkled with a moving luster. She smiled at Yoko Nono and said, "This is the best black velvet I've ever had, Mr. Bartender, what's your name?" Chapter 38. That's too much. Kogoro Mori slapped the bar counter. My hand hurts a little, but compared to the injustice Miss Yoko suffered, this little pain is nothing. He actually did something so outrageous to Miss Yoko, leave this matter to me, I must pull that bastard out of the shadows and teach him a lesson. Lin Ye had taken all the limelight just now. Now, after hearing what happened to Yoko, Mari Kogoro immediately seized the opportunity to show himself. Thank you, Mr. Mori, Yoko Okino said with sincere gratitude. Even though such a terrible thing happened, she had to act as if nothing had happened when she was on the show. She was really exhausted. She also wanted to find the mysterious man as soon as possible and end this nightmarish life. Mr. Mori, please be sure to investigate this matter secretly, if this matter is exposed, it will damage Miss Yoko's image, Yamagishi Eiichi added. I understand, Mr. Agent, I will treat this matter as top secret. Maoli looked serious for the first time. Please keep this secret, please. Yamagishi Eiichi bowed to Lin Ye and others again and asked. Don't worry, Mr. Yamagishi, protecting the privacy of guests is also the bartender's duty, Lin Ye said. I won't tell anyone either, Aragaki Keiho also patted her chest to assure him. Her proud chest looked very convincing. Naturally, my daughter will keep this secret, Kogoro Mori was reassured about Xiaolan. As for that little brat over there, he glanced at Conan on the other side. Humph, little brat, if you let this out, watch out for your ass. Don't worry, uncle, I won't tell anyone, Conan squeezed his buttocks together and patted his chest to assure. I don't want to take a bath with an uncle anymore. Thank you all, Yamagishi Eiichi said gratefully. At this time, Aragaki Keiho walked up to Okino Yoko with a small notebook and a pen and asked. Ms. Yoko, can you sign an autograph for me? Of course, Yoko Okino looked at Aragaki with some surprise and smiled. This little sister is so pretty. If she debuted as an idol, she would definitely be very popular. Ms. Yoko, I want one too, also, please write to Kogoro Mori, on the back, please. Mori also took out a small notebook and handed it to Yoko Okino. Yoko Okino smiled slightly and picked up the pen to sign for the two of them. Lin Ye observed Okino Yoko as she lowered her head to write, and secretly praised her in his heart, saying that she was such a gentle and high-quality idol. No wonder so many people like her, even Uncle Maori is her fan. Not only is she cute, but she is also very gentle. It is real gentleness, not a fake one. If someone pretends to be gentle in front of Lin Ye, he will definitely be able to see it, even if he doesn't have the ability to listen to their inner thoughts. Many years of experience working at the bar has honed his ability to judge people accurately. He once received a female star who appeared gentle and lovely on the screen but was domineering in private, which made Lin Ye admire her very much. Admire her acting skills. However, he didn't like such people, so after discovering the woman's true identity, he never accepted her invitation again. A bartender who is famous in the circle will be invited to various banquets. If he wants to be more famous, attending banquets or private invitations of celebrities, taking advantage of their popularity and creating some gossip is a good choice. But Lin Ye didn't like to do this. After he became famous, he refused all invitations except those from people he knew. He prefers to mix drinks in a quiet bar rather than in the bustling world of fame and fortune. After signing for Aragaki and Maori, Yoko Okino still held the pen in her hand, observing Lin Ye with some curiosity. why didn't Mr. Lin Ye ask me for an autograph? It seems that my idol power is not enough to get his recognition. I need to keep working hard. Lin Ye smiled slightly and pointed to the empty wine glass in front of Yoko. Ms. Yoko, can you sign this wine glass for me? Yoko Okino smiled, her smile was very sweet and full of healing power. No problem at all. He carefully wrote his name on the glass with a marker, and then pushed the glass to the inside of the bar. Lin Ye picked up the glass and looked at it. On the slender champagne glass, Okino Yoko's name was written. The handwriting is just like the person, gentle and fluent, very beautiful. Thank you, I will put it in the store and keep it as a souvenir, Lin Ye said with a smile. Kogoro Maori looked at the wine glass in Lin Ye's hand with shining eyes and slapped his thigh. Why didn't I think of signing the wine glass? Young people are really good at this. Xiaolin won't wash this wine glass, right? Okay. It's decided. Tomorrow I'll ask him to pour me a drink from this wine glass, but be careful not to let Xiaolan find out. Lin Ye has already started thinking about how to reject Uncle Maori's request. By the way, Miss Yoko, has anyone you know come to see you today? Lin Ye suddenly asked. Someone you know? Okino Yoko frowned in confusion. I've been recording the show all day today, and I know many of the staff on the show. Is Mr. Lin Ye looking for someone? No, I'm just asking. It seems that Miss Yoko hasn't returned home yet, and that guy should be waiting at her door. Wait, in this case, if Uncle Maori goes over to investigate, wouldn't he be considered the criminal who stalked Miss Yoko? At this moment, Uncle Maori said seriously. Ms. Yoko, I have understood the situation, I will definitely help you find the criminal. Now, let's go to your house to investigate. I'm so lucky to be able to visit Miss Yoko's house. When I find the criminal, how will Miss Yoko thank me? Mr. Maori, thank you, Chu. An incredible picture came to Lin Ye's mind. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. That's too much. Mr. Maori has a really rich imagination. Because Mr. Yamagishi was present, Lin Ye could not mention the matter of Fujiya Akiyoshi, otherwise he might call someone to drive him away, so Lin Ye chose to remain silent. I hope there won't be any misunderstandings when they meet Fujiya Akiyoshi. In Lin Ye's opinion, the chance of Fujiya Akiyoshi and Miss Yoko getting back together is about the same as the chance of him being hit by a meteorite when he goes out. It cannot be said to be zero, but it is infinitely close to zero. However, because of the misunderstanding at the beginning, Fujiya always had the illusion that if Miss Yoko knew the truth at the beginning, their relationship would be rekindled. He would only give up if Miss Yoko told him the answer in person. That's why Lin Ye said yesterday, no matter what the result is, come back to the bar once and I'll buy you a drink. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear the blow and do something crazy. When people are in despair, perhaps a little hope can change their minds. As long as he returns to the bar again, Lin Ye is confident that he can help him. After all, he is the man known as the Cup of Healing. Mr. Lin Ye, your wine is delicious, thank you for the hospitality. Yoko Okino stood up, smiled at Lin Ye, and prepared to leave. As she turned around, the door of the bar was suddenly pushed open and a fat figure appeared at the door. For a few seconds, only the golden bell in the corner of the door rang softly, and everyone was stunned. Lin Ye looked at Fujiya Akiyoshi in surprise as he kept the door open. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. After breaking up, the two people whose life trajectories were completely different met again. One debuts as an idol, becomes extremely popular, and is admired by thousands of people. A person who joins the workforce and becomes a corporate slave spends every day in pain and regret, and his life slides into the abyss. Fujiya Akiyoshi opened his mouth wide and looked at Yoko, who had a confused expression on her face. There was a loud bang in his head, as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. She is cuter than she is on TV, and completely different from the young girl in my memory. Yoko. Chapter 39. Fujiya Akiyoshi looked at Yoko's face, the expression was very interesting, joy, frustration, despair, and a little confusion. How did Yoko appear here? Wait, the clothes Yoko is wearing are different from the ones I saw in her house before. No, that's not Yoko, this is my Yoko. Joy instantly filled Fujiya Akiyoshi's chubby face, and tears of excitement flashed in the corners of his eyes. Great! I knew Yoko wouldn't be so heartless. That guy is a fake. Fujiya Akiyoshi's voice was like surging waves, clearly reaching Lin Ye's ears. Another Yoko? Lin Ye raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something. He stood at the bar, quietly observing the changes in the situation. Fujiya Akiyoshi. Yoko finally recognized the man in front of her and showed a look of surprise. Yamagishi Eiichi took a few steps forward and stood in front of Fujiya Akiyoshi, his face ashen. Sir, please move aside, we are leaving now. Damn it, the situation I was most worried about has happened. This guy is really haunting me. What are you talking about? Get out of the way, I'm going to tell Yoko everything. Mr. Mori, he is the suspect who harassed Miss Yoko, please stop him, Yamagishi Eiichi said loudly to Kogoro Mori. What? You're the one harassing Yoko, right? I noticed something was wrong with you that day, you said Miss Yoko belonged to you alone, but it turns out you are a stalker. No, it's not me, I didn't harass Yoko. Yoko, please believe me. Yoko Okino had a complicated expression and looked at Akiyoshi Fujiya in disbelief. Is it really him? It sounds reasonable for an ex-boyfriend to harass his celebrity ex-girlfriend after she becomes famous. But he was the one who broke up with me in the first place, why is he harassing me again now? It really wasn't me, please believe me, believe me. Fujiya Akiyoshi shouted, somewhat emotionally. Stop quibbling, just admit it honestly and beg for Miss Yoko's forgiveness. Kogoro Mori exerted a little more force with his hands and almost lifted up the fat Fujiya Akiyoshi. What a strong arm strength. Lin Ye was amazed when he saw this scene. Uncle Maori is indeed a hidden talent. Once your feet are off the ground, reason will take over the high ground again. Fujiya Akiyoshi suddenly calmed down, as if he remembered something, and said loudly. I remember now, when I went to Yoko's house just now, I saw another person, his back looked very similar to Yoko's, but he was wearing sunglasses. I thought that was Yoko, but it seems I was wrong, that guy must be the criminal who harassed Yoko. Do you think we will believe your lies? Yamagishi Eiichi said coldly. Mr. Maori, there is no need to waste time talking to him, send him to the police station and he will confess everything. No, no, if I go to the police station, my life will be over, Fujiya Akiyoshi said in horror. Mr. Maori, please let him go. Kogoro Mori was hesitating when Yoko's gentle voice came from behind him. Miss Yoko, are you sure? Well, let me ask him, Yoko Okino walked forward and said. Yoko, but, Yamagishi Eiichi raised his hand, but when he saw Yoko's determined expression, he put it down helplessly. Alas, it seems that the truth can no longer be concealed. Kogoro Mori put Fujiya Akiyoshi down and warned him. Behave yourself, if you dare to do anything rude to Miss Yoko, I'll give you a taste of my back throw. Akiyoshi Fujiya had taken a step forward, but when he heard Kogoro Mori's warning, he retracted his foot. Yoko Okino walked in front of the two of them, keeping a distance of 3 steps from Akiyoshi Fujiya. Mingi, how do you know where my home is? Her first question hit the nail on the head. If he really didn't follow me, how did he know my home address? In order to avoid her enthusiastic fans, her home address is a secret and few people know it. But from what Mingi said, he seemed to go straight to his room. I bought it from a paparazzi for 200,000 yuan. You. Yoko Okino stared at the man in front of her in surprise. He changed, became fatter, and the confidence in his eyes disappeared. Moreover, since he was the one who broke up with her first, why would he spend a lot of money to buy news about himself from paparazzi? Are you sure that's my room? Maybe you went to the wrong room? Yoko Okino asked with a sigh. Linkong Building, 25th floor, room 2509, that should be correct, right? Yoko Okino nodded with a complicated expression. Did you really see a woman who looked like me coming out of my room? Yes, I thought it was you, and I wanted to go up and talk to her, but she pushed me away and ran away. I was so sad at the time, thinking that you didn't even want to talk to me. Fortunately, it wasn't you. Akiyoshi Fujiya's eyes were filled with tears and he looked at Yoko Okino with emotion. He rubbed his eyes and said, if it weren't for what the bartender said yesterday, I would have wanted to jump off the 25th floor. I'm sorry, Yoko, what I was thinking was actually going into your room and committing suicide, and then pretending it was murder. I'm such a jerk. Fortunately, I remembered what Mr. Lin Ye said at that time, and I remembered that I still had a glass of wine to drink, so I came back here. Luckily I came back so I could meet the real Yoko. Thank you, Mr. Bartender. Fujiya Akiyoshi looked towards the bar with gratitude. Lin Ye smiled at him slightly, with the corners of his mouth a little stiff. This guy's idea is too extreme. If he died in Miss Yoko's room, Miss Yoko's idol career would basically be over, and he might even be regarded as a murderer. Isn't it amazing? This is the transformation from love to hate. It only takes one thought. When Yoko Okino heard Fujiya Akiyoshi mention the bartender, she looked towards the bar curiously. Seeing Lin Ye who was still smiling, she couldn't help but become more curious about him. No wonder Mr. Lin Ye asked himself before whether anyone had looked for him. It seemed that he had known that Fujiya Akiyoshi would come to see him. Yamagishi Eiichi also looked at Lin Ye at the bar with some confusion. What did this guy say to Fujiya Akiyoshi yesterday? Yoko Okino turned to Kogoro Maori and said, Mr. Maori, I think what he said is true, his eyes are not deceiving, please check my residence, there may be clues left by the criminal. Fujiya Akiyoshi looked excited. I knew that Yoko's gentleness hadn't changed at all. Yoko. Yoko. Kogoro Mori held down Fujiya Akiyoshi's shoulders. This guy seemed to be ready to make a move. Even if he was not a criminal, considering what he said that day, he could not be allowed to get close to Miss Yoko. Let's go, Mr. Maori. Yoko Okino walked past the two of them and headed towards the gate. Wait a minute, Yoko, I have something else to say to you. Fujiya Akiyoshi shouted hurriedly. Yoko Okino stopped and didn't look back. I'm sorry, Mr. Fujiya, but it's impossible for us now. Chapter 40. Akiyoshi Fujiya looked at the closed wooden door, his eyes went dark, as if he had lost all his strength. But I haven't said anything yet. Mr. Fujiya, Lin Ye's gentle voice came from the bar. Fujiya Akiyoshi turned around in despair and looked at Lin Ye at the bar. Remember, I said I would buy you a drink? Fujiya Akiyoshi took difficult steps and when he reached the bar, his face was already covered with little pearls. I haven't told her the truth yet, he muttered. Let me make you a drink first, and I'll talk to you about this later. Fujiya nodded mechanically. Aragaki Chiffon walked to the bar counter and looked at Lin Ye's busy figure with a little dissatisfaction. Why is this guy so nice to this fat guy? He clearly deserves it. Her inner voice reached Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye silently found gin, maraschino cherry wine, and violet wine from the wine cabinet and placed them on the bar. Cut half a fresh lemon, squeeze out fresh lemon juice with a juicer, and cut the lemon peel into strips for later use. Add ice cubes, 45 milliliters of gin, 15 milliliters of cherry wine, 15 milliliters of lemon juice and a spoonful of violet wine into a shaker. After putting the lid on the cup, Lin Ye's slender fingers covered the cup body, grabbed the shaker and began to shake it, making a rhythmic sound. Lin Ye closed his eyes and felt the degree of fusion of the various materials in the cup with his fingertips. He felt the ice melting, and some of the water mingled with the wine. When the ice melted to a certain degree, all the materials were fully integrated, and a feeling of roundness and unity came from his fingertips. He suddenly opened his eyes and the movement of his hand stopped abruptly. Open the lid and filter the light blue liquor into a chilled martini glass. Finally, use the lemon peel left when cutting the lemon to smear a circle around the rim of the cup, then roll it into a small flower and stick it on the rim of the cup as decoration. Aviation, please. Lin Ye pushed the wine glass away from the bar and made a gesture of invitation. Flying. Upon hearing the name, a hint of curiosity appeared on Fujiya Akiyoshi's face. In 1903, the Wright brothers flew the world's first airplane, the Flyer, into the sky, fulfilling the ancient dream of mankind and marking the beginning of human spaceflight. Lin Ye calmly narrated the history of this glass of wine. In 1917, the famous German bartender Hugo Ensslin created this cocktail to pay tribute to the Wright brothers. It was included in his book The Art of Mixology and has been sought after by many people. Seeing that Fujiya Akiyoshi was still in a daze, Lin Ye reminded him, this is a short drink cocktail, if you don't drink it in time, the wine will warm up and the taste will disappear, please drink it in time. Oh. Fujiya Akiyoshi came to his senses and picked up the wine glass carefully, afraid of spilling a drop. When you take a sip of the wine, a delicate floral and fruity aroma rises in your mouth, mixed with the aroma of herbs, bringing the healing scent of spring. What? With a sigh of contentment, Fujiya Akiyoshi briefly forgot his sorrow. After Flight was created, it experienced two major blows and has disappeared from the public eye. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a forgotten wine. Lin Ye began to tell the story again. Forgotten wine. Fujiya Akiyoshi opened his eyes. How could it be? It's such a delicious wine. Lin Ye explained, in 1920, America introduced Prohibition, which caused the 3-year-old cocktail to remain silent for a long time. It was not until more than 10 years later, when Prohibition was repealed, that it reappeared on the bar menu. But in the 60s, violet wine, one of the ingredients, was discontinued, causing this cocktail to disappear from the bar again. What's this glass? Fujiya Akiyoshi stared at the glass in his hand in surprise. Yes, although violet liquor has been discontinued, our store happens to stock this liquor. Lin Ye was quite surprised when he first discovered violet liqueur on the wine cabinet. The owner of Polo Bar is definitely a serious drinker. Isn't this glass of wine very expensive? Lin Ye smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I only added a small spoonful. Only then did Fujiya Akiyoshi breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Bartender, do you think Yoko's attitude towards me would change if she knew what happened? Fujiya asked confusedly. When Aragaki Keiho next to her heard this question, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is there any need to ask this? Of course it's impossible. Is this fat guy still daydreaming? Lin Ye advised, at this point, whether Miss Yoko knows the truth is meaningless. Your love is like this glass of flight and the discontinued violet wine, which has disappeared. Things that only exist in memory should be left in memory. Even if you tell Miss Yoko about that, she won't fall in love with you again. If you continue to pester her, the beautiful memories will become fragmented. Fujiya Akiyoshi opened his mouth wide. In fact, he had known this for a long time but just didn't want to admit it. Yoko's refusal just now says it all. Lin Ye added, Ms. Yoko is an excellent idol. Excellent idols will bring strength and courage to life to their fans and spread beauty and hope. She must not want to make her fans sad. So I think she won't date anyone before she retires from the entertainment industry. If you can't forget her, try to support her like her fans do. Maybe in that way, you can get the strength to continue living from her. Become a fan of Yoko. Fujiya Akiyoshi's pupils trembled violently, and he was obviously experiencing a drastic change of mind. This was a path he had never envisioned, and he had previously viewed all Yoko fans as enemies. But in the end, it was all just his wishful thinking. He drank the rest of the wine in the glass in one gulp, feeling melancholy. Yoko is no longer the Yoko she once was. Now she is an idol loved by countless people. Even the detective uncle is her fan. Her singing voice and cuteness are healing millions of fans, but I want to destroy this beauty. Am I too selfish? Hearing this wavering voice, Lin Ye struck while the iron was hot and quoted the classic saying of Bodhidharma. Buddha said, to be without mind is to be sincere, to let go is to have. A heart without mind refers to a mind of delusion. To be without mind means to let go of attachment. Only by letting go of attachment to the past can we have happiness and joy in the present and the future. Mr. Fujiya, please let it go. Let go of your obsession with the past, Fujiya Akiyoshi murmured, shedding 2 tears of understanding. Now is the time to deliver the final blow, no, the final word. Lin Ye seized the opportunity and said his last words. Flying symbolizes freedom and dreams. If you still love Miss Yoko, become her wings and help her fly higher. Boom. A surge of emotions exploded in my brain. Tears, pull it out. Fujiya Akiyoshi covered his face, weeping bitterly, and a hoarse cry came out from between his fingers. Woo, Yoko, I want to be your fan. Aragaki Keiho opened her mouth wide and stared blankly at Lin Ye at the bar. Appeared, Lin Yefwa. A huge Buddha statue with a face like Lin Ye, smiling and holding a flower, with golden light shining on its head, rose up in her mind. The dazzling Buddha light made it difficult for her to open her eyes. Lin Ye noticed that she knew and covered her eyes and looked at her in surprise. The moment he saw the picture in her mind, he almost choked on his own saliva. Hey, I'm not bald. Time to memorize words. Aviation, flying. Root word, avi, bird. Avian bird, aviary, birdhouse. Aviate, drive an airplane. Aviation, aviation, extended to mean flying. Chapter 41. Kogoro Muri pushed the door open and entered the store, humming a little tune, looking like he was in a very good mood. Hey, this guy hasn't left yet. Mari said in surprise when he saw Fujiya Akiyoshi still sitting at the bar. What surprised him even more was that Fujiya Akiyoshi was looking up at the TV with a happy expression on his face. What was being played on TV was a program that Yoko Okino recently participated in recording, Idol Go-Go. Has the incident been resolved? Lin Ye asked. With me, Kogoro Mari, in charge. Of course it's easy to catch him. Mari Kogoro sat on the chair, looking proud. Let's have a celebratory beer. While Lin Ye was pouring the wine, Fujiya Akiyoshi asked Mari who was sitting next to him. Mr. Mari, who is the criminal who is harassing Yoko? It was a woman named Ikezawa Yuko who debuted at the same time as Ms. Yoko. She was jealous of Ms. Yoko's popularity and planned this series of shameful events. It turned out to be that woman. How hateful. She actually did such a thing to Yoko. Kogoro Mori looked at Akiyoshi Fujiya in surprise. Why does this kid feel different from before? Mr. Maori, beer. Lin Ye placed a large glass of beer in front of Kogoro Maori. Maoli glanced at him. Lin Ye smiled harmlessly. Did this guy say something to him? Never mind, let's drink. Maoli picked up the glass and took a long sip. Ah, the beer after the commission is successfully completed is so delicious. By the way, where is Conan? Lin Ye asked. That kid insisted on coming in with me, but Xiaolan took him home to take a bath. An unhappy expression appeared on Kogoro Mori's face. Conan is just a 6-year-old child, but he always feels unhappy, as if his daughter is being taken advantage of by a man. What's going on? Lin Ye smiled and changed the subject. How did Mr. Maori identify the criminal? Maori immediately perked up, straightened his collar, and said seriously. We found an earring under the sofa in Ms. Yoko's room. Ms. Yoko recognized it as Ikezawa Yuko's earring. And recalled the strange incident of losing the key at the TV station a week ago. Most likely, that woman stole it. Combined with the guy's previous testimony, the criminal's body shape is similar to Ms. Yoko's. Glancing at Fujiya Akiyoshi beside him, Uncle Maori raised his lips proudly. Then, with my ingenious reasoning, the criminal had nowhere to hide, but Miss Yoko didn't seem to intend to sue that woman, saying that she wanted to talk to her. Miss Yoko is indeed a gentle and kind woman. Although the earrings were found by Conan when he was crawling on the ground, without my ingenious reasoning, how could the matter be resolved so quickly? Ha! I also got Ms. Yoko's home phone number. This is the biggest reward for this commission. I can call Ms. Yoko in the future, hee. As he thought about it, the serious expression on Uncle Maori's face collapsed and he began to imagine the scene of talking on the phone with Miss Yoko. But how could that woman's earrings fall off? Generally speaking, earrings can't fall off by themselves, right? Even if they fell on the ground. They would be found immediately. How could they be left under the sofa? Kogoro Maori was suddenly embarrassed. Yeah, why? After thinking for a while without any clue, Uncle Maori simply gave up thinking. Anyway, the criminal has been found, it doesn't matter, just drink beer. Maoli took a big sip of beer and cleared his mind of unnecessary thoughts. The beer tonight is especially delicious. Lin Ye looked thoughtfully at Fujiya Akiyoshi who seemed a little nervous beside him. A series of first-person perspective images appeared before his eyes. The door was not closed, so I pushed it open and entered the room. In the living room, there was a figure who looked very similar to Yoko. And a woman who ran away. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed the woman. In the fierce struggle, the two fell to the ground. An earring fell to the ground and was knocked under the sofa. It seems that this guy didn't tell the whole story before. When he was suspected of being the criminal, Fujiya Akiyoshi briefly mentioned his experience of meeting Ikezawa Yuko, and it turned out that the two had a physical conflict. Maybe he is afraid of being suspected of having impure motives. Feeling Lin Ye's gaze, Fujiya Akiyoshi became more nervous. Why did Mr. Lin Ye look at me like that? Did he figure out something? Lin Ye smiled and suddenly said, Mr. Fujiya. Ha! Fujiya Akiyoshi's body tensed up. As a fan of Miss Yoko, you shouldn't leak her home address or harass Miss Yoko, right? She will hate you for doing that. Hi. I will keep this secret until I die. If you dare to harass Miss Yoko, I, Kogoro Mori, will never let you go. Kogoro Mori also warned. Hi. Mr. Maori, I will never harass Yoko. From now on I will be her most loyal fan. Huh, that's more like it. Kogoro Mori hooked his arm around Fujiya Akiyoshi's shoulder and laughed. Xiaolin, give him another beer. A new member of Yoko's fan club. Okay, Mr. Mori. Lin Ye poured another glass of beer and pushed it in front of Fujiya Akiyoshi. Cheers to Miss Yoko. The two people in front of the bar were watching Yoko on TV while drinking beer, hugging each other, shouting from time to time, cheering for Yoko on TV, as if they were a pair of close friends who met too late. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, Aragaki Keiho had already gone off work, and there were no other customers in the store. The deserted store became lively because of two enthusiastic fans. At this time, the sound of a bell came from the door. Lin Ye looked in surprise and saw a tall young black-haired woman walking into the store. The woman was wearing a turtleneck sweater with a very elegant navy blue coat on the outside. She has shoulder-length black hair and a pair of big European-style eyes under thick bangs. Her facial features are three-dimensional and very charming. Her lips are slightly thick, which makes her look very sexy. She wears a pair of purple earrings, which is full of charm. Uncle Maori heard the sound of the door opening, turned his head curiously, and when he saw the woman, he suddenly felt a little excited. Wow, another beautiful lady. Polo Bar is truly the best in the world. He released his hand that was hooked around Fujiya Akiyoshi's neck, straightened his messy collar, and prepared to strike up a conversation. Looking at the woman walking towards the bar with a smile, a hint of doubt flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. This woman gave him a subtle sense of disharmony. But he couldn't tell what was wrong at the moment. It wasn't until the woman sat elegantly at the bar, next to Uncle Maori, that a voice full of joy sounded in his ears. Ah Jin. I found your home. I heard you came here for 3 nights in a row, so I came to see what has bewitched you. The corners of the woman's mouth rose sharply, revealing a strange smile. I'll have a dry gin, please. Chapter 42. Oh my goodness, another member of that organization. Are they using this place as a team-building site? From her tone, it seemed that she was an old acquaintance of Jin, probably a colleague. But how did she know that Jin had come here to drink for 3 consecutive days? She is so concerned about Jin, could it be that? A reasonable guess emerged in Lin Ye's mind. Jin is really good-looking and has such a cool temperament. It's reasonable that he has several fangirls in the organization, right? Try Jin, huh? Do you want some on the rocks? The woman nodded and stared at Lin Ye with interest. This guy must be the bartender of this restaurant. He looks pretty handsome. I wonder how good his bartending skills are. Thank you for the compliment. My skills are better than my looks. Mind if I smoke a cigarette? The woman asked politely, pulling out an elegantly wrapped black cigarette box from her bag. Lin Ye looked at the empty store, took out a glass ashtray from under the bar and placed it in front of the woman. Thank you. The woman took out a long, thin cigarette and held it between her left index and middle fingers. Then she rummaged through her small bag, seemingly looking for a lighter. Miss, you seem to be in trouble. A big hand holding a lighter stretched out in front of the woman, and with a click, the fire was lit. Thank you. The woman looked at Kogoro Mori gratefully, put the cigarette in her mouth, and lowered her head to light it. She took a deep breath, raised her head, and exhaled white smoke from her sexy lips. Lin Ye smelled a faint minty scent. Maori Kogoro took a deep breath of the secondhand smoke and praised, "Oh, it smells good, is it imported?" The woman said something in French, probably the brand of this cigarette, and took another cigarette out of the box and handed it to Kogoro Mori. Thank you. Maori took it happily, lit it up and started smoking. It has a light taste, very little tar, and a minty scent. It's really a cigarette smoked by a woman, there's no smell at all. Although he didn't like the taste of the cigarette, how could he not finish the cigarette given by the lady? Mao Li took another puff. Mr. Bartender, would you like one? The woman pointed the cigarette box at Lin Ye again. I don't smoke, thank you, Lin Ye declined. He really doesn't smoke, but he doesn't object to others smoking. It's better to say that he has gotten used to it. When he was working before opening his own shop, he stayed in an underground bar where smoking was not prohibited. The customers there especially liked to drink and smoke together. He also observed an interesting phenomenon, that is, guests who smoked first and then drank tended to drink more than usual. Guests who drink first and then smoke often have frowns on their faces, seem to have heavy worries, and have a strong desire to chat. If you take the initiative at this time, the success rate of chatting up someone is very high. So when many men see a girl smoking alone in a bar, they will surround her like sharks smelling blood. Later he searched on the internet and found out that if you smoke and then drink, nicotine will paralyze the brain, causing people to drink more than usual without realizing it. When you drink alcohol and then smoke, the alcohol will increase the pleasure brought by nicotine. The more depressed a person is, the more he or she relies on this strong stimulation of the combination. Are you the only bartender in this restaurant? The woman took a puff of cigarette and looked at Lin Ye curiously. Lin Ye added ice cubes to the glass and replied, yes, this store is not very big, so I can do it alone. When pouring gin into the glass, Lin Ye suddenly asked. Does the guest like gin? When he asked this question, he keenly noticed that the expression on the woman's face froze, and she became even more furious, like gin? Are you kidding me? I want to kill that bastard. It's okay, the woman forced a smile. Hey, it turns out that she is not Jin's fangirl. She is his enemy. It seems that the mysterious organization codenamed after wine is not united within the organization and there is internal strife. This is also normal. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Especially in various large companies and large organizations. The mysterious organization seems to be quite large, so it is reasonable that there are internal conflicts. It would be strange if there was harmony within the criminal organization and the relationship between members was harmonious. After Lin Ye poured the wine, he politely pushed it in front of the woman. The woman picked up the wine glass and took a sip, her expression looking as if she was drinking someone's blood. Jin, one day I will step on you, hey. Lin Ye thought for a moment and asked, what is the guest's favorite wine? The woman put down her wine glass, a mysterious smile appeared on her lips, Kashasha, or Binga. Binga, my favorite wine, is also my code name in the organization. Sure enough, like gin, vodka, and Shirley, the person in front of him also has his own code name in that organization. Pinga, a type of sugarcane liquor produced in Brazil, is also called cachaça and is known as the national liquor of Brazil. Its alcohol content is between 38 and 48. This liquor is also known as Brazilian rum because both are made from sugarcane, the difference lies in the manufacturing method. Binga is directly fermented and distilled from sugarcane juice, and then matured in wooden barrels. Rum is mainly fermented with processed cane sugar and molasses, and is sweeter. Rum. If there is even Binga, does that organization also have a member named Rum? What about other alcoholic beverages? A hint of curiosity arose in Lin Ye's heart, and he wanted to visit that organization. Hey, this hand. At this time, Lin Ye noticed Binga's hand holding the cup, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Binga's hands are long and white, with distinct knuckles and protruding joints at the base of the fingers, seeming to be full of strength. If a hand like this were clenched into a fist, it would be quite powerful. Huh. This guy is staring at my hand. Did he find something? Lin Ye withdrew his gaze as if nothing had happened. Binga raised the corner of his mouth, raised his left hand, and spread out his 5 slender fingers, as if showing them in front of Lin Ye. Mr. Bartender, do my hands look good? Well, the guest's hands are very charming, Lin Ye praised politely. Then do you know what this hand is used for? It's used to kill people, hey. Does the customer want me to guess your occupation? Lin Ye said with a smile. Yes, guess it, if you guess it right it's yours. Binga took out a $10,000 bill from his bag and put it on the bar. Lin Ye looked at the banknote, then looked at Binga carefully and said, the customer is a programmer, right? Why do you say that? I'm a woman, have you ever seen a woman who is a programmer? How did he figure that out? Did he also figure out that I'm a man? Lin Ye almost couldn't keep the calm expression on his face. It turns out this guy is a man. No wonder he gave me a subtle sense of disharmony when he entered the store. Lin Ye had experienced this kind of disharmony before. Binga brought back Lin Ye's memories. She was a guest from Thailand with a devilish figure and charming face. After drinking Lin Ye's cocktail, she developed a strong interest in Lin Ye. At that time, Lin Ye spent a lot of effort to get rid of TA's entanglement. It's not discrimination or anything, it's a matter of principle. It is his working principle not to have sex with customers, regardless of whether they are male or female. Seeing Uncle Maori secretly glancing at this guy with his drunken eyes, Lin Ye really wanted to remind him. Uncle, calm down. This guy is a criminal, and he's a gangbanger. Chapter 43. Why does Mr. Bartender think I'm a programmer? It's probably intuition. I've met so many customers, and sometimes when I see a customer for the first time, I will subconsciously associate him with a certain profession. You can also say it's a blind guess, Lin Ye smiled and replied. Blind guess? Is it really that simple? Binga laughed twice and pushed the bills to the inside of the bar with his fingers. Your intuition is really accurate, this is yours. Lin Ye accepted it without hesitation. It's not too much to ask for a tip for playing guessing games with guests, especially for such a dangerous guest. Miss is actually a programmer. I didn't expect that. In his impression, programmers are all thin or fat people with sparse hair and haggard faces. This is the first time he has seen such a beautiful female programmer. What does Uncle do again? Binga looked at Kogoro Muri with a playful look. Uncle Maori coughed twice and his expression suddenly became serious. My name is Maori Kogoro, I'm a detective, and the Maori office upstairs is owned by me. If you have any troubles that need to be investigated, please feel free to call me. A business card from the Maori Detective Agency was handed to Binga. Binga took it, looked at it, and asked with a smile. Mr. Maori drinks here every night? Yes. So, Mr. Maori, have you seen a guy with silver hair in the store recently? The guy with the silver hair? Maori thought about it and shook his head. No, but if you want to find someone, you can ask me, I can give you a 20% discount. By the way, do you know your name? Kashasha, Binga smiled. I really need Mr. Maori's help, can you please help me investigate that person? His name is Kurosawa. Cough cough, Lin Ye's sudden cough interrupted Binga. There was no way. If he didn't speak up, Uncle Maori would fall into Binga's trap. Who is Jin? The elite criminal organization of mysterious organization, the kind that kills without blinking an eye, could even knock down the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era with one blow. If Uncle Maori really went to track down his whereabouts, he would definitely be discovered and killed. Even if he thought that Uncle Maori still had hidden strength that had not been brought out, Uncle Maori was, after all, just one person. No matter how powerful he was, he could not handle a huge organization. This guy even wants to reveal Jin's real name. He's really vicious. What's black and what's gray? Please, can you just say the killer's real name? If someone knew my real name, I would definitely kill that person to silence him. What's wrong, bartender? Hearing Lin Ye's cough, Binga turned around and stared at his face. I don't think Mr. Maori needs to investigate this matter. In fact, a customer with silver hair did come to the store 2 days ago. Really? Why didn't I see that kind of guy? Because you, Mr. Maori, were not here when he came. The first 2 times Jin came, it was late at night. The third time he and Vodka took a taxi and came earlier, but Uncle Maori was not there at that time. I believe that after being approached by Kusaka Omi, Jin will never come during popular hours again. He is the kind of person who likes quietness. Oh, I see, then there is really no need for me to take action. If Miss Kashasha wants to find them, she can just come here and sit every day. You will meet them one day, Uncle Maori said with a little thought. Is he here alone or with others? Binga asked. Yeah, with a companion wearing sunglasses. Ha, it's Vodka, it's them after all. Binga let out a smile. How many times have they come? 3 times. Jin, you're such a jerk. During the mission, you brought Vodka to the bar every day to drink. Is Miss Kashasha their friend? Lin Ye asked. Friend? Lin Ye keenly noticed that Binga's eyes twitched unnaturally. Huh, yes, we are good colleagues at work and good friends in life. Jin, disgusting guy, I am friends with him. What a joke. Sure enough, these 2 people have a grudge. What are they doing here? Binga asked again. Of course we go to the bar to drink. Did you hear what they were talking about? Although Binga knew that Jin was too cautious to reveal any important information in public, he still asked with a tried attitude. He is interested in any information about Jin. If you want to knock someone down, you must first understand him. The more you understand, the better, and the deeper the better. Perhaps from some insignificant details, you can find the opponent's weakness and then give him a fatal blow. I'm sorry, this question involves the privacy of the guests, so I can't disclose it. Huh, you are really a dedicated bartender, Binga smiled, seeming to admire Lin Ye's look. You little brat, you're so arrogant in front of me, what a shitty professional ethics. You're just a bartender, if I want you to, you won't survive the night. Although he knew that the other party was just swearing in his heart, Lin Ye still became alert. What should I do if Binga really comes to deal with me? Just as Binga said, he is just a bartender. Although he has a soul that traveled from another world and has superb cocktail mixing skills and the ability to read minds, these 2 things don't seem to be very useful when facing evil forces. Something must be done. He could no longer rely on force, so he would be thankful that nothing went wrong with his overindulged body. He thought about it seriously and finally sighed slightly. Alas, it turns out that I can only rely on my own amazing wisdom. What did they drink? You can at least tell me this. That's no problem. Lin Ye nodded and named the drinks Jin ordered 3 times. XYZ, Requiem, King Fizz. Binga thought for a moment and ordered a glass of Requiem. Requiem, a gin-based drink with vermouth, Campari, Cynar, Fernet Branca, and orange bitters. While Lin Ye was making cocktails, Binga's voice was heard again. This guy's movements are so smooth, there is not a single unnecessary movement, and not a drop of wine spilled on the bar. He is indeed quite capable. Is Jin attracted to him? Huh, I'm looking forward to the taste of this cup. Please don't let me down. Binga stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, which made Kogoro Mori next to him stunned. Your Requiem. Lin Ye pushed the dark red wine glass to the front of the bar. Binga had already smelled the aroma of the wine, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. After picking up the wine glass, he did not drink it immediately. Instead, he sniffed greedily, with an intoxicated look on his face. Ah, the aroma of gin. Even though several different kinds of liquor were mixed together, he could still smell the unique juniper aroma of gin. Swish, swish. Stimulated by the aroma, Binga began to secrete a lot of saliva in his mouth, and his desire to drink gradually increased, but he still endured. His expression scared Lin Ye. This guy looks like a pervert. When the desire to drink reached its peak, Binga finally moved the glass to his lips. Goo! The bitter taste and deep aroma seemed to lead people into deep darkness. Binga closed his eyes and everything was dark. A man with long silver hair emerged from the darkness. Ah, Jin. One day, I will personally play the Requiem at your funeral. Chapter 44. Fujiya Akiyoshi stood up shakily and said goodbye to Mori Kogoro. Keep doing it, young man, Mari encouraged with a big tongue and patted Fujiya's shoulder. Fujiya Akiyoshi turned around and bowed deeply to Lin Ye at the bar. Thank you, Mr. Lin Ye. Lin Ye smiled and nodded, returning an encouraging look. Binga on the side watched this scene curiously. What did he do to this man? Interesting. After Fujiya Akiyoshi left, only Mori and Binga were left at the bar. Uncle Maori's face was red, caused by drinking too much, and his drunken eyes glanced at the foreign beauty sitting next to him. Ah, what a special perfume smell, what brand of perfume does she use? Just when Uncle Maori's face turned red and his heart was beating fast. Ding-ling, ding. The door to the bar was pushed open. He shuddered and immediately put on a serious look. But the person who came in was not Xiaolan. Tall figure, beige uniform skirt, long dark brown hair, and big, slightly sad eyes. Mayano Akemi. At the same time, two completely different voices came into Lin Ye's ears. Maori, wow, another beautiful lady. Binga, is it her? Hey, this stupid woman who brought an undercover agent into the organization. Undercover. Lin Ye captured another key piece of information. Mayano Akemi came to the bar and sat next to Binga, which made Maori Kogoro a little disappointed. What would you like to drink this time? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Whiskey and water, the whiskey should be rye, and just half the water, Mayano Akemi smiled. Whiskey plus water, also known as water drinking, is a way of drinking strong liquor that originated from Japan's light food culture. The right amount of water and ice can reduce the alcohol content, making the liquor taste softer and easier to drink, while releasing the aroma of the liquor. Okay. When Lin Ye turned around to get the wine, he heard Binga's thoughts. Rye. This woman still can't forget that traitor. Hee, if the organization didn't need her sister to be in charge of research, she would have been eliminated long ago. This stupid woman doesn't know how to keep a low profile and actually wants to leave the organization. She is so naive. Even if she completes the mission, the organization will not let her go. By the way, Jin is responsible for the sisters' affairs. If he can't even control these two women, Jin's position in the organization will be, hee. Binga started to rack his brains and began to think about how to use these two women to get Jin. Lin Ye was very concerned about that rye. Traitor. It should be Miss Mingmei's ex-boyfriend. Rye whiskey, so its code name is Rye. From Binga's thoughts, it can be inferred that Rye entered the organization undercover through Miss Mingmei, but has now been exposed. Miss Mingmei obviously still can't forget Rye, and hopes to leave the organization and then find him. No wonder she showed that emotion the last time she came to the store, and the same this time. A woman blinded by love is indeed blind, unable to see the situation she is in. Or maybe she understands, but still wants to try, even if there is only a glimmer of hope. Lin Ye silently added 2 large pieces of ice into the chilled wine glass, and then poured in half a cup of rye whiskey. Then add the same amount of water, insert a bar spoon into the glass and stir gently. Generally speaking, the ratio of water to whiskey should be 2 to 3 times, but the customer requested a 1-to-1 ratio, so Lin Ye had to do it according to the customer's request. Maybe she had drunk it this way with someone before. As for water, Lin Ye chose soft water, which has a softer taste, and he felt it would be more suitable for Miss Mingmei's current mood. Miss, your wine. Lin Ye gently pushed the prepared wine in front of Mayano Akemi. Mayano picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and the sadness between his brows seemed to dissipate a little. The mellow and soft taste and rich and charming aroma make this a reassuring glass. This bartender is indeed a good man. Only a pair of gentle hands can make such a drink. It's now. Lin Ye took the initiative to talk. Miss, can you tell me your name? Hirota Masami. It was a gentle response, but unfortunately it was a pseudonym. Ms. Yame looks worried. Have you encountered any troubles recently? Well, Mayano Akemi said softly, her eyes vague. There is one thing I'm not sure about the result. After the mission is completed, will the organization really let Shiho and I go? Shiho's research seems very important to them. Can a mere 10 billion yen really buy our freedom? Sure enough, she was also suspicious. Besides, he had guessed correctly before that her sister was a technician of that organization. What is your sister researching? A hint of curiosity arose in Lin Ye's heart. Binga on the side raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Stupid woman, you will end up dead. Jin will never be merciful to women. Lin Ye was silent for a moment, and then said in a very relaxed and normal tone. Is it something that can't be given up? Although the old people often say that persistence is the key, I think it's more important to be comfortable. There's nothing wrong with giving up once or twice. Mayano Akemi smiled. Mr. Bartender has a really good attitude, but for me, this is a very important matter and I can't give up easily, and even if I want to give up, I may not be able to do it. Indeed, even if she gave up voluntarily, the organization would not easily let go of the person who brought in the traitor. After all, criminal organizations have no integrity. Then I wish you get the results you want. Binga was right in front of him, and Lin Ye could only simply nod and say no more. At this time, Binga suddenly said, I think what the bartender said is right. Who is this lady? Mayano Akemi looked at her puzzledly. Huh, I just happened to pass by this bar and came in for a drink, do you want to hear a few words from me? Please tell me. I guess you must be troubled by your relationship. Binga glanced at Mayano Akemi's face and smiled. How do you know? Mayano Akemi asked in surprise. There are only a few things that can make women upset, anyone who sees the expression on your face will wonder if you have been dumped by a man, Binga said with a playful smile. Everyone in the organization already knows about your relationship with that traitor, Dumped by a man. Mayano Akemi smiled bitterly. She was right. After the Maharaja left, he completely cut off contact with me. It seemed like I was dumped. But I know that the Great Lord is not simply deceiving and using me. He cut off contact with me in order to distance himself from me and protect me from the organization. She really trusted that man. Lin Ye wanted to meet that man. It seems I was right, you don't still want to rekindle your relationship with the man who dumped you. Impossible, seeing Mayano Akemi's expression, Binga sneered. A woman who knows it's impossible but still holds on to hope to do something often ends up in a miserable state. Maybe you don't care, but what about the people who care about you? They will definitely be sad for you, Binga said meaningfully. He knew that this woman had a good relationship with her sister, surely. Hey, if this woman suddenly calls and says she's giving up the mission, Jin, who's in charge of this, will have a very interesting expression, right? As long as it is something that can make Jin lose face, Binga will do it without hesitation. Chapter 45. After hearing what Binga said, Mayano Akemi showed a trace of hesitation on her face. She's right. If I'm gone, Shiho will be the only one left. It's too cruel, how can I leave Shiho alone to face those demons? In fact, she had already realized that the organization would not let her and her sister leave so easily. But she accepted the mission with the determination to die, because she knew that even if the plan failed, the organization would not touch Shiho. My sister is much more important to the organization than myself. The only person the organization wants to get rid of is me. But if she succeeded, she and Shiho would be free again, and the prince might even contact her again. Either of these two things would have a fatal attraction to her, so she accepted the task even though she knew it was a trap. Even if there is only a slight chance, she wants to fight for it. But she ignored the situation her sister would face after her failure. I was so focused on getting Shiho out of the organization and living the life of an ordinary girl that I overlooked this point. If I die, there will be no one to accompany Shiho, and she will be trapped in the abyss of darkness alone. No, it's not just for Shiho, I also had selfish motives mixed in, and it was this selfishness that blinded me. I'm sorry, Shiho, I actually wanted to leave you alone. Mayano Akemi picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The originally fragrant wine seemed to become bitter. Thank you for your advice, I will think about it carefully. When Binga saw her expression, he knew that his words had worked, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Hey, Jin, don't be too rude to the ladies. Ms. Yume, as a fellow woman, I would like to give you another piece of advice, there are so many good men in the world, why hang yourself on a tree? Look. Binga suddenly pointed at Lin Ye, who was listening silently at the bar. This bartender is handsome, has good bartending skills, and speaks well, you might as well chat with him more, maybe you will forget about that unfaithful man soon, hee. Lin Ye was really shot even when he was lying down, and laughed, the guests really liked to joke. He was not at all happy to be praised by a man disguised as a woman. By the way, could this guy be interested in me? He tried hard to hear Binga's inner voice, but at this moment he could hear nothing. Mayano Akemi glanced at Lin Ye sheepishly and forced a smile, Mr. Bartender is so good, he must be very popular here, but I don't have the confidence. If a customer compliments you, whether it is sincere or not, you should praise him or her back with all your strength. This is another experience accumulated by Lin Ye. No, it's Miss Yume, if I had a girlfriend like Miss Yume, I would feel uneasy because I would worry every day that you would be snatched away by someone else. See, I told you he's good at talking, Binga pointed at Lin Ye and smiled. Indeed. Mayano Akemi smiled, her sister's face appearing in her mind. It seems I need to think about this carefully again. I must survive. Even if I can't protect Shiho, I must at least stay with her and not leave her alone. The environment here is nice, and the bartender is also very nice. Next time I meet Shiho, let's choose this place. Lin Ye heard it again and saw it. The girl with the cold eyes. Surely Mayano. Now he had some idea of how his abilities worked. The more he wanted to listen and see, the less he could see or hear. Just like the clouds reflected in the calm lake, if you reach out to touch them, not only will you not be able to touch the clouds, but you will also destroy the image of the lake. The voice of others is the cloud, and his heart is the lake. Once the lake becomes calm, the clouds will disappear. The calmer the mood, the clearer the sounds in the ears and the images in the lake will be. At this moment, what is reflected in Lin Ye's heart is Mayano Akemi's sister, the cold and clear girl. Lin Ye picked up a wine glass, wiped it gently with his eyes, and his mood became calmer than ever before. His change caught the attention of two people at the bar. If Lin Ye just now was like a mirror, he is now like a living lake, quiet and soothing. Bingo, what happened just now? Why does this guy give people a different feeling all of a sudden? Mayano Akemi, his expression when wiping the wine glass is so gentle and reassuring, just like a great lord. Mayano Akemi was shocked by her own thoughts. At this time, Lin Ye raised his head and looked at her. This sudden gaze startled Mayano Akemi, and she felt like her soul was pierced by something. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at Lin Ye again. The moment she turned her head, Lin Ye's pupils trembled, as if she saw some incredible scene. He did see her being penetrated. A pitch-black bullet pierced through her body, and beautiful flowers of blood bloomed on her chest. Along with Lin Ye's mental fluctuations, this astonishing scene flashed by. However, waves were rising in Lin Ye's heart. What was that just now? Hallucination? No, that was not an illusion, but something that might have happened to Mayano Akemi. That is, her future. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Mayano Akemi's unnatural voice brought Lin Ye back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he had been staring at the other person's face. In the eyes of Binga and Mayano Akemi, he was just staring at Mayano Akemi's face in a daze. Why is he staring at my face? Does he really have feelings for me? Broken and misunderstood. Sorry, I was just thinking about something, I'm sorry for being rude, Lin Ye said quickly. Oh. What are you thinking about, Mr. Bartender, as you stare at Miss Yame's face? Hee, interesting, Jin seems to admire this guy. If this guy gets together with Mayano Akemi, what will Jin's expression be? Even someone as quick-witted as Lin Ye was speechless for a moment. The scene from just now came to my mind again. That look filled with sadness is touching. He must stop this from happening. Lin Ye's thoughts were more determined than ever. Lin Ye's silence and determined eyes made Mayano Akemi even more suspicious. I really like this place, but what if the bartender really comes to pursue me? No, I can't accept another man now, not to mention that I don't even know his name. Oh no, she won't come again in the future, right? No, I still want to meet your sister. Lin Ye thought of a solution quickly, and suddenly said with a longing look on his face, Ms. Yame, you and your sister look so much alike. Huh? So he was thinking about Shiho. Mayano Akemi breathed a sigh of relief, but her brows immediately frowned again. No, Shiho is a member of the organization, and unlike me who is just an outside member, she has an official code name. If the bartender gets too close to her, the organization will target him. We can't push the bartender into the fire pit. Sister, you are quite kind, but I have been targeted by members of your organization, and there are more than one core members with code names. Just when Lin Ye was feeling depressed, things took a sudden turn for the better. It's Mayano Akemi's train of thought. Well, that's not right. With Shiho's personality, she won't easily develop feelings for a man. Her personality is too cold. We should bring her here and let her interact with the bartender. With the bartender's communication skills, maybe he can become friends with her. Chapter 46. Lin Ye naturally cooperated and showed an expectant look. It's not that he's pretending, but normally, he doesn't show his thoughts on his face. Ms. Yami. When Mayano Akemi walked to the door, Lin Ye called her. The latter turned back in confusion. My name is Lin Ye said with a smile. Mayano Akemi was stunned for a moment, then smiled at him, nodded, opened the door and left with the sound of a crisp bell. Kogoro Mori, who was lying on the bar, suddenly raised his head and looked around. Hey, why is that lady gone? Seeing Uncle Maori's drunken appearance, Lin Ye said with a smile, Uncle Maori, I think you should go back and rest early. What are you talking about, Kobayashi? Tomorrow is the weekend, so of course we have to drink to our heart's content tonight. Don't you think so, Miss Kashasa? Although Miss Yame has left, there is still Miss Kashasha. The lady hasn't left yet, how can I, a man, retreat? Huh, Uncle Maori's idea is really interesting. Lin Ye smiled secretly in his heart. Mr. Maori is right, on Friday night, of course we have to drink to our heart's content, Binga said with a smile. TSK, what a confused detective. Binga's approval rekindled Kogoro Maori's fighting spirit and he clamored for another drink. Lin Ye reminded him, Uncle Maori, you have already finished the 3 cups of wine today, you should stop drinking, if you drink too much and go home, Miss Xinlan will be angry. Xiaolan. She is my daughter, how can a daughter control her father in this world? Don't worry about her, bring me some wine. When Xiaolan is not around, Kogoro Mori still has the dignity of a father, especially after drinking. Lin Ye couldn't persuade this drunk uncle, so he had to pour him another glass of beer. Of course, the glass was changed to a regular-sized glass instead of the extra-large cup used by Maori. Kogoro Mori rested his chin on the bar, staring at the wine glass in front of him. Xiao Lin, has this wine glass become smaller? You are mistaken. Kogoro Mori stared at the wine glass in front of him, his eyes moving toward the center. Well, never mind, it doesn't matter if it's a little smaller, there are 3 cups after all, Uncle Maori, are you seeing things? Lin Ye was amused. Binga also covered his mouth and laughed. As soon as he smiled, Lin Ye stopped smiling. Ding-ling, ding-ling. The bells seem to be welcoming the guests with laughter. It's so late, and there are still guests. Lin Ye looked towards the door in surprise. A pretty young woman walked into the store. She was wearing a brown coat with a black turtleneck sweater underneath and a small black leather bag hanging over her shoulder. Her actual age should be older than she looks, but she looks younger because of her delicate facial features. Such a beautiful girl, coming out to drink alone late at night. Lin Ye was a little surprised. Uncle Maori turned around drunkenly and saw the woman entering the store, grinning, "Hey, another beautiful lady, Xiaolin, your store is amazing." After getting drunk, the uncle spoke out his true feelings. When Binga saw the woman entering the store, he frowned and looked thoughtful. "What would you like to drink, young lady?" Lin Ye greeted her with a smile. Ase Narimi, the woman sat next to Binga and smiled as bright as the moonlight. "Mr. Bartender, just call me Narimi, I want a glass of Blue Moon." Blue Moon. Lin Ye was slightly stunned. Because Blue Moon is the offspring of flying, the recipes of the two are very similar, both using gin and violet wine. But the production of violet wine has been discontinued and will not resume until around 2007. Isn't it only 1996 now? Wait a minute. Lin Ye suddenly realized the problem. Could it be that the violet wine in this world has not been discontinued? Because the historical trend of this world was basically the same as what he knew, he subconsciously believed that the violet wine in this world had also been discontinued. But that may not be the case. Looks like I need to relearn the history of bartending. What's wrong? If it's not convenient to make, forget it, I can order something else. Could it be that the bartender doesn't know how to make this? That's right. After all, it's a very unpopular recipe. It's better not to force it. I won't do it if I'm suspected. But Miss Chingshire is really considerate. Lin Ye's favorable impression of Ase Narimi increased greatly. No, it's just that few customers would order this, so I'm a little surprised, please wait, it will be ready soon. Lin Ye smiled, turned around and began to prepare for the cocktail. The ingredients needed for Blue Moon are very simple. Gin, violet wine, lemon juice. While Lin Ye was cutting lemons, Ase Chumi took off his coat and put it aside. His cheeks were red and he seemed to be very hot. She was wearing a black turtleneck sweater underneath, and after taking off her coat, her slender figure was revealed against the black sweater. I almost missed the last ferry today, it was really thrilling, Ase Narimi patted his chest. When the drunken Uncle Maori saw this scene, his blood suddenly boiled, his body swayed, and he almost fell off the chair. This guy's chest. Binga's thoughts attracted Lin Ye's attention. He looked up and found that Binga was staring at Miss Ase's chest, observing her carefully. Is this guy still a pervert? Hey, there's no doubt about it, this guy's breasts are fake. Fake. Lin Ye was stunned, then slightly angry. Even if it's fake, you can't stare at a girl's breasts. It's so rude. Isn't it normal for girls to pad their backs a little? Lin Ye glanced at Miss Chingshi's chest and thought angrily. Why is this lady staring at my breasts? Did she see through me? Ase Narimi noticed Binga's gaze, covered his chest, and a trace of nervousness flashed across his face. There is no need to be nervous, Miss Chingshi. It is very common for women to wear breast pads, just like men wear underwear to increase their height. There is no need to be ashamed. Just as Lin Ye was thinking this, Binga's voice came again. Oh, there is no doubt about it, this guy is definitely a man. Mr. Binga, please don't judge others based on your hobbies, okay? Lin Ye didn't believe it, because Miss Chingshi in front of him was a beautiful girl no matter how you looked at it. Eyes as clear as moonlight, a gentle temperament with a hint of sadness, a sweet and delicate voice, and slender and beautiful hands. The most important thing is that, unlike Binga, Miss Chingshire did not give him any sense of disobedience. How could such a naturally beautiful woman be a man? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Unless there is a blue moon in the sky. Did you relax after leaving the island? I have to be more careful next time. If the people on the island find out that I am a man, they might find out my true identity. In that case, my plan will be. Lin Ye. This world is full of fraud. Lin Ye wanted to be quiet. Oh, there is also a laundry detergent called Blue Moon, but you can't drink it. Chapter 47. Lin Ye gently pushed a glass of light blue wine in front of Chingmi. After learning that his real identity was a man, Lin Ye's mood became complicated. He thought he had met enough guests, but now it seems that he is still young and needs more experience. But just now Chingshirxia brother's voice mentioned the plan on the island. What plan? Is this another murder plan? Lin Ye suddenly felt that the rate of potential criminals and active criminals among the guests he received was too high. From the perspective of probability theory, this is unscientific. Lin Ye looked at Narimi, who was holding a wine glass and drinking from it in small sips, looking very cute. Wow, it's so delicious, I'm so lucky to find this store. Narumi's big eyes sparkled and were full of joy. Alas, how could such a cute girl be a man? Lin Ye thought with some melancholy. At this moment, an incredible picture appeared before his eyes. In the blazing fire, Miss Chingshire, wearing a black sweater, sat alone in front of the piano, playing a song with a sad expression. Her figure in front of the piano overlapped with Miss Chingshire in front of the bar. The sad piano melody seemed to come across time and space and float into his mind. It's Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Lin Ye was stunned. An indescribable sadness welled up in my heart. Why? Why did he sit in the fire and play the piano? Mr. Bartender, if you keep staring at me like that, I'll get shy. Miss Chingshire's voice woke Lin Ye up. The raging fire disappeared without a trace, and the sound of the piano in my ears also disappeared. Only Miss Chingshire, wearing a black sweater, was sitting in front of the bar with a shy look on her face. Lin Ye wasn't sure if she was really shy or if she was blushing because she had been drinking. Why is the bartender looking at me like that? Is he really? No, that kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Sorry, Lin Ye lowered his eyes. Hee, it's okay, maybe I'm just too cute. Narumi winked at Lin Ye playfully and said in a joking tone. When Kogoro Muri saw this scene, he was shocked all over, as if he was shot in the butt by Cupid's arrow. So cute. Binga, who had been observing Narumi, also widened his eyes and sighed in his heart. I lost. You are the best at pretending to be a woman. Lin Ye's heart was also shocked. No, that won't work, he's a man. He's a man. He's a man. Even though he had been receiving guests for more than 10 years, he had never met someone like Miss Chingshire. He had seen many lovely women, but this was the first time he had seen such a lovely man. This disguise is so natural and there is not a single flaw to be found. I can only say that he is so talented. Lin Ye took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, smiled and praised. Yes, among all the guests I have met, Miss Chingshire is definitely one of the top 3 in terms of cuteness. The bartender is really good at talking. Narumi laughed happily. Well, it seems that my acting is perfect, even the bartender who has seen countless people can't see it. How can you be a bartender if you can't speak? Lin Ye blinked and hit back. Narumi was stunned, as if he was struck by an electric current. He lowered his head and took a sip of wine. His face became redder and even his earlobes turned red. Oops, I think I overacted. Could it be that the bartender really likes me? The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Ahem, Lin Ye broke the awkward silence. Miss Chingshire mentioned the ferry just now. Yeah, Narumi nodded gently. Actually, I'm a doctor on an island near Tokyo, but I take the boat back to Tokyo on weekends. So Miss Chingshire is a doctor, no wonder. I always feel that your temperament is different from ordinary people. Lin Ye looked at Chingshire and said. Temperament? Narumi turned his head curiously. Well, all the excellent doctors I have seen have a calm and reassuring temperament, Lin Ye said seriously. Narumi chuckled. Mr. Bartender is flattering me again. I'm just a new doctor who graduated 2 years ago. I still have a lot to learn. How can I dare to call myself an excellent doctor? Miss Chingshire. You don't have to be so modest. There is an old saying, a doctor's heart is kind, and his skills are his. The heart comes first, and the skills come second. A doctor can accumulate and learn medical skills, but if he does not have a compassionate heart that cares for his patients, no matter how high his medical skills are, they are in vain and he cannot be called an excellent doctor. Lin Ye stared at Chingmi's face seriously. In my opinion, Miss Chingshire has a kind heart, otherwise, why would she give up the favorable environment in Tokyo and go to a small island to be a doctor? Lin Ye's sincere praise made Ase Narumi lower his head, seeming embarrassed. Mr. Bartender, you're really good at praising people, you even quoted scriptures and talked about benevolence, it's too exaggerated. Sorry, Mr. Bartender, I'm not as noble as you think. I went to that island for revenge. Ase Narumi lowered his head, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He had a serious illness when he was a child and was hospitalized in Tokyo for a long time. It was the experience of hospitalization that made him, knowing deeply the pain of illness, decide to become a doctor and help more people suffering from illness. It was that serious illness that allowed him to escape the fire. The man-made fire that killed his entire family. Revenge? Lin Ye was slightly moved. Is it really a murder plan? Ugh. Thinking of the scene of playing the piano in the fire he just saw, an astonishing guess emerged in Lin Ye's mind. Did Miss Chingshire want to take revenge and then end her life? But why did she choose this method? While Lin Ye was wondering, Uncle Maori had already taken the initiative to attack. Ms. Chingshire, this is my business card, if you have any trouble, just call me, Mari Kogoro, will definitely help you solve it, Uncle Maori said with a thick tongue. Ase Narumi politely took the business card and glanced at it. Ah, detective, so you own the office upstairs. Yes, it's me. Mari Kogoro. Mari patted his chest, then suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I'll tell you a secret, I just helped a famous star solve a troublesome incident today. Really? That's amazing. Kogoro Maori really enjoyed the admiring gaze of the young girl, and with the effect of alcohol, he couldn't help feeling a little elated. But I have an agreement with her to keep it a secret, so I can't tell you who she is, all you need to know is that I, Mari-san, Kogoro, am a famous detective. Even popular stars come to me to solve their problems, so if there is any incident, just leave it to me. Well, if there is any need, I will definitely call you, Ase Narumi said cooperatively. When the time comes, I'll send this detective an anonymous invitation letter. Maybe he can stop me before my hands are covered in blood. Chapter 48. Ase Narumi stood up and prepared to leave. In that case, Miss Chingshire should come again, Lin Ye asked with a smile. A hint of hesitation flashed across Ase Narumi's clean face. What should I do if I come too often and Mr. Lin Ye becomes obsessed with me? Miss Chingshire, that's impossible. In the end, Ase Narumi nodded. I will, Mr. Lin Ye, I go back to Tokyo once a week, so I think I will come here for a drink every week in the future. Mr. Lin Ye's wine is so delicious, I can't give it up. It's only once a week, he shouldn't be obsessed with me, right? I can rest assured that. Only then did Lin Ye feel relieved. As long as Miss Chingshire continues to come to the store, he will have a chance to resolve the hatred in his heart. The hatred in Miss Chingshire's heart is very deep, and it cannot be resolved by just one or two conversations. Fortunately, Miss Chingshire is actually very kind-hearted and can still be saved. Although they had only been together for a short time, Lin Ye could see that Miss Chingshire was a very gentle person. Although the gender is pretended, the gentleness is definitely not fake. The image of Miss Chingshire playing the piano in the flames came back to his mind. I won't let that happen. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Ye. See you next week, Miss Chingshire. Come again next week, Miss Chingshire. Kogoro Mori also waved his arms. Hee, after leaving a pleasant chuckle, Ase Chingzu opened the door and left amid the sound of the bell. It's time for me to go. Binga also stood up. By the way, don't tell that person that I came to see him, this is also to protect the privacy of the guests, right? Binga winked at Lin Ye, smiled and pushed a 10,000 yuan bill to the inside of the bar. There is a hint of danger hidden in that smile. If you dare tell anyone, I'll kill you. Of course, this is what I should do, Lin Ye took the money with a smile. Ms. Kashasha, come again, Uncle Maori waved his arms again. See you some other time, Mr. Maori, Binga threw a wink, like an arrow piercing Uncle Maori's heart, then turned and walked towards the door. Such an interesting place, of course we have to go all out. But be careful not to let Jin find out. After Binga left, Lin Ye and Uncle Maori, who was covering his chest, were the only ones left in the store. It took a long time for Uncle Maori to recover. Hiccup, I should go back too. Maoli stood up by holding on to the bar, turned around, took 2 unsteady steps, and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly, walked out of the bar and helped him up. Uncle Maori, don't drink so much next time. Hey, I'm so happy today, I actually met Miss Yoko in person and visited her home. No, I went to solve a case, it's a day worth celebrating, so of course I have to drink a few more glasses. Lin Ye supported Kogoro Maori and looked at the clock on the wall. It was already past 12 o'clock. There shouldn't be any more guests coming at this time. It's okay to close the door for a while. Uncle Maori, let me help you go back. He helped Uncle Maori towards the door. Shaolin, don't you really want to consider becoming my son? When Lin Ye opened the door, Uncle Maori looked up and asked with a touched look on his face. Huh, forget it. After going out, Lin Ye closed the door with his other hand, turned the wooden sign on the door to resting, and then helped Maori Kogoro into the corridor next to him. I went to the third floor and knocked on the door gently. It was Xiaolan who opened the door. Really? Dad is drunk like this again. I'm sorry, Xiaolan, I failed to persuade the uncle. I don't mean to blame you, Xiaolan waved her hands quickly. Actually, I know Dad is very happy today, and tomorrow is the weekend, so I didn't go down to catch him. I didn't expect him to drink so much. Xiaolan, thank Kobayashi for me. Muri Kogoro suddenly raised his head and said like he was talking in his sleep. After saying that, he tilted his head and leaned on Lin Ye's shoulder, closed his eyes, and seemed to fall asleep. I can do it without you telling me. Xiaolan shook her head helplessly and stepped forward to hold Maori's other arm. The two men helped Kogoro Muri to the uncle's room, opened the door, and saw Conan lying on the bed sleeping soundly. The two of them took some effort to finally place Uncle Maori on the bed. Thank you, Mr. Lin Ye, I'm sorry for the trouble, Xiaolan bowed to express her gratitude. It's okay, there's no one in the store, I'll go down first. Before turning around and leaving, Lin Ye glanced at Conan on the bed and a smile appeared on his lips. When he returned to the store, it was almost 1 in the morning and Lin Ye began to prepare for closing. The main thing is to put the tables and chairs in place, clean up the garbage and mop the floor. Lin Ye had just set up the table and chairs when the sound of a bell was heard at the door. No way, it's late at night and there are still people coming to drink. Lin Ye turned around in surprise. The person who entered the store was Xiaolan. Xiaolan, it's you, I thought there were guests coming, but it's so late, why did Xiaolan come down? Mr. Lin Ye, let me help you clean up. Mr. Lin Ye sent my father back. I have to do something to thank him, so I'll help him close the shop. Lin Ye originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing Xiaolan's voice, he nodded. Okay, thank you for your help, Xiaolan. It's not a problem, I do all the housework anyway, compared to the messy office made by my dad, cleaning up here is so easy, Xiaolan said with a smile. You are so virtuous, Xiaolan. Then I'll make you a drink. Thank you. Lin Ye walked to the bar and planned to make a Cinderella for Xiaolan. This is also a non-alcoholic drink, mainly a mixture of several fruit juices. Lemon juice, orange juice, pineapple juice, grenadine, soda. Plus the name Cinderella, it's very suitable for girls to drink. Cinderella seems to be pretty good at housework, right? Soon, he saw Xiaolan's ability in doing housework. With the mop in hand, Xiaolan seemed to have transformed into the cleaning god of war and the floor terminator. Looking at her momentum as she mopped the floor, Lin Ye was really worried that she would plow the floor. What a powerful and fierce Cinderella. In a short while, the entire lobby floor was plowed by Xiaolan and was shining. Mr. Lin Ye, we've finished mopping, is there anything else you want to do? Xiaolan stood in front of the bar, leaning on the mop, like a god of war. Lin Ye shook his head in amazement. Then I'll go wash the mop. After Xiaolan finished washing the mop, she returned to the bar. Lin Ye had already prepared a cup of yellow drink and placed it on the bar. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaolan, this is for you. Wow! So beautiful. The golden color and tulip-shaped wine glass look like a golden tulip blooming on the bar, which is really beautiful. It's called Cinderella, it's non-alcoholic, drink it with confidence. Ah, it's the fairy tale about marrying the prince. Xiaolan picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and squinted her eyes in enjoyment. The sour and sweet tastes linger on the tip of the tongue, just like Cinderella's transition between nobility and ordinariness, which is irresistible. This is delicious, thank you, Mr. Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded, his eyes swept across the floor that Xiaolan had swept clean, and he couldn't help but joked, Xiaolan is so virtuous, it will be hard for you after you get married. Getting married, Xiaolan blushed, and the image of Shinichi who had disappeared for a few days appeared in her mind. Getting married is a happy thing, why is it so hard? Lin Ye smiled and said, because the Kudo family is very big. Xiaolan was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned around and her face turned red. Mr. Lin Ye is really teasing me again. Huh, is there any news about Kudo-kun? Lin Ye asked casually. Well, actually, Shinichi called me a few hours ago. Oh. Lin Ye asked in surprise. Didn't Kudo Shinichi become Conan? Did he say why he disappeared? Well, he said someone entrusted him to deal with a troublesome incident and he won't be back for a while. Xiaolan's expression was a little melancholy. That guy is always like this, he regards the case commission as more important than anything else. Sigh, Mr. Lin Ye clearly reminded me that day, but I still let Shinichi slip away. Lin Ye was just about to say something to comfort Xiaolan when the bell at the door suddenly rang twice. Oh no! I've been discovered. A panicked voice came from outside the door. Chapter 49. Hey, didn't I close the door just now? Xiaolan walked to the door puzzledly, opened the door and looked out. There was no one at the door. It might be the wind, don't worry about it. Oh. Xiaolan closed the door and returned to the bar. After finishing a glass, Xiaolan still sat at the bar, supporting her chin, as if thinking about something. It's so late, Xiaolan, why don't you go home? Lin Ye asked. Mr. Lin Ye won't be off work until 2 o'clock. Xiaolan, do you want to accompany me until I get off work? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Xiaolan nodded. It's so late and there are no customers, Mr. Lin Ye will be bored staying in the store alone, right? I'll stay and chat with you, I can't sleep anyway. Lin Ye looked at the clock. It was still half an hour until 2 o'clock. Xiaolan, you're staying with an uncle like me in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid that Kudo will get jealous if he finds out? Lin Ye glanced at the door and an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That mystery geek wouldn't be jealous. Xiaolan held her cheeks with both hands, her cheeks puffed up in dissatisfaction, like a big hamster. Lin Ye smiled and said, you can't sleep because of Kudo-san, right? No. Of course it's because of that guy. He suddenly disappeared without a clear reason. And made me worry for several days. He finally called me and said he was helping someone solve a troublesome case. Even if he had to keep it a secret, at least he told me where he was. Wouldn't that make me continue to worry? Sigh, what kind of request is this? I hope it's not too dangerous. If something happens to that arrogant guy, what should I do? The girl's sorrow was accurately conveyed to Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye's eyes swept towards the door, and another voice came from outside the door. It's so late, what on earth are Xiaolan and that bartender talking about? Damn! I really want to listen. But the door is closed and I can't hear clearly. Hiss, it's so cold. The smile on Lin Ye's lips became even more intense. Mr. Lin Ye, are you making fun of me? Xiaolan saw the smile on Lin Ye's face and realized that she had obviously misunderstood. No, I just thought of something happy. Lin Ye quickly put away his smile and explained, so as not to be misunderstood by Xiaolan as a frivolous uncle. Xiaolan looked at Lin Ye's face suspiciously. The uncle is obviously making fun of me. Ah! Suddenly a sneeze came from outside the door. Huh! Xiaolan quickly ran to the door and opened it. Conan, wearing pajamas, stood at the door, covering his mouth and nose with his hands, looking nervous. Conan, why did you run down here? Xiaolan asked in surprise. I got up to go to the bathroom. Why did you run to the side of the road to go to the toilet? Xiaolan stared at him with wide eyes. This. Don't lie, Conan, tell me the truth. At this time, Lin Ye's voice came from the bar. Xiaolan, send Conan back quickly, the weather is cold and he is only wearing pajamas, he will catch a cold easily. Yes, Sister Xiaolan, I'm so cold. Conan hugged himself cooperatively and shivered. Who told you to come down here in the middle of the night? Although she said this, Xiaolan still picked up Conan and turned to say goodbye to Lin Ye. Mr. Lin Ye, I'll be leaving now, good night. Lin Ye nodded, good night, Xiaolan, and little Conan. His eyes fell on Conan's blushing face, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Haha, who just said that our great detective wouldn't be jealous? Conan, hurry up and say good night to Mr. Lin Ye. Ah. Oh, good night, Uncle Lin Ye. Lan's embrace is so warm and soft. Conan, you don't have a fever, do you? Why is your face so red? When Xiaolan saw that Conan's face looked strange, she quickly picked him up and left. Looking at the closed wooden door of the bar, Lin Ye smiled and shook his head. What a little pervert. I took out the menu from the bar and started looking at it. The last half hour should also be spent studying. On the third floor, Xiaolan opened the door and was greeted by the smell of alcohol, which made her frown. Seeing her father's heroic sleeping posture, occupying the entire bed, she silently closed the door and carried Conan to her room. Conan's heart was about to beat out of his chest. Xiaolan, are you planning to sleep with me? This is simply so exciting. If her true identity is discovered, Xiaolan will definitely go crazy, and then it will be terrible. Conan thought of an innocent telephone pole on the roadside, and felt excited and nervous, full of anxiety about the future. My bones are not as hard as telephone poles. When he came to his senses, he was already pinned down on the bed under the covers. Xiaolan pressed the quilt down on his shoulders, then took out another quilt from the closet and spread it out on the bed. Conan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they were not sleeping in the same bed. If he slept in the same bed with Xiaolan, he was really afraid that he would have a nosebleed. He took a deep breath. Xiaolan's quilt smells so good, just like her body. At this moment, a warm hand gently covered his forehead. Hey, I don't have a fever. Xiaolan, who was lying next to her, asked curiously. Don't worry, Sister Xiaolan, I'm fine, Conan said guiltily. I'm glad you're okay, don't run around in your pajamas next time. Ah. Xiaolan turned off the lights and the room fell into darkness. After a while. Sister Xiaolan. Conan's cute voice suddenly sounded in the darkness. Okay. What kind of person do you think Uncle Lin Ye is? Xiaolan thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin Ye, he is handsome, gentle, good at chatting, and his bartending skills are incredible, he is an excellent adult. After a brief silence, Conan asked again. Sister Xiaolan ran to the bar downstairs in the middle of the night just to look for Uncle Lin Ye. Yes, what's the matter? Strange, doesn't Sister Xiaolan like Brother Sunny? Could it be that she has fallen in love with Uncle Lin Ye so quickly? A hand reached out from the darkness and pinched Conan's little face accurately. Conan, stop talking nonsense. Ah, it hurts, Sister Xiaolan, please don't. Xiaolan let go of Conan's little face and said helplessly. You are so young, why are you thinking about these messed up things? You don't understand adult matters. I'm just curious, Sister Xiaolan, what exactly do you want to do with Uncle Lin Ye? I just went to help him close the shop and thank him for sending Dad back. So that's how it is, Conan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If not. I thought you. Huh. Xiaolan's threatening voice made Conan stop talking. Although Mr. Lin Ye is very outstanding, my feelings for him will not change. Hey, so you like Shinichi brother so much, Conan was secretly delighted. In the darkness, Xiaolan's cheeks turned red. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go to bed. Yeah, good night, Sister Xiaolan, Conan said sweetly. Good night, Conan. Good night, Shinichi, who knows where he went. As soon as it's 2 o'clock, I get off work on time. Lin Ye walked out of Polo Bar, took a deep breath of the cool night air, and his mind felt refreshed. Well, today is another fulfilling day. Let's keep working hard tomorrow. Thanks to brothers such as Serious Profit Seeker, Liu Bei Loves Chao Zhe, and Invite the Moon Palace Master for their strong support. Chapter 50. Lin Ye slept until 9 o'clock and opened his eyes naturally in bed. After running for 2 days, not only did he feel much lighter, but his sleep quality also improved. The effect was so good that even Lin Ye was a little surprised. Running is awesome. No wonder Plato, the god of philosophy in ancient Greece, said, if you want to be strong, run. If you want to be fit, run. If you want to be smart, run. Bogo is right. After washing up and having breakfast, Lin Ye went out again. Take a walk to digest the food first, and wait until your body starts to warm up and your mental and physical state reaches its best, then start jogging. As he ran, he carefully felt the rhythm of his body. Soon, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his body. Not only did he not feel tired, but he felt that he was getting better and better. This is amazing, is this guy a running genius? Because it was a weekend morning, there were a lot more people on the streets than usual, and there was no more hurried look on their faces. In addition to Lin Ye, there were many other runners running past him. There was a fat middle-aged man wearing a white headscarf, sticking out his tongue and looking like he was running with great effort. Hehe, if I had known I wouldn't have gone to the brothel last night. I was so exhausted. There are also elderly people who walk with steady steps, look vigorous and their steps are full of sports experience. Of course there are also energetic young men and women. When a long-legged sporty girl in shorts runs by, she always attracts a lot of attention. Lin Ye was immersed in a wonderful sports experience when he suddenly heard an exclamation from behind him. Wow! So beautiful! Wow, it's so big! Wow, so white! Wow, it's so long! Probably another beautiful girl running. Lin Ye smiled and didn't look back. Just focus on running when running. Don't look at women. What if you hit an innocent telephone pole? But soon, he heard obvious and rhythmic breathing sounds behind him, as if from a young girl. The breathing sound was getting closer and closer, as if it was following him. Although Lin Ye felt strange, he still didn't look back. When running long distances, it is normal to follow someone and adjust your breathing rhythm. Just don't stare at their butts. She was probably tired, her breathing rhythm was disordered. At this moment, someone patted him gently on the shoulder. Now I have to turn back. Lin Ye turned around and saw the person taking the photo of him. The golden ponytail swayed with the steps, the white sports vest was slightly soaked with sweat. The chest muscles were exaggerated and lively, and the gray sports shorts with the edges also soaked with sweat were tightly attached to the two snow-white long legs. "Xia Fan?" Lin Ye asked in surprise. "Uncle, it turns out it's really you." A hint of surprise appeared on Aragaki Keiho's rosy face. "You come out for a run too," Lin Ye said with a smile. No wonder the passers-by around had such expressions. One old man even bumped into a telephone pole. Who doesn't like to look at beautiful girls who are good at sports? What's more, she was a voluptuous athletic beauty like Aragaki Keiho, who was sweating. Even Lin Ye couldn't help but take a few more glances. Noticing Lin Ye's gaze, Aragaki Keiho couldn't help but feel proud. "Hee, you are finally fascinated by me, right?" Lin Ye coughed, quickly retracted his gaze, and looked straight ahead. "You have to concentrate when running, otherwise it would be bad if you sprain your ankle." The two ran side by side for a while. Lin Ye could hear Xia Fan's breathing constantly in his ears, and a pleasant fragrance kept tickling his nose, as if a little Xia Fan with white wings was tickling his heart with a tickler. Be attentive, be attentive. This is a trial. Uncle is quite patient, so what? Hoo, ah, hiss, ah, hoo. The breathing sounds in my ears became more obvious and more alluring. A vein bulged on Lin Ye's forehead. Hard. The fist is hard. This woman, that's enough. Calm down, be calm. Isn't the so-called growth about overcoming the wavering self? A mature man must be able to withstand temptation. Lin Ye adjusted his breathing rhythm, focused his attention on his body, and felt the changes in his leg muscles. Gradually, he regained his composure and all temptations left him. The little Xia Fan in my heart was suppressed by a huge golden hand that fell from the sky and could no longer do anything bad. TSK, this is so boring. Seeing that Lin Ye was unmoved, Aragaki Chiffon also lost interest. If she raised the volume any further, passers-by would suspect that she had hidden small toys on her body. She suddenly sped up, past Lin Ye, and before leaving, she turned back and taunted. "Uncle, you run so slowly, you are such a small fish." "Oh, trash, trash." Lin Ye smiled and stared at her quietly, his eyes full of love. Aragaki Keiho blushed and turned her head away quickly. "Xia Fan, be careful." Lin Ye exclaimed. "Ah!" With a scream, Aragaki Keiho fell to the ground. Lin Ye shook his head, and hurried forward to help her up. He looked at the missing piece of the ground and said earnestly. "Xia Fan, you have to concentrate when running." Aragaki Keiho held back her tears, bit her lips, and stared at the small hole on the ground. The stinky, broken, and rotten pits caused people to fall and it hurt so much. He helped Xia Fan to sit on a bench by the roadside. "Is your foot okay?" Lin Ye's eyes slid over Xinyuan's long legs. There were some scratches on the knees, which was not a big problem, but compared with the whiteness of the ankles and the surrounding area, there was obviously some redness. "It hurts," Aragaki blushed and bit her lip. "Let me see." Lin Ye squatted down, carefully lifted Xia Fan's calf and placed it on his knees, then gently untied her shoelaces with his other hand and gently took off her sneakers. Aragaki's feet were wearing white socks, which smelled a little bit of sweat, but not smelly. As a bartender, Lin Ye has a very keen nose. He only needs to smell a glass of wine to know what kind of wine is in it, what brand it is and what year it was produced. So if he can't smell it, then it really doesn't stink. He carefully stretched out his right hand, intending to take off Aragaki's socks to check the injury. The moment his fingertips touched Aragaki's skin, Aragaki's legs trembled slightly. "What? Don't move, let me see." Aragaki Keiho bit her lips and her face turned red. "Oh, I should have known not to mock him earlier." Lin Ye's mouth corners slightly raised. "Now you know you regret it, right? Let's see if you dare to be distracted when running in the future." Carefully taking off the sock on Aragaki's right foot, the red and swollen ankle was revealed. "Well, it's all swollen." "Oh, what should I do then?" "There's no other way, I'll take you to a nearby clinic for treatment." Lin Ye saw a clinic nearby while running. "Oh, then, thank you." Lin Ye smiled slightly. Even a girl like Xia Fan would show her weak side when she was hurt. He squatted in front of Xia Fan with his back to her. "Come up." Aragaki Chiffon glanced at Lin Ye's broad back, bit her lower lip, and finally made up her mind and leaned over gently. A pair of warm hands hooked her thighs, and then the whole world began to rise. Oh, I should have worn long pants earlier. Add more for the serious profit seeker, brother. Chapter 51. In the rental house filled with fragrance, Aragaki Keiho was lying on the bed with a red face, her right leg lifted up by Lin Ye. Then gently place it on the neck of the stuffed rabbit at the end of the bed. Her ankle was carefully treated by the nurse, who applied ointment and then wrapped it with gauze. There was also a strawberry pattern band-aid on his knee. After spraining your ankle, elevate your foot to reduce swelling and facilitate recovery. Maintain this position and don't put it down, Lin Ye reminded kindly. I understand. Aragaki Keiho pulled the quilt over her legs. Do you need me to buy you lunch? No need, I'll call Shumei and ask her to bring it to me. I'll be leaving then, you should have a good rest. Lin Ye had no intention of staying here any longer and turned to walk towards the door. Lin Ye. As Lin Ye just walked to the door, Aragaki Chiffon called him. What? Lin Ye turned around. Aragaki Keiho avoided his gaze and whispered, thank you for today. Ah. Lin Ye opened the door, but before he stepped out. Wait a moment. Aragaki called him again. What happened? The night work. Today is the weekend, there must be a lot of customers in the store. If I'm not here, it will be very hard for him to be alone, right? Lin Ye smiled. She actually started to care about me. Your foot is injured, so take a good rest. I'll find someone to help with the store. Just find Xiaolan, she will definitely be happy to stare at Uncle Maori in the store. This time, Lin Ye finally managed to walk out of Xinyuan's room, closed the door, and left happily. Aragaki Keiho was lying on the bed. The scene of being carried around by Lin Ye kept appearing in her mind. Her face became redder and redder, and she twisted her body uneasily. On the way back to the bar, Lin Ye ran into Kusaka Omi who was walking towards him. At this time, she returned to her usual outfit, with long sleeves, long pants and round glasses, and was completely different from the hot girl she was that night. She was carrying a lunchbox and saw Lin Ye, and a warm smile immediately broke out on her face. Ah, Mr. Lin Ye. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Lin Ye's smile froze. She stabbed me with a fork as soon as we met. Miss Kusaka was really unfriendly. Hello, Miss Kusaka. Didn't I tell you that you are Xia Fan's friend, which means you are my friend too, so just call me by my name. Kusaka Omi pretended to be angry and looked very cute. Of course, it was just an appearance. In her inner world, Lin Ye was still being tortured by the fork. Huh, alright, Ms. Omi. Yeah, Kusaka Omi smiled sweetly. Xia Fan called and said she sprained her ankle. What happened? Kusaka Omi asked with a worried look on her face. Oh, it's nothing, she just twisted her ankle while running. I've taken her to a nearby clinic for treatment, she just needs to rest for a few days. Thank you for your hard work, Kusaka Omi bowed to Lin Ye. Huh, you're welcome. By the way, how did you send her back? Did you support her? Carry her in your arms? Or carry her on your back? Lin Ye immediately became alert. This is a dangerous question. I helped her get a taxi back. Actually, he was carrying him back on his back. At that time, Lin Ye hadn't finished running yet, so he wanted to use Aragaki's body to exercise. Aragaki looks plump, but her body is surprisingly light, which is just right for Lin Ye. So that's how it is. Kusaka Omi's eyes fell on Lin Ye's hand and smiled. Which hand is holding it? No matter what, just cut it off. Lin Ye silently put his hands in his pockets. Well, I'll be leaving now if I have nothing else to do. Ms. Omi, you should go back soon. Xia Fan ran this morning and hasn't eaten anything for lunch yet, so she must be hungry now. He's right. We can't let Xiao Chiffon go hungry. Humph, I'll find another opportunity to chop off his hand another day. Goodbye then, Mr. Lin Ye. Well, goodbye. Lin Ye had cold sweat on his forehead as he passed by Kusaka Omi. Phew, she must be kidding, right? Sometimes dangerous thoughts always pop up in people's minds, but some people can control them and some people cannot. I hope Miss Kusaka is the former. When Kusaka Omi opened the door and entered the room, Aragaki Keiho was staring at the ceiling in a daze, her cheeks flushed, and she looked like she was missing someone. Kusaka Omi snorted and said with disdain, Xia Fan, which wild man are you thinking about? Aragaki Keiho came back to her senses and spat, you're the one who's missing a man. Let me guess, is it that Lin Ye? How is that possible? Don't make blind guesses. Seeing the expression on Xia Fan's face, Kusaka Omi became jealous and stabbed Lin Ye 100 times in just 1 second. Is your foot okay? I've already applied the ointment, just rest for a few days and you'll be fine. Aragaki looked at the lunchbox in Kusaka's hand and stretched out his hand. Food. Kusaka took a step back and said, answer me first, who sent you back? He. Him. Who? Didn't I tell you on the phone, Lin Ye? Oh, now I remember, how did he send you back? Aragaki turned his head away, his eyes wandering. Back. Back. Kusaka Omi smiled, her eyes narrowed into a thin line. Huh, you dare to lie to me. Whenever she thought of Lin Ye carrying Xia Fan on his back, the two of them snuggling closely together, the jealousy in her heart burned fiercely. That guy must have secretly taken a lot of advantage, right? Kusaka Omi glanced at Keiho's attractive thighs and buttocks, gritted her teeth, and her eyes turned red with jealousy. The image of Lin Ye came to mind. Damn maggots. I'm going to chop off your filthy hands and mince them into pieces. I will cut off your limbs, I will pierce your soul. I'm going to rip your intestines out and tear you to pieces. I can kill you 1,000 times, but it won't be enough. Lying on the bed, Aragaki Keiho suddenly felt a chill, shivered, and pulled the quilt higher. After heating up the bento, Kusaka Omi sat down beside the bed with the hot meal, scooped up a spoonful of fragrant and soft rice with a spoon, and brought it to Aragaki Keiho's mouth. Xia Fan, come, it's time to eat. I can do it myself, my hand is not injured, Aragaki Keiho muttered softly. Kusaka Omi acted as if she didn't hear anything. Be good, open your mouth, ah. After feeding Keiho, Kusaka Omi put down the lunchbox with satisfaction. Xia Fan, you're injured, what will happen to the work in the store? It will be very hard for Mr. Lin Ye to be alone, right? Don't worry about him, just let him tire himself to death. Don't be so heartless, Kusaka Omi laughed. Why don't I go and help you take over? Don't worry, I will definitely help Mr. Lin Ye, hee. Lin Ye returned to the door of his house and suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking about me again? Alas, being an outstanding man means having this kind of trouble, always being remembered by others. After lunch, take a nice nap. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when I woke up. After taking a refreshing hot bath, Lin Ye went out and prepared to go to work. Today is also a day to bring smiles to guests' faces with cocktails. Come on, me. Chapter 52. When Lin Ye arrived at the door of Polo Bar, he almost thought he had come to the wrong place. He looked up at the Maori detective agency on the 2nd floor to make sure he was in the right place. A large group of people gathered in front of the store, with cameras hanging around their necks, and they blocked the entrance. Reporter. Lin Ye had a bad feeling in his heart. Why are there so many reporters gathered at the door for no reason? He walked outside the crowd and locked his eyes on a female reporter wearing a gray hip skirt. Miss, may I bother you for a moment? The woman in the uniform skirt turned around and was indeed a beauty. She has a pretty oval face, with long burgundy hair combed back and tied into a low ponytail with a green hairband, and a few curls hanging in front of her smooth forehead. Especially those blue cat eyes, which seem to contain a hint of sadness, are very impressive. Sir, what's the matter? Her voice is also very nice, soft and charming. I want to ask, why are there so many reporters here? Did something happen? The cat-eyed beauty smiled and said, they are paparazzi who heard about Miss Yoko's appearance here and wanted to come and dig up big news. It turned out to be Miss Yoko. Was she photographed by the paparazzi when she left the store yesterday? These paparazzi are really everywhere. Looking at the large crowd in front of him, Lin Ye felt a headache. How could he open the business? If these people squeezed into the bar and ordered a drink each, he would be exhausted to death. Miss, are you here to dig up big news too? No, I came here because of a friend's recommendation, but it seems like there are too many people today. Yoko is my good friend. If I want to dig up news about her, do I need to come here? Haha. Lin Ye looked at her in surprise. It turned out to be Miss Yoko's friend. Miss, you look familiar, have we met before somewhere? This wasn't some cheesy love talk Lin Ye came up with to strike up a conversation, but the beautiful woman in front of him really looked familiar to him. Maybe it was a fragment of the original body's memory, but looking at her, she didn't seem to know the original body, but the original body had an impression of her. Is she also a big star? If you think about it this way, it makes sense that she and Yoko are good friends. The cat-eyed beauty smiled, and she looked even more beautiful when she smiled. Probably on TV. Television. My name is Mizunashi Reena, and I'm a host at Nichimi TV. Oh, it's you. Lin Ye acted as if something suddenly dawned on him, although he didn't remember anything. Mizuno Reena suddenly whispered, "Sir, you are an employee of this store, right?" "Hey, how did you know?" Lin Ye asked nervously. He looked around and was slightly relieved when he found that no reporters noticed him. If these hungry paparazzi knew he was the bartender of this restaurant, they would definitely flock to him like puppies seeing their mother's nipples. So horrible. Because of the clothes you are wearing underneath, Reena Mizunashi blinked and said playfully. You are wearing a white shirt underneath, but your face does not look tired like a white-collar worker who just got off work. Instead, you look like you just woke up from sleep. And you are full of energy. This means you are doing night work and are preparing to go to work. And this place happens to be a bar, and you smell of a faint aroma of alcohol, so there is only one truth. You are an employee of this Polo Bar. Lin Ye looked down at his white collar and was amazed. This female host has amazing insight and reasoning ability. Seeing the expression on Lin Ye's face, Mizuno Reena became more certain of her judgment and said with a smile, I guessed right, right? Ms. Mizuno, you are amazing, you can even guess this, Lin Ye praised very cooperatively. Mizuno Reena observed Lin Ye's face. This man has a very special temperament. Could he be the bartender Yoko mentioned? That's right, it's under. Lin Ye, head bartender at Polo Bar. Although there was only one bartender at Polo's, that didn't matter. Are you the bartender of this store? Reena Mizunashi asked directly. Lin Ye lowered his voice, yes, my name is Lin Ye. It is indeed him, Mr. Lin Ye mentioned by Yoko. It seems that Mr. Lin Ye will be busy tonight. Mizuno Reena looked at the crowd nearby and couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Ye sighed, it is true that people are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. He had encountered this situation before. When a popular female star came to his store to consume and her identity was accidentally exposed, she attracted a large number of paparazzi. Although the store's sales increased significantly, the bartenders in the store were exhausted. He himself is also the same. After he earned the reputation of the healing cup in the industry, drinkers came to him in an endless stream. Some even regard him as a psychiatrist. Although many customers with mild depression have been cured by him, he is ultimately a bartender, not a doctor. The most ridiculous thing was that a young man who had just been heartbroken gave him a banner with 4 big golden characters on it, healing God. It was as if he was no longer a bartender but a surgeon. In addition, there are some strange titles such as Friend of Men, Uncle's Light, Young Woman Hunter, Girl's Dream, Lady Lover, Sadness Killer, and Depression Killer. This is also why after he became famous, he only went to the bar to mix cocktails in person on a few random days a week, or he would go to the store when acquaintances or friends made an appointment. Even so, there are still many customers waiting for him in the store every day. The bar he opened was also known in the industry as the purgatory for new bartenders. Because the customers who went to his shop not only had discerning tastes, but also had a huge flow of customers. It was common for him to be so tired that his shirt was soaked after a night of drinking. But the bartenders who could walk out of his bar all became industry elites and bartending masters. His reputation in the industry is also rising, becoming more and more famous, and he has become the brightest star in the bartending world. Of course, it eventually fell like a comet. But even if he is gone, he believes that in the original world, the legend about him will still be circulating in the bartending world. In this world, he believed that it would not be long before his reputation would be as loud as in his previous life. Although he didn't want to do so, he just wanted to quietly mix cocktails and listen to his guests' stories. But sometimes, people's excellence is like a fly on a bald head or a flash bomb in the dark, which cannot be hidden even if they want to. Alas, being an excellent man can be very stressful sometimes. Look, this group of reporters are looking into the store eagerly, like a group of ducks with their necks stretched out. After the opening, as long as Lin Ye shows off his skills in front of them, the name of Polo Bar will appear in newspapers all over Tokyo tomorrow. Lin Ye glanced at the group of people with a melancholy look and shook his head slightly. Hey, I just want to be an ordinary bartender, why are you forcing me? I really don't want to be famous. Chapter 53. Why don't you go and open the door? Mizuno Reena said with a smile. Glancing at the crowd in front of him, Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. I think we'd better wait a while. If he went to open the door now, he would definitely be surrounded by this group of hungry reporters. He would have to think of a way to make them behave themselves. See you later, Ms. Mizuno. After saying goodbye to Mizunashi Reena, Lin Ye turned and walked into the corridor leading to the Maori office on the 2nd floor. Reena Mizuno watched his back disappear at the entrance of the corridor, and a hint of curiosity arose in her heart towards this man. Is his wine really as delicious as Yoko said? When Lin Ye reached the 2nd floor, before he knocked on the door, he heard Uncle Maori's loud voice coming from the house. I've already said that Miss Yoko has never been here, Xiaolan, show her away. The dissatisfied voices of 2 reporters were heard from inside the door. Then there was a bang, as if something had exploded, and the voices of the 2 reporters stopped abruptly. A few seconds later, the door of the office was slammed open, and 2 reporters ran out with horror on their faces, tumbling and crawling downstairs. Lin Ye walked into the room curiously and found Xiaolan standing at the door. There was a clear fist mark on the iron cabinet beside her, and the cabinet door had been twisted by a great force. Could it be Xiaolan who did it? Lin Ye looked at Xiaolan's slender wrist in surprise. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such delicate little hands have such horrible destructive power? But Uncle Maori and Conan were far away, but their thoughts were clearly conveyed. Xiaolan is still as powerful as ever. I must not let her know my true identity. Otherwise, if I get hit by such a punch, I will definitely die. This was Conan's frightened voice. It seemed that something happened between this kid and Xiaolan last night. Uncle Maori was thinking. Lan's punching power is getting more and more terrible, and it's time to get a new cabinet. Oh, if I had known earlier, I shouldn't have sent her to learn karate, I should have let her learn ballet. Lin Ye's gaze towards Xiaolan suddenly changed. Being able to leave clear fist marks on the iron cabinet with bare hands and twist the cabinet door, this. What kind of martial arts master is this? What's going on in this world? A 16-year-old girl actually possesses such terrifying strength. Lin Ye really wanted to ask Xiaolan where she learned karate, he even wanted to become her apprentice. Ah, it's Mr. Lin Ye. Seeing Lin Ye coming in, Xiaolan immediately hid her hands behind her back and a smile like a girl next door appeared on her face. Mr. Lin Ye, what can I do for you? Lin Ye came back to his senses from his shock, saw Xiaolan with a harmless smile on her face, and took a deep breath. Xiaolan, I want to ask you for a favor. What's the deal? Lin Ye told Xiaolan about Xia Fan's injury and invited her to help in the store. As he expected, Xiaolan immediately agreed after hearing it. Hehe, this way I can look at my dad. Kogoro Mori naturally had a bitter look on his face. This is terrible. With Xiaolan here, I can't drink to my heart's content. Conan held his head in his hands, a gloating expression on his face. Uncle, there is no way you can get drunk now, hehe. Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised to think that with Xiaolan around, the reporters downstairs would not dare to act recklessly. Xiaolan, come with me later and show off your skills to those journalist friends. Show me your hand. Just use the same punch you used just now. Boxing? Xiaolan put her finger on her chin and tilted her head in a strange way. It's just an ordinary punch. Just a normal punch, okay. Anyway, as long as we can calm down those reporters, it will be fine, otherwise, they will swarm into the store and we won't be able to operate normally. I understand, leave it to me. Xiaolan clapped her fists together and smiled confidently. Remember to stay outside. Lin Ye reminded him in advance, otherwise when they got to the store, Xiaolan might break the table or something with one punch, and his wallet would also be smashed. As they were about to go downstairs, the phone in the office suddenly rang. Xiaolan picked up the phone. Hello, this is the Maori Detective Agency. Ah, it's Miss Yoko. Kogoro Mori, who was dozing off behind his desk, immediately jumped up and rushed to Xiaolan. Give me the phone. Xiaolan dodged her father's big hand that grabbed the phone, glanced at Lin Ye, and said into the receiver. Mr. Lin Ye is right next to us, do you want to talk to him in person? Okay, I understand. Xiaolan handed the phone to Lin Ye. Mr. Lin Ye, Miss Yoko wants to talk to you. Looking for me? Lin Ye took the call with some surprise. Ms. Yangzi, this is Lin Ye, what can I do for you? Yoko Okino's apologetic voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Ye, I've caused you trouble because of me. Lin Ye smiled and said, it's okay, I still want to thank you, this is free advertising, maybe our boss will even want to pay Miss Yoko for the advertising. Lin Ye made a little joke. Yoko on the other end of the phone was amused by him and laughed pleasantly. Do you really think so? Ah. Mr. Lin Ye is indeed a gentleman, I will treat you to a meal some other day and apologize to you in person. You can have a meal, but there's no need to apologize, Lin Ye said with a light smile. Maybe it was that Mizunashi Reena who told Yoko about the situation here. After hanging up the phone, a strong hand pressed on Lin Ye's shoulder. Uncle Mori, what are you doing? Lin Ye looked at Kogoro Mori in surprise, as he looked extremely serious. Xiao Lin, Uncle has never asked anyone for anything, but now, I ask you for something. Lin Ye vaguely guessed what Uncle Maori wanted to say. What's up? Please take me with you when you have dinner with Miss Yoko, please. Uncle Maori put his hands on his legs and bowed solemnly to Lin Ye and asked. Dad, this will cause trouble for Mr. Lin Ye, Xiaolan reminded. Conan on the side laughed, his eyes full of speechlessness. The uncle is already old, but in order to chase stars, he actually bows to young people younger than him. He is really amazing. Lin Ye thought, if Sherlock Holmes appeared in front of you, you would probably be the same as Uncle Maori. Uncle Maori, don't do this, Lin Ye reached out and helped Maori Kogoro up. Kobayashi, does that mean you agreed to me? Kogoro Mori looked up in surprise. Yeah, Lin Ye nodded. If Xiaolan and Conan want to go together, that's fine too. Xiaolin, from now on you are my biological son. Maori Kogoro hugged Lin Ye excitedly. Lin Ye scratched his cheek. Uncle Maori's way of thanking people is really unique. Really, Dad, this is so rude, Xiaolan said helplessly. Conan continued to complain in his mind. How can you thank others like this? You are amazing, Uncle. But is this really okay? Miss Yoko clearly only invited you, wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to go? Xiaolan has already agreed, so don't keep nagging me, Kogoro Mori scolded. Lin Ye laughed and said, it's okay, it's just a meal, not a date, if it's just me and Miss Yoko, I'll feel nervous, it will be more lively with more people. That's right, Kobayashi is right. Maori Kogoro put his arm around Lin Ye's shoulders affectionately. His admiration for this young man was as high as Mount Fuji. Okay, Xiaolan, let's go down and give those journalist friends a little surprise. Chapter 54. 6:05 p.m. A taxi stopped by the roadside, and Kusaka Omi helped Aragaki Keiho get out of the car. Aragaki Keiho was leaning on a crutch in her right hand and was surprised when she saw the long queue in front of the store entrance. Hey, why are there so many guests today? It's a good thing I came, otherwise that guy would really be exhausted to death, Kusaka Omi said with a smile. A broken electric pole near the store entrance caught Aragaki's attention. The electric pole seemed to have been hit by a sledgehammer, with a piece missing and the gap covered with cracks. Two men in gray uniforms were repairing it. This is already the 7th pole that has been victimized this month. Who on earth is so lacking in public morality? How about asking the detective on the 2nd floor to investigate? Forget it, we have to pay for hiring a detective, and we don't have to pay for the repairs anyway. That's right. When the two walked into the Polo Bar, Lin Ye was standing behind the bar, looking at the guests in front of him with a smile on his face. What would this guest like to drink? Sitting at the bar was a slightly plump man wearing glasses and holding a camera. Xiaolan was standing next to the bar, her expression serious and intimidating. After she showed off her skills at the door, the paparazzi finally calmed down and lined up in front of the door in an orderly manner. What a scary high school girl. I don't like JK anymore. The slightly fat man glanced at Xiaolan who was standing next to the bar and said nervously, Mr. Bartender, I would like to ask you a few questions. If you are not here to drink, please go back. As you can see, there are a lot of customers in the store tonight and I am very busy, Lin Ye said with a polite smile. Then I'll order a drink. What would you like to drink? Well, actually I've never been to a bar, please recommend one. Okay, Lin Ye agreed with a smile. But don't make it too expensive. The slightly plump man was worried that Lin Ye would cheat him by using expensive wine, so he quickly added. Lin Ye made an okay gesture to him, turned around and started to prepare. A wine glass with an appropriate amount of ice cubes. A bottle of vodka, a glass of grapefruit juice, and a slice of lemon. Mix the sugar and coarse salt evenly in a dish. Then use a lemon wedge to smear the rim of the cup. Then turn the glass upside down on the dish and rotate it a circle. The coarse salt and sugar will stick to the rim of the cup, forming a beautiful snowflake edge. Then put ice cubes into the glass until it is 80 full, pour in vodka and grapefruit juice, and stir gently. Salty dog, please. Lin Ye gently pushed the wine glass away from the bar. Salty dog. The slightly plump male reporter picked up the wine glass, looked at the beautiful snowflake edge of the glass, and swallowed. When his thick lips held the edge of the wine glass, he immediately felt the roughness brought by the coarse salt grains and sugar. As the wine glass tilted, the wine brought the salt and sugar into his mouth. The salty taste of salt activates the taste buds, making the sourness of grapefruit juice brighter and suppressing its bitterness. The sweetness of sugar neutralizes the sourness, balancing the overall taste and highlighting the aroma of vodka. Ah, what is this smell? The fat reporter narrowed his eyes, as if he had turned into a puppy on the beach, running happily on the beach, leaving 2 rows of cute footprints. The stress brought by recent work disappeared at this moment. This feeling is really great. What does the guest want to ask? A voice came from my ear. The fat reporter opened his mouth subconsciously and responded. Wang. Sir. Can you speak Japanese? A cheerful laugh came from behind him, and the fat reporter came to his senses, his face flushed, and he tried to find a narrow place to get into. Sir, your face is so red, is this your first time drinking? Lin Ye kindly gave him a way out. The fat reporter nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to ask or not? If not, just go away, there are so many brothers waiting in line behind you. The fat reporter came back to his senses, remembered the purpose of his coming here, and quickly asked Lin Ye, excuse me, has Miss Yoko been here before? Yes. Since the paparazzi had already seen Yoko leaving here, there was no point in hiding it, so Lin Ye just said it directly. Excuse me, Miss Yoko, are you alone? The fat reporter asked again. Lin Ye shook his index finger. 1 question per glass of wine, do you have any more questions? The fat reporter gritted his teeth and said, another drink. Lin Ye looked at his already red face, which was chubby, red, and very cute, and couldn't help but say. The customer's face has turned red after just 1 drink, if he has another, he'll probably pass out, work is important, but health is more important, go back. When the fat reporter hesitated, the thin man with glasses standing behind him patted him on the shoulder. Hey, if you don't want to drink anymore, get out of the way and don't waste time. The fat reporter sighed, lowered his head and walked away in disappointment. I should have asked the second question earlier. The thin reporter sat down at the bar and said impatiently, I want the same thing as him, it's called salty dog, right? He was very curious about the fat man's reaction after drinking the glass of wine just now. What kind of wine could make a person bark like a dog? Lin Ye nodded and started making the second cup of salty dog. The ingredients and process for making salty dog are quite simple, and 1 cup can be made in about a minute. While Lin Ye was making the second cup, Mizuno Reena was sitting in the corner, observing him curiously with a pair of blue cat eyes. Also observing Lin Ye was Aragaki Keiho, who was sitting at the table, while Kusaka Omi walked to the bar. Lin Ye was stirring the wine in the glass. Soon, a second salty dog was pushed out the bar. The thin reporter took a sip and let out an sound. Then, like the fat reporter, his consciousness floated to a beach and he transformed into a beautiful woman in a veil, running happily in the sea breeze. While he was still asleep, Lin Ye looked at Kusaka Omi who was standing prettily in front of the bar. Ms. Omi, are you here to drink? Please line up in the back. No, I'm here to help, until Xia Fan gets better, just treat me as Xia Fan, Kusaka Omi smiled sweetly. Lin Ye glanced at Xia Fan who was sitting at the wine table and nodded. Okay, then you go and serve the other guests in the store, write down the wine they ordered and order on a piece of paper, and then send it to the bar. After I make the wine, Xiaolan will deliver it to the guests, be careful not to send the wrong one. Give it to me. Okay, Mr. Lin Ye. At this time, the thin man woke up and stared at Lin Ye with shining eyes, as if he had found a treasure. Mr. Bartender, 1 drink per question, right? Lin Ye smiled and nodded. What's your name, please? Lin Ye was a little surprised. He thought the other party would ask about Miss Yoko. But since he asked, there is nothing to hide about my name. Lin Ye. May I ask where did you learn how to make cocktails, Mr. Lin? Lin Ye smiled and said, next. Wait a minute, another drink. The thin reporter said hurriedly. Lin Ye shook his head and pointed to the line that had formed outside the store. As you can see, there are many customers in the store today, so each customer can only order 1 cup today, sorry. Then can I take a picture of you? The thin man picked up the camera hanging on his chest and asked expectantly. Chapter 55. Excuse me, Miss Yoko, are you here alone? The thick-browed reporter at the bar asked with a red face. The blushing was not because Lin Ye was so handsome, but because she was drunk. This is a top-headed player. No. Then who is she with? Next person. The thick-browed reporter walked away with a frustrated look on his face. The next person was a man with a monkey-like face. He adjusted his round-framed glasses, ordered a beer, and then asked with a sharp look. May I ask what is your relationship with Miss Yoko? The relationship between a bartender and a customer, next one. The monkey-faced man shook his head in disappointment, turned away from the bar, walked to the table in the corner and sat down, whispering something to several other reporters. These guys were smart. They asked one question after another and after leaving the bar, they gathered together to share information. In the first half hour after the opening, most of the paparazzi asked questions about Miss Yoko, and a small number asked about Lin Ye. Lin Ye answered the questions that he could, and gave ambiguous answers to the questions that he could not answer. He directly refused to answer sensitive questions that might cause trouble for Miss Yoko. Is that Miss Yoko's signature? Finally, someone discovered that the signed wine glass that Lin Ye placed in the middle of the cup rack was the champagne glass that Miss Yoko drank from last night, with a lip print on the rim of the glass. Upon hearing that there was a wine glass signed by Ms. Yoko, a group of paparazzi immediately surrounded the bar, pointed at the wine glass, and then raised their cameras and started clicking. Lin Ye frowned and gave Xiaolan a look. Xiaolan immediately understood, shouted, and slapped the bar. Snapped. The crowd at the bar suddenly fell silent, staring at her like a pack of frightened meerkats. Please line up in an orderly manner, guests. Xiaolan said loudly. Brush brush. There were people mingling in front of the bar. Within a few seconds, a neat line like elementary school students leaving school was formed. After all, no one wanted to be hit by the iron fist of this terrifying JK. Lin Ye glanced at the place where Xiaolan had tapped, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no cracks on the bar. Ahem, next one. Excuse me, do you have a girlfriend? This was a young female reporter with a fair face and short golden hair. The paparazzi in front all looked rather sloppy, but suddenly a beautiful woman appeared, which made Lin Ye feel stunned. Before Lin Ye could answer, a man suddenly shouted at the door of the bar. Hey, everyone! Ms. Yoko and a man showed up at the Sun Plaza Hotel, maybe we can dig up some hot news. Go quickly. Wow! The paparazzi sitting in the bar stood up one after another, and the line in front of the bar instantly dispersed, rushing to the door. 10 seconds later, all the reporters in the bar ran away. Lin Ye was amazed at their strong mobility. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. If a paparazzi really found Ms. Yoko's whereabouts, he should have kept the information to himself. Why would he be so willing to share it? At least he should charge a fee for sharing the information. At this time, the only people still sitting in the store were the real customers. Oh, by the way, there is also the female reporter in front of the bar. She is still waiting for Lin Ye's answer. Mr. Lin, you haven't answered my question yet, the female reporter blinked her big light blue eyes and asked again. Lin Ye smiled and answered calmly, no. The female reporter's face suddenly showed a look of joy, and then she introduced herself enthusiastically. My name is Kirara Heimkage, you can call me Xiaoying. Miss Xiaoying, aren't you going to go find Miss Yoko? Jiying shook her head and said, actually, I'm a reporter for the Rice Flour Food News, I'm more interested in your cocktails than Miss Yoko, I'd like to do an exclusive interview with you, is that okay? Sorry, it's work time now, I still have to mix drinks for the guests, Lin Ye politely declined. It's okay, you can just work normally, I'll just sit by and watch, and when you're free, just answer a couple of my questions occasionally. Seeing that the little girl was quite polite, Lin Ye thought for a moment and nodded. Miss Xiaoying, would you like a drink? Lin Ye asked Miss Jiying who was sitting at the bar, treating her as an ordinary customer. I want a glass of Pretty in Pink, this is my favorite girl group, Kira Heimkage said with a smile. Pink Lady, in addition to being a cocktail with a century-old history, is also the name of a duo girl group that was active in the Japanese music scene in the late 70s. Lin Ye nodded and began to prepare the ingredients at the bar. Gin, apple brandy, lemon juice, grenadine, and egg white. After preparing all the ingredients, add ice to the shaker and measure the ingredients. Lin Ye closed the lid of the shaker and began to shake it. During the shaking process, Kirara Heimkage kept staring at his hands. Mr. Lin Ye's hands are so beautiful, slender and well-proportioned, with smooth skin, they must feel great. At first, Lin Ye was still smiling, silently listening to Miss Ji Ying's fancy praises in her heart, until a few seconds later. I can't stand it anymore. I really want to cut it off and keep it with me, siha. Lin Ye's hands trembled and he almost dropped the shaker in his hand. He looked outside the bar and saw Miss Ji Ying's face flushed slightly, her eyes filled with desire. If he hadn't heard her inner voice, Lin Ye would have thought that she was looking forward to drinking his wine. I didn't expect that she was actually planning to attack my own hand. How can this be possible? How can I mix drinks without my hands? What's going on in this bar? Why are there so many strange guests? Lin Ye stopped shaking, smiled bitterly in his heart, filtered the wine into the chilled cocktail glass, and finally garnished it with a bright red cherry. Miss Xiaoying, you're pretty in pink. Lin Ye gently pushed the wine glass away from the bar and withdrew his hand a little faster than usual. Kira Heimkage's gaze finally shifted to the wine glass in front of him. The surface of the wine glass is frosted, and the pink wine looks like strawberry milk, with a layer of delicate foam floating on the surface, and the rim of the glass is decorated with bright red cherries. This is a cocktail that most girls will like at first sight. Ji Ying picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The dense texture, sweet taste and the aftertaste of gin linger in your mouth. What? This smell. Ah, it's so delicious, if I cut off his hand, I won't be able to drink such delicious wine. What should I do? Kira Heimkich was in a little trouble. Lin Ye said silently in his heart, Ms. Kira, I hope you make the right choice. If she made the wrong choice, he would have to intervene. Although Miss Kira's idea was very perverted, in his opinion, Miss Kira was just a girl after all. As long as he was prepared in advance, she would have no chance of succeeding, not to mention that he had the ability to read minds. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. But to be on the safe side, he still asked, Ms. Xiaoying, have you ever practiced karate? Kirara Heimkich put down his wine glass and asked curiously, No, why do you ask this, Mr. Lin? Lin Ye took a look at her slender wrist and finally felt relieved. Nothing, I'm just asking. Xiaolan on the side looked at him strangely. Hey, does Mr. Lin Ye want to learn karate? Chapter 56. Lin Ye was calmly wiping the wine glasses at the bar. Today, so many uninvited guests suddenly came, and there were plenty of glasses for him to wipe. Miss Kira Heimkich sat at the bar, sipping her wine, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Ye's perfect hands, and some thoughts that made Lin Ye's hair stand on end popped up in her mind. Has Miss Kirara committed a crime? Lin Ye pondered this question. If she had cut off someone's hand, the victim's body must have been properly disposed of, judging by the fact that she had not been arrested. In other words, she is already a murderer with a high criminal IQ, and she is still at large. In that case, Lin Ye wouldn't mind finding a suitable opportunity to trick her and send her to jail. He couldn't afford to offend a huge criminal organization, but he was confident that he could deal with a female murderer. Female crimes generally rely on intelligence and scheming, and rarely rely on physical violence. Lin Ye was a man of amazing wisdom. To compare wisdom and scheming? He was not afraid at all. However, if she has not committed a crime and is just fantasizing about it in her mind, Lin Ye can still treat her as a guest and try to train her. Change her mind. Nipping crime in the bud is good for everyone. So this question is very important. The urge has been getting stronger lately, and I can no longer hold it in. Okay. Lin Ye paused while wiping the wine glass and pricked up his ears. I just cut my nails yesterday, and I had suppressed that desire, but now I see such a perfect pair of hands, how can I resist? I want it so badly. I want it so badly. I want his hand so badly. Ugh. Hearing Miss Kira's inner roar, Lin Ye felt a chill on his back. The good news is that Ms. Kira has not yet taken the first step towards becoming a murderer. Bad news, her patience has reached its limit and the first target seems to be herself. No, we have to find a way. At this time, Conan, who was sitting in front of the bar, noticed something unusual about Kira Heimkich. He supported his chin with one hand and tilted his head to observe Kira Heimkich. That sister's expression was so strange. She kept looking at Mr. Lin Ye's hand as if she wanted to take it away. His detective intuition enabled him to keenly smell the scent of a crime. Another person who noticed something unusual was Kusaka Omi, who had some free time. She glanced at the bar, walked to the table where Aragaki Keiho was, bent down and whispered to her, Look at that woman over there, she seems to be very interested in Mr. Lin Ye. Aragaki Keiho had already noticed it, glanced at the bar, and said with a straight face. What does it have to do with me? Do you want me to go over and help you find out about her? It's up to you, it has nothing to do with me. Kusaka Omi laughed and turned to walk towards the bar. Uncle, I'm thirsty, give me a drink. Kusaka Omi sat next to Kira Heimkich and gave a sweet smile to Lin Ye at the bar. Lin Ye poured a cup of hot water and pushed it in front of her, thinking self-deprecatingly. This woman had said before that she wanted to chop off her hands, and now two women who wanted her hands were sitting together. How about you two have a fight first? Why is it water? I want to drink. Aren't you helping Xia Fan with work? How can you drink during work hours? And the more you drink, the thirstier you'll get. Kusaka Omi thought about it and suddenly smiled. Okay, since the uncle cares about me so much, I'll just drink some water. After drinking a mouthful of hot water to moisten his throat, Kusaka said to Miss Kirara Heimkich next to him. Sister, what are you looking at? Kirara Heimking, who was rehearsing in her mind how to cut off Lin Ye's hand without destroying its beauty, came to her senses, and an unnatural blush appeared on her snow-white face. No, nothing. Kusaka Omi looked at her with a smile, I saw it, sister has been staring at the uncle's hand. Kirara Heimkich pursed her lips and her face turned even redder. What should I do? She found me. She found me. Phew, her hands look beautiful too. Kusaka Omi noticed Kirara Heimkich's gaze and smiled, Oh, I see, sister is the type who likes hands, right? She raised her right hand and gracefully showed it to Kirara Heimkich. Kurara Heimkage stared at her hand, his eyes moving back and forth along her fingertips, and 2 foul breaths spurted out of his nostrils. For her, who is obsessed with hands, Kusaka Omi's behavior is as stimulating to her as a man seeing a beautiful woman taking off her clothes and dancing in front of him. In her eyes, anyone who doesn't wear gloves is running naked. So when she saw beautiful hands on the street, her desire surged, just like a man seeing a woman's body. That is the demon called possessiveness. At this moment, the demon was madly eroding her sanity. Cut it down, cut it down, cut it down, cut it down. Lin Ye's scalp tingled after hearing this, and he felt even more helpless as he looked at Kusaka Omi, who was still smiling. Miss Omi, do you know what you are doing? Still laughing when death is approaching. Stop your deadly behavior now. Shime, the customer over there seems to want to pay the bill, you go over there. Lin Ye saw an uncle raising his right hand and said hurriedly. Ms. Omi, please take a rest for a while, I'll take the place. Xiaolan walked quickly towards the uncle as fast as the wind. Her name is Xiaolan, right? What a good girl. Conan nodded secretly, but added in his heart, it would be better if it wasn't so violent. Lin Ye's plan to get rid of Kusaka Omi failed, and he could only sigh that Xiaolan was too capable. At this time, Kurara Heimkage, who had been holding back for a long time, finally spoke. Actually, I can read palms. The Japanese fortune-telling culture is prevalent. There are many specialized fortune-telling shops and even a fortune-teller association, which can issue qualification certificates after passing the exam. Crystal ball, tarot cards, 4 pillars, red thread divination, and of course palmistry. Palmistry is quite common in Japan. Most fortune-telling shops offer this service, which is very popular among female friends. So when she heard that Kira Heimkage could read palms, Kusaka Omi's eyes immediately lit up. Although she didn't believe in it and had never studied it, she was still quite curious about divination. Really? Then can you help me take a look? As he said this, he stretched out his left hand. Seeing the slender hand that was stretched out before her, Kurara Heimkage was overjoyed. She tried hard to control her inner impulse and put on a normal smile. Okay, what do you want to see? Health, career, or marriage? Kusaka Omi first glanced at Lin Ye charmingly, and seeing that the latter was unmoved, she glared at him resentfully, then turned around and said to Kurara Heimkage with a smile. I want to see the marriage. The left hand represents the past, and the right hand represents the future. If you want to know your marriage destiny, you have to look at the right hand. Kusaka Omi said, oh, retracted her left hand and extended her right hand. Lin Ye at the bar watched the scene with wide eyes. Xiaosi, do you know what you are doing? Kira Heimkage couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, and she impatiently grabbed Kusaka's right hand, gently rubbing the back of her hand with her fingertips. A hiss, what a great touch, as soft as velvet. Ms. Kira, isn't palmistry about looking at the palm of the hand? Kusaka Omi asked curiously. Although she didn't know much about palmistry, she still knew whether to look at the palm or the back of the hand. She suddenly felt something was wrong. Miss Kira's eyes were so strange. But Miss Kira held her wrist tightly, giving her a feeling that she would not be able to pull it back. Oh, yes, the palm of your hand. Kurara Heimkage looked up and smiled at her, then turned her palm over and looked at it carefully. Kusaka Omi suddenly felt cold all over, just because of her smile just now. Why did Miss Kira smile like that? It's just like a dangerous pervert. Chapter 57. Kusaka Omi's hair stood on end and she wanted to pull her hand back immediately, but it seemed that an invisible force was holding her tightly, making her unable and dare not do so. What's wrong with this woman? Why does she give me such a dangerous feeling? She could only ask cautiously, Ms. Kurara, have you finished reading it? Miss Kira's voice came faintly, your marriage line is very unique. Unique? Kusaka Omi was stunned. Did she really see through it? Her hand suddenly loosened, and Kira Heimkage finally let go of her hand. She quickly withdrew her right hand, feeling a sense of relief at having survived a calamity. Alas, although her hands are also beautiful, Mr. Lin's hands are indeed more perfect. I really want to touch them and take them home. Kurara Heimkage looked at Lin Ye's hand with a gloomy gaze. Lin Ye's hand, which was wiping the wine glass, suddenly felt like being pricked by a needle and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Miss Kira, can you please calm down? But I also like the wine he makes. If I cut off his hand, I won't be able to drink his wine. Kurara Heimkage was still struggling. Finally she made a decision. Forget it, I'll keep Mr. Lin's hand for now. Until then, I'll use someone else's hand instead. For example, this waitress. Her gaze drifted back to Kusaka Omi's hand. When Kusaka Omi noticed this, she quickly hid her hands behind her back. Kirara Heimkich smiled, and her smile was particularly happy. Hee, you can't escape. Sister, what is your name? Miss Kira asked kindly. Kusaka Omi hesitated for a moment, and finally could not stand the other party's scrutiny, so she lowered her head and answered, Kusaka Omi. Omi hee. For some reason, although Kirara Heimkich's smile was beautiful, it made Kusaka Omi feel a chill down her spine. Miss Kira, please read my palm as well. Lin Ye's voice suddenly came from the bar. What? Kirara Heimkich turned his head suddenly, unable to believe his ears, the ecstasy in his heart almost burst out of his eyes. His fiery eyes locked onto Lin Ye's hand. Mr. Lin, do you want to read your palm too? Could it be that he is actually a pervert and wants me to touch his hand? Hey, that's perfect, perverted men are the easiest to deal with. Yeah, Lin Ye nodded with a complicated expression. He thought that satisfying Miss Kira's desires a little might alleviate her urge to kill. Not for any pornographic purpose. In ancient times, Sakyamuni cut off his flesh to feed an eagle. Today, I, Lin Ye, feed Ji with my hands. Come on, touch my hand. Vent your perverted desires on me and don't hurt innocent people. Lin Ye stretched out his right hand, palm facing up, exposing his soft palm completely to the others. Kira Heimking stretched out her slightly trembling left hand and carefully held the back of Lin Ye's hand, as if holding a fragile treasure. The tip of her right index finger gently rested on Lin Ye's palm, and the warm touch from her fingertips made her heart tremble. Ah, why do I feel healed? But this feeling was fleeting and drowned in ecstasy. After a brief pause, her cold fingertips began to move along the lines on Lin Ye's palm. Her hands were very cold, as if they had been soaked in ice water for a long time, giving Lin Ye a wonderful feeling. At this moment, a violent storm had set off her inner world. Like a computer infected with a virus, Lin Ye could no longer read the data in her heart. Miss Kira. Miss Kira. Lin Ye's call pulled Kirara Heimkich back from the mental storm. Only then did she realize that her face was pressed tightly against the back of Lin Ye's hand, and the people around her were looking at her in surprise. And at some point, a man with a mustache appeared on the seat to her right. Miss, can you help me read my palm? The man with the mustache stretched out his rough right hand. Kirara Heimking was stunned, and Lin Ye took the opportunity to withdraw his right hand. Miss Kira is so bold. She actually rubbed her face against her hand in public, like a cat in spring. But her inner world seems to have calmed down. In this way, she should not commit a crime, right? Just letting her rub her hands can prevent the birth of a murderer. This wave is not a loss. The voices of the people in front of the bar could be heard clearly. Kusaka Omi, what's with that happy expression on her face? Uncle Maori, palmistry is a great culture. Beautiful lady, please tell my fortune for me. Xiaolan, Ms. Kirara is so bold, but Mr. Lin Ye's hands are indeed very beautiful. Conan, this woman is definitely not simple. There is also the strong voice of Aragaki Keiho in the distance. Damn, that pervert, he actually let others touch his hand. Looking at the rough big hand stretched out in front of him, before Kira Heimkich could answer, a righteous fist fell from the sky and smashed the big hand on the bar. Oh, it hurts. Kogoro Muri held his right hand and kept blowing on the palm that was hit. Xiaolan, can't you be gentler? I'm your father. Dad, what are you doing? You are old, but you still let a young girl read your palm, isn't it shameful? Tisk, if you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it, why are you hitting me? Xiaolan shook her head helplessly. If you act like a father, I won't have to be angry all day long. Conan also nodded in agreement. Indeed, the uncle is always so dishonest, no wonder Aunt Eri separated from him. But what the uncle said is also right, Xiaolan always likes to solve problems with her fists, which is not good, really not good. Lin Ye advised, Mr. Mao Li, Xiaolan, the two of you should stop arguing, father and daughter should love each other, this will make others laugh at you. Maori and his daughter looked at each other, then turned their heads away with a tisk sound at the same time. At this time, Reena Mizunashi, who had been sitting in the corner of the bar, stood up and walked towards the bar. I thought Miss Mizuno didn't want to drink today, Lin Ye said with a smile. Mizuno Reena sat down next to Conan and said with a smile, I saw you were having a very happy chat with the reporter, so I didn't come over to disturb you. Lin Ye smiled somewhat awkwardly. Ms. Mizunashi? Could it be you? Mizunashi Reena turned around and smiled at Maori Kogoro. Hello, Mr. Maori, I am Mizunashi Reena. Ah, you are the host of Nichimi TV? Miss Reena Mizunoshi. Ms. Reena, I'm your fan. Kogoro Muri picked up Conan who was standing between him and Reena Mizunashi and threw him out, then excitedly held Reena Mizunashi's hand. Great! I didn't expect that even Miss Mizunashi Reena would come to the Polo Bar. The Polo Bar is truly the best in the world. Dad? In the face of Xiaolan's threatening tone and eyes, Kogoro Mori reluctantly let go of Reena Mizunashi's hand. Mizunashi Reena still maintained her good demeanor and said with a smile, "Mr. Maori, Yoko told me about you." "Oh, really, what did she say about me?" asked Kogoro Mori in surprise. "She said you're a trustworthy detective, if you run into any trouble, she can trust you with her." "Wow, Miss Yoko really understands me." "That's right, Miss Reena, if you have any trouble, just come to me, the famous detective Maori Kogoro, it's safe, fast, and absolutely confidential." Kogoro Mori patted his chest hard, trying to give people a very reliable feeling. Conan, who was thrown to the ground, was helped up by Xiaolan, and stared at the back of Mori Kogoro's neck with resentment. "Damn it, this bastard uncle. I might as well just use this watch-shaped tranquilizer gun. Does MS Kira have what it takes to be the heroine?" Lin Ye obtains Kirara Heimkich's attachment. A pink cat-headed boxer appears behind him. "I am already invincible. How about this?" Chapter 58. With so many paparazzi present, as long as Kogoro Mori reveals to any reporter that he has completed Yoko's commission, he will immediately become the focus of the audience, and the Mori Detective Agency will become an instant hit. But he didn't do that, instead he chose to keep Yoko's secret. For this reason alone, he is a trustworthy detective. Haha, of course, being flattered by the young, beautiful and well-known TV hostess, Kogoro Mori became complacent again. Conan returned to the bar, climbed to the edge, hugged his arms, and his little face was full of dissatisfaction. Lin Ye glanced at the watch on his wrist. "He just said this is a watch-shaped tranquilizer gun." "Yes, this must be the detective equipment that Professor Agasa made for him. Is this kid trying to shoot Uncle Maori with this?" "Kudo-kun, that's your father-in-law, please don't do anything rash. Anesthetic injections cannot be given randomly. By the way, Miss Reena, what would you like to drink?" "I'll treat you to a drink." Mizuno Reena looked at Lin Ye at the bar and said with a smile. "In fact, I seldom go to places like bars, it was Yoko who recommended it to me, saying that Mr. Lin Ye's bartending skills are superb, so I wanted to come and see it for myself." "Yes, Kobayashi's skills are really amazing, even if it's the same brand of beer, the one he pours for me tastes better than the one at home," Kogoro Mori agreed. "Mr. Lin Ye, can you recommend a drink for me?" Mizuno Reena stared at Lin Ye's face, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Xiao Lin, then you can recommend a glass of wine suitable for Miss Reena, and I will pay for it." "Thank you, Mr. Mori," Reena Mizunashi thanked. "My pleasure, Miss Reena." Uncle Maori briefly turned into a gentleman again, which made Xiaolan, who was standing next to him, feel itchy in her fists again. However, she knew that it was impossible for her father to pursue Miss Mizunashi Reena, so she held back and did not lose her temper, but just felt a little embarrassed. The smug Kogoro Mori did not notice that Conan next to him was stroking the watch on his wrist. His thick glasses reflected the light and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Ye was observing Reena Mizunashi, so he didn't notice Conan's abnormality. The most annoying customers for bartenders are those who answer anything when asked what they would like to drink. When a customer answers whatever, it's often not what he really means. If you really make him a random drink at this time, you will usually get dissatisfaction and bad reviews from the customer, and he will never come to the store again. Most of these customers are first-time visitors to the bar. They don't know much about wine and don't know what they like to drink. So faced with this situation, bartenders often ask guests about their taste preferences: sour, sweet, spicy, tolerance to bitterness. Can they drink strong alcohol? But at this time, Lin Ye just observed Mizuno Reena silently, without any intention of asking any questions. If you want to know what kind of wine your guests like to drink, you don't have to ask them. You can get the answers you want by looking with your eyes and thinking with your brain. You can get a lot of information about the guests by observing their dress style, smelling the perfume on them, and testing their personality through their eyes. Especially the eyes, which are the windows to the heart. You can tell a lot by observing the guest's eyes. Then, by making reasonable inferences based on this information, the guest's taste preferences can be locked into a specific range. This was one of Lin Ye's favorite games in the past. Without asking the guests what they like to drink, draw conclusions through observation and reasoning, and silently serve them a glass of wine. He would be particularly happy when a customer drank his cocktail and asked in surprise, "How did you know I like this?" Just like a child who guessed the answer to a riddle. Of course, there are occasional mistakes, but they are not too outrageous and no customer has ever given him a bad review because of them. Lin Ye observed Mizuno Reena, and Mizuno Reena also looked at him with a smile. The two of them locked eyes, examining each other. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Ye's eyes. Her eyes were so calm, was this the professional quality of a TV host? Well, after all, it is a job that involves facing the camera, so being calm and composed is a necessary quality. A hint of curiosity also flashed in Mizunashi Reena's eyes. His eyes are so special, what kind of wine will he make for me? Kogoro Mori looked at the two people who were looking at each other with some surprise. Why do I feel like they are a little affectionate? Hey, Xiaolin, don't steal my limelight. Ahem, Xiaolin, stop being in a daze and quickly make some wine for Miss Reena. Lin Ye finally retracted his gaze and responded, okay, Mr. Maoli. Don't you ask me what kind of wine I like to drink? Asked Reena Mizunashi in surprise. Lin Ye smiled and said, I already know. Already know? Mizuno Reena was stunned. Ms. Mizuno, let's play a little game. What? If you like the wine I made, how about you tell me your phone number? It's not that Lin Ye has any feelings towards Mizuno Reena, but there always has to be some stakes when playing games. Gambling with money was too vulgar, so he chose to bet with Reena Mizunashi's phone number. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Mizuno Reena laughed. But isn't this unfair? Even if I like the wine you make, as long as I say I don't like it, won't I still win? No, Lin Ye smiled confidently. Guests who drink my wine will not lie to me. Did you put truth serum in the wine? That's not the case, Lin Ye put his right hand on his chest and said seriously. But I put sincerity into the wine, so when guests drink my wine, they will show their true feelings to me. Huh, okay, I want to see what the wine with sincerity added to it tastes like, Mizuno Reena said with a smile. But what if you lose? I won't lose. After saying this confidently, Lin Ye turned around and searched the wine cabinet. Mizuno Reena stared at his back. Yoko is right, this man named Lin Ye is indeed a unique bartender. What kind of drink will he make for me? Ah, I found it. Soon, Lin Ye took 2 bottles of wine from the wine cabinet and placed them on the bar. When she saw the 2 bottles of wine, the expression on Mizuno Reena's face froze instantly. A bottle of Chardonnay white wine and a bottle of Secret Garden black currant liqueur. Impossible. How could he know? White wine with blackcurrant, KIR, which is my code name in the organization. Is it a coincidence? Or does he know something? Mizuno Reena still had a smile on her face, but there was a hint of vigilance in her eyes when she looked at Lin Ye. The expression on Lin Ye's face was also a little stiff. Huh, why is it that organization again? Chapter 59. Her code name is Keel. Having an official code name means that she is not an ordinary minion in the organization and has a certain status. Having said that, I really have a connection with the people in this organization. Jin, Vodka, Binga, and the Mayano Akemi sisters. This was the 6th member of the organization he had met. What a bad fate. Even though I was complaining in my heart, I still had to mix the wine. The preparation method of KIR is quite simple. You only need to use white wine and blackcurrant wine, mix them and stir them evenly. But as Lin Ye repeatedly reminded himself, the simpler things are, the more we should not take them lightly. The ratio of the 2 wines is not fixed, and everyone can adjust it according to their own taste preferences, but generally white wine is the main ingredient, with blackcurrant wine as a supplement. Blackcurrant wine is dark red in color and has a syrupy sweet taste. If you like sweetness, you can add more. Lin Ye first poured the blackcurrant wine into a wine glass, and then added white wine, with the ratio being approximately 1:4. The clear white wine and the dark red blackcurrant wine are mixed in the glass to form a very beautiful wine red color. Lin Ye gently pushed the wine glass away. Miss Mizuno, Keel, please. Reena Mizunashi's expression had returned to normal and she picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Tastes good. But what she cared more about was how Lin Ye knew and whether he knew her hidden identity. When the drinker's mind is not on the wine, even the most delicious wine will lose its true flavor. Ms. Mizuno, do you like it? Lin Ye asked. Mizunashi Reena took another sip, nodded, and asked, how do you know I like to drink this? Lin Ye smiled and said, because of your hair color. Ah, indeed, the color of Miss Reena's hair is similar to the color of this glass, both are beautiful burgundy. Xiaolan looked at Reena Mizunoshi's beautiful long burgundy hair, then looked at the wine glass in her hand and exclaimed. Is it just because of the hair? Mizuno Reena felt that things were not that simple. Of course, there is also temperament, Lin Ye added. Temperament? Reena Mizuno blinked, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her cat-like blue eyes. Lin Ye smiled brightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The first time I saw Miss Mizuno, I felt a stunning and bright feeling. After talking to her, I also found that Miss Mizuno was gentle and reserved. The 2 charming temperaments are perfectly intertwined. Just like this glass of KIR, the fresh and transparent white wine and the deep and sweet black currant. The two flavors are perfectly balanced, that's why I thought of this glass of KR. Mizuno Reena stared at Lin Ye's serious face, and Lin Ye also looked at her sincerely. After a few seconds, she suddenly burst out laughing. Mr. Lin is really good at praising people. His expression doesn't seem to be lying, so just believe him for now. Kogoro Maori looked at Lin Ye with admiration. Amazing, Xiaolin. His kung fu of praising women is really amazing. Do you want to become his disciple and let him teach me? Sorry, Uncle Maori, I really can't teach you this. Lin Ye silently rejected Uncle Maori in his heart, and then smiled at Mizuno Reena. So I win, right? I lost, Mr. Lin, give me your cell phone. Reena Mizunashi's white little hand reached towards the bar. He took the phone from Lin Ye, saved his own phone number in it, and then returned it to Lin Ye. Call me when you have time. Reena Mizunashi blinked her right eye, with a hint of smile in her cat-like blue eyes. What an interesting guy, come and sit here when you have time in the future. Lin Ye smiled and nodded. One for regulars. Kobayashi, Miss Reena's phone number. After Mizunashi Reena said goodbye and left, Mari Kogoro immediately stared at Lin Ye with shining eyes and pressed his hands hard on the bar, like a beast ready to attack. Dad. Before Lin Ye could answer, Xiaolan's warning voice sounded in Mari Kogoro's ears. Ahem, Kobayashi, you must protect Miss Reena's phone number, don't disclose it to outsiders at will. Kogoro Mori quickly changed his words and said seriously. Xiaolin and I are so familiar with each other that I am not considered an outsider, so I will ask her secretly when Xiaolan is not around. A smile appeared on Lin Ye's lips. Uncle Maori's battle of wits and courage with his daughter is really interesting. In the blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock. There were only 2 or 3 customers left in the Polo Bar, and the only ones sitting at the bar were Kogoro Mori, Conan, and Kira Heimkich. Kogoro Mori had already finished his 3 cups long ago, but he still lingered at the bar, naturally because he wanted to stay in the store to look at the young and beautiful ladies. Conan sat at the very edge of the bar, supporting his big head with his small hands, looking unhappy. Damn it, those 2 guys didn't show up again today. But it doesn't matter, I will continue to wait until you come over, and then I will definitely catch your weakness. Lin Ye glanced at Conan. This guy is really persistent. Does he think that he can deal with those 2 people with just his watch-based tranquilizer gun? Little Conan, you are playing with fire, be careful not to wet the bed at night. At this time, Kira Heimkich, who was sitting in front of the bar, stood up and bowed slightly to Lin Ye. Thank you, Mr. Lin Ye, I have gained a lot of great materials today, I will definitely be able to write a great article when I go back. Remember to read tomorrow's Rice Flour Food newspaper. Hehe, I took a lot of pictures of his hands. I need to go back and develop them and then paste them all over the bedroom. Lin Ye nodded and smiled, I am looking forward to reading Miss Carrara's article. See you tomorrow, Carrara Heimkich smiled. I already like this place, I will come again tomorrow. If I don't see his hands for a day, I'll go crazy. Even if I can't touch them, smelling them is refreshing. I look forward to seeing you. Shortly after Kira Heimkich left, the remaining customers in the store also paid their bills and left one after another. Listening to the soft music from the phonograph, Conan yawned. Damn it, it looks like those 2 guys won't be here today. After my body became smaller, I tend to get sleepy at night. Huh, it's really inconvenient for a child's body. Conan, it's so late, you should go back to bed. Xiaolan walked behind Conan and gently touched his head. I want to stay and accompany Sister Xiaolan. Conan naturally would not leave so easily. What if those 2 guys come over late at night, wouldn't we miss it? Oh, I get it, Conan, are you scared of being alone? Xiaolan said with a smile. In order to stay, Conan simply admitted it. Yes, Sister Xiaolan, it would be scary for me to go upstairs alone. At this time, Lin Ye's voice came from the bar. Xiaolan, you've worked hard today, you can take Conan back, I can do it alone from now on. Xiaolan nodded and picked up Conan. Let's go back, Conan, let's sleep together today. Lin Ye clearly saw that Conan's face turned red, while Uncle Maori's face turned dark. No wonder Conan is so afraid of Xiaolan discovering his true identity, it turns out it's because of this. Lin Ye's eyes became subtle and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's great, Kudo-kun. Sleeping in the same bed with your childhood sweetheart is something many people dream of. He is worthy of being called the savior of the Japanese police, and he easily accomplishes things that ordinary people cannot do. But you kid, don't wet Xiaolan's bed, haha. Chapter 60. Uncle, are you so anxious to get rid of us? Kusaka Omi held her chin with one hand and stared at Lin Ye's face. Xia Fan's foot is injured, resting early will help his body recover. Kusaka Omi turned around and saw Aragaki Keiho limping towards the bar with a cane, so she hurried over to help her. With the help of Kusaka Omi, Aragaki Keiho came to the bar and sat down, looking at Lin Ye with a complicated look. This guy seems to be getting more and more popular. Why do I feel a little unhappy? Why, do you want to have a drink before leaving? Lin Ye said with a smile. Aragaki Keiho nodded and sat down next to Kusaka Omi. Give me another glass of that. That? The wine of resurrection. Oh, that, okay, wait a moment. Uncle, I want a cup too. Kusaka Omi raised her hand. And me. Kogoro Mori also raised his right hand and said loudly. Xiaolan finally left and had a good time having another drink. Okay, 3 glasses of resurrection wine in total. The dark beer with half tomato juice added in was just the right drink to sober up Uncle Maori. When Lin Ye was making these 3 glasses of wine, Aragaki Chiffon opened her eyes wide and carefully observed every movement of his hands, as if she wanted to engrave every detail into her mind. Lin Ye's hands were quick and steady, and he poured the wine as precisely as a machine, without spilling a single drop of excess wine, yet still maintaining his elegant demeanor. Soon, 3 glasses of resurrection wine were prepared by these perfect hands. Aragaki Keiho picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The refreshing and delicate taste. The aroma of malt and the collision of energetic tomatoes made her feel as if she was in a wheat field under the moonlight, and all the tiredness in her body was swept away. Sure enough, what he made was completely different from what I made. Wow, it turns out beer and tomato juice taste so good, I'm going to try it later. Kogoro Mori was also surprised. Kusaka Omi took a sip and praised with a smile, that's amazing, uncle, such a simple method can make it taste so good. After drinking a glass, Kusaka Omi helped Aragaki Keiho leave. After the 2 men left, Uncle Maori also stood up and stretched. Ah, I have to go back too, see you tomorrow, Xiaolin. See you tomorrow, uncle. There were no customers in the store anymore, and Lin Ye was quietly enjoying the tranquility before closing time. As soon as it's 2 o'clock, I get off work on time. After locking the door, Lin Ye looked up at the sign of Polo Bar and smiled. See you tomorrow, M. Poirot. On the way back, Lin Ye suddenly felt like he was being watched, as if someone was staring at him from behind. But when he looked back, there was only a street lamp standing quietly behind him. Strange, is it an illusion? Lin Ye shook his head and continued walking. On his way back to his residence, he had to pass through a dark street. The street lights on this road are far apart and some are broken, so there is darkness for a long time and very few people walk on this road. Not to mention that it was already past 2 in the morning, there was no one on the road, it was dark and quiet, which made people feel uneasy. Lin Ye actually quite liked this quiet feeling. He put his hands in his pockets and walked leisurely in the darkness. When I walked under a flickering street lamp, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Lin Ye turned around warily and saw 2 ruffian-looking young men. One gigolo had a pierced nose, and the other had a crew cut. The 2 men stopped in front of Lin Ye and stared at him with unfriendly expressions. Ah, the voyeuristic feeling before, these 2 guys must be here. Are they trying to borrow some money from me? Lin Ye was not panicked, and asked calmly, what can I do for you, both of you? Asshole. Stop playing dumb. Fugitive folded his arms and glared at Lin Ye fiercely with his nose. Do you think you can get away with it by pretending not to know us? Don't underestimate us brothers, brat, do you want to get beaten? Oh no, is this someone I knew from my previous life? But I really don't remember him. But it seems that they are not friends of their predecessor, otherwise they would not appear at this time and place. They deliberately chose a place that is convenient for rape, which clearly shows that they want to bully honest people. Lin Ye patted the shoulder that was pushed by the cowherd, his eyes darkened and he glanced at the 2 of them. Tell me what's going on. The 2 were startled by Lin Ye's gaze. Why did this guy suddenly become so tough? He was clearly a coward when he saw us before. Fuck, his eyes are like a big brother, and what's wrong with his expression, so arrogant? It seems that they do know their predecessor, and are in a stronger position. Humph, if they dare to do it, just use that. A cold smile appeared on Lin Ye's lips. He didn't want to use that trick unless it was absolutely necessary. The 2 men quickly recovered from their surprise. As if to save face, Niulang stepped forward and grabbed Lin Ye's chest. He planned to grab Lin Ye's collar to remind him of his past fear. The look in this kid's eyes was really unpleasant. Damn it, he's obviously just a little punk, why is he pretending to be a big brother? But his hand fell empty. He looked at his hand in confusion, then raised his head. At this time, Lin Ye had already run 10 meters away. Damn it, you dare to run? Chase him and break his legs. Lin Ye's steps were as fast as the wind. He drifted gracefully around the corner of the street and entered the bright street. There was a police booth not far away. At this time, I could no longer hear the shouting of those two idiots behind me. What an idiot. I was running while shouting, "Stop," or something like that. I'm not a fool. Should I stop and wait for you to beat me up? Moreover, shouting loudly while running will cause breathing disorder and may even cause a stitch in the side. Lin Ye stopped to adjust his breathing, then smiled and shook his head. You want to catch up with me at this level? You should go back to running. Although he had only been running for a few days, the effect was surprisingly good, as if he had been exercising continuously for several months. However, running away would be too embarrassing, so he didn't want to use this trick easily. But if he didn't run, he had no confidence in the fighting ability of his body. It would be great if I could knock down the electric pole with one punch like Xiaolan did. He also wanted to have a man-to-man fight with those two guys, but unfortunately the conditions did not allow it. Let's ask Xiaolan for some karate training methods tomorrow. Even if you can't shoot down a telephone pole with your bare hands, it's always a good idea to get some exercise. Return to the apartment. Lin Ye lay down on the bed and soon fell into a baby-like sleep. The dream came quietly. In his dream, he seemed to have become a karate master and had a fierce battle with a dark-skinned young man. Chapter 61. On the leisurely streets on Sunday, Lin Ye ran while feeling the breathing and rhythm of his body. He had been running for half an hour, and not only was he not tired, but he felt more energetic the more he ran. It's such a waste that this guy is so talented in sports but indulges in alcohol and women. It is a sad thing if talent cannot be transformed into ability. Lin Ye thought with some emotion. At this moment, he heard a strong sound of turbine engine starting from behind him, as if a racing car was approaching at high speed. He tilted his head in surprise and saw a familiar little figure on a skateboard leaping past him. Conan. Is that a skateboard under his feet? Looking at the car being overtaken by Conan, Lin Ye opened his mouth slightly. That's also the equipment that Dr. Agasa made for him, right? It seems that Dr. Agasa is a genius inventor who can make such an incredible skateboard. Ah, Mr. Lin Ye. Just as I was surprised, a surprised voice came from behind me. Lin Ye turned around and saw Xiaolan wearing cool sportswear. Xiaolan quickened her pace and ran to Lin Ye. It looked like she had been running for a while. There was sweat on her forehead and her face was slightly red. She looked full of energy. Xiaolan, come and run too, Lin Ye said with a smile. Yeah, Xiaolan nodded. I run every day to keep in shape, but I usually run during training at school, and I run on my own on weekends. Thinking of the exciting battle in his dream last night, Lin Ye praised, no wonder you are so good at karate, Xiaolan, it turns out you train every day. Xiaolan smiled embarrassedly, no, Mr. Lin Ye, you are too kind, my karate is just average. Generally. If killing a telephone pole with one punch is considered normal, then wouldn't the powerful one be a Superman? Lin Ye thought Xiaolan was just being modest, so he smiled and asked. How does Xiaolan usually train? Hey, Mr. Lin Ye, are you interested in karate? Lin Ye nodded, well, I want to exercise recently. I see, Xiaolan said with a smile. Actually, my training method is very simple, I run 5 kilometers every day, do 50 push-ups, 50 leg lifts, 50 squat jumps, and then do 1 hour of basic karate training. Hearing Xiaolan's answer, Lin Ye looked at her slender arms and long legs without a trace of fat in surprise. How does she maintain such a slim figure despite such hard training every day? Lin Ye's gaze made Xiaolan blush. What is Mr. Lin Ye looking at? Really? Oh no, I'm going to be mistaken for a lecherous old man. Lin Ye coughed quickly, retracted his gaze, and said, Xiaolan, you train like this every day, but you don't grow exaggerated muscles, it's amazing. Because I'm a girl, Xiaolan answered with a smile, feeling relieved at the same time. Ha, so that's what you're wondering about. I knew it, Mr. Lin Ye couldn't be that kind of person. Lin Ye also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was not regarded as a pervert. At this time, a mini police car drove past the two of them. Through the car window, Lin Ye saw 2 young-looking female police officers sitting in the car. Wow, what a beautiful female police officer. If it were a female police officer like this, drivers who violated traffic rules would definitely accept punishment willingly, right? Maybe they will even deliberately break the rules so that they can teach them a lesson. But he quickly thought of Conan who had just speeded past that guy's skateboard was faster than a car. If he was seen by the 2 female police officers. I turned my head and looked at Xiaolan, who obviously had not realized the seriousness of the problem. But Conan may not necessarily be caught. Maybe the police car will turn at the next intersection. Lin Ye thought with ease. It turns out that Conan's luck wasn't that good. Seeing the police car parked not far ahead and Conan standing on the roadside with his head down, getting scolded, Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. Hey, isn't that Conan? Really, I told him not to skate so fast. At this time, Conan also saw Xiaolan and Lin Ye running side by side, and his already depressed face became even darker. I'm sorry, has this child caused trouble for you? Xiaolan stopped and bowed to the female police officer who was educating Conan. The long-haired female police officer in a blue police hat glanced at her. Are you the parents of this child? The voice was clear and pleasant. Yumi Miyamoto looked at Xiaolan and Lin Ye strangely. If she is the mother of this child, she looks too young, doesn't she? Could it be that this man is old and has a crush on a young girl? Xiaolan's face instantly turned red, and she explained in panic, You misunderstood, I am his sister, Ran Maoli, I am not his mother. Really? What the hell is this woman talking about? Conan also glared at Miyamoto Yumi unhappily. Lin Ye also shook his head in amusement. This female police officer had too rich an imagination. Ms. Policewoman, I'm not his father either, I'm just their friend, Lin Ye explained. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn, Yumi Miyamoto said embarrassedly, but her tone soon became serious again. But this kid is riding this strange skateboard on the road at such a fast speed, it's really dangerous, Miss Maori, you must educate him well and don't let him do such dangerous things again. Okay, I will definitely educate this child well, Xiaolan quickly assured. Yumi Miyamoto nodded with satisfaction, bent down and patted Conan on the head. Little boy, don't do such dangerous things on the street anymore. Okay, beautiful police sister, Conan called sweetly. Miyamoto Yumi pinched Conan's little face and smiled, You're so sweet. Pretty police sister, what about my skateboard? You little rascal, so this is what you were thinking, Yumi Miyamoto was so happy that she asked her colleague to return the skateboard to Conan. Conan breathed a sigh of relief as he held the skateboard he had lost and found. Thank you, beautiful police sister. Huh, my name is Yumi Miyamoto, kid, don't play with this dangerous skateboard on the road anymore. If I catch you again, I will confiscate your skateboard, and then it will be useless no matter how much you praise me, Yumi Miyamoto warned. Yes, I understand, Sister Yumi. Huh, I have to be more careful when using a skateboard next time. Lin Ye glanced at Conan. This kid is really restless. I really want to see his expression the next time he is caught by Miss Yume. After Yumi Miyamoto and her colleagues left in a police car. Conan. Yes, Sister Xiaolan. Conan was startled. Don't slide so fast on the road anymore, it's too dangerous. Yes, okay, Sister Xiaolan. Really? How could Dr. Agasa make such a dangerous skateboard for a child? Mr. Lin Ye, let's continue running. Lin Ye nodded, well, go ahead. Conan, just follow us on your skateboard, but be sure to pay attention to your speed, if you overtake us, your skateboard will be confiscated, Xiaolan turned back and reminded Conan. Conan nodded in agreement, stepped on the skateboard, and silently followed the two of them. Damn it, that man. Lin Ye was running in front and he always felt a sharp gaze falling on the back of his neck. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Kudo-kun, please stop staring at me like that. Xiaolan and I are just running. Chapter 62. Polo Bar. Lin Ye was making preparations for opening at the bar when Xiaolan pushed the door open, holding a newspaper in her hand. Mr. Lin Ye, please take a look at this report. Xiaolan put the newspaper on the bar and Lin Ye glanced at it. There was a stunningly handsome man in the newspaper, with some exaggerated bold black fonts and some shocking headlines next to him. Ultimate Hand. Dream Wine. Perfect Cup. Why did the reporter bark in public? A bartender who can hypnotize people. He treated the reporter like a puppy and made him bark in public. Okino Yoko's ambiguous partner. As expected of a journalist, he is really good at coming up with titles. But it's too exaggerated. Mr. Lin Ye, you are famous now, Xiaolan's face showed a slight excitement, and she felt surprised that a celebrity was actually by her side. Lin Ye shook his head, I will be very busy in the store from now on. This handsome pig of his finally inevitably grew stronger. Once the reputation of Polo Bar spreads, it will surely attract all kinds of guests. With fame comes trouble. Don't worry, I will continue to help you, Xiaolan said with a smile. Thank you, Xiaolan, but this won't affect your studies or training, right? Don't worry, I can handle it, Xiaolan said confidently. It's just right that I can keep an eye on Dad in the store to prevent him from harassing the girls in the store. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. Then please give me more guidance in the future, Xiaolan. With Xiaolan, the karate master, in charge of the store, he would feel much more at ease. If there is an ignorant guest causing trouble, let Xiaolan use her iron fist on him. Lin Ye casually flipped through the newspaper on the bar counter and suddenly saw an interesting headline. Watch out! A monster high school girl has appeared and can break a telephone pole with one punch. Next to the title is a side view of Xiaolan breaking a telephone pole with one punch, but her raised hair blocks part of her face, so if you are not familiar with her, you probably won't be able to recognize her. The content of the article roughly says that there is a monster-like high school girl hanging around the Polo Bar, and if you want to go there to drink, you must be careful. Lin Ye pointed at the report and said with a smile, Xiaolan, look, you are famous too. Xiaolan had naturally read the report. She clenched her fists in dissatisfaction, and a crisp sound came from between her fingers. Really? You actually called me a monster, how rude of you. If I could find the reporter who published this article, I would persuade him to apologize to me. Lin Ye was worried for his brave journalist friend and agreed with a smile, indeed, Xiaolan is so gentle. When Xiaolan was praised by Lin Ye, her face turned slightly red. As if realizing the lethality of his compliments to girls, Lin Ye quickly changed the subject. What about Kudo-san? Did he call you today? Xiaolan's fist, which had just been put down, hardened again and she complained. I don't know where that guy has gone, whenever there is a case, he regards it as more important than anything else, he doesn't even remember to call me. Lin Ye quickly comforted him, don't worry, maybe he will call you tonight, by the way, where's Conan? He went out to play with his classmates this afternoon, so he should be back soon. As soon as Xiaolan finished speaking, the wooden door of the bar was pushed open with the sound of a bell. Conan and the three children followed Sonoko into the store. Yuenzi was also holding a newspaper in her hand and ran to the bar as soon as she entered the door. Mr. Lin Ye, you are famous now, Yuenzi's face was full of joy and he looked at Lin Ye with admiration. As expected of the man that Sonoko has set her eyes on, he is truly extraordinary. The three little ones also climbed onto the chairs in front of the bar. Uncle Lin, can you really hypnotize me? Can you teach me? Conan on the side immediately showed a speechless expression. Even hypnosis has come out, those reporters are really bold. Only a kid like Yuantai would believe it. Lin Ye couldn't help laughing, brother can only mix drinks, not hypnotize. Yuantai snorted in disappointment. And beside him, Mitsuhiko looked at Lin Ye with longing, as if he saw what he would look like when he grew up. Uncle Lin, when I grow up I must become a bartender like you. Ayumi's big eyes sparkled, then I will be a female bartender and use my cuteness and bartending skills to make customers become my fans. Conan continued to complain in his mind, where are the junior detective team? Why are they all running off to become bartenders all of a sudden? Lin Ye smiled and said, I'm optimistic about you guys, keep going. Master, can we study in the store? After Mitsuhiko asked this question with anticipation, Ayumi and Genta also cast pleading looks at Lin Ye. Being stared at by the three children with such eager eyes, Lin Ye's heart softened, and he was about to agree. Hey, this is a bar, not a place for children, I think you should go back quickly, you have to go to school tomorrow. The three little ones turned their heads at the same time and stared at Conan with unfriendly expressions. Conan, what are you talking about? Aren't you a child yourself? That's right, you're a child too, yet you come to teach us a lesson. Genta rolled up his sleeves, but when he saw Sister Xiaolan standing next to Conan, he put his arms down again. He had also read the report about Xiaolan, and recognized that the person in the photo was Conan's Sister Xiaolan. He dared not mess with such a scary woman. Even Ayumi, who had a good impression of Conan, frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Hey, all of you little brats, go home, Conan too, don't cause trouble for Mr. Lin Ye here. Sonoko said carelessly, successfully attracting all the firepower for Conan. The three little ones turned their heads together and stared at her with dissatisfaction. Lin Ye raised his hand and pressed it lightly, signaling them to calm down, and then said under the gaze of several people, Mitsuhiko, you can stay if you want, but you must not disturb the customers in the store, understand? Okay, the three little ones agreed at the same time. Lin Ye smiled again and said, but what Conan and Miss Sonoko said is right, you still have to go to school tomorrow, so at 7:30, you have to go back, do you understand? Otherwise, your parents will be worried. Okay, the three little ones responded in unison again. 5 minutes before 6 o'clock, Kusaka Omi and Aragaki Keiho, who was using a cane, entered the store. As soon as the two entered the store, they looked at Lin Ye, and it seemed that he had also read today's newspaper. When Kusaka Omi changed into Aragaki's work uniform and came out of the lounge, her face was slightly flushed and she had a happy expression on her face. Hey, Xia Fan's clothes are on me. Lin Ye smiled and shook his head. He looked at the time and saw that it was already 6 o'clock. So he said to Xiaolan. Xiaolan, go and look at the sign at the door. Xiaolan responded and came to the door of the bar. Just as she turned the wooden sign on the door to the open side, she noticed someone approaching from behind. She turned around and saw two strange-looking men. One had an exaggerated crew cut, and the other had a metal ring pierced through his nose. Hey, little sister, is there a bartender named Lin Ye here? The plain head asked, holding a newspaper. Chapter 63. Last night he was outnumbered and had to retreat, but in the Polo Bar, the two of them could definitely not cause any waves. He glanced at Xiaolan and felt very relieved. Would you like something to drink? He said with a relaxed smile. The two men sat down at the bar and stared at Lin Ye's face with unfriendly expressions. You little bastard, you are still pretending. Lin Ye was really curious about the relationship between these two people and their predecessors. Seeing that the two of them were silent, he took the initiative to speak. Aren't you two here to drink? The airplane head snorted, we're here to find you. Looking for me? Lin Ye smiled. What can I do for you? The guy pulled a receipt out of his pocket and slapped it on the bar. Here's the IOU, and you still want to deny it? Lin Ye glanced at the so-called IOU and saw that it was indeed signed with Lin Ye's name. It turned out that he was here to collect debts. However, looking at the interest rate on the document, it is obviously illegal usury. The loan was 5 yen with a daily interest rate of 30. The loan was taken 2 months ago, and the accumulated amount owed up to now has reached a sky-high level. With such a high interest rate, what on earth was the predecessor thinking? How dare he borrow this? In the 90s, consumer finance companies were prevalent in Japan. On the surface, they were legitimate companies, but in reality they were loan sharks. When lending money, the staff are polite and courteous. But when it comes to debt collection, all kinds of violent debt collection methods emerge one after another. The number of people who commit suicide because of this can probably be found all around Tokyo. Although the Japanese government has introduced relevant policies and laws to impose restrictions, there is still a considerable gray area that can be exploited, and the punishment for usury is clearly not strong enough. With high profits and light penalties, consumer finance companies are naturally rampant. In the 1 month's memory left by his predecessor, there was an exciting experience of going to the pinball room to have a try. Thinking of this, Lin Ye had a rough guess in his mind. This guy must have been targeted by these loan sharks when he went to the pinball room. That kind of place is where loan sharks like to look for prey the most. No wonder in the 1 month memory left by my predecessor, I drank to drown my sorrows and watched porn movies every night to relieve stress. It seems to be related to this matter. Lin Ye looked at the numbers on the IOU, and the long string of zeros made him fall into deep thought. The thoughts of the two people in front of the bar came. Hey, kid, you have nothing to say? Looking at his appearance, he can't make it. If he can't make it, let him be a gigolo or make movies. His face is pretty good, but I don't know how capable he is. Lin Ye glanced at the two of them and was about to speak when Xiaolan's voice spoke before him. Ah, such a high interest rate, isn't this usury? Her voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Kusaka Omi looked at Lin Ye thoughtfully. Aragaki Keiho gave her a slightly worried look. Loan sharking? Isn't that a crime? The plain head turned around and glared at him fiercely. Little brother, don't talk nonsense, we are a legitimate loan company. Mitsuhiko quickly covered his mouth. Would a serious company let me be a gigolo? Lin Ye was about to speak when he heard another pop. Mr. Lin Ye, I'll lend you the money to pay them back. But don't worry, I won't charge you interest. At this moment, Yuenzi's face seemed to have a big righteousness written on it, but what she was thinking in her heart was, Mr. Lin Ye, you will have to pay it back slowly over your lifetime, hee. Good guy, this guy is not after my money, he is after my person. The disdainful and slightly sour voices of the crew cut and the gigolo came, the guy with the airplane haircut, bah. A gigolo, damn it, why don't any young, beautiful, rich women like me? I'm such a cool guy. The gigolo, TSK, this gigolo is really popular, but it doesn't matter, as long as I can get the money. Lin Ye coughed, a charming smile appeared on his face, and he said to the two of them in a sexy voice. You two, how about a drink first? A smug smile immediately appeared on the two of their faces. Hey, this guy wants to please us. He doesn't think he can buy us off with 2 glasses of wine. But there's free wine, so why not drink it? The planes overhead rose higher. Well, let me see what you can do, the newspapers have praised you to the skies, so I want to see if you're really that good, a move of God. The guy with the crew cut couldn't help laughing. The cowherd also laughed and said, I heard that you can hypnotize people, come on, hypnotize us so that we can give you a few more days, hee. Oh, please wait a moment. Lin Ye turned around and began to prepare. Cocktail shaker, ice cubes, orange juice, fresh cream, Galliano liqueur, Cointreau. After the ingredients are prepared, add 6 ice cubes to the cocktail shaker, then add orange juice, cream, Galliano, Cointreau in turn, and then close the lid. After completing the preparations, Lin Ye adjusted his breathing, put aside all distracting thoughts, and fell into a state of absolute concentration. With his eyes slightly narrowed, the only thing in his sight was the silver cocktail shaker on the bar. An invisible change occurred in him, which attracted everyone's attention. What? What an amazing energy! The plane above his head trembled and almost crashed. The cowherd opened his eyes wide. What is he going to do? There were twinkling stars in Yuanzi's eyes. Ah, this is the temperament, so charming. Xiaolan showed a trace of astonishment on her face. This kind of temperament, is just like Shinichi when he is reasoning. Conan also looked at Lin Ye in surprise, so focused, this man is really not simple. Oh no, if Xiaolan gets along with him every day, what if? Although Aragaki Keiho was sitting at a table far away from the bar, her eyes were fixed on the direction of the bar. That guy has started again. Kusaka Omi felt a huge pressure. Oh no, if a man like this competes with me for Keiho, it will be a bit difficult. Everyone's voices came one after another, but Lin Ye remained calm. A long stream of air gushed out from the nostrils until the last bit of air in the body was squeezed out, and then while taking a deep breath, the half-closed eyes suddenly opened. It was as if a flash of lightning passed before the eyes of the people who were watching him. He just reached out with one hand, and a silver cocktail shaker appeared in his slender, white hand. Then a thunderous sound came from the pot, which was breathtaking. Everyone felt as if they were in the midst of a violent storm, with lightning and thunder in the dark sky and silver snakes flashing. The thunder gradually subsided, and 2 golden rays of light pierced the darkness, lighting up everyone's eyes. You too, golden dream, please. Lin Ye's gentle voice brought everyone back to reality. There were already 2 glasses of golden wine on the bar. The color is bright, like sunshine after rain. Get on your knees, little bastard. After drinking. Lin Ye, 2 of you, 1 cup costs 100,000 yuan, please pay. 2 people, what? So expensive? Lin Ye, hee, you just drank the most expensive wine in the store. The 2 were shocked. Yaoyuo, how dare you cheat us? Lin Ye, hee, next time before drinking, remember to ask the price first. Chapter 64. The 2 of them stared blankly at the golden wine glasses in front of them and swallowed hard. Drink it, it's delicious. Lin Ye's smile was as warm as the sun, emitting a healing glow. They both blushed and lowered their heads at the same time. Asshole. Don't look at me with such gentle eyes, airplane head. What's going on? My heart is beating, man with nose ring. There was a brief silence. The 2 men picked up the wine glasses at the same time. Before they drank, the fragrant sweet aroma penetrated their nostrils and rose to their brains, relaxing their tense minds. Greedily sniffing the sweet fragrance, blushes of enjoyment appeared on the 2 people's faces. The man with the nose ring even stretched out his tongue and licked her lips in ecstasy, which made Yuanzi and Xiaolan next to them get goosebumps. Ugh, how disgusting. The wonderful fragrance seemed to make the 2 of them fall into some beautiful imagination. The guy with the airplane head pouted and moved his lips close to the edge of the wine glass as if he was kissing his first love. Tweet. The sweet, silky, round and full golden wine slowly flows into your mouth. The smoothness of milk and the aroma of wine blend perfectly together. The dreamy aroma and exquisite taste lead him into a gorgeous dream world. A voice keeps calling in my heart. Did you forget it? Have you forgotten the golden dream you once had? Remember it quickly, Taro. Airplane head, no. Yahweh Taro opened his eyes. He remembered. 2 lines of crystal tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. My dream? I once wanted to be a mystery novelist. That was my original dream. But when I finished my first novel and submitted it to publishers one by one with great hope, no publisher was willing to accept my work. The last editor said to me, he said, woo, Yahweh Taro burst into tears and sobbed, his tears as big as beans dripped into the wine glass. Cry. Tell me all the grievances in your heart, I'm here, you can tell me anytime. A gentle male voice came, like a warm hand, soothing DuckTales' trembling brain. That abominable man said that what I wrote was a bunch of shit, and that someone like me would never be able to become an excellent mystery novelist. I was already disheartened, and after hearing these words, my dream of becoming a mystery novelist was completely shattered. I gave up on myself and gradually became a street thug. I lived a hellish life of fighting every day, intimidating others, and collecting debts for others. Yahweh Taro raised his hands and looked at his trembling fingertips. All of a sudden, all those faces begging for mercy appeared in his mind, and they rushed over and grabbed his legs. No, I don't want to either, I don't want to live like this anymore, but I'm so scared, really scared, can I really live a normal life like this? The voice sounded softly again. Young people are bound to make mistakes. There is an old saying in China that a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. Mr. Yahweh, as long as you sincerely repent from now on, it is not too late. The prodigal son returns. Yahweh Taro murmured, his pupils trembling. Don't you want to be a mystery novelist? Keep working hard towards this goal. But what I wrote. I don't allow you to look down on yourself. Lin Ye's eyes were sharp and his tone was firm. What? Yahweh Taro was shocked and looked up at him. Lin Ye said firmly. Even if what you write is a bunch of shit, as long as you keep moving forward towards your goal, one day, it will shine like gold. What's important is not the result, but the process of hard work. This is the dream. The most handsome posture of a man is to keep fighting for his dream. Come on, speak out loud, what is your dream? Me. I want to write a novel. Clap clap. Lin Ye was the first to applaud, followed by Xiaolan, Sonoko, Aragaki Keiho, except for a certain shrunken famous detective whose face was filled with astonishment. Everyone in the store applauded. Lin Ye looked at Yahweh Taro encouragingly. Mr. Yahweh, keep working hard from today on. Listening to the applause of the crowd and feeling the encouraging gazes from all directions, Yahweh Taro burst into laughter, with a smile as bright as an autumn chrysanthemum on his face. The golden light of dreams once again enveloped his head. Lin Ye looked at Yahweh Taro's companion who was already stunned. What about you? What's your dream? Takuya Murakuchi was shocked and said in a trembling voice, My dream? Mr. Ducktail has realized it, what about you? Murakuchi Takuya turned his head and looked at Yahweh, whose face was filled with peace and joy of sudden enlightenment. Takuya, I have found my dream, you should find it back soon too. Yahweh Taro picked up the wine glass in his hand and looked at the wine shining brightly under the light. Ah, golden dreams, what a beautiful color. Goo. He took another sip, his face lit up with happiness. As if infected by some invisible force, Murakuchi Takuya lowered his head, and memories of the past came to his mind. It was when I was 5 years old, on a quiet Sunday afternoon, that I first saw the show. Murakuchi Takuya murmured. Yes, I remember it very clearly, the name of the program was National Idol Producer. It was at that time, on TV, that the shining figure of my idol was deeply engraved in my mind. Yes, to become an idol and be welcomed by everyone. This is my dream. Day after day, I stare at the shining idols on TV, and my heart is filled with longing. But. Murakuchi Takuya lowered his head and looked at his rough hands. But I'm a man. How can a man be a cute idol? So I can only suppress my true feelings, day by day, until I bury my dream with my own hands. Murakuchi Takuya held his head in pain. Why? Why did you make me remember this? There's no way a guy like me can become an idol. I don't allow you to look down on yourself. Lin Ye's voice sounded like thunder. What? Even men can be very cute. Lin Ye said with great confidence. At this moment, Diarcheng Shi flew through his mind with white wings and wearing a snow-white dress. Really, really? Of course it's true. What's the most important thing about being an idol? Oh, okay, oh. Huge. Wrong. I just want to bring laughter and happiness to my fans. A cute face. A moving voice. A sexy body. If that's all you have, you're just a gorgeous doll. Only when you have the heart of an idol can you become an idol that truly touches people's hearts and gives them strength. The heart of an idol. There was a rumbling sound in Takuya Murakuchi's mind, as if something was broken. That's right, as long as you have the heart of an idol, even a 40-year-old uncle can become an idol. Face, singing voice, figure, these are just external conditions, which can be completely overcome by technical means. Only the inner idol heart is the truly valuable thing. If you really want to be an idol, start by finding the idol's heart. Then, step by step, move towards the shining stage. Challenge the impossible, and your dreams will shine brighter. Go ahead and fight like a man. Chapter 65. Tokyo Night. The lights twinkle like stars in the universe, spectacular and beautiful. On the top floor of a luxurious building, a tall figure stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling glass window, with his back to a black lacquered solid wood desk and leather chair, and his long silver hair fell to his waist like a galaxy. Gazing at the magnificent night view of Tokyo outside the window, Jin's mind was filled with thoughts. An inexplicable emotion enveloped him. There was a slight sound of the door opening. The only person who dared to enter his office without knocking was Vodka. From the heavy footsteps, Jin could also judge the identity of the person behind him. He didn't look back, still staring out the window at Tokyo. "Brother, take a look at this newspaper, that bartender has become famous," Vodka's voice came from behind. Jin hummed calmly, "I already know that." Only then did Vodka notice that there was an open newspaper on his brother's desk with a photo of the bartender boy on it. "Brother, I also looked into that kid's information and found something interesting." "Oh." Jin finally turned around, a hint of interest in his eyes. He sat down on the chair and said in a low voice, "What did you find out?" Vodka said inexplicably excitedly. "That kid lost money in the pachinko parlor 2 months ago, so he borrowed some money from the lender there, hoping to win it back, but he lost it all again. As a result, he owed a huge loan, which he hasn't paid off yet, huh?" Vodka couldn't help laughing. "He likes to play pachinko?" Jin asked in surprise. From his observation, the man did not seem like someone who would be addicted to gambling. You can tell from the look in his eyes that the guy has an extremely firm will. How could he be stupid enough to borrow money from loan sharks to gamble? Probably, but he hasn't been there since that time. "Is this the interesting thing you mentioned?" Jin tapped the armrest of the chair with his slender and powerful fingers, feeling a little bored. "No," Vodka grinned. "In fact, the consumer finance company he borrowed money from is an industry controlled by the organization and is registered under your name, Big Brother. The apparent boss of that company is also a peripheral member of the organization. Whom you just met last week." Vodka reminded. "Ah, so he's the boss of the Black Dog Group, right?" Jin had a vague impression and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Brother, do you want to say hello to that old man and ask him to settle the debt with that kid?" Vodka asked. As Jin's Siberian quilted-up coat, Vodka has always been good at figuring out his big brother's thoughts. Since Big Brother admires that kid so much, he will definitely write off this account. Right? To the eldest brother, this was a simple matter as insignificant as moving his fingers. With just one word, the leader of the Black Dog Group would write off the boy's account and even take the initiative to make friends with him. But for the bartender boy, it was a huge favor. After all, according to the information, as a foreigner, the boy has no power to rely on in Tokyo. If he is targeted by the Black Dog Group known for its brutality, there are only 2 results. The first one suddenly disappeared and was salvaged in Tokyo Bay a few weeks later. Second, he was forced to sell himself to pay off his debts. He can be found in some special bars in Tokyo, or seen in some exciting movies. Vodka tends to be the second type. If that guy really went to make a movie, he wouldn't mind contributing to sales. Even if he didn't watch it, it would be great to buy it and collect it. After all, he is the man favored by the Big Brother, so of course I have to support his business, hee. But what he didn't expect was that after hearing his proposal, Jin said calmly. "No need." "Why? Doesn't Big Brother admire that kid very much?" Jin's sharp lips slightly raised. "If he is really an extraordinary man, he won't be defeated by such a small matter. Why should I meddle in his affairs? If he can't even solve such a small matter, then it's not worth caring about him," Jin thought. "Okay, I get it, bro." Vodka secretly thanked his luck that he did not take the initiative to contact the leader of the Black Dog Group, but instead told his eldest brother first. "It was a close call, I almost made my brother angry." Jin turned his chair and looked at the night view of Tokyo outside the window again. "It seems that I can't go to that store for a while. After this report comes out, it will definitely become lively there. And he doesn't like noisy places. Vodka, keep paying attention to the situation in that store," Jin's voice came from behind the chair. "Okay, Big Brother." Polo Bar. After the dream duo left, the number of customers in the store gradually increased, far exceeding previous Sundays. Normally, because the next day was Monday, there were few customers coming to the store to drink. But this Sunday night, there were more customers in the store than on Friday night. Looking at the customers sitting at the bar and in the store, Lin Ye thought, this is the celebrity effect brought by fame. This was just the day after the reports were released, and it was a Sunday. Once the news spread, the store would surely see a continuous peak in customer traffic in the next week. If it is just a store with a name and name only, it would be fine, the popularity will only last for a week or 2 before it fades away. But he is no ordinary bartender. He has superb bartending skills and a professional attitude of giving his all to every drink. Therefore, it can be predicted that the sign of Polo Bar and his reputation will become more and more famous, and the leisurely days may be gone forever. Fortunately, in addition to Kusaka Omi, there is also Xiaolan to help in the store, so there is no need to worry about being too busy. Although Kusaka Omi has some strange thoughts in her mind, she is a very capable girl. She works very seriously and is very quick and efficient. Moreover, the uncles in the store were so bewitched by her that they played with her in their hands and had her completely under their control. Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh, what a goblin. Needless to say, Xiaolan has unique karate skills, amazing mobility, and is good at housework. The Maori detective agency on the second floor and the living area on the third floor were kept in perfect order by her, and the small Poirot bar was a piece of cake for her. Once Aragaki's foot injury recovers, the bar lobby will have a new strong player, so there is no need to worry in the lobby. There is no need to worry about the bar that Lin Ye is in charge of. There are only 5 chairs in front of the bar, so even if it is full, it is no pressure for him. If he exerted his full strength, it would be no problem for him to synchronize 10 cups, let alone just 5. At this time, Conan occupied the seat at the edge of the bar, resting his chin on his hand, observing Lin Ye curiously. The wine made by this uncle is too outrageous. It actually made those 2 people look like that. They were obviously violent people who came to collect debts, but in the end they walked out of the bar crying. Lin Ye smiled and thought, Mr. Kudo, the art of cocktail mixing is profound and extensive. Influencing 2 small hooligans is just a trivial matter, and the bigger things are still to come. From now on, let me continue to open your eyes. Ah. Chapter 66. Welcome, ma'am, please feel free to take a seat or order directly from the bartender at the bar. Xiaolan greeted the kimono lady who had just entered the store. She was friendly and had a warm smile. She looked very professional. Conan, who was sitting at the bar, looked at the scene in surprise. I didn't expect Xiaolan to have a talent for being a waitress. No, I didn't expect Xiaolan to have such a gentle side. Why is she so savage to me? Lin Ye at the bar glanced at Conan. Could this famous detective be an emotional idiot? He couldn't even figure this out. Kogoro Mori, who was sitting next to Conan, turned around and his attention was instantly attracted by the lady who entered the store. His mind became active again. Wow, she is a very charming lady. The lady who came into the store was about 30 years old, with a well-maintained figure and skin. She was wearing a traditional kimono and looked very charming. The wife looked around the store and saw an empty seat at the bar, so she went to sit at the bar. Madam, what would you like to drink? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Plum wine, with ice, the lady smiled, with a trace of sadness between her brows, as if she was troubled by something. Lin Ye keenly caught this point and his heart moved. Well, he is best at helping his wife relieve her troubles. He turned around, took the wine glass, added 2 cubes of ice into it, and then poured in the plum wine brewed by Suntory. The wine is clear, wrapped in hard ice, and exudes a refreshing aroma. Madam, your wine, Lin Ye gently pushed the wine glass out. The wife picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The clear, sweet and sour taste and the faint plum fragrance relaxed her tense nerves. Madam, this is your first time to come to our store to drink, what should I call you? The woman glanced at him, a hint of smile flashing in her eyes. Is this young man trying to strike up a conversation with me? He looks pretty good, so it's okay to tease him. Managawa Sayuri. Oh, Mrs. Jichuan, Lin Ye was a little speechless. It seemed that this lady was thinking too much. What about you, young man? Lin Ye, madam, you can just call me Xiao Lin, Lin Ye said politely. Does Kobayashi have a girlfriend? Sayuri Managawa took another sip of wine, her thin lips looking particularly moist and shiny under the light. Well, not yet. No. That's surprising, Xiaolin is so handsome, I thought you must have a girlfriend. Lin Ye has a lot of experience in dealing with wives, so he naturally didn't blush or anything like that, and responded calmly. Because I'm very busy at work. Cough cough. At this time, Kogoro Mori adjusted his collar and hairstyle and coughed to attract Mrs. Managawa's attention. Ma'am, you look like you're troubled by something. Well done, uncle, you asked the question I wanted to ask. Lin Ye looked at Uncle Maori approvingly. Who are you? Sayuri Managawa turned her head and looked at Kogoro Mori with some surprise. What a strange man. Kogoro Mori took out a business card from his chest, held it between 2 fingers, and handed it to Sayuri Managawa in a very casual manner. My name is Mari Kogoro, and I'm a detective. The detective agency on the second floor is owned by me. If Mrs. Managawa has any troubles, you are welcome to consult me at any time. Detective? Sayuri Managawa picked up the business card and took a look at it, revealing a helpless smile. But a detective can't help me with my troubles, but thank you for your kindness anyway. As he said this, he put the business card into his arms. Mari Kogoro watched the business card disappear into Mrs. Managawa's chest, and his eyes began to wander. Ahem, Uncle Maori, please pay attention to your facial expression. Xiaolan is already paying attention to this side. Lin Ye tried to warn Uncle Maori with his eyes, but unfortunately the latter's attention was already attracted by Mrs. Managawa's beautiful kimono, especially the pattern near her chest. Beautiful, so beautiful. What are you looking at? Mrs. Managawa covered her chest and turned her body slightly, still with a smile on her face. But I spat in my heart, bah. What kind of detective is this? Turns out he's just an old pervert. Feeling the murderous aura coming from behind, and the crisp sound of bones cracking, Mari Kogoro laughed, ha, ma'am, the pattern on your kimono is so beautiful. Xiaolan walked behind him and put down her fist helplessly. Really? Dad is always like this. Mom is so beautiful. If he wants a woman, he should go ask her out. He is always out flirting with other girls. After hearing what Mari Kogoro said, even though she knew it was a poor excuse, Mrs. Managawa still smiled and said, you're flattered. Then he looked at Ran behind Mari Kogoro, and seemed to have discovered something, and said in surprise, who is this little girl? Xiaolan immediately smiled and said, I am his daughter, my name is Mao Lilan. So Mr. Mori's daughter is this big now, Mrs. Managawa said with a smile. He is indeed an old pervert. His daughter is already this old, but he still flirts with women in the bar, and in front of his daughter. He is really shameless. Mari Kogoro said with embarrassment, yes. Damn it, there's no way to strike up a conversation with Xiaolan here. He had no choice but to give up the idea of chatting her up and just drink. Xiaolan then left satisfied and went to greet other guests. Conan looked at the depressed uncle with a smile. You lecherous uncle, you really deserve it. Mari Kogoro suddenly turned his head and saw Conan, who was gloating, and he was furious. How dare you, little devil, laugh at me? Seeing Uncle Maori's raised fist, Conan immediately held his head and shouted. Uncle, a true gentleman would not hit a child in front of his beautiful wife. Seeing Mrs. Managawa looking over, Kogoro Mori quickly changed his fist into a palm, covered Conan's head with his big hand, and rubbed it. Conan, you are so well behaved, Uncle loves you so much that he won't be able to hit you. You little bastard, I'll deal with you tonight. Conan's scalp was almost rubbed off by Mari Kogoro's rough hands, but he could only force a smile. Uncle is so nice. Uncle asshole, be gentler. I'm going to go bald if you keep rubbing. Conan is so good. Kogoro Mori slapped Conan on the back of the head, almost knocking him off his seat, but finally withdrew his hand. Mr. Mori, is this child your little son? So cute, Sayuri Managawa glanced at Conan and said with a smile. Oh, this kid is staying at my house, his parents were in a car accident and are said to be in the hospital. Conan on the side showed a helpless look and silently apologized to his father and mother. I'm sorry, Dad, Mom. Lin Ye smiled secretly in his heart. Kudo-kun, you are such a filial son. At this time, he noticed that Mrs. Managawa's expression looked a little strange. Car accident, boarding, isn't this the same as the brat who lived in my house? It's a pity that his parents were not so lucky and died on the spot. Chapter 67. Mr. Maori has a really good heart. When Kogoro Mori heard Mrs. Managawa's praise, his face lit up with joy. Could it be that having this little kid Conan by my side is a plus? Indeed, many women like children, especially mature women like my wife. And if you look closely, this little kid is indeed pleasing to the eye. He immediately found a new identity, a gentle uncle who took in homeless children. He coughed twice, adjusted his mood, and said in a low voice, oh, this child is quite pitiful, his parents must be in great pain after such an unfortunate thing happened to them. The smile on Conan's face became more forced. My parents are still fine. But it doesn't matter, Conan, from now on just treat me as your real father, and I will definitely love you as my own son. As he spoke, Kogoro Mori pulled Conan into his arms, hugged him tightly, his face full of love. Wow, thank you, uncle. Conan responded very touched. The strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol, I am about to be suffocated by this uncle. Xiaolan looked at her father and Conan hugging each other in surprise, then she smiled with relief. Sure enough, although Dad said he didn't like Conan, he actually had a gentle side in his heart. Let's continue to get along with each other in this friendly way, Dad, Conan. When Sayuri Managawa next to her saw this scene, a complicated look flashed across her face. That kid, Koyen, must be very sad, after all, his parents, but even so, he shouldn't treat me like that. I adopted him out of kindness, but he refused to take out money to help our family through the difficult times. What an ungrateful kid. Lin Ye looked at Mrs. Jichuan's changeable expression and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. No way, is it again? Qian, don't blame your aunt for being cruel. If you insist on being so heartless, your aunt will find a way to get rid of you. Lin Ye. Tokyo is so dangerous, Mom, I want to go home. After calming down, Lin Ye saw Mrs. Minakawa looking at Conan lovingly, so he asked. Does Mrs. Minagawa have any children? Mrs. Minagawa smiled and said, yes, his name is Jean, and he is in kindergarten this year, he looks similar to this child. For Jean, I must get that guy's money. Is the goal legacy? In order to confirm what was going on, Lin Ye smiled and said, it looks like an enviable family of 3, Mrs. Minakawa is so happy. I was quite happy originally, but everything changed after that boy came. Mrs. Minagawa kept smiling, her expression gentle, thank you, but I have another child at home who is already in college. Upon hearing that Mrs. Minagawa had a happy family, her children were in kindergarten, and she had an older son in college, Kogoro Mori immediately threw Conan out of his arms. Although he likes beautiful women, he will never destroy other people's families. But this lady looks so young, and her eldest son is already in college. She is really well maintained. University. Lin Ye pretended to be surprised and asked. Is this also your child? Mrs. Minagawa shook her head slightly and said with lowered eyebrows, no, he is the child of my husband's brother, for some reasons, he is temporarily living in our house, but I have always treated him as my own child and loved him. That's why it's so hateful. I treat him as my own son, but he always has a bad face. Jinxiong's business is in trouble and he needs funds to turn around. He obviously inherited a large sum of money, but he is unwilling to take it out. Hateful. If Jinxiong's business fails, this family will fall apart. Jean is still so young. How can he grow up happily without money? Money, money, money. I must get that kid's money. It turned out to be the case. Lin Ye finally figured out what was going on. Mrs. Minagawa's husband encountered difficulties in his business, so he asked for help from his adopted son Katsuhiko Minagawa who inherited the estate, but it seems that he was rejected. So Mrs. Minagawa wanted to kill her adopted son and get his inheritance. Madam, your idea is very dangerous. Even if you kill him, how can you guarantee that you won't be caught? The perfect crime is not that easy. If the truth comes out, your little son will lose his mother and be labeled the son of a murderer. The already difficult family will be further devastated and fall into the abyss. Madam, please calm down. Although he understood Mrs. Minakawa's thoughts, Lin Ye couldn't say it directly, so he could only find another way to make her give up her plan to kill. Of course, he could also choose to stand by and watch a family fall apart. But that was clearly not in line with his principles. But for a moment, he really couldn't think of any good way to make Mrs. Minakawa give up her murder plan. What Mrs. Minagawa wants is money. Without money, talk therapy and chicken soup are useless. But Lin Ye himself still owed a lot of high-interest loans, so where would he get the money to help others? Even if he had money, there was no legitimate reason to give it away. If he held a stack of banknotes and said to Mrs. Minakawa, Madam, let me help you. The other party must have thought that he had ulterior motives. If it was just a simple misunderstanding, it wouldn't be a big deal. But I'm afraid that she would agree to it after the misunderstanding and do something shocking, which would be embarrassing. But there is no need to worry too much for the time being. Mrs. Minakawa's murder plan is obviously still in its infancy and there is no specific implementation plan yet. After all, she also has to think carefully about how to escape legal sanctions. Committing a crime is a technical job, and being too impatient will leave loopholes. What's more, there is a famous detective in Beika town. Lin Ye glanced at Conan who was sitting next to Mr. Maori. What we need to do now is to make Mrs. Minagawa a repeat customer of the store so that we can get to know about her murder plan. How to make customers become regular customers of your store. Simple, if the guests are satisfied, they will come back again. There are 2 ways for bartenders to satisfy their guests. One is to satisfy their appetite, and the other is to satisfy their spiritual needs. If you can do any one of these, you can be considered an excellent bartender. If the 2 are combined, it will be invincible and no customer can resist the dual satisfaction of body and spirit. Coincidentally, Lin Ye is very experienced in both aspects. So, while Mrs. Jichuan finished her glass of plum wine, Lin Ye showed his true skills. He had accumulated rich experience in dealing with wives. Under his intentional yet invisible verbal guidance, Mrs. Minakawa unknowingly developed a fondness for this handsome and sweet-talking young man. Of course, Lin Ye knows how to keep his distance and won't say anything that goes beyond the rules. This distance varies from person to person. When Mrs. Managawa finished her drink and was about to leave, the sad expression on her face had disappeared, replaced by a blush full of joy, as if she had just received a double massage of the mind and body. "Mrs. Jichuan, welcome back next time," Lin Ye said with a smile. Mrs. Managawa looked at him with a smile, nodded, turned around and walked away. "Ah, I haven't felt so relaxed in a long time. Chatting with a handsome young man really makes me feel better. This is a really nice bar. I'll come here and sit down when I have time." After hearing Mrs. Jichuan's thoughts, Lin Ye felt relieved temporarily. Successful. Now we can continue to monitor Mrs. Managawa's murder plan. At the table away from the bar, Kusaka Omi poked Aragaki Keiho's shoulder and whispered, "Xia Fan, that guy seems to like it cooked." Aragaki Keiho glanced at Lin Ye and saw the relaxed and satisfied expression on his face. No way, does he really like that kind of ant? Chapter 68. In front of the bar, Kogoro Maori looked at Lin Ye with eyes full of respect. "Good boy, you are really good at chatting." Just a few words made the lady so happy. Maori Kogoro glanced at Xiaolin who was entertaining the guests and asked in a low voice, "Xiaolin, do you have any tips for chatting?" Lin Ye smiled and said, "No, I just say whatever comes to my mind." Kogoro Maori sighed helplessly. "What is talent?" "This is talent. Forget it, I can't learn it." Kogoro Maori continued to drink beer and watch TV, which was still the program Miss Yoko was participating in. When I saw Miss Yoko's lovely and energetic figure, the frustration in my heart was immediately eliminated. "Yoko, my goddess." Kogoro Mori was reveling in the healing feeling brought by Miss Yoko when he suddenly sensed an ominous aura approaching. He turned his head and saw a fat young man walking silently to the bar and sitting next to him. A glass of beer. The young man had a gloomy expression, a stiff voice, and an uncomfortable aura emanated from him. Kogoro Maori shook his head. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more weird. They should watch more of Ms. Yoko's shows, and then they will be full of love and confidence in life. Lin Ye poured a glass of beer and placed it in front of the fat man. He didn't have any opinion on his expression. Some people are born with fierce looks, which leads to them having few friends. Having few friends makes their personality further withdrawn, forming a vicious cycle and gradually developing a frightening temperament. But in fact, if you can break through the prejudice and get to know them more deeply, you will find that they may be very lovely guys. The fat man drank his beer in silence and seemed to have no interest in talking to anyone. Lin Ye naturally would not bore himself and just kept wiping his wine glass. Although the fat man remained silent, he was very uneasy in his heart and let out bursts of roars. Why? Why? Why is Ah Xiang unwilling to accept me? Lin Ye thought silently. It turned out that his confession failed, no wonder his face looked so ugly. The fat man clenched a wine glass tightly and took another big gulp. Tons. Damn it, why would Ah Xiang fall in love with that guy? Just because he's more handsome than me. I admit that the guy is handsome, but his personality has become so bad. I am so gentle, am I still no match for that pretty boy? Damn it. Lin Ye glanced at the fat man. People say fat people have potential. Brother, I think you have a good foundation and you will be very handsome when you lose weight. Don't be so stubborn. The fat man's expression suddenly became ferocious. It's all that bastard's fault. Yes, it's his fault. If it weren't for him, Ah Xiang would definitely accept me. Kill him. As long as I kill him, Ah Xiang will accept me. Lin Ye? Lin Ye's brows were deeply knitted together, completely confused. What's wrong with this Beika town person? Why is his desire to kill so strong? Come on, young man, even if you kill a handsome guy, there are thousands and millions of handsome guys in the world. Do you want to kill all the men who are more handsome than you? You won't get love this way. Killing will only bring hatred and endless pain, so why should we be so pessimistic? Managawa Katsuhiko, don't blame your brother for being cruel, it's all your fault. For Xiang, I'm going to kill you. Katsuhiko Managawa. Isn't this the adopted son of Mrs. Managawa? My goodness, how bad is his character that he has attracted the murderous intentions of both his adoptive mother and brother. He hadn't figured out how to eliminate Mrs. Managawa's murderous intent yet, and here came another one, with a stronger murderous intent than Mrs. Managawa's. The fat man drank the rest of the beer in the glass in one gulp. Continued cup. When pushing the second glass of beer in front of the fat man, Lin Ye finally couldn't help but try to say, has the guest encountered any troubles? The fat man raised his head, looked at him warily, and said in a cold tone, it has nothing to do with you, don't disturb me while I'm drinking. After saying that, he tilted his head back and took a big sip. Ton. Lin Ye smiled bitterly. Even for him, there was no good way to deal with such a murderous guest. I wish I could really hypnotize myself. After drinking, the fat man paid the bill and left without giving Lin Ye any chance to take advantage of him. Lin Ye couldn't just follow this fat guy to save people. Who knows when he will start? I still have to work. Lin Ye could only pray silently for the young man named Katsuhiko Managawa. Hope everyone is okay. Kobayashi, I thought you were so good with men too. After the fat man left, Kogoro Mori couldn't help but joked. Uncle Maori, you're joking, I'm not a magician, how can I satisfy all my customers? Lin Ye couldn't tell the real reason, so he could only answer like this. Seeing that Lin Ye seemed a little disappointed, Mari Kogoro quickly comforted him. That kid is just too weird, don't worry about it. Lin Ye was not disappointed about being rejected by the customer, but was a little worried about the young man named Katsuhiko Managawa. Both his parents have passed away, and now he is facing the covetousness of his adoptive mother and the betrayal of his brother. Tragic, really miserable. Hope he survives. Although the customer flow was much higher than before, by 10 o'clock, the number of customers in the store had decreased by more than half and it gradually became deserted. After all, tomorrow is Monday, and everyone has to consider work for the next day. Xiaolan, you've worked hard today, drink this and go back, don't delay your class tomorrow. Lin Ye made a glass of Cinderella non-alcoholic, pushed it to the bar, and said to Xiaolan who was resting at the table. Is this for me? Thank you. Xiaolan sat down at the bar, picked up the cup and took a sip, a comfortable expression on her face. Conan yawned and looked towards the door of the bar. Damn it, those two guys aren't coming again today. Lin Ye looked at the aho hair on Conan's head. Oh, sorry, it's the hair of wisdom, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Conan, you should go back to bed early. Those two are criminal elites. They must be very busy every day. How could they have time to come and drink every day? Conan, this is very sweet, would you like to have a sip too? At this time, Xiaolan picked up the wine glass, with a gentle smile of an older sister, and handed the glass to Conan. Looking at the wine glass in front of him, Conan's face turned red. Indirect kiss. Lin Ye wanted to laugh. Isn't this great detective too innocent? Don't worry, there is no alcohol in it, just juice and syrup, it tastes delicious, it also has a romantic name, Cinderella. Seeing Conan hesitate, Xiaolan thought he was worried that there was alcohol in it, so she explained. Well, okay, thank you Sister Xiaolan. As Conan put his mouth close to the wine glass, he thought, Cinderella, that's the drink Uncle Lin gave Xiaolan in the store the night before yesterday. Let me try the taste. Thinking of what Conan had eavesdropped on outside the door the night before, Lin Ye wanted to laugh even more. This great detective is not only innocent but also a jealous person. Let the sweetness of this cup of Cinderella neutralize your jealousy. As the sweet Cinderella tasted, Conan's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. It's really delicious. Chapter 69. Although the old and the young both wanted to stay a little longer, it was obvious that they could not disobey Xiaolan's orders. Seeing Xiaolan leaving the bar with a big one in one hand and a small one in the other, Lin Ye couldn't help but think that Xiaolan was not Cinderella, but the queen. Iron Fist Queen. Omi, you've worked hard too, go back and have a rest with Xia Fan, you both have classes tomorrow, Lin Ye said to Kusaka Omi again. Where is the reward wine? If you favor that girl, Keiho and I will be jealous. At a table near the bar, Aragaki Keiho bit her lip and glared at Kusaka Omi. Who is jealous? Shime is gossiping again. I really want to pull her out. Lin Ye was startled and looked at Xia Fan with some surprise. She must be joking, right? You're not really going to pull out her tongue, are you? After encountering so many potential murderers in a row, Lin Ye became a little sensitive. Of course he couldn't ask, so he could only pretend he heard nothing and nodded with a smile. Okay, you have it too. Soon, 2 glasses of Cinderella were pushed out of the bar. Thank you, uncle. After throwing a coquettish glance at Lin Ye, Kusaka Omi left the bar with 2 glasses of wine that were not actually wine, and started drinking happily with Aragaki Keiho. Kusaka Omi also deliberately made seductive sounds. It tastes really good. Snapped. The sound of a wine glass falling on the table. Kusaka Omi turned around to look at the source of the sound, only to see the uncle at the next table still holding the wine glass. But his empty right hand was trembling. There was a wine glass upside down on the table, and the wine was spilled all over the floor. Oh, sorry. The bald uncle blushed and lowered his head shyly. Kusaka Omi smiled softly, her laughter was pleasant to the ears, and the uncle's shoulders shook again. You've done such a bad thing, why don't you clean it up? Aragaki Keiho glared at her with a red face. Huh. But I've already gotten off work, huh? If you don't go, I will. Aragaki Keiho reached out to take the crutch leaning against the table. Okay, I'll go. Kusaka Omi quickly stood up, took a towel, walked to the uncle who had made a mess on the table and the floor, and said with a smile, "Uncle, let me help you clean it up." The uncle made a weird squeaking sound from his mouth. It was the sound caused by compression of his vocal cords due to extreme excitement and nervousness. Lin Ye smiled bitterly. This goblin. Okay, wipe it clean. Would you like another cup, uncle? Kusaka Omi bent over and smiled with squinted eyes. Yes, yes. Kusaka Omi walked to the bar with a smile on her face. The uncle said he wanted another drink. TSK, there's really no challenge at all, Uncle Trashy. Okay, wait a moment. Lin Ye still remembers that the uncle ordered a cup of silk stocking and turned around to make the second cup. Kusaka Omi looked at Lin Ye who was busy at the bar with subtle eyes. The uncle here is more challenging. If he shows that kind of ugly behavior in front of me, Xia Fan will give up on him. I've decided. When Xia Fan's foot is healed, I will continue to work here. This way I can accompany Xia Fan and seduce this uncle at the same time. When the seduction is successful, I will ask him to go to the hotel, and then take a picture of his ugly behavior with a camera and show it to Xia Fan. By then, she will completely give up on men. Hey! Perfect plan. Lin Ye, who was making wine, sighed slightly. Xia Fan gave up, and you started again, right? Xiao Omi, don't underestimate men. Don't underestimate my will. My heart and my will are stronger than steel, how can I be tempted by mere beauty? Even if the two of you come together, you are no match for me. Give up. Omi, take it to the customer. Lin Ye pushed the finished stockings out of the bar with a calm expression. Kusaka Omi carefully put the wine into the plate, then carried the plate to the uncle. Uncle, your stockings. Thank you, thank you. When Kusaka Omi returned to the table and sat down, Aragaki Keiho looked at her face strangely. Zum, what are you planning? You're smiling so sinisterly. I'm thinking about how to seduce that uncle over there. Kusaka Omi curled her lips and glanced towards the bar. Hey, don't mess around, that guy won't buy it, Aragaki Keiho said nervously. Oh. Kusaka Omi stared at her face thoughtfully. How do you know? Have you tried it? No, don't think about it. In short, don't do anything rash. He is not an ordinary man. Aragaki Chiffon glanced at Lin Ye quickly and said in a low voice. Not an ordinary man. Is he a Superman? Even Superman fell in love with that female reporter, didn't he? As long as he's a man, he must have weaknesses. I must find his weakness and then give him a fatal blow. Lin Ye wiped the wine glass silently, thinking to himself, even if I have weaknesses, they are definitely not lust. Zayaksamai, you should just give up. See you tomorrow, uncle. When the two left, Kusaka Omi said goodbye to Lin Ye with a smile. Her big, charming eyes were like a pair of hooks, trying to hook away Lin Ye's soul. Unfortunately, Lin Ye was immune to control, so she was left alone. Aragaki Keiho turned her head away and said nothing, but Lin Ye heard her true thoughts. Good night, you popular bastard. Lin Ye couldn't help but smile and said, be careful on the road, also, good night. Aragaki Keiho's face turned red, and she quickly ran towards the door on her crutches, trying to escape from this damn tenderness. Xia Fan, don't worry, I'll help you, Kusaka Omi hurriedly chased after him. No customers came into the store after that. By 11 o'clock, there was no customer in the store. Lin Ye stayed in the store until 2 o'clock. When he picked up his mobile phone and prepared to go off work, he found a text message reminder on the screen. Open the message and take a look. Well done. Well done. Who did well? What did well? Confused Lin Ye wanted to see who sent the text message, but found that the sender column was empty. This is a text message without a sender number. Maybe someone sent it to the wrong person, or maybe it's some new scam. Lin Ye curled his lips, didn't care, and deleted it directly. Although there were no smartphones in this era and there were no viruses or trojans hidden in text messages, but would it be a waste to delete these mindless spam messages and keep them until the new year? Back home. Lin Ye heated a cup of milk and drank it. Then he did some stretching exercises on the bed and soon fell into a sweet sleep like a baby. The next morning, Lin Ye was awakened by the shrill ringtone of an old cell phone from the 1990s. I sat up from the bed, grabbed my phone and saw that the caller was Mr. Furuya. Mr. Furuya. Isn't that the agent of the mysterious owner of Poirot's bar? Lin Ye had never met Mr. Guwu and had no impression of him in his mind, but he knew who this man was, one of the few names in his mobile phone address book. You called me so early, is there any personnel arrangement? He pressed the answer button in confusion. Hello, Mr. Furuya. Chapter 70. Does this mean a promotion and salary increase? Mr. Furuya called just now and said that the boss was very satisfied with his work, so he promoted him to be the acting manager of Polo Bar. Responsible for all matters in the store, including the power to hire and fire employees. His salary also increased from 180,000 to 500,000, plus 1/10 of the monthly net profit of Polo Bar. Yes, the boss must have seen the news in the newspaper and increased my salary in order to keep me, fearing that other bars would poach me. It seems that although the boss is abroad, he is still paying attention to the news of this small bar. Thinking about the increased number of customers last night and the possible increase in sales in the future, Lin Ye suddenly felt that his promotion and salary increase were reasonable. When I go out for a run, I feel better than usual. This is what it means to be in high spirits when something good happens. While running, Lin Ye was as focused as usual. Focusing on the rhythm of body muscles and breathing, the feeling of perfect fusion of spirit and body is so wonderful. Just as he was immersed in this wonderful experience, suddenly, he realized something. There it is again, that feeling of being watched. Lin Ye did not stop, but slightly quickened his pace. The feeling of being watched was still following him like a shadow. The sound of two men talking came from behind. Is that him? Yes, it is him, the man who has been running on this street every day in the past week. Language is an extension of consciousness. When you speak, what you want to say has actually already been reviewed in your mind. Therefore, what Lin Ye heard was not the actual voices of the two people, but rather the fluctuations of their consciousness. Isn't it too thin? Is it really okay? Although he looks very thin and weak, if you pay attention to his running posture, you will find that his body is very coordinated and his movements are full of rhythm. This rhythm is getting stronger day by day. If I am not mistaken, he is a sports genius. Oh. Indeed. Go ahead, it's time to capture a new member. Lin Ye felt something was wrong when he heard the last sentence. What does capture mean? I'm not prey. He was just about to turn around to see who it was when he heard two heavy footsteps behind him, as if two steamrollers were rolling towards him. Two strong men surrounded him from both sides, one on the left and one on the right, trapping him in the middle, blocking all his escape routes. The one on the left has thick eyebrows and a crew cut, and the one on the right has yellow hair parted in the middle. Both men were equally tall and strong, wearing pure white martial arts uniforms with a powerful black word, Ba, embroidered on their chests. Hey, young man, would you like to know more about Kyokushin karate? The man with a crew cut on the left opened his mouth wide and revealed a sunny and bright smile. The yellow-haired guy on the right with a middle parting showed the same smile. Brother, I have noticed you for a long time. Do you run every day? Want to become stronger? Then come and join our Kyokushin karate. In just 3 months, we can make you a man among men, a strong man among the strong. As they spoke, they both rolled up their sleeves, revealing their muscular arms and striking powerful poses. It turned out that the karate hall was recruiting students. Lin Ye was very interested in karate in this world, so he stopped. A strong and healthy body is also necessary for bartending. First of all, shaking the cocktail requires strong wrist and arm strength. If the shaking is not strong enough, the ingredients cannot be fully blended together. It also requires sufficient physical strength, endurance, and stamina. Some cocktail recipes require shaking for more than 10 minutes, which cannot be completed without extraordinary endurance. Although different bartenders can take turns shaking the cocktail, each bartender has a different shaking technique and strength, which will result in the final taste not being perfectly blended into one. Therefore, Lin Ye always mixed cocktails by himself and never asked others for help. As a result, in his previous life, he had trained 2 unicorn arms, so shaking cocktails with one hand was no problem. He could even shake 2 different kinds of wine at the same time, one rhythm with his left hand and another with his right hand. But with this body now, let alone the unicorn arm, he felt his hands were a little sore after shaking them for a minute. Moreover, they often receive more than one guest at work, which requires continuous shaking, and it is impossible without a body that has both strength and endurance. Finally, only when you are in good health and in high spirits can you mix a drink that is full of energy and spirit, and only such a cocktail can cheer up your guests. How can a bartender heal his guests if he himself is depressed? Therefore, physical exercise is very necessary. This is also an important reason why he decided to transform his body. The 2 men in front of him looked very strong physically and full of energy. Perhaps this Kikubaryu karate could bring him some surprises. So he accepted their invitation and visited their gym. During the casual conversation on the way, he learned that the man with a buzz cut and thick eyebrows was named Ryuichi Ishida, and the man with yellow hair parted in the middle was named Pingyuan Yema. Both of them are disciples of Long Tao Pavilion. Long Tao Pavilion is built near Mihua Park and is an independent building with a courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Lin Ye heard enthusiastic cheers coming from the dojo opposite the gate, full of manly passion. Although the door of the dojo was closed, Lin Ye could still feel the strong enthusiasm. What a great atmosphere! It seems like a very passionate martial arts school. Brother, that's our main hall. You're going to love it here. The two people behind him closed the gate of the yard, bolted it, and said to Lin Ye. Seeing the two people blocking the door, determined not to let anyone escape, Lin Ye suddenly had a bad feeling. Something seems to be wrong with this martial arts school. Forget it, let's go in and take a look first. Lin Ye walked through the courtyard, came to the main entrance of the dojo, and pushed the door open. Hey! Ahaha! Wow! Eeyore! Ha ha ha! Gahaga! Ho ho ho! The roars of the naked men, accompanied by the strong smell of alcohol and masculinity, surged out of the gate like a tsunami. Lin Ye's pupils shrank and his brain was shocked. Is this a karate gym? It's obviously the Ronin Club. The scene before him reminded him of the time when he worked in an underground bar. Oh, don't get him wrong, he would go to that kind of bar just for the bartending practice. During his training, he worked in various bars in order to see more bars and more customers. He only stayed in that speakeasy for 2 weeks. Unexpectedly, many years later, he saw a similar scene again. Just as he was about to turn around, 2 large hands pressed on his shoulders on both sides at the same time. How about joining us, little brother? We will transform you into a truly powerful person. A devilishly deep voice came from my ears at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Ye shuddered. Chapter 71. Polo Bar. 5:30 p.m. Xiaolan pushed the door and entered the store, followed by Sonoko and a group of little followers, Conan, and the 3 little ones Mitsuhiko, Genta, and the Yumi. Mr. Lin Ye, I heard from my father that you have become the acting store manager. Congratulations, Xiaolan congratulated. Congratulations, uncle, on your promotion to store manager. The 3 little ones and Conan also congratulated him, then stared at Lin Ye with anticipation. Guang Yuanbu, hurry up and buy us some delicious drinks to celebrate. Conan on the side, these 3 guys want to eat and drink for free again. Lin Ye responded to the expectations of the 3 little ones with a smile. Thank you, uncle will treat you to some orange soda. Great. The 3 little ones cheered together. Lin Ye poured 6 glasses of soda, 2 large ones and 4 small ones. Next time there is a party at my house, can I invite you to make cocktails? Sonoko asked expectantly. Rather than being a bartender, Yuanzi would rather Lin Ye attend her family party as her boyfriend. However, after her observation, she found that Lin Ye was not an easy man to deal with, so she had to settle for the second best and become familiar friends with him first, and then take it step by step. Lin Ye smiled and said, I'll consider it. I will come and invite you in person when the time comes, Yuanzi said happily. Conan on the side laughed, silly woman, he just said he would consider it, he didn't agree to it. By the way, Mr. Lin Ye, you look a little tired, didn't you sleep well last night? Yuanzi suddenly asked, looking at Lin Ye's face. Lin Ye showed a helpless smile, I exercised too much during the day today. It took him a lot of effort to escape from that scary karate gym. He felt a headache when he thought about the possibility of meeting those 2 guys again when running tomorrow. Ding! At this time, the doorbell rang. Lin Ye thought it was Xia Fan and the others who came, but it turned out to be a young couple entering the store. The man was wearing a brown suit and looked a little old, but his face was very young. He must be a college student. The woman was wearing an off-white women's suit, paired with a dark brown hip-hugging tight skirt, revealing 2 slender and straight legs. Although her face looked very young, her hairstyle and dress revealed a mature charm. Kian, let's wait a while before coming in, it looks like they haven't opened for business yet, the woman pulled the man's sleeve and whispered. Kian. Lin Ye looked at the young and handsome face of the man and his heart moved. Could he be the adopted son of Mrs. Minakawa from yesterday? The good brother of the fat man? So beautiful, what nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see that there are already customers sitting at the bar? It's okay, at most I can just give you a bigger tip. The man put his arm around the woman's shoulders, took her to a table and sat down, patting the table and saying. Where's the waiter? Take your order. What? He's so arrogant, just ignore him. Xiaolan hesitated and looked at Lin Ye at the bar. Lin Ye smiled and said, it's not business hours yet, ignore him. Xiaolan came to the store to help out, so how could she be allowed to suffer? Although Lin Ye respects every customer who enters the store equally, respect is mutual. If a customer is too arrogant, Lin Ye will ignore him. If a customer causes trouble in the store, he will kick him out without hesitation. He is a bartender, not a slave trying to please his master. Lin Ye's attitude made Yuanzi's impression of him increase a little bit. As expected, he's the man that this lady likes, so domineering. The few little kids who were drinking soda also started laughing, and Yuantai even made a mocking face at the man named Qian. Being ignored and laughed at by the brat naturally aroused the man's anger, especially in front of his female companion. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? The man's eye twitched, and he slammed the table and stood up suddenly. The woman took his hand. Qian, forget it, let's wait a little longer and chat with me, okay? The man snorted, glared at everyone in front of the bar, and sat back in his chair angrily. The woman leaned on his shoulder affectionately and whispered something in his ear. The anger on his face suddenly disappeared and a blush appeared on his face. No one else heard it, but Lin Ye heard it clearly. Qian, shall we not go back to school tonight? Good guy, Lin Ye exclaimed, good guy. A woman's tenderness is like water, which can extinguish a man's anger. These two people are indeed college students. But they are dressed so maturely. Are they playing some special game? The two of them being so intimate in public made the three children in front of the bar blush. Ayumi secretly glanced at Conan, who noticed and smiled helplessly. Hey, let me go, I don't want to be liked by kids. Yuanzi looked at Lin Ye at the bar and began to imagine some sweet scenes. After a while, the doorbell rang again. The ones who came in this time were Aragaki Keiho and Kusaka Omi. The two found a couple of customers already sitting in the store and thought they were late. They looked at the wall clock and realized it was not yet 6 o'clock, so they felt relieved. Xia Fan, is your foot okay? Lin Ye asked with a smile when he saw that Xia Fan was not using crutches today. Well, walking isn't a problem anymore, but I still can't do any strenuous exercise, Aragaki Keiho answered in a low voice. His expression and tone were much more honest than before he was injured, which surprised Lin Ye a little. Pain can really make people grow. So I will take her place today, she is here as a guest, Kusaka Omi said with a smile, then looked at the couple. By the way, who are those two people? Lin Ye shook his head and said, they broke in early, don't pay any attention to them, we can deal with them when the time comes. If the customer was polite, it would not be impossible for him to enter the store early, but the young man's attitude was so arrogant that Lin Ye naturally would not tolerate him. If he really is the Katsuhiko Managawa whose life the two men are concerned about, then it would be no wonder. His personality is indeed hateful, so it is not surprising that he was targeted by the two in Beika town, where there seemed to be an unusually large number of potential criminals. His experience was indeed tragic and sympathetic, but no matter how tragic it was not a reason to be willful to others. At this time, the doorbell rang again. Wearing a beige bank uniform skirt and flesh-colored stockings on her slender legs, Akemi Mayano, full of mature woman's charm, pushed the door open and entered the store. Good evening, Miss Yame, Lin Ye smiled. Mayano Akemi was a little surprised to see so many people in the store. She came to the bar and smiled apologetically, sorry to bother you in advance, Mr. Lin Ye, I want to ask you a favor. Lin Ye didn't ask what it was about at first because the man and woman at the table attracted his attention. From the moment Mayano Akemi entered the store, Katsuhiko Managawa stared at her in surprise, never taking his eyes off her. Watanabe Hame naturally noticed the strangeness of the man next to her, and said with dissatisfaction. Qian, what are you looking at? Managawa Katsuhiko seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and said awkwardly, no, nothing. Mom. In the 6th episode of the original anime series, Katsuhiko Managawa's voice actor is Ryo Horikawa, who is also the voice actor of Hattori Heiji and Vegeta. Chapter 72. Lin Ye glanced at Managawa Katsuhiko with a strange look, then retracted his gaze and said to Mayano Akemi with a smile. Miss Yami, please tell me what you need, if I can be of any help, I'd be happy to do so. Mayano Akemi smiled at Lin Ye, her expression gentle, and said softly. It's like this, I want to meet my sister here tomorrow, but my sister doesn't like crowded places, so I was wondering if I could bring her here in advance. Lin Ye smiled and said, of course no problem. It's finally here. That cold and clear girl. When they met by chance in the cafe that day, that cool and beautiful face left a deep impression on Lin Ye. What time will you come? There happened to be a can of orange soda at hand, so Lin Ye poured another glass, pushed it in front of Mayano Akemi, and asked. Mayano Akemi took the soda, took a sip, said thank you, and then replied about 5:20, is that okay? Every time I meet with Shiho, the time is limited to 30 minutes. They say that the research progress cannot be delayed. Alas, Shiho is only 18 years old, the best time of her life, but they force her to suffer so much. Every time we met, Shiho pretended to be energetic, but I knew she was very tired. Sometimes I could even see the dark circles under her eyes that she deliberately covered with concealer. I must change this situation. At least I want to make Shiho feel more relaxed and not so tired anymore. Lin Ye was a little surprised, as if Miss Mingmei had already made some decision. Although he was surprised in his heart, he smiled as if he hadn't heard anything. Okay, then I'll open at 5 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, you can come earlier, it's okay. Thank you very much. Mayano Akemi bowed slightly to Lin Ye and expressed her gratitude sincerely. Because there were not many customers in the store, the sound of their conversation was very obvious. Katsuhiko Managawa, who heard the conversation between the two, thought unhappily, that damn bartender was so cold to me, but his expression changed when he saw a beautiful woman. Lin Ye glanced at him and thought, young man, it's not that I prefer beautiful women, but you are too arrogant. Oh, there is one more thing, Mayano Akemi's sweet voice drew Lin Ye's attention back. Because my sister's job is quite special, she will have a bodyguard accompanying her, please don't mind it. I know, it's a job that needs to be kept confidential, right? I won't ask nonsense questions. It was as if an electric current shot out from Lin Ye's eyes and hit Mayano Akemi's already numb soul. A strange feeling rises from the bottom of my heart. Well, thank you, Mayano Akemi blushed and avoided Lin Ye's gentle gaze. Mr. Lin Ye is really lethal to girls. If it were him, maybe he could make Shiho let down her guard. Sonoko, who was standing by, was observing Mayano Akemi warily. This woman's expression is not right. Oh no, could it be that she has set her sights on Mr. Lin as well? Such a gentle woman, with a pretty face and a good figure, is a strong rival. Unz's sense of crisis increased greatly. Mayano Akemi keenly noticed Sonoko's gaze, as well as another gaze from behind Keiho, and couldn't help but think. Mr. Lin Ye is really popular. Even if Shiho can't develop a close relationship with him, it's not bad to be friends with him. At this moment, she seemed to remember something and suddenly smiled. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on being in the newspaper yet. Thank you. Although Lin Ye believes that fame is a double-edged sword and being in the newspaper is not necessarily a good thing, but for now, the benefits it brings him far outweigh the troubles. The advantage is that in order to keep you, your boss will improve your treatment and give you a promotion and a raise. As for the trouble, it hasn't appeared yet. But Lin Ye will not take it lightly. After the fame of Polo Bar spreads, who knows when a heavyweight and unusual guest might come and bring him an unexpected surprise. At the same time, on the other side of Tokyo, Jin was driving his beloved car on the street and was going to meet someone. With a cigarette in his mouth, the last rays of the setting sun shone on his face, making his cold face a little warmer. Vodka, who was sitting in the passenger seat, put down his mobile phone. Brother, those two women are going to meet at that bar tomorrow. Poirot? Jin asked in surprise. Lin Ye's face flashed through his mind. Yes, that's the one. Why did you choose there? Jin raised the corner of his mouth, and said in a low and sexy voice, in that case, let's give them more time this time. After all, that woman doesn't have much time left, How long will it be extended? Vodka confirmed. 1 hour. Okay, I'll notify you right away. Vodka was editing the text message. Thinking strangely, why did his brother's tone just now sound so gentle? The meeting time for the two women was also extended. Was it because of that man? A handsome man in a white shirt and black vest came to his mind. 6 o'clock. Polo Bar. Xiaolan walked to the door and turned the wooden sign on the door over to read open. At the bar, Lin Ye was welcoming the first customer after the opening. Ms. Yume, what would you like to drink today? You are the first customer since we opened, so the first drink is half price. Mayano Akemi was flipping through the wine list when she suddenly stopped at a certain page and her eyes fell on a name on the list. Red and black, that's it. Lin Ye looked at her thoughtfully, nodded, and started making wine. Rum, red vermouth, grenadine, and black coffee powder. First, mix the pomegranate syrup and black coffee powder together, then pour the dark mixture into the glass. Then mix the rum and red vermouth and slowly pour it into the glass along the cocktail stick. Because it has a lighter texture, it floats on the previous liquid. Ms. Yume, you're red and black. Lin Ye gently pushed the wine glass out. Mayano Akemi stared at the wine in the glass. This is a glass of dark red wine, the color is light on top and dark on the bottom, like the collision of red and black. Picking up the wine glass, a deep and complex aroma came. The wine glass was tilted, resting against soft red lips. The wine tastes sweet and rich, yet has the bitterness of coffee. The layers of taste are distinct and seem to be contradictory, yet they achieve a harmonious unity, leaving you with an endless aftertaste. Putting down the wine glass, Mayano Akemi let out a breath. There was also the aroma of wine in the air. Ms. Yume, have you resolved the issue that bothered you last time? Lin Ye asked at the right time. Well, I have made my choice, Mayano Akemi opened her eyes and whispered. Two faces appeared in her mind at the same time, one was that of the Maharaja and the other was that of her younger sister Shiho. Lin Ye saw it all. But after a few seconds, the man's face disappeared and the sister's face became clearer. Between her sister and her lover, she finally chose her sister. At this point, giving up the mission is impossible, and taking Shiho away from the organization is even more impossible. What Miss Kashasha said the other day was right. If you know it's impossible but still hope to do it, the end will be miserable. I don't care about my own death, but I can't leave Shiho alone. Since I can't give up, I will change the conditions. After the mission is completed, I will not take Shiho away, but I will officially join the organization and become Shiho's protector. Chapter 73. Rather than being beautiful, the woman had a more mature temperament and was more like his deceased mother. He fell in love with Watanabe Haomi because she looked more like his mother, but she was far from having the same temperament. Hello, beautiful girl, wait here for me, I'll go over and order 2 drinks, it's business hours now, let's see how they can refuse me, Katsuhiko Managawa sneered. Kian, don't be impulsive. Heh, I know. Katsuhiko Managawa put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the bar. Watanabe Yoshimi looked at his back, then looked at Mayano Akemi in front of the bar, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Hey, can I order a drink now? When he arrived at the bar, Katsuhiko Managawa's tone was still stiff. Lin Ye, who was chatting and laughing with Mayano Akemi, turned his head and glanced at him. What would you like to drink? Katsuhiko Managawa sneered, you're a bartender, so you can recommend something to me, but if it doesn't suit my taste, I'll get mad. Lin Ye glanced at him with a subtle look. Get mad? Haha. Young man, don't be too angry. Let me teach you a lesson today. What's that look in his eyes? Is he looking down on me? Damn it, wait and see how I will humiliate you with money. Katsuhiko Managawa decided that no matter what kind of wine Lin Ye made, he would pretend to be angry and hit him in the face with money. Isn't the job of a bartender to please customers for tips? How dare you look down on me? Can the guests drink strong liquor? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Come on, Katsuhiko Managawa still looked arrogant. Hee, okay. At the bar, Lin Ye was busy. Bottle after bottle of wine was placed on the bar, like soldiers on the deck ready to go. This includes rum, and different kinds of rum. Differentiate by the color of the liquor, 1 bottle each of white rum, gold rum and dark rum. There is also a bottle of heavyweight rum, Bacardi 151, with an alcohol content of 75.5, which is much higher than the alcohol content of ordinary rum. It can even be ignited directly, which is called Navy strength. During the Age of Discovery, sailors tested whether rum was adulterated with water by soaking gunpowder in rum and then using a magnifying glass to focus sunlight on it, using the ability to ignite as the standard. Since the 16th century, the British Navy has had the benefit of rationing alcohol. Ordinary soldiers can receive rum, while officers can receive gin. This system was not abolished until July 1977. Rum and gin were stored under the deck along with gunpowder. In order to prevent the liquor from seeping out and soaking the gunpowder, making it impossible to ignite. The alcohol concentration was set extremely high so that even if the gunpowder got damp, it could still be easily ignited. Therefore, it is known for its naval strength. In addition to the 4 major rums, there is also a bottle of anise liquor, a bottle of almond brandy, a bottle of Angostura bitters, a bottle of vermouth, and a bottle of curacao on the bar, which are used to add flavor and aroma. There are also non-alcoholic orange juice, pineapple juice, and grenadine syrup. Seeing the pile of bottles and cans on the bar, everyone in front of the bar was dumbfounded. Katsuhiko Managawa was even more stunned and somewhat regretted his previous bold words. What does this guy want to do? Is he trying to poison me? Lin Ye smiled, don't worry, it won't kill you, but it will definitely make you feel great. In addition to the things you've already prepared, you'll also need freshly squeezed lime juice and lemon juice, as well as fresh passion fruit jam. Get a lemon, a lime, and a passion fruit ready. Lin Ye pulled out a fruit knife, turned it casually between his fingers, and then held the handle firmly. So far, he has lost count of how many lemons, limes, oranges, apples, pineapples he has cut. His skill in cutting fruits with one hand has reached perfection. His hands were already stained with juice. With a flick of his wrist, he raised his hand and swung his knife, 3 cold rays flashed. Almost at the same time, the three fruits were perfectly separated along the center line and fell silently onto the chopping board. Good knife skills. Yuanzi couldn't help but praise. Lin Ye raised his head and smiled at her. Then, under Yuanzi's happy gaze, he squeezed juice and made sauce from the three fruits. At this point, material preparation is complete. It is not an easy task to achieve a balanced taste with so many ingredients, but it is not a problem at all for Lin Ye, the legend of the Liquid City. Open the cocktail shaker, and the first thing to go in is still ice cubes, then the fruit juice ingredients, followed by syrup and a few bottles of wine for adding flavor, and finally the rum as the main ingredient. Lin Ye's hands were fast and steady, and his movements were smooth and quick, dazzling the people in front of the bar. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ye closed the lid of the pot and began to shake it. Shake vigorously. The movements were powerful and the sounds were loud, attracting the attention of everyone at the bar. Looking at the wine jug that turned into a silver light in Lin Ye's hand, Katsuhiko Managawa seemed to be strangled by an invisible force. He felt a little difficulty breathing, so he opened his mouth slightly. What an amazing aura, who exactly is this man? Snapped. The cocktail shaker fell to the ground, and Lin Ye took out a very special tiki-style green wine glass. The word tiki originated from the Polynesian islands culture in the Pacific region and means a human face statue carved from stone or wood. The tiki cup is derived from this style of sculpture, and the cup is shaped like a human face. In addition, in Maori mythology, the name of the first person in the world is also Tiki. In the context of cocktails, tiki flavor, that is, cocktails full of tropical island style, are mostly based on rum and mixed with tropical fruit juice. A tiki-style cocktail always reminds people of a neon bar sign under a palm tree. Tiki-style cocktails also have an island vacation feel in their decorations, such as a bowl-shaped passion fruit shell. After the passion fruit pulp was cut in half by Lin Ye's knife and made into jam, Lin Ye did not waste the remaining fruit shell. After straining the wine into a tiki glass with ice, place the passion fruit shell on the glass, floating it like a boat. Then add Bacardi 151 rum into the nutshell. Uncle Maori, can I borrow your lighter? Lin Ye said with a smile to Maori Kogoro, who had come to the bar counter at some point. Kogoro Maori came back to his senses from his surprise, took out a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Lin Ye. Thank you. The moment the small flame of the lighter touched the Bacardi 151 rum in the passion fruit shell, the flame of passion immediately ignited high. Passion fruit is also known as passion fruit, and the blazing flame represents the passionate tiki style. Finally, insert a metal straw into the edge of the wine glass, of course, away from the flame, otherwise it will burn your mouth. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Ye pushed out the wine glass with flames coming out of the rim. In the firelight, the concave and convex human figure carving on the dark green wine glass was a mixture of light and dark, with an expressionless face, just like a zombie that had just been unearthed. Zombie, please. Chapter 74. A smile appeared on Lin Ye's face, and he said to the stunned Katsuhiko Managawa. Katsuhiko Managawa came to his senses and snorted. Afraid? What a joke. He picked up the wine glass and was about to drink when Lin Ye reminded him. This is a strong drink, it's called a zombie because after drinking it, the strong alcohol will paralyze the brain, making people feel like they have lost control of their bodies and become a walking corpse. The bartender who invented it once said, if you can't go to heaven, then I'll bring it to you. Lin Ye smiled and gave some final advice, so, if you don't want to see heaven, it's not too late to regret now, if you can't drink much, just take a small sip to taste it. After hearing this, Katsuhiko Managawa's face flashed with nervousness. But he still managed to smile. Oh, then let me try to see if it's really that strong. After saying that, he put the straw in his mouth, and the flame on the rim of the cup was reflected in his pupils. Ha, 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 ha ha. After taking a sip, Katsuhiko Managawa suddenly burst into laughter. Is this the strong liquor you mentioned? I think it's no different from juice. Did you really add alcohol to it? Could it be a fake bar? Ha. Lin Ye raised his head and said as if talking to himself, the alcohol is hidden in the strong tropical fruit juice, just like a beast hidden deep in the tropical jungle. If you underestimate it, you will get hurt. Injured? That's it. Ha ha ha. Don't look down on me. Even if I drink 3 more glasses of juice like this, I won't get drunk. As soon as Katsuhiko Managawa's mouth left the straw, he began to taunt. After mocking him, he put the straw in his mouth and sucked hard, while making faces at Lin Ye. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. Young man, why don't you listen to advice? He observed Katsuhiko Managawa's face and suddenly started counting, 10, 9, 8. Managawa Katsuhiko bit the straw and smiled wickedly. I say, uncle, even if I expose you, you don't have to play such a boring game to cover up the embarrassment, right? 5, 4. TSK, what an annoying guy. 2, 1. The moment Lin Ye counted to 1, Katsuhiko Managawa's smile froze on his face and his face turned from red to white. This? Impossible. A strong feeling of dizziness came over him, and Katsuhiko Managawa tried hard to steady himself, but he seemed to have lost control of his body. His eyes rolled back and he fell backwards. Before he completely blacked out, he heard a man sigh from the bar. Boom! Managawa Katsuhiko fell to the ground, motionless. Before he fell, he subconsciously placed the glass in his hand on the bar. At this time, the flame above the green statue's head had gone out. Lin Ye stared at the wine glass on the bar, thoughtfully. Sometimes an unintentional action can best expose a person's nature. Before he fell, he put the wine glass back on the bar. Although this action was insignificant and perhaps even he himself did not expect it, it made Lin Ye find his shining point for the first time. This child may not be a bad person by nature. Kazuhiko? What's wrong with you, Kazuhiko? Watanabe Yoshimi ran over in panic and shook the fallen Managawa Katsuhiko, trying to wake him up. Xiaolan was also frightened and asked Lin Ye at the bar in a low voice, Mr. Lin Ye, is he okay? Lin Ye glanced at Katsuhiko Managawa who was lying in the woman's arms apart from his pale face. There was nothing unusual about him and his breathing was normal. I just drank too fast and blacked out, just drink a cup of hot water, take a rest, and you'll be fine once you recover. Lin Ye poured a cup of hot water. Give this to him. Xiaolan brought the hot water to Watanabe Hame. Thank you. Watanabe Yoshimi helped Katsuhiko Managawa up and fed him some hot water. Katsuhiko Managawa moved his lips a few times, then slowly opened his eyes, with a hazy look of drunkenness in them. Kyu-yen, you scared me to death, tears flashed in Watanabe Hame's eyes. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Katsuhiko Managawa seemed not to have heard her words. He turned his head in confusion, as if he was looking for something. Mom! He suddenly yelled, and crawled to the feet of Mayano Akemi who was sitting at the bar, crying in pain. Mom, please take me away. Don't leave Xiaoyan alone, woo-woo. Everyone around him looked at him in horror, and the 3 children were even more stunned. Drunk adults are so scary. Alcohol paralyzes the brain and makes people do things beyond common sense, and absinthe has a mild hallucinogenic effect. Lin Ye was not surprised that he would become like this under the mixed effects of various alcohols. It seemed that the emotions in his heart had been suppressed for a long time, and they suddenly erupted at this moment, like a raging volcano, out of control. Mayano Akemi was also frightened at first, but when she saw Katsuhiko Managawa crying like a child, she felt a little sympathy in her heart. His mother is gone too. Watanabe Yoshimi stood not far away, watching her boyfriend crawling under another woman's feet, calling her mother non-stop. Her mood was extremely complicated. At this time, Katsuhiko Managawa suddenly stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to grab the hem of Mayano Akemi's skirt. Mayano Akemi was startled and quickly retracted her legs to avoid his hand. Katsuhiko Managawa was stunned for a moment, then cried even more sadly. Mom, don't you want me anymore? What did Xiaoyan do wrong? Watanabe Hame became even more uneasy, and the gazes of the drinkers made her want to escape from the scene. Just when they didn't know what to do, a girl rushed out from the crowd, stepped forward, held down Katsuhiko Managawa's outstretched hands, and hugged him in her arms. Kuyen, don't do this. Ah, Asyang. Watanabe Yoshimi recognized her. She is Katsuhiko's childhood sweetheart, Sakiya Kori. She had long noticed that Xiang had unusual feelings for Kian, and the scene before her confirmed her suspicions. Seeing her boyfriend being hugged by another woman in public, her feelings became even more complicated. Why did I hesitate just now? I should have been the one who went over. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Sakiya Kori kept apologizing to Mayano Akemi. Mayano Akemi shook her head to indicate that she was fine. Guan Yashiang looked at her gratefully, then helped Managawa Katsuhiko up. Kuyen, let's go. No. I want my mother. Let me go, I want to find my mother. Katsuhiko, wake up. Guan Guxiang grabbed Managawa Katsuhiko and said to Watanabe Yomi who was standing beside him blankly. Hello, Mei, why are you just standing there watching? Come over and help me. Watanabe Hame woke up as if from a dream. She looked down at the cup of water in her hand and seemed to have thought of a good idea. She walked forward quickly, shook her wrist, and splashed a cup of water on Katsuhiko Managawa's face. Katsuhiko Managawa, who was shouting, was stunned. Guan Guxiang, who was splashed by the water, was also stunned. How could she be so beautiful when she is usually so gentle? Chapter 75. Half an hour after leaving, Guan Guxiang returned to the store and bowed to apologize to Lin Ye and Mayano Mingmei again. It's okay, Mayano Akemi's voice was gentle, and she had a good impression of the polite short-haired girl in front of her. Lin Ye also shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to worry about it. Seeing her worried look, he asked. Would you like a drink, miss? Guan Guxiang sat down at the bar and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I don't drink, give me a can of lemon tea. Lin Ye handed her a can of lemon tea with a straw and asked, Miss, are you his good friend? Guan Guxiang held the lemon tea in her hand, as if recalling something. Well, my name is Guan Guxiang, and I grew up with Kuyan. When we were young, we loved drinking lemon tea the most. Guan Guxiang, a Xiang, could she be the one that the fat guy confessed to yesterday? That's probably right. In fact, Kuyan was not like this before. He used to be very sincere and gentle to others. When bad kids bullied me, he would always stand up to protect me. Recalling the past, a smile appeared on Guan Guxiang's lips, but it quickly disappeared, and a feeling of sadness surged between her brows. But since his parents died in a car accident 7 years ago, he has become a different person. He has become very irritable and always yells at people. As expected, it was that accident that changed him, Lin Ye thought silently. Mayano Akemi also showed a sad expression. Sure enough, that child is just like me. Lin Ye glanced at her and seemed to feel the sadness in her heart. He sighed in his heart, thinking that they were really poor sisters. But why did their parents die? Judging from the fact that the younger sister was given an organization code name at such a young age, their parents are most likely also related to that organization. Otherwise, my sister is so young and should still be enjoying her youth on campus. How could she become a researcher for a criminal organization? From this point of view, my sister seems to be a genius, otherwise she would not be valued by that organization. An 18-year-old genius beautiful girl researcher for a criminal organization. He had never met such a guest before. Lin Ye was looking forward to tomorrow's meeting more and more. Ms. Guangu likes him, right? Looking at Guan Guxiang's worried expression, Lin Ye suddenly said. Guan Guxiang was stunned for a moment, then admitted it generously. You saw through it, but he doesn't seem to like a woman like me, Guan Guxiang said dejectedly. Kuyen likes women who have a motherly feel. He likes Hao Mei because she looks like his mother. Should I also grow long hair? Miss Guangu, don't be discouraged, there may be a turning point in the near future, Lin Ye said mysteriously. Turning point? Guan Guxiang was stunned, smiled and didn't care. Mr. Bartender can't predict the future, he's just comforting me. Bartenders are probably good at comforting people, right? Lin Ye smiled. Although he couldn't tell fortunes, some things had signs before they happened, and he could deduce them by careful observation. For example, if a person stays up late and drinks every day, he will be targeted by the god of death. When Katsuhiko Managawa was shouting "Mom" at Miss Mingmei's feet, he noticed that the girl named Hao Mei had a strange look on her face. Considering her psychological activities at that time, there will definitely be a turning point in their relationship after tonight. Come to think of it, those two were originally planning to go to the hotel tonight, right? I guess I can't go now. What was supposed to be an upward turning point may take a sharp turn for the worse. Ms. Guangu, you said that Mr. Qian always protected you in the past, so you will definitely protect him too, right? Lin Ye suddenly asked. Me, protect Katsuhiko? Guan Guxiang was stunned, feeling that there was something deeper behind the bartender's words. Why would Kuyen need my protection? He is the president of the tennis club of Beika University, he is handsome and very popular in the school. That guy is actually the president? Lin Ye smiled secretly in his heart. If the girls in the university knew about the boy's image in the store just now, he wondered if he could still maintain his popularity. Even the most popular man can have moments of weakness, didn't Miss Guangu see that before? If Kuyen knew that I saw him in such an embarrassing state, he would definitely be very angry. As she said this, Guan Guxiang suddenly realized something. Yes, Hao Mei also saw that, Kuyen is such a face-conscious person, after he wakes up, he might be with her. Lin Ye looked at her. Little sister, you finally found it. Miss Guangu, please take good care of him, when the time is right, take the initiative, I believe that one day he will find out who is truly good to him, Lin Ye said with a smile. The person you like is now being targeted by 2 lurking murderers. If you don't keep a close eye on him, be careful or he might fall to the ground in the blink of an eye, and be gone from you. The South Asian witchcraft that can resurrect the dead as zombies is fake and unscientific. It will be too late to regret it when the time comes. Guan Guxiang blushed. Mr. Bartender, are you letting me take advantage of you? But is this, okay? Lin Ye shook his head slightly. You see, this is why childhood sweethearts always lose to those who come from heaven, they think too much and worry too much. If you have a good impression, you must fight for it vigorously. Wait. You can only wait for the yellow-haired man to fall from the sky. Thank you for your advice, I will keep a close eye on Katsuhiko, Guan Guxiang thought for a while and finally said. Lin Ye nodded with relief. When leaving, Guan Guxiang looked much more relaxed and had figured out a lot of things. Lin Ye watched her walk out of the bar and silently blessed her in his heart. Even though that boy's character has become so bad, Guan Guxiang still likes him. It seems that she really likes him. She must be encouraged. Maybe with the bond of childhood sweethearts, the boy's life could be saved. There was only so much he could do. It turns out that guy is so pitiful. After Guan Guxiang left, Sonoko rubbed her eyes. At first, Katsuhiko Managawa left a bad impression on her, thinking he was a handsome but arrogant bastard, but after knowing his life experience, she couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. I hope Miss Guan Gu can be with him, after all, they are childhood sweethearts. Damn, I also want a handsome childhood sweetheart. As she spoke, Sonoko couldn't help but slam the table, complaining about why God didn't give her a handsome childhood sweetheart. When she thought about it carefully, Kudo Shinichi's face suddenly popped up in her mind. But she quickly kicked him out. No, that guy is Xiaolan's type. And although he looks good, he is an arrogant and narcissistic person. It makes people angry just by looking at him. Hearing Sonoko's complaints, Xiaolan thought of Shinichi who was nowhere to be found at the moment. What will be the final ending of me and Shinichi? Conan looked at Xiaolan's face, seemed to sense her mood, and couldn't help thinking about the same question. What will be the ending of Xiaolan and I? What if I can never change back? Ayumi looked at Conan's face, her face blushing and her heart beating fast. If Conan and I grew up together, we would be childhood sweethearts, right? I will definitely marry him when I grow up. Mitsuhiko looked at Ayumi's face and found that she was staring at Conan. Why is Ayumi looking at Conan like that? Is she in love with Conan? Don't do that, I was the one who came here first. Lin Ye almost couldn't hold back when he heard these thoughts. What a strange multilateral relationship, between a 6-year-old and a high school student almost an adult. There's also a guy who looks like a child but is actually a famous detective. Interesting. Lin Ye couldn't help but become curious about what shape their multilateral relationship would eventually take. His eyes swept over the people in front of the bar, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's okay, I'll be here watching. Observing the changes and growth of his guests is what he loves to do most. Chapter 76. It's time for me to go too, thank you for the wine, it's delicious. Mayano Akemi stood up and prepared to leave. Come on, Miss Yami. Mayano Akemi was stunned. Why did he cheer me on? It should be just ordinary encouragement. After all, he couldn't possibly know what I was going to do. But I do need to work harder. It's not easy to climb to a high position in the organization, enough to protect Shiho. But for Shiho, I will do my best. Thank you for your encouragement, see you tomorrow. After leaving a gentle smile, Mayano Akemi turned and left. After watching her walk out the door, Lin Ye glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 7:30, so he said to the kids at the bar. It's time for you guys to go back, don't let your parents worry. The 3 children responded together, said goodbye to Conan, and walked towards the door of the bar. When Mitsuhiko opened the door, a man shouted, "Check out." Xiaolan immediately ran over to pay the bill. Lin Ye subconsciously glanced over there. The person who was checking out was a middle-aged man in a high-necked windbreaker. He had messy hair, a stubble on his face, a wretched expression, and a pair of small eyes looking out the window. Hey, what a cute little sister. Lin Ye glanced out the window. The direction the man was looking in was the direction Mitsuhiko and the others had left. The little sister was naturally referring to Ayumi who was carrying her school bag. No, he's a pervert. He paid the bill as soon as Mitsuhiko and the others left. Could it be that he wanted to follow them and do something bad? He focused his attention on the man while keeping his inner peace. The man's inner voice came through more clearly. I can't stand it anymore. I want to take her home and be friends with her. He is indeed a pervert. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ye saw a series of even more shocking and infuriating scenes. It was the scene of 4 girls being brutally murdered and a man being arrested. These scenes seem to foreshadow the crime the man is about to commit and his upcoming end. Lin Ye clenched his fists and cursed inwardly, "You beast. How could he have the heart to attack such a young girl? Now that he has seen it, he will not sit idly by. Such a pervert must be nipped in the bud. Once he commits the crime, even if he is caught, the 4 murdered girls will never come back." At this time, the man had already paid the bill, walked to the door of the bar, and was about to open the door and leave. "Shime, please watch the bar for me, I have to go out for something." Lin Ye picked up his coat and instructed. Kusaka Omi is very good at dealing with uncles. Even if she doesn't know how to make cocktails, she should be able to handle it in a short time. Me? While Kusaka Omi was surprised, Lin Ye had already put on his coat, walked out of the bar and went straight to the door. Conan stared at Lin Ye's back, frowned, and realized that something was wrong. It was clearly during working hours, why did he go out? And he also took a fruit knife. Although Lin Ye's actions were very covert, Conan still saw them. What is he going to do? Something was wrong. There was definitely something wrong with this man. The detective's experience told him that there must be a hidden story behind the abnormality. Conan jumped off the high chair and ran to the door of the bar. "Sister Xiaolan, I suddenly remembered that there is something I forgot to tell Guanyan and the others. I'll be out for a while. Conan, be careful on the road and come back soon." Following Xiaolan's instructions, Conan also ran out of the bar. Kogoro Mori curled his lips in front of the bar. "That kid, if you have something to say, just say it earlier, you won't remember it until everyone leaves." "That's how kids are. I think Conan is very cute," Kusaka Omi said with a smile as she walked into the bar. When he saw the young and beautiful female college student, Kogoro Mori's mood suddenly improved and his eyes became vague. "Your name is Omi, right?" "My name is Mari Kogoro, and I'm a detective. See you tomorrow, both of you." At the crossroads, Ayumi Yoshida said goodbye to Mitsuhiko and Genta. Mitsuhiko hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to say, "Ayumi, it's so late, can I take you home?" No need, it's only a short distance, it'll be fine," Ayumi said with a smile. "But does Mitsuhiko think I'm a timid girl?" Ayumi pretended to be angry. No, that's not what I meant." Seeing Mitsuhiko's panic, Ayumi covered her mouth and laughed again. "Okay, you two should go back quickly, if you go back too late, your family will be worried." "Okay, see you tomorrow." "Well, see you tomorrow." After Ayumi left, Genta patted Mitsuhiko on the back hard. "You kid, you just wanted to leave me alone with Ayumi, didn't you?" No. "If you dare to lie to me, you're dead." "Genta, do you think Ayumi is?" After Mitsuhiko and Genta walked away in the other direction of the intersection, Lin Ye walked out of the alley on the side of the road and looked in the direction where Ayumi left. In the crowd, the pervert was following her at a distance, like a scary ghost. After leaving the bar, Lin Ye followed the man from a distance, and he was so focused on Ayumi that he didn't notice her at all. On the way, Lin Ye heard clearly the criminal plan in this pervert's mind. The man was very familiar with the streets nearby and had already prepared to commit the crime. Every day he would go to several fixed locations near T10 Elementary School and use his evil eyes to search for suitable targets. At first, he just fantasized about the crime in his mind, but later, he could no longer control himself and finally decided to commit a real crime. He had been planning to attack another girl today, but because it was his first time committing a crime, he was too nervous and missed the opportunity. Feeling regretful, he went to Polo Bar to drink to drown his sorrows and give himself courage. He decided to go there again tomorrow and make sure he succeeded. After seeing Ayumi in the Polo Bar, he immediately changed his target and, under the influence of alcohol, planned to take action tonight. Such a pervert must be sent to prison. If you stop him before he makes a move, there's no way to send him to jail. At most, he'll just be lectured by the police. When the storm has passed, he will definitely attack other girls. So Lin Ye was waiting until he actually kidnapped Ayumi, and then catch him. Of course, he wouldn't wait too late and let Ayumi get hurt. Even if he could wait, I'm afraid the little tail behind him wouldn't be able to wait. Lin Ye turned around and his eyes inadvertently swept to a red telephone booth behind him. A child's voice came from behind the phone booth, so he was following that man. Was that man planning to attack Ayumi? But how did he find out about his intentions? Lin Ye had already thought of an excuse. If Conan asked me, I would say that I figured it out through observation and reasoning. Even if he felt strange, he couldn't find any other reasonable explanation. After all, detectives are the profession that believes in science the most. Even if they encounter incredible situations, they will try to explain them with science. If they can't explain it, they'll assume they've missed something rather than attributing it to supernatural forces. Even if Conan racked his brains, he would never have thought that he had the ability to listen to others' thoughts. It seems that this ability would be quite useful for finding criminals. How about developing a secondary career, like a detective or something? The thought flashed through my mind. Forget it. Wouldn't that be stealing Mr. Maori's job? Lin Ye smiled and continued to follow the pervert in front. Chapter 77. A girl's soft humming could be heard on the quiet street. Ayumi hummed a cheerful tune and came skipping from the end of the street with her school bag on her back. Conan, Conan. Just as she passed an intersection, a tall black shadow suddenly rushed out from the shadows at the corner. Before Ayumi could react, an arm grabbed her neck from behind and a handkerchief emitting a pungent smell was tightly covered over her mouth and nose. Her eyes widened in horror, tears of fear welling up in her eyes, her petite body trembled, and her legs kept kicking in the air. But soon, she felt dizzy, her eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness. The man smirked and put Ayumi on his back, making her look like a daughter falling asleep on her father's back after school. He looked around and made sure that no one was paying attention to this place, then he carried Ayumi on his back and went into an alley nearby. At the corner at the end of the street, Lin Ye walked out slowly and looked towards the alley where the man disappeared. "You evil beast, you really dare to do that, you are dead." He had originally hoped that the man would be able to stop and turn back, but now it seems that he is beyond redemption. Although the man's figure could not be seen, the perverted thoughts in his mind were like rotting meat, emitting an astonishing stench that kept drifting from the front. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Ye could still feel his presence. Following the stench of thought, he soon came to an old two-story house nearby. "This is that pervert's home." The door plate in front of the gate reads, "Sato." Lin Ye glanced behind him and then walked into the yard. Conan popped his head out from behind a trash can on the street. What exactly did he want to do? Why didn't he stop the man in time? Seeing that Lin Ye had already walked into the yard, he hurriedly leaned against the wall. Walking into the yard, Lin Ye put on a black mask that he bought on the roadside, covering the upper half of his face, and there were two pointed cat ears on the top of his head. Arriving at the door, Lin Ye knocked on Sato's door. Dong dong. After 3 rings, no one answered. After waiting for a while, Lin Ye knocked 3 more times, but there was still no movement from inside the door. But Lin Ye heard clearly the perverted man's frightened voice behind the door. "Who is so-and-so? Have I been discovered by FAFA?" Inside the door, the perverted man looked outside through the peephole and saw a man wearing a black mask, which made him even more panicked. Wearing such a strange mask in the middle of the night, could he be a pervert? Lin Ye was so angry that he almost laughed. "Even though I am a pervert, I am worried that others are perverts." "So perverts are afraid of perverts?" "Wait, I'm not a pervert." Boom. Lin Ye knocked on the door twice, scaring the perverted man who was sticking to the door so much that he sat down on the ground. "Isn't there someone here? Open the door quickly. If you don't open the door, I will break it down." With a click, the door opened a small crack, but the security chain was still hanging. A face with bloodshot eyes appeared through the crack in the door, staring at Lin Ye with fear and hostility. "Who are you?" the man asked in a trembling voice. The shocking crime rate in Beihua town reminded Lin Ye of another famous charming city. Hearing the man's question, he couldn't help but laugh and lowered his voice, "I'm Batman." "I don't know you, get out of here." The man was about to close the door, but Lin Ye blocked it with his foot. "Strange, is there no legend about that man in this world?" "Ahem, I'm here to find someone." "There's no one here, hurry up and get out of here, or I'll call the police." "Okay," Lin Ye smiled. "I was just about to call the police, but my phone ran out of battery. It's great that you're willing to help." "You." Just as the man was about to close the door, Lin Ye kicked it open. Boom. Didn't kick him away. But the frightened man still fled upstairs. Lin Ye made a tisk sound and kicked him a second time. This time it was finally kicked open and the door fell down. Fortunately, the man opened the door, and only the security chain was hanging, otherwise Lin Ye would not be able to kick the locked door open even if he kicked a few more times. If Xiaolan came, she would probably be able to kick the door open with one kick. Lin Ye chased up to the second floor. Following the man's fear, he soon found the room where he was hiding. After confirming that the man was not lying in ambush behind the door, Lin Ye opened the door. The scene in the room appeared before him. There was a big bed in the messy room, on which lay the unconscious Ayumi, her clothes intact, and a pile of red ropes beside her. The man held a kitchen knife in both hands, pointing it at Ayumi's head, the blade shaking constantly. "Don't come over here, if you come over again, I will kill her," the man shouted at Lin Ye in a stern voice. Lin Ye stopped at the door. Turn around." The fear in the man's eyes was transforming into ruthless murderous intent. "I can't let him leave alive, or my life will be ruined. Kill him. Kill him. Kill. Kill. Kill." Lin Ye felt a strong murderous intent. This man intends to kill to silence the witness. But he still turned around and faced the man with his back. As he turned, he glanced around the corner at the end of the corridor. Oh no, that man wants to kill me to silence me. He won't just stand there like an idiot, will he? Run, run this way. When the criminal catches up with us, I'll shoot him with my anesthetic needle. Little Conan, you'd better keep your anesthetic needle. A mere perverted otaku can't faze me. No, don't move. If you move, I'll kill her. The man's loud threats came from behind again. Lin Ye stood up straight, motionless. A hint of madness flashed in the man's eyes, and the kitchen knife slowly moved away from Ayumi's head and aimed at the back of Lin Ye's neck. He suddenly jumped up from the bed, raised the kitchen knife high, and chopped at the back of Lin Ye's neck. But at the same time he moved, Lin Ye also moved. He turned around abruptly, took out a fruit knife from his waist, and threw it at the man with a flick of his wrist. Try this, I developed my wrist strength from drinking every day. There was a flash of cold light in the room, followed by a man's scream, and a kitchen knife fell to the ground with a clang. And on the wall behind the man, there was a bloody fruit knife nailed to it. The man fell to his knees, covering his hands and wailing continuously. Hand, my hand, woo, woo. Ah, blood. Seeing the blood on his hands, the man's eyes rolled back and he fainted out of fright. Lin Ye didn't hear any voice from his heart, it seemed that he had really fainted. After checking the wound on the man's hand, I found that it was just a cut on the back of his hand. Although the wound was a bit deep, it would only cause some bleeding and would not kill him. Lin Ye thought he had cut his wrist and scared him so much. After confirming the wound, Lin Ye picked up the rope on the bed and tied the man to a chair with confidence. Maybe Lin Ye tied it too tightly, and the man woke up when he was tying the last knot. Finding himself tied tightly to a chair, he looked at Lin Ye in horror. You, what are you going to do to me? After taking a look at Ayumi who was still unconscious on the bed, Lin Ye smiled with relief, walked to the wall and pulled out his fruit knife. Then he walked behind the man and wiped the blood off the knife with his greasy hair. You guess. The man trembled all over and begged for mercy. No, please don't hurt me. Chapter 78. But if you cannot control these thoughts and allow them to run out of your mind and turn into actions, it constitutes a crime. Mild forms of perversion can still be saved. Some people are beyond help. The man in front of him undoubtedly belongs to the latter. He has become a monster, controlled by the perverted thoughts in his mind, and can no longer be called a human being. Whenever he thought of the scenes he had seen before and the tragic plight of those 4 innocent girls, Lin Ye's anger could hardly be contained. So he had made up his mind not only to put this pervert in a cell, but also to put fear into his heart. Even if I get out of prison in the future, I will never dare to do anything perverted again. The only thing that can subdue a pervert is fear. So he wanted to plant the seeds of fear in this perverted heart. Lin Ye spoke softly, you know, I'm the best at peeling apples, I can peel an apple with one knife and make sure the peel remains intact. You, what are you talking about? The man made a terrified and puzzled sound. Lin Ye smiled slightly and put the knife on his head, do you know what your profile picture is? Yes, an apple. The man shuddered. Is he going to peel my skin off? No, no, spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Please, call the police. Outside. Conan, who was eavesdropping by the door, was curious about what the man was doing inside. Was he lynching someone? Lin Ye has given him the impression of being a very gentle uncle these days. Could it be that he also has a brutal side? Conan wanted to rush in, but when he remembered that he was a child now, he held back. And the prisoner didn't scream, maybe the man was just trying to scare him. He pressed his ear closer to the door, trying to hear something so as to determine what Lin Ye was doing in the room. At this moment he heard a dripping sound, like water dripping on the ground. Conan's pupils shrank suddenly. Could it be blood? But why was there no screaming? There is only one explanation for making people bleed without making screams. A single blow can be fatal, such as slitting the throat, leaving the person no time to scream. Uncle, you are confused. Criminals can only be brought to justice, and lynching is also illegal. Conan was struggling over whether to expose Lin Ye when Lin Ye in the room suddenly coughed twice. Listen, I will always be watching you in the dark, even if you come out of prison, 5 years later, 10 years later. As long as you dare to do the same thing again, I promise that I will still appear in front of you. Next time, I won't cut this, do you know what it is? It will be yours. The voice suddenly became quieter and Conan couldn't hear it clearly. In the room, Lin Ye wrinkled his nose. Sometimes having a sensitive nose is not a good thing. For example, now, the smell of urine under the man made him frown. He turned and walked towards the door, deliberately slowing down his pace and speaking very loudly, as if he was deliberately telling the little guy outside the door, I'm coming out. I opened the door and found nothing outside. Conan had indeed hidden himself. He glanced at a half-open door on the other side of the corridor and smiled. The cleanup work here is left to you, Conan. After Ayumi wakes up, you must comfort her. Because going to the police station to take a statement is troublesome and time-consuming, he doesn't plan to stay here. What's more, he had played a little prank on the man, and it would be hard to explain to the police. Let Conan take care of the aftermath. He is a detective and is also known as the savior of the police. He must be good at these things. After Lin Ye pushed the door open and walked out of the front door, Conan, who was at the stairs on the second floor, retracted his head and returned to the room on the second floor. When Conan opened the door, he smelled a strong smell of urine. Seeing a wet mark on the floor, Conan's mouth twitched. It turned out that I was scared to pee. I thought it was blood. There was indeed some blood on the ground, but it was very little, and it came from the wound on the man's hand. In addition to blood and urine, there were some black hairs scattered on the floor. Looking up, the man tied to the chair has a completely bald head. Only the best barber could give him such a perfect bald head. Conan was dumbfounded when he saw the criminal's bald head. So the man was cutting the prisoner's hair just now. But the guy must have pretty good knife skills to be able to shave such a beautiful bald head in such a short time. Maybe instead of being a bartender he could be a barber. The man tied to the chair tilted his head back, his eyes rolled back, and his limbs were weak. It was obvious that he had been beaten to death. The knife was sticking to his scalp and flying back and forth over his head. If he shivered even a little, a cut would be made on the top of his head. So he dared not move, let alone make any sound. What if the devil's hand behind me trembles when I shout? When Lin Ye left, he seemed to have lost all his strength, his head fell back, and he felt that nothing mattered anymore. Conan saw the prisoner's condition and thought he could save a needle. However, since he got this watch-shaped anesthetic gun, he has not had the opportunity to use it in actual combat, which makes him feel a little regretful. How about giving it a try on this prisoner? Conan stared at the criminal's neck, ready to make a move. At this time, Ayumi on the bed groaned softly and woke up. Where am I? Ayumi rubbed her head and sat up from the bed. When she saw Conan and the tied-up uncle in the room, she was stunned at first, and then she started to cry. Conan walked to the bed and comforted her. Ayumi, don't cry, everything is fine now. Ayumi rushed over and hugged Conan tightly. Wow, I was so scared. Thank you for saving me, Conan. Conan scratched his head sheepishly. Okay, it's okay, the police will be here soon. When he went upstairs, he had already called the police using Kudo Shinichi's vest. Ayumi looked at the man on the chair and suddenly burst out laughing. His bald head is so funny. Conan looked at Ayumi and thought that she recovered really quickly and was able to laugh so quickly. After laughing twice, Ayumi covered her nose again. Ugh, it stinks, Conan, let's get out of here. Ayumi jumped off the bed, took Conan's hand and walked towards the door. 10 minutes later, Conan, no, it should be said that Kudo Shinichi's old acquaintance, Officer Juzo Megure, led a team to the scene. Well, why are there two kids here? Where is brother Kudo? The older brother said he had something urgent to do, so he left first and asked us to wait here, Conan explained. It's been a while since we last met, it looks like Kudo-kun has been very busy, are you two the kids who were kidnapped? It's not me, it's her, Conan pointed at Ayumi beside him. After learning the situation from Ayumi, Megure Juzo brought several police officers to the room on the second floor. Seeing the freshly bald man tied to the chair, Megure Juzo was surprised. Is this also done by Kudo-kun? Conan, who was standing at the door, chuckled and silently bore everything. What was that uncle thinking? He actually shaved the prisoner's head. Was it to make it easier for him to go to jail? Haha. Chapter 79. Back to the Polo Bar. As soon as Lin Ye opened the door, he saw a large group of customers gathered in front of the bar. They are all men, including bald uncles and young white-collar workers with thick hair. The only thing they have in common is that they are all very enthusiastic. Omi-chan. Another drink, another drink. The men shouted and jeered. The enthusiastic scene almost made him think he had come to the wrong place. If he hadn't seen Xiaolan walking towards him and Aragaki Keiho sitting in the corner secretly watching him, he would have thought he had returned to the strange dojo during the day. Lin Ye turned around and looked at the time. It was not yet 9 o'clock. I was away for only an hour and the store has become like this. Seeing Lin Ye coming into the store, Xiaolan came over and said, Mr. Lin Ye, you're back. Lin Ye pointed at the large group of men gathered in front of the bar and asked, what are they doing? Xiaolan glanced at the bar and said, MS Shumei is competing with them in drinking capacity. Drinking contest. Lin Ye was stunned. Xiaolan scratched her cheek and said with a strange expression. After you left, a customer wanted MS Omi to drink with him, and MS Omi said, "You have to drink as much as I drink." After that customer fell down, more customers gathered at the bar, and then it turned out like this. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. That guy was too much. How could someone standing at the bar drink? This chaotic scene goes against the style and concept of this bar. This is not a party bar, but a spiritual haven. The soul of the bar that he had worked so hard to create was like Xia Fan sitting in the corner, huddled in the corner in depression. No wonder almost all the female customers in the store have run away. It seems that I need to find another employee who can mix cocktails, so that even if I have to leave for something, they can take over for a while. You can also take turns to rest and give yourself a holiday occasionally. That's right, find another bartender who's as handsome and capable as yourself. Although it may be difficult, always try to do it. If you really can't find one, just find a talented handsome guy and train him from scratch to become an excellent bartender. After making up his mind, Lin Ye was about to walk to the bar to clear up this unhealthy trend, when Xiaolan asked again, "By the way, did you see Conan when you came back?" As soon as you left the house, Conan ran out after you, saying that he forgot to tell Mitsuhiko and the others about something, but he hasn't come back yet. Xiaolan looked out the window with a worried expression. Lin Ye thought, Conan should be sending Ayumi home at this time, right? After this incident, Ayumi will definitely be very grateful to Conan, and even admire him, fall in love with him, and be unable to stop being obsessed with him. Hey, isn't that on Xiaolan's head? Lin Ye suddenly felt that he had done something very sorry to Xiaolan. Yeah, I saw him, Lin Ye said with a strange look on his face. I saw him with Ayumi, he should be back soon. Is it only Conan and Ayumi? Xiaolan asked again as if to confirm something. After Lin Ye nodded, Xiaolan laughed. Ha, that little rascal Conan, turns out he went to see his girlfriend, so cute. That's great. I was worried that Conan would not be able to adapt to the new environment after he transferred here. That boy is quite good at it. He established a good relationship with the little girl so quickly. Lin Ye glanced at Xiaolan who was smiling happily. I wonder if Xiaolan would still be able to laugh if she knew Conan's true identity. But with Conan's intelligence, he shouldn't be interested in a little girl like Ayumi, right? Thinking of this, the guilt in my heart was alleviated a lot. At this moment, there was a thud from the crowd in front of the bar, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Lin Ye looked over and saw a drunken uncle being carried out, mumbling. I didn't lose, I want to drink with Shime-chan. The people around him pointed at him and laughed, he's already rolled under the seat, but he hasn't lost yet, ha ha ha. Omi-chan is so amazing, she's already defeated 10 people. Please welcome the next challenger. The uncle's defeat caused another round of laughter. Lin Ye shook his head and walked towards the bar. Oh, you're back. Lin Ye finally squeezed into the crowd and entered the bar. When Kusaka Omi saw him, a warm smile bloomed on her face, and she patted her chest proudly and said, "Today's sales are very good." Lin Ye looked at the 5 men lying in front of the bar and the pile of empty wine glasses on the bar. It can be seen that the sales are quite good, but isn't your marketing method a bit too bold? He actually got down to drinking with the guests himself, 5 at a time. Lin Ye was once again impressed by Kusaka Omi's drinking capacity. She is indeed a woman who grew up drinking. After getting drunk with so many men, her face was just a little red, and although there was a hint of drunkenness in her eyes, she was obviously still far from her limit. Lin Ye absolutely does not approve of this marketing method that sacrifices the soul of the bar. Okay, stop drinking and go take a rest. Tisk, uncle is such a bummer. Although she said this, Kusaka Omi still obediently left the bar and went to find Aragaki Keiho who was sitting alone in the corner. The men in front of the bar also dispersed. Although there were some complaints and dissatisfaction, no one bothered Lin Ye. Everyone knows that Lin Ye is the soul of this bar and a real bartender. However, there were still 2 people left in front of the bar. The moment Lin Ye saw them, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. It's you guys. They are tall and strong, one with thick eyebrows and a crew cut, and the other with blonde hair parted in the middle. They were the 2 Jueba Ryu karate masters, Ishida Ryuichi and Hirahara Mustang, who had tried to recruit Lin Ye into their gang during the day. However, the 2 men had already changed into everyday clothes and blended into the crowd, so Lin Yetsai did not recognize them immediately. Hey, little brother, we meet again. The 2 of them smiled brightly at the same time, raised their hands to greet Lin Ye, and then sat down at the bar. Ishida Ryuichi glanced at the wine table in the corner, where Kusaka Omi was sitting, chatting with the somewhat depressed Aragaki Keiho. What a woman with a great drinking capacity, it's a pity that our Jueba school does not accept female disciples. The wild horses on the plains also shook their heads regretfully. Yeah, otherwise with her drinking capacity, she would definitely become a powerful karate master. Lin Ye was puzzled. Is there any connection between being able to drink and becoming a karate master? Even if there is a relationship, it must be negative. If I have the chance, I really want to have a fair competition with her, Ishida Ryuichi said again. Unfortunately, when we arrived, she had already drunk a lot. This competition is unfair, it goes against the spirit of our karate. Plains Mustang also looked regretful. What kind of karate spirit is this? There really is something wrong with their style of karate. The two of them turned around at the same time, staring at Lin Ye with eyes even more intense than during the day. I didn't expect that you are a famous bartender, Ishida Ryu said. Yeah, when I saw the photo in the newspaper, I thought I was seeing things, Plains Mustang laughed. We must get such a talent to join us, no matter what. The two people's voices were almost synchronized and extremely firm. Lin Ye seemed to hear the sound of steel colliding. Sure enough, these two people also came here after reading the newspaper. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. See, this is the backlash of fame. It came really quickly. Chapter 80. Vodka. Whiskey. The two answered proudly. Do you need ice? Lin Ye asked again. Need not. Because the speed at which ice melts is far slower than the speed at which we drink alcohol, Plains Mustang laughed. Lin Ye glanced at the two of them. The scene he saw at the Kyobari dojo during the day came to his mind again. It was more like a large-scale drinking scene than a dojo. Judging from the strong and pungent smell of alcohol, the alcohol they drank must have been of high alcohol content. These two men came from that dojo, so naturally they have a great alcohol tolerance. After pouring the wine, he pushed a glass of vodka and a glass of whiskey in front of the two people. Ishida Ryuichi's is vodka, and Plains Mustang's is whiskey. The two men picked up the wine glasses and took big gulps, just like they were drinking water. Another drink. They both put down their glasses and shouted at the same time. They drank it all in one breath. Although Lin Ye did not approve of this way of drinking, he would not say anything about it. When Lin Ye was silently counting down the second round, Ishida Ryuichi spoke. Brother, come join us. Yeah, you see, you like to mix cocktails, and we like to drink. If you want to become stronger, we can make you stronger. Aren't we a good match? Plains Mustang also said. Pushing the second glass of wine in front of the two, Lin Ye declined. Thank you for your invitation, but my energy is limited, and I have to work at night. If I am too tired during the day, it will affect my bartending state at night, so. Don't worry, Ishida Ryuichi assured him, patting his chest. Our training is very enjoyable. Not only will you not feel tired after training, but it will push your physical strength to new limits, and your energy will be as abundant as an erupting volcano. Really? But during the day I saw. Oh, that's the passionate training method of our Kyokushin karate, Ishida Ryuichi said, and his expression didn't seem to be joking. Use alcohol to stimulate the body, unleash its potential, reduce physical pain, and then start a hearty combat training, Ishida Ryuichi said with enthusiasm. Plains Mustang continued his words. After training, drink a cup of our gym's secret water of life to restore your strength, so you don't have to worry about being tired when you work at night. Water of life? Lin Ye was a little curious. What kind of wine can help people regain strength? Is there really such a magical wine? If it were in the original world, he would definitely not believe it. But now that he has come to a world that is subtly different from the original world, he is uncertain. What if there really is? The two saw Lin Ye's expression and smiled at each other. As expected, to seduce a bartender, you need alcohol. That is the secret of our dojo. Only students who join us can drink it, and only the owner knows the recipe, Ishida Ryuichi said with a smile. Lin Ye was very confident in his tongue. He believed that as long as he drank that kind of wine, he would be able to distinguish its ingredients. But if you want to drink it, you have to join this strange karate school. He asked hesitantly. Does your training method require you to take off your clothes? That's not the case, Ishida Ryuichi waved his hand. It's just that our students couldn't help themselves in order to release the passion in their hearts. There is no such rule in the dojo. Although there is no such rule, every student who joins the dojo will be infected by the warm atmosphere in a short period of time, and then take off all their clothes and mingle with other students. Ishida Ryuichi glanced at Lin Ye and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When you join us, you will become like that. Sorry, I won't be assimilated by that kind of weird atmosphere. As a bartender, Lin Ye is quite confident in his mind. At the same time, he felt a little relieved after hearing Ishida Ryuichi's explanation. I thought you had to take off your clothes when training in that dojo. No wonder they don't accept female students. It's actually impossible for them to accept female students. If a woman sees that kind of scene, it would be strange if she wasn't scared away, she might even call the police. Getting rid of all restraints and fighting with fists and flesh is the way a real man fights, Ishida Ryuichi suddenly said in a high-pitched voice. Mr. Lin Ye, do you know what the ku in karate means? Ishida Ryuichi looked at Lin Ye with a serious expression. Lin Ye didn't know much about karate. After all, martial artists were very wary of alcohol and they were rarely seen in places like bars. Among the guests Lin Ye received, there were mostly some karate enthusiasts. During the chat with them, I learned some information about karate. Karate originated in Ryukyu, and Ryukyu had close exchanges with China in history. Therefore, karate has a close connection with Chinese martial arts and was once known as Tang Shou. In Japanese, both and can be pronounced as kara. However, in the early 20th century, due to the change of national thought, the name of karate gradually replaced Tang Shou. Tang is a historical origin, and the word empty refers to the bare-handed fighting method on the one hand, and on the other hand, it refers to the noble realm of emptiness in Buddhism. Anyway, it can't mean not wearing clothes. Lin Ye thought about it and replied, maybe it refers to the bare-handed fighting style and the empty mind state with no distractions. Yes, the emptiness in karate comes from the concept of emptiness in the Buddhist Heart Sutra, explained Ryuichi Ishida. That's it, the plains horse added with a smile. Sexy and empty or something. Yes, so fighting without clothes is also a manifestation of our practice of the concept of emptiness. Ishida Ryuichi said with a serious expression. Hey, emptiness refers to the emptiness of the mind, not the emptiness of the body. Please don't overinterpret the Buddhist classics, okay? Lin Ye complained in his heart and asked unwillingly, besides joining you, is there any other way to drink the water of life? The two looked at each other, then opened their mouths wide and revealed sunny smiles. Yes, I have. We challenged the champion and won, as the losers, we will naturally offer the spoils that the stronger winner wants. Hearing this answer, Lin Ye couldn't help but look at Xiaolan. If we ask Xiaolan to help, can she succeed in kicking the door? But after thinking about it, he gave up. It's better not to bother Xiaolan with this kind of thing. After all, she is also a girl. What if the opponent suddenly explodes during the fight? Let's think of other solutions. You too, I will consider your invitation carefully, but I may not be able to reply to you for the time being, Lin Ye said. Okay little guy, we will come to see you every day until you make a decision, Plains Mustang smiled. I already know where you work. You can't escape. By the way, you will go running tomorrow too, right? Do you want to join us? That's not necessary, I like to run at my own pace, Lin Ye declined. Is that so? Then forget it. The two had a few more drinks and then left the bar as if nothing had happened. Less than a minute after the two men left, the doorbell rang again. Conan pushed the door open, looking tired. I am a famous detective, but I was given a headache by a little girl. It's all because of those two hateful men in black. I will never let you off. This is a picture from the internet saved a long time ago. Please delete if it infringes your rights. Speaking of which, this picture is clearly of Conan Cafe, but Huihara is holding white liquor. It must be a bar disguised as a coffee shop. Chapter 81. Conan's expression tightened. Yeah, happy. I am so happy, a little girl has taken notice of me. Thinking back to the way Ayumi looked at him on the way home, Conan felt a headache. I couldn't help but look at Lin Ye at the bar. If this guy hadn't done so many meaningless things, and had just stopped the man and called the police, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Lin Ye sighed softly. Conan, what I did was not meaningless. If I hadn't done that, 4 innocent girls would have lost their lives. For the sake of these lovely girls, just bear with it. Being liked by a cute girl isn't that bad. Lin Ye silently defended himself in his heart. Arriving at the bar with Conan, Xiaolan suddenly asked with a smile. Mr. Lin Ye, you wanted to ask me for help just now, right? If you need my help, please feel free to ask. Hey, how do you know I want your help? Lin Ye asked in surprise. When those two guests mentioned challenging the club, you looked at me, right? So I thought Mr. Lin Ye might want to ask me for help, but was too embarrassed to ask. Xiaolan is such a careful and gentle girl, when she is not doing anything. Are you interested in the water of life? Do you need my help? I'm quite confident in karate. Thank you, Xiaolan, but I can handle this matter myself. How could Lin Ye have the heart to let a weak-in-appearance high school girl fight against a group of burly men whose clothes would easily burst? It's getting late, you should take Conan back to rest, he has to go to school tomorrow. Yeah, okay, but if you change your mind or need help, you can always tell me. I will. After Xiaolan took Conan away, Lin Ye looked at the pile of wine glasses in front of the bar and felt a headache. Xiaxamai, you really know how to find work for me. There's no other way, just wipe it. Transfer the wine glasses from the bar to the sink and wash them one by one, wiping them with a dry towel after washing. If the wine glasses are not wiped dry after washing, traces of scale will appear after drying. If customers see this, they will doubt the hygiene conditions of the store. Seeing Lin Ye wiping the wine glass alone, Kusaka Omi, who was sitting at the table in the corner to rest, giggled with a somewhat smug expression. At this time, Aragaki Keiho, who was sitting opposite her, looked at her and suddenly stood up. Omi thought Xia Fan was going to the bathroom, but unexpectedly, Xia Fan walked straight to the bar. Let me help you. Lin Ye, who was wiping the cup, raised his head and looked at Xia Fan in surprise. The moon tonight is not blue. Why are you looking at me like that? Under Lin Ye's gaze, Aragaki Keiho became a little flustered. Don't get me wrong, I'm just sitting there bored, I'm not here to help you. Hearing this typical Xia Fan style speech, Lin Ye smiled. But your feet? You don't use your feet to wipe the cups, my hands are not injured. As if to prove it to him, Xia Fan deliberately raised his hands and showed them to Lin Ye. Her hands are slender and white, and her nails have a soft pearly luster. They are a pair of very beautiful hands. Lin Ye looked at her hands and nodded approvingly. Xia Fan blushed and quickly retracted her hands and hid them behind her back. Lin Ye smiled and said, "Come in, I'll teach you." Xia Fan walked into the bar with a red face and whispered, "It's just wiping wine glasses, who can't do it?" Lin Ye handed over the towel in his hand and said with a smile, "Try it." Xia Fan took the towel, which seemed to still have the warmth of Lin Ye's palm on it. "Just try it." He rolled up his sleeves, picked up a clean wine glass, and began to wipe it carefully. "It's just a wine glass, watch me wipe it clean for you." Although her technique was a bit clumsy, she still managed to wipe the wine glass. "Look, it's done, it's such a simple job, who are you looking down on?" Aragaki Keiho raised her wine glass and said with some pride. Lin Ye shook his head and said, "What's inside?" "Inside? If you only clean the outside and not the inside, scale will remain." Aragaki Keiho said, "Oh," put down the wine glass embarrassedly and continued to wipe the inside. She held the wine glass in one hand and a soft towel in the other, reaching into the glass. The wine glass in his hand was another one with a closed mouth structure, an inward-facing mouth, a round belly, and a deep bottom, like a trap. This structure was originally meant to trap the aroma of wine, but now it was catching Xia Fan's little hand. Although her hands were small and soft, they had bones after all, so she couldn't reach the bottom of the cup completely. "Hey, inside, I can't reach it." Her face flushed, and she pushed hard inside. It went in, but when she wanted to pull it out. "Oh no, I can't pull it out." Xia Fan pulled twice, and his palm was completely trapped inside, and his face turned red. Lin Ye shook his head. What a little fool. He got his hand stuck while wiping a wine glass. "Don't move, let me take a look." He walked forward, lifted Xia Fan's hand, observed it, and shook his head. "If you can't get in, don't force it." Aragaki Keiho was frightened when she saw him shaking his head. "Can you help me get it out?" she asked nervously. Lin Ye smiled secretly in his heart, but his expression remained serious. "I'll do my best." She took the detergent, poured it into the cup, and then applied it evenly on the junction of her chubby little hand and the rim of the cup. During the process, Aragaki Keiho's face turned red as blood and she bit her lips tightly. The slippery detergent, Lin Ye's warm fingers, and gentle technique stirred up a storm called shame in her heart. After the lubrication work was completed, Lin Ye held the wine glass in one hand and grabbed Aragaki Keiho's wrist with the other. Because she was worried that her sleeves would get wet, Aragaki Keiho rolled up her sleeves, so Lin Ye's hand directly touched her soft wrist. The moment Lin Ye grabbed her wrist, he noticed that the muscles in her forearm became stiff. In fact, it wasn't just her arms, her whole body was frozen. "Relax, don't fight it, take a deep breath." Aragaki Keiho took a few deep breaths, her chest rising and falling slightly, and her arms gradually relaxed. Lin Ye nodded. "Listen to me and count down from 5, I will pull it out when you count to 1. She knew En's wrist was very slippery, so Lin Ye used a little force on his hand to hold her soft wrist tightly. Aragaki Keiho nodded nervously. "Don't worry, I won't tear your hand off." Lin Ye smiled at her, revealing his white teeth. Then, while Xia Fan lowered her head shyly, she started the timer, 5, 4, 3. Lin Ye counted to 3 and exerted force suddenly. With a pop sound, it was pulled out. Aragaki Keiho put her hands back to her chest and her face flushed. "Liar. didn't you say count to 1? Lin Ye smiled and said, I have to do it when you aren't paying attention, otherwise you will subconsciously resist. After thinking for a while, Aragaki Chiffon finally lowered her head and whispered, thank you. Seeing her appearance, Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction and picked up a piece of sponge from the bar. This is what you need for the inside of a wine glass like this. Place the forked end of a swizzle stick against the sponge, insert it into the glass, and swirl it gently. See, just like this. Kusaka Omi came to the bar counter at some point and looked at the two of them with a smile. You guys are having a lot of fun. Kill, 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 kill. What are you doing? Let's get down to business, there are too many cups to clean tonight. I'm so sorry, let me come in and help, Kusaka Omi smiled with narrowed eyes. No need, 2 people are enough at the bar, 3 people are too crowded, you should stay outside, Lin Ye refused with a smile. Chapter 82. Every time he heard this retro ringtone, Lin Ye felt like he had traveled through time. Oh, I did travel through time. It is 1996 in Tokyo. I shook the chaotic thoughts out of my mind and picked up the ringing phone. Hello. Yes, Mr. Furuya, no, I was just getting ready. A new employee. Arriving today. Well, okay, I will teach him well. I put down the phone and looked at the clock on the bedside table. It's only 8:30. Next to the clock was the photo of Lin Ye and Xia Fan taken when they went to the amusement park. Thinking of her expression last night when her hand was stuck in the wine glass and she puffed out her cheeks and sulked while helping him wipe the wine glass, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. Lovely guy. Lin Ye got up from the bed and stretched his body. If you take a nap at this time, the beautiful morning will slip away, so get up. After breakfast, when Lin Ye went out for a walk, his thoughts were as scattered as the breeze passing through the street. What kind of person will the new clerk be? Perhaps the boss anticipated that the store would be short of staff, so he asked Mr. Furuya to introduce a newcomer to help. This is a good thing, as it saves him the trouble of recruiting new employees. That's so thoughtful, boss. He's like handing me a pillow when I'm sleepy. However, Mr. Furuya did not reveal the specific information of the new clerk on the phone. He just smiled mysteriously and said. You'll find out when you meet. Mr. Furuya is such a serious person, but it turns out he also has a mischievous side. The meeting time was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the location was naturally at Polo Bar. TA will work in the store as an intern tonight. Lin Ye will take TA to familiarize herself with the store environment in advance and arrange TA's work. After walking for a while, feeling that his physical condition was almost ready, Lin Ye jumped twice on the spot, stretched his legs, and then started jogging. As always, he soon got lost in the rhythm of his body's movements and it felt so good that all was right with the world. But this wonderful feeling was soon broken. When passing by the door of a convenience store, a tall man suddenly rushed out of the store, carrying a gray canvas bag in one hand and a sharp knife of terrifying size in the other. Get out of the way. I'll kill anyone who dares to get in my way. The man ran forward waving a sharp knife, and the crowd dispersed. It turned out to be a robbery. Huh? No, it's robbery. What surprised Lin Ye was not the robbery, but the fact that he felt no emotion at all when seeing the robbery, as if he was used to it. Recalling the only month's memory, he came to a shocking conclusion. The crime rate in Beika town is unusually high. Various criminals and cases continue to emerge. Murders of passion, revenge, poisoning, suicide, homicide disguised as suicide, robbery, fraud, kidnapping, loan sharking. Lin Ye realized belatedly that he seemed to have come to a very extraordinary city. My predecessor was really a genius studying abroad. Europe and the United States are so big, but he chose this precious land to study. Could it be that he came here to learn criminal skills? Haha. Lin Ye thought with a very dry and humorous tone. Correspondingly, the crime-solving rate in Beika town is also very high, and it supports a large number of private detectives. It even gave birth to the genius high school detective, the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era, and the savior of the Japanese police, Kudo Shinichi. However, in the future, the name Kudo Shinichi may gradually be forgotten. I wonder if anyone misses him. Conan's cute little round face appeared in Lin Ye's mind. From now on, there is only the elementary school student Adagawa Conan, but that guy seems to be restless even after becoming smaller. I always feel that there will be something good to watch in the future. At this time, the man in front had already run far away and was about to turn into an alley. Robbery. Catch him. Passers-by looked at him in surprise, but soon lost interest when they saw the lively store manager. Those who need to walk continue to walk, and those who need to make phone calls continue to make phone calls. Oh, it's nothing, just an ordinary robbery, where was I just now? What? It turned out to be a robbery. There was no blood at all. I thought the boss had been killed. It's boring. If you haven't been stabbed, just chase him yourself. He actually asked us to help him. That guy has a knife in his hand. The poor convenience store owner could only kneel on the ground and watch the criminal run away. He covered his cold heart with his left hand and stretched his right hand forward as hard as possible, as if trying to retain something. How can this be? Is there no warmth in this world? My money. Lin Ye couldn't bear it, so he stepped forward and patted the boss on the shoulder, comforting him. Uncle, please get up, the ground is cold, this is not good for your knees. The bald uncle turned around as if he saw a savior. Young man, are you willing to help me? Well, Lin Ye scratched his cheek. You should call the police, the people have already run away. He doesn't have as terrifying strength as Xiaolan, so he still has to be cautious when facing armed criminals. If you want to be a hero, you'd better wait until you can break a telephone pole with one punch. If calling the police would help, there wouldn't be so much crime in this city, the bald uncle sighed. How about I introduce you to a detective agency? Lin Ye was just about to introduce the Maori detective agency to the uncle when there was suddenly a commotion ahead. Wow, what a handsome man. He's a mixed race, right? I really want to be his girlfriend. Lin Ye looked forward in surprise. After a brief commotion, a tall, handsome man with dark skin, blonde hair and blue eyes walked out of the crowd, carrying a gray canvas bag and walking towards this side. The robber had already fallen at the entrance of the alley, and it seemed he could no longer get up. Uncle, is this your money? The blonde handsome guy handed the gray canvas bag to the uncle in the convenience store. His voice was gentle and made people feel good. The uncle hugged the canvas bag as if he was hugging his lost relative. Why yes, thank you, young man. There are still good people in this city. I believe in justice again. The uncle held his money, tears in his eyes. The blonde handsome guy smiled and turned away. What a blind fellow. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he came running towards me. Haha. Lin Ye looked at his back, thoughtfully. A master, absolutely a master. He took down a tall armed robber without even wrinkling his clothes. He must be an expert. There are really many hidden talents in Beika town. You can easily meet such a skilled man on the street. He is also so handsome and his looks are not inferior to mine. Lin Ye suddenly had a strong premonition that he would see this man again. Fate, amazing. Lin Ye didn't expect that his meeting with the blonde handsome guy again would come so soon and in a way he didn't expect. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Lin Ye arrived at Polo Bar early. Today, he not only has to train the interns, but also has to receive the Miyano sisters Akemi in advance. He is quite looking forward to it. What kind of personality does my younger sister have? What kind of drink would be better for her? At 18 years old and a researcher, he probably doesn't drink. Then give her that one. Lin Ye was thinking about these questions when the shop door was pushed open with the sound of a crisp bell. A dark-skinned, blonde handsome guy appeared in his field of vision. Chapter 83. Seeing the handsome blonde guy coming in, Lin Ye showed a surprised expression. Could he be the new clerk? Although Lin Ye was wearing a bartender vest, the blonde handsome guy still recognized him at a glance and was also a little surprised. Are you the one standing in front of the convenience store this morning? We meet again, you are the new clerk introduced by Mr. Google, right? My name is Lin Ye, nice to meet you. The blonde handsome guy also showed a bright and sunny smile and walked towards the bar. Hello, my name is Toru Amuro, please give me your guidance in the future, Mr. Lin Ye, no, the store manager. Strange, is this man also a member of the organization? He looks so young. Although he looks young, he gives people a sense of calmness beyond his age. He is not simple, and we must not be careless. Recently, another undercover agent in the organization was exposed and executed by Jin. Could it be that they are suspicious of me too? So they let me work in this small bar and let this man test my purity. No matter what, you must not reveal any flaws in front of this man. In an instant, thoughts surged in Amuro Toru's mind. In his eyes, Lin Ye had become a suspicious person who was suspected to be a member of a hidden organization. When Lin Ye heard this, the expression on his face froze slightly. Hey, who is this guy? Organization? Jin. Undercover. There's no doubt that this guy is also a member of the mysterious black organization. And his identity doesn't seem to be simple. Oh no, I'm not going to be targeted by that organization, am I? With the power of that organization, it would be very easy to arrange for someone to enter this small bar. Could it be that Jin arranged this secretly? I didn't provoke him. In any case, it's better to be careful. Just pretend you know nothing. I'm just a bartender, I'm just a bartender, I'm just a bartender. The two people who met for the first time both kept polite smiles on their faces, but neither of them was at peace in their hearts. Hee, Mr. Amuro, just call me by my name, you should be older than me, right? Lin Ye asked, looking at Amuro Toru's face. Based on Lin Ye's many years of experience in judging people, the age of the person in front of him should be around 28 to 29 years old, and no more than years old. It is one of his small habits to guess the customer's age based on his facial features. After years of practice, the error is basically no more than 1 year. Manager, this is not right, status has nothing to do with age, since you are the manager and I am an employee, we should address each other according to our status. Seeing that he was so persistent, Lin Ye had no choice but to accept it. Okay, Toru, your job today is to clean the bottles at the bar. Okay, manager. Toru Amuro's attitude was very respectful. Atu, this guy is really brave, never mind, it's just a pseudonym anyway. Before confirming his identity, it's better to be cautious. Pseudonym. Well, people in your organization really like to use pseudonyms. Lin Ye looked at Toru Amuro and thought it was a little funny that this guy seemed to think of himself as someone being tested by the organization. Achuo, don't worry, I have nothing to do with that organization and I won't tell your little secret to anyone. 2. One of the most basic jobs at the bar is to clean the bottles, do you know why? After Toru Amuro walked into the bar, Lin Ye asked. I don't know, please teach me, manager. Although Toru Amuro knew it, he still pretended to be eager to learn. Lin Ye glanced at him and took a bottle of whiskey from the wine cabinet. Wipe the wine bottles frequently to make them shiny and clean. And you can also count the inventory. The most important thing is to remember where the wine is placed. This way, when customers order wine, they can quickly find the wine they need and avoid wasting time. In a blink of an eye, I found that Amuro Toru was staring at the bottle in his hand, and his expression was a little strange. Bourbon whiskey, is he doing this on purpose? Keep it clean, is this his way of hinting that I should stay loyal? Lin Ye looked at him in surprise. Could it be that this guy's codename is Bourbon? Coincidence, purely coincidental. He just casually took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, but he didn't expect that he would react so strongly. Achuo, do you know anything about bourbon whiskey? He suddenly asked. Yeah, I understand a little bit. He really did it on purpose. We must be careful and not let him see our flaws. Tell me the story. Amuro Toru said seriously, bourbon is American whiskey, which uses corn as the main raw material and is aged in white oak barrels with toasted inner walls. The liquor is dark in color and has an alcohol content of more than 40 degrees. Lin Ye nodded and asked, then do you know what kind of bourbon can be called straight bourbon whiskey? Chun, he really is doubting me. Amuro Toru was very upset, but his face showed nothing. When it's aged for more than 2 years, it can be called straight bourbon. Lin Ye stroked the wine bottle and said, pure also means purity, without any impurities. Bourbon whiskey can only be added with water, without any colorants, flavorings or other additives, which is also its charm. As Lin Ye spoke, he observed Amuro Toru's reaction out of the corner of his eye. I have to say that his ability to manage facial expressions is quite strong, and there is no sign of abnormality on the surface. If Lin Ye hadn't been able to hear his inner thoughts, he would have definitely been deceived by him. Talent, such a strong talent was sent to this small bar as a clerk. Did he offend the head of the Human Resources Department of that organization? Lin Ye put the bottle back in its place. Yes, it seems that you already know something about wine, very good. Amuro Toru breathed a sigh of relief. The person in front of him looked younger than himself, but he gave him an invisible sense of oppression, like a monster that has rejuvenated. Lin Ye was stunned for a moment. What keen observation skills, worthy of being an undercover agent of the organization. Those who can be undercover agents are indeed not ordinary people. Ahem, whether you are cleaning the wine bottles or mixing cocktails. After taking the bottles down, you must put them back in their original positions and not change their positions easily. This way you won't be confused when you look for them next time. Lin Ye reminded. Yeah, I remember. I'll teach you how to mix drinks after you've memorized the positions of all the drinks. Of course, you can learn about it yourself in advance, and you can watch me while I'm mixing the drinks. Okay, store manager. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. No matter if this guy is a criminal elite or an undercover agent, since he is in Poirot's bar, he should just be my clerk. It can be seen that he is very talented, and if he is carefully trained, he will definitely become an excellent bartender. 2. It seems you are quite skilled. How did you knock down the robber during the day? Lin Ye suddenly asked. Oh, actually I practiced kickboxing for a while. That's amazing, can you teach me? Hey, the store manager is also interested in this. I've started exercising recently. The atmosphere in the bar gradually became lively, and the two felt that they had met too late. Of course, both of them were wary. But on the surface at least, it was a pretty pleasant first meeting. Chapter 84. Lin Ye, who was reading a newspaper, looked up at the time. 5 o'clock 1. Almost. Toru. His mental age is actually older than Amuro Toru, so it is very convenient to call him that. Toru Amuro was facing the wine cabinet, staring at a bottle of Scotch whiskey in a trance. When he heard Lin Ye calling him, he came back to his senses, turned around and smiled. "What is it, store manager?" "There are a few special guests coming over soon, you should go out and receive them then. Keiho and Omi haven't arrived yet, so before 6 o'clock, Toru Amuro can only act as the wine waiter in advance. It just so happens that he is also a member of that organization and might even know the Miyano sisters, so there is no need to worry about him being implicated. But even if they know each other, they should pretend to be meeting for the first time in front of me, right?" Lin Ye was looking forward to their performance in front of him. "Okay, store manager." Toru Amuro walked out of the bar, and after changing into the Polo Bar uniform, he looked like a perfect waiter. White shirt, black vest, clean and tidy, very stylish. The mamas who come to the store will probably like his type. As for the uncles, they should dislike him. Lin Ye pushed a newspaper out onto the bar counter. When you have nothing to do, read the newspaper more often to learn about the latest happenings, it will help you chat with the guests. To be a bartender, you need to know a little bit about everything so that you can chat with customers. In this era, newspapers are still the main media, and Lin Ye himself is developing the habit of reading newspapers every day. I have to say, the newspaper in Beika town is really interesting. You can read all kinds of gossip and strange stories in the newspaper, just like reading a detective novel. Toru Amuro picked up the newspaper on the bar counter, like a humble student receiving study materials from his teacher. Lin Ye turned to the next page of the newspaper, saw his own photo, and smiled slightly. The report was signed by Kira Heimkich. Over the past few days, Miss Kira came to the store every evening, and shook his hand warmly and friendly every time they met and before leaving. In order to suppress the murderous intent in her heart, Lin Ye could only sacrifice a little bit of his looks. Judging from the situation in the past few days, Miss Kira's mental state has tended to be stable and her desire to kill has been effectively curbed. From the words between the lines of this article praising Lin Ye, we can also see her stable and improving mental state. Lin Ye felt very pleased about this. It's worth it for my right hand to sacrifice its beauty. Xiao Yu, I will make it up to you. I will use the best hand cream for you, soak your hands in hot water every day, trim your nails carefully, and then let my left hand massage you. Lin Ye looked at his right hand and thought. In fact, these were his daily routine for hand care. Because his hands are used to mix cocktails, he needs to use his hands to feel the subtle changes in the wine, whether it is when stirring with a bar spoon or shaking with a shaker. So he takes good care of his hands. Now that I have a younger body, I haven't given up this habit. This kid's hands are pretty good. After a period of maintenance, he is expected to reach his original level. By feeling the vibration of ice cubes and wine hitting the shaker, or the change in force when a slender bar spoon is stirred in the wine, you can fully grasp the state of the wine and grasp the subtle changes of every second, just like immersing your hand in it. Lin Ye calls it perfect control, which is his unique secret skill. Ding! Lin Ye was observing his right hand when the bell in the corner of the door rang gently. He looked up toward the door. Miyano Akemi's gentle face appeared at the door, wearing a lavender jacket and bank uniform skirt, with a faint smile on her face. And next to her was the cool girl who had met Lin Ye once in the street cafe that day. Miyano Akemi's younger sister, codenamed Shirley, whose real name is Miyano Shiho, is a talented young researcher at a mysterious organization. When she was with her sister, the expression on her face softened a little, and the corners of her delicate mouth curled up slightly. It can be seen that the girl is in a good mood at the moment, perhaps she talked about interesting things with her sister on the way. Aunt Miyano. The sudden voice in his heart attracted Lin Ye's attention. When Toru Amuro saw the two sisters coming in, he was shocked, as if he had seen some incredible people. Lin Ye frowned. Aunt Miyano. Oh, that's so rude. Even though Miss Mingmei has a very mature temperament and is even called Mom by a drunk customer, she is a college student, and you are a man who is almost 30 years old. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to call her Auntie? Besides, there is no such young and beautiful aunt. It looks, so much like, an angel fallen into hell. So it turned out that I just recognized the wrong person. Lin Ye was stunned. But who are the Hell's Angels? Is he the one that Toru cares about? Following the Miyano sisters was still a bodyguard in black, but he was not the one Lin Ye saw in the cafe that day. Welcome, everyone. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Toru Amuro greeted them with a smile. Mayano Akemi glanced at him. Hey, this person looks so familiar. Such thoughts flashed through my mind. However, she did not stay at the door for long. Instead, she led her sister to the bar and smiled at Lin Ye. Mr. Lin Ye, I'm sorry for coming a little earlier than the scheduled time. I suddenly have more time, so I wanted to come earlier. Why did those guys suddenly increase the time for me and Shiho to meet? And they even allowed me to take their car here. Weird. Mayano Akemi thought strangely. It's okay, Lin Ye said with a smile. In fact, I came here a long time ago. It just so happens that a new employee joined the company today. The new clerk, the one over there. Mayano Akemi looked at Amuro Toru curiously. Well, his name is Amuro Toru. Mayano Akemi averted her gaze. Amuro Toru, you really made a mistake, didn't you? Then he smiled and introduced to Lin Ye, this is my sister, Hirota Emi. Sorry, Mr. Lin Ye, we can't reveal your real name. It's okay, I already know that. Lin Ye looked at Hirota Emi and gave a natural smile. Hello, Miss Huimei, my name is Lin Ye. Lin means Lin Yuan, and Ye means smelting. Lin Ye's face was reflected in Mayano Shiho's cold eyes, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. This is the guy who was peeking at me outside the cafe that day, and the woman at the next table said she would call the police to arrest him. Oh, so he is a bartender. Is his skill really as good as my sister said? Shiho nodded slightly. Hirota Emi, please give me your guidance. Emi, this name seems to be good, but the surname Hirota is not suitable. Why don't you use a better surname, such as Hayashihara? The two sisters sat next to each other at 2 seats in the middle of the bar. As for the bodyguard in black, he consciously sat down at the table near the door. Hey, young man, go get me a glass of water, the man in black called out to Toru Amuro. Okay, guest. Lin Ye looked at the unaware man in black and shook his head. Boy, he is a senior official in your organization with a code name, and you dare to order him to pour water. If he knew Toru Amuro's identity, he would be terrified. However, given the secrecy of the organization, these minions might not even know the code names and appearances of the top leaders. Speaking of code names, this Miss Emi's code name is Shirley. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and looked at his sister in front of him. At this moment, the beautiful girl in his pupils suddenly underwent a surprising change. Her face began to shrink, and her well-proportioned breasts also shrank rapidly, and she soon became a little girl who looked only 6 or 7 years old. She was no longer sitting at the bar, but sitting on the windowsill of a high-rise building, wearing pink pajamas, holding a cup of hot tea in her hand, with her back against the window frame, looking out the window with her side face. There is a starry sky outside the window and a dazzling city night view below. The night wind blew the curtains and also blew the girl's brown hair. A warm picture. But Lin Ye's heart was full of doubts. What is this? Is that little girl her? Is this picture her past or her future? If it was the future, why did she become a little girl? Wait, become a child? The faces of Kudo Shinichi and Conan appeared in his mind at the same time. The famous detective who was reduced to a small size, the mysterious poison used by Jin, the researcher of the organization with an official code name, the future that was reduced to a small size. Several things are linked together. An astonishing guess came to Lin Ye's mind. Could it be that the poison that led to Conan's birth is related to the research of Miss Shirley in front of him? Ah, Shirley. Chapter 85. Lin Ye was awakened by Mayano Akemi's gentle voice. Lin Ye came back to his senses and found that his sister was looking at him with a frown, and there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. This man is so rude, staring at someone's face like this. It's broken, it's out of control. Turning around, Lin Ye found that Mayano Akemi's expression was also a little embarrassed. Mr. Lin Ye always likes to look at others like this. The last time he looked at me like this time it was Shiho. Ahem, sorry, I was just thinking about something, sorry for being rude, Lin Ye said after returning to his normal expression. Mayano Shiho cast a curious look at me. Hey, this man's expression changes so quickly. He doesn't seem to be lying, then what was he thinking when he looked at my face just now? I saw something incredible, but it's a secret that cannot be told. Lin Ye quickly changed the subject. Miss Huimei, are you old enough to drink? Mayano Shiho was stunned for a moment before she realized that she was now Miss Emi, and said calmly. I don't drink, just give me a glass of grape juice. You want to find out my age in this way? Oh, a girl's age is a secret, how can I easily tell a man? I'm sorry, Miss Shirley, I already know. However, unlike her cold appearance, Miss Shirley's mental activities are unexpectedly rich. After all, she is an 18-year-old girl, at an age when her thinking is relatively active. Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. The subtle changes in the corners of his mouth did not escape the girl's bright eyes. What is he laughing at? A strange man. Miss Hui Mei, do you like sweet things? Lin Ye suddenly asked. Sweet? I don't like it, but I don't hate it either. Miss Hui Mei, you are doing research, right? Do you feel dizzy and weak sometimes? Mayano Shiho nodded slightly. She was still wearing the white coat of the research institute and looked like a scientific researcher, and she had no intention of hiding it. Although her sister asked her to dress up before going out, she felt it was unnecessary. There was even melanin deposits under her eyes from staying up late last night. Although it is very faint, you can still see it if you look closely. This guy just stared at my face with wide eyes, he must have seen it. So she was not surprised that Lin Ye asked such a question. Seeing her nod, Lin Ye continued. Sugar is the main source of energy for the brain. As a person who does mental work, you should supplement more sugar, which can make your brain more flexible and make you feel happier. So what? Mayano Shiho glanced at Lin Ye. Of course I know this, but eating too much sweets can easily make you fat. It turns out she was also worried about getting fat. The corners of Lin Ye's mouth rose slightly again. After a brief contact, he had already discovered it. This girl, who looks cold on the outside, actually hides a pure heart. Maybe it's because he was trapped in that mysterious organization, staying in the laboratory for a long time and unable to contact ordinary people. Even meeting with my sister is restricted, let alone ordinary people. That weird guy has that smile again. Catching the smile on Lin Ye's lips again, Mayano Shiho revealed a hint of dissatisfaction in her bright eyes. Lin Ye quickly put away his smile and said, I would like to treat Miss Hui Mei to a special cocktail. I told you, I don't drink. Actually, this is a non-alcoholic drink with a mainly sweet taste. It is classified as a cocktail only because the way it is prepared is very similar to bartending, Lin Ye explained. Mayano Shiho thought for a moment, and then felt her sister's encouraging gaze. My sister seems to be very impressed with his skills. Well, for her sake, I'll give it a try. So he nodded gently. Can. Hearing her sister's agreement, Mayano Akemi showed a warm smile on her face. Although Shiho's tone was always cold and her words were brief, they were far more than what she would say to outsiders. Mr. Lin Ye is really good at communicating with people. If he brings Shiho here more often in the future, the two of them will definitely become friends. It might be a little difficult for them to become lovers. After all, Shiho's personality is too cold, and there is no shortage of enthusiastic girls around Mr. Lin Ye. But as long as Shiho can have another friend she can talk to, she, as her sister, will be very happy. Mayano Akemi was thinking about this when Lin Ye suddenly turned around and asked her. Ms. Yami, what would you like to drink? He heard everything that Akemi Mayano was thinking. Don't worry, Ms. Akemi, I will definitely become good friends with Ms. Shiho. As for whether this relationship can be further developed, Lin Ye is cautious. After all, if he develops a deep relationship with Miss Shiho, he will inevitably be targeted by that mysterious organization. If they were just ordinary friends, it would be fine. After all, he had already had contact with many members of that organization, so one more wouldn't matter. Mayano Akemi smiled and replied, it's still a glass of red and black, you make it for Hui Mei first, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Ye nodded and began to prepare the materials needed. He was going to make a cocktail called the Shirley Temple. It contains no alcohol at all and is usually served to children at a banquet or to children sitting at the same table with adults. That's why it's also called children's cocktail. The pronunciation of Shirley is very similar to the sherry in sherry, and Miss Shiho doesn't drink alcohol, so Lin Ye thought of this kind of wine first. Cocktails for kids. Combined with the suspected future scene he had just seen, Lin Ye felt it was more appropriate. In addition, Shirley Temple is actually the name of a legendary American child star who was active in Hollywood in the 1920s and won the 30th Academy Award for Special Performance at the age of 7. Her name even crossed the ocean and spread to China at that time. Shirley Temple, a name full of the style of old Shanghai, was the translated name that appeared in newspapers at the time. This drink was also created by the American bartender at the time to express his love for her. However, in the field of cocktails, this name is obviously inappropriate, so it is generally translated as Shirley Deanbo in modern times. Of course, Lin Ye still doesn't know whether this little child star has ever appeared in America in this world. The internet and mobile communication technologies of this era were not as developed as they would be 20 years later, so it was not very convenient to look up information. While thinking, Lin Ye had already prepared all the raw materials. Lemon soda, ginger ale, grenadine, syrup-soaked cherries, and ice. First, put ice cubes into the Colin glass, just over halfway. Then pour in grenadine, equal parts lemon soda and ginger ale, and add 3 bright red syrup cherries. Finally, stir gently with a spoon a few times to mix evenly. Shirley Denpo, MSME, please. Lin Ye paused slightly after Shirley, observing the girl's nervous expression before saying the rest of the words. Mayano Shiho let out a sigh of relief. I was shocked. I thought this guy knew my organization's code name, but it turns out it's just the name of this drink. When he heard Shirley's pronunciation, Toru Amuro's attention was also attracted. Shirley. Ah, I remember now. Aunt Elena's little daughter's code name in the organization is Shirley. No wonder I thought of Aunt Elena when I saw them. They must be Aunt Elena's daughters. It turns out to be Ming Mei, no wonder she looks so familiar. Recalling the time when he was taken to Mayano Clinic by Akemi as a child, and how he later got injured in a fight in order to see Aunt Elena, a nostalgic smile appeared on Toru Amuro's lips. But the smile soon disappeared, a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes, and his gaze dropped. Aunt Elena. Lin Ye at the bar glanced at Amuro Toru. There's something wrong with this boy. Could it be that he likes the sister's mother? At this moment, the bell in the corner of the door suddenly rang. Before the door opened, the voice of a little boy with a baby voice came through the crack in the door. Good afternoon, Uncle Lin Ye. Shirley Temple, Shirley Temple. Bye-bye. Chapter 86. Men in Black. When Conan saw the man in black sitting at the wine table near the door, his pupils dilated. Then she lowered her head, adjusted her glasses with 2 fingers, and tilted her little mouth. Finally here. He. What are you looking at, little brat? The unknown minion A who was stared at by Conan felt unhappy and acted like scaring a child without any psychological burden, glaring at him fiercely. Conan screamed and ran away, as if he was frightened. Uncle Lin Ye, the uncle sitting over there is so scary. Conan ran to the bar and said to Lin Ye as if he was complaining. Who is he? Lin Ye looked at his face and couldn't help but imagine Kudo Shinichi's face with such an aggrieved expression, talking to him in a baby voice, and his scalp tingled. Ahem, Conan, please don't disturb the customers in the store, uncle will buy you a soda. Lin Ye poured a glass of lemon soda and pushed it to the bar. Thank you Uncle Lin. Conan climbed onto the high chair and sat down, right next to Mayano Shiho. Mayano Shiho turned her head and was suddenly stunned when she saw the clothes on Conan. The clothes on this child. They look familiar. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Where? Mayano Shiho had a thoughtful expression. Lin Ye observed her face. Could it be that she had realized Conan's true identity? Clothes. Is there something wrong with Conan's clothes? Lin Ye looked at Conan. Except for the red bow tie at the collar that looked a little big, everything else was normal. Conan noticed that Lin Ye was looking at him, so he held up the water cup and smiled at him harmlessly. Uncle Lin, we have guests so early today. Lin Ye nodded, they are my uncle's friends, so I entertain them in advance. Friend? Hearing what Lin Ye said, Mayano Shiho looked at him strangely. My sister has a good impression of him. Maybe she really considers him a friend, but this is the first time he and I have officially met, right? How shameless. Cheeky. Lin Ye doesn't think so. He truly treats every guest as his friend and hopes that the guests will also treat him as a friend. It seems that my sister is very sensitive. Emmy, try it quickly. Seeing the wine glass placed in front of her, Shiho was reluctant to drink, so Mayano Akemi couldn't help but urge her. She believed that as long as her sister drank the drink carefully prepared by Lin Ye, her opinion of him would change. She believed in Lin Ye's skills. After all, she had tried it herself. Mr. Lin Ye's drinks have a magical charm. Hearing her sister's urging, Mayano Shiho picked up the cup in front of her and took a look. Sister, really, it's just an ordinary drink, how can it taste so good? While she was thinking, her thin lips gently held the straw and she sucked subconsciously. The moment the sweet juice touches the tip of my tongue, it feels like an electric current sweeps through my body. What? This feeling is. A pair of beautiful eyes gradually opened, and her mouth was filled with sweet breath. This breath rose to her brain, like a little pink hand, gently stroking her tired brain. As the wine goes down my throat, a warm and comfortable feeling spreads throughout my body. What is this feeling? My head feels dizzy, my heart feels sweet, my body feels warm, and it feels so comfortable. Just as she was immersed in this wonderful experience, a man's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. What do you think, Ms. Huime? As soon as she opened her eyes, Mayano Shiho saw Lin Ye's smiling face. Her face turned slightly red and she avoided the other's sight. Not bad. Mayano Akemi smiled when she saw her sister's look. Shiho is really not honest, she's clearly showing that look. It's okay to praise her more. It was the right decision to bring her here to meet Mr. Lin Ye today. Lin Ye smiled and agreed very much with his sister's opinion. What a dishonest sister. But this is also cute. Feeling Lin Ye's gaze, Mayano Shiho felt even more embarrassed. Why is this man looking at me like that? Did I make a strange noise just now? She lowered her eyes and stared at the wine glass in her hand. Recalling the taste just now, my tongue seemed to be stirring again. But it is indeed delicious. This man is really good. No wonder my sister changed the meeting place to here. Hey, pretty sister, is it delicious? Mayano Shiho turned her head and saw the kid named Conan staring at the wine glass in her hand with longing, looking like a greedy child. Yeah, she nodded slightly. Very delicious. Is that possible? Conan, Lin Ye's voice came from the bar. If you want a drink, I'll make you another one later, don't disturb the customers in the store. Okay, thank you Uncle Lin, Conan smiled, but in his heart. Damn uncle, why do you meddle in other people's business? He originally planned to use his identity as a child to drink the beautiful sister's drink, and then take the opportunity to get close to her and ask her some questions. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Lin Ye. At this moment, looking at the child in front of her, Mayano Shiho finally remembered. A few days ago, when the organization sent people to Kudo's house to confirm whether Kudo Shinichi was dead, as the developer of that drug, I also accompanied them. Yes, it was in that bedroom closet that I saw such clothes. Is it just the same style? Or is the child in front of me actually? She recalled a small accident during the experiment. After one of the experimental mice took the drug, it did not die, but its body shrank. The look she gave Conan suddenly became subtle. It seems necessary to investigate the Kudo family again and check the closet. If those clothes are gone, it means. If that's the case, it's really an incredible discovery. Lin Ye, who was about to mix red and black for Miss Mingmei, stopped what he was doing, looked up at his sister, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Wow, that magical poison was actually developed by her. This is more than just genius, it's a miracle. She was only 18 years old, but she had accomplished something that other scientists could never accomplish in their entire lives. No wonder she was able to become a member of that organization at such a young age and was given a code name. Too strong. Her ability to remember a child's clothing at a glance pales in comparison. Lin Ye looked at Conan again, who was completely unaware that his identity was about to be exposed. This guy is still laughing. But will my sister report this news to the organization? She doesn't seem to be willing to work for that organization, so it seems that the situation is still uncertain. Lin Ye withdrew his thoughts and started concentrating on mixing the cocktails. Soon, the wine belonging to his sister was finished under his skillful hands. Ms. Yume, you're red and black, Lin Ye gently pushed the wine out. Thank you. Mayano Akemi nodded and smiled, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, thoughts surging in her mind. After I separate from my sister, I will negotiate with that man. Will the organization agree to my new conditions? Chapter 87. After all, she had brought an undercover agent into the organization, and although she did not realize the Maharaja's intentions at first, she later discovered them and did not expose the Maharaja. In any case, the organization would not trust her easily and even wanted to get rid of her. A woman who has always lived an ordinary life is asked to rob 1 billion yuan. Maybe this mission is an excuse for the organization to get rid of me. Mayano Akemi is not stupid, on the contrary, she is a very smart woman. It's just that once a woman falls in love, her IQ tends to drop. Before, she had been immersed in the sadness of losing her lover and couldn't extricate herself. But that day, after being enlightened by Miss Kashasha and Lin Ye, she went back and thought carefully for a night, and then she realized her dangerous situation. Mission failed, captured or dead. Even if the mission is successful, the organization may not necessarily release the people, and there is a high probability that they will turn against their mission and refuse to acknowledge it. I am too naive. I actually hoped that those dirty guys would keep their promise. I have no capital to negotiate with them at all. If they hadn't considered their sister, they might have attacked them long ago. Faced with the organization's enormous power, she had no room to resist. Mayano Akemi took another sip of wine and thought of her parents who died in the fire. My father and mother were forced to work for the organization, but eventually died in an unexplained fire. Now that Shiho has inherited her parents' research work, what if one day she also? Thinking of this, Mayano Akemi felt a speechless emotion rising in her heart, the fear of losing her only relative in the world. No, I must not let that happen again. If we two sisters are destined not to survive in the sun, then let me completely blend into the darkness. Only by gaining the right to speak and power in the organization can Shiho be protected. If I succeed in joining the organization this time, I will definitely seize this opportunity and do my best to climb to the top, at all costs. Seeing the determination in Mayano Akemi's eyes, Lin Ye sighed silently in his heart. My sister seems to be turning evil. The fate of these sisters is truly pitiful. He had no way to interfere with Miss Mingmei's decision, nor could he easily judge whether it was right or wrong. What she pursues is the power to control darkness, a dark flower of evil rooted in the soil of sin, which can easily corrupt people's hearts. He only hoped that his sister could stay true to herself and not fall completely into depravity as she climbed up the ladder. He was just a bartender and there wasn't much he could do. He would be very pleased if he could illuminate the darkness in their hearts a little, like a faint lamp, so that they would not be completely plunged into the darkness of despair. If you are in complete darkness, even a tiny glimmer of light will stand out and give you hope. Ms. Yume, Lin Ye spoke softly. Huh, what? The sister who was thinking about something raised her head and saw Lin Ye's eyes. She was slightly stunned. Mr. Lin Ye's eyes? Why does it make me feel at ease? Lin Ye lowered his eyes and said softly. Ms. Yume, if you feel tired in the future, come and sit with me. Mayano Akemi was stunned, her heart twitched violently, and she actually had the absurd idea of wanting to stay under Lin Ye's gaze forever. But she quickly suppressed this strange thought. No, Mayano Akemi, you have already decided to join the organization, how can you indulge in love again? Excessive feelings will only turn you into a silly woman. Your future duty is to protect your sister. After joining the organization, you will no longer be qualified to love or be loved. You will become a dangerous vortex. She took a deep breath, regained her composure, and smiled. I will, thank you for your concern. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help himself just now and went too far by saying something ambiguous. Fortunately, my sister controlled herself. I almost disrupted other people's plans. I really shouldn't have done that. In the future, you must be careful not to be too gentle to guests, especially those of the opposite sex. Just be polite and approachable. Mayano Shiho was watching the two of them, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. She was very sensitive to her sister's mood swings. Could it be that my sister has fallen in love with this man? That's fine too. If she can get over her previous relationship, it will be a good thing. During the previous meeting, although her sister tried to hide it, she still felt that she was actually very sad. It would be good if this man could help her get out of that relationship. But if he dared to make his sister sad again. Mayano Shiho glanced at Lin Ye, and a hint of coldness flashed across her eyes. If you dare to make your sister sad, I will let you try the medicine I made. The corners of Lin Ye's smile were a little stiff. The relationship between the two sisters is really good. But I don't have any extra thoughts about you two. At least not yet. Beautiful sister, is that man your bodyguard? Conan's baby voice suddenly rang out, breaking the somewhat subtle atmosphere. After observing and thinking just now, Conan discovered something unusual. First, the seat where the man in black was sitting. That seat was near the door. There were better seats around, but he chose to sit in a position that would be easily disturbed by customers coming in, as if to prevent someone in the store from escaping. Then there was his arrogant attitude. Would a normal bodyguard yell at a child who posed no threat? Finally, he looked towards the bar from time to time, as if he was monitoring the two women. Yes, he is more like a monitor than a protector. What are the identities of these two women? Why are they being monitored? Are the man in black and the two people who attacked me in the amusement park that day accomplices? I must find out the truth, so I will use the child's identity to get information from this woman. Conan looked at the woman in white beside him with a determined gaze. Just as he was thinking of something evil in his mind, Mayano Shiho turned her head and glanced at him. The corner of his mouth curled up in a dangerous arc, and his eyes were like he was looking at a laboratory rat. Maybe there is no need to go to his house to investigate, the answer can be obtained here. Let's test him a little bit. She did not answer Conan's question, but asked him, little brother, your name is Conan, right? Conan suddenly felt nervous. This woman's gaze is so strange, like she's looking at a test subject. By the way, judging from her clothes and the faint smell of medicine emanating from her body, she should be an employee of a pharmaceutical company. However, considering her age, she is a little too young. And would anyone treat a child they met for the first time as a test subject? What a cold-hearted woman. As he thought this in his mind, a harmless smile appeared on his face. Well, my name is Idagawa Conan. Idagawa? Conan. Idagawa Ranpo and Arthur Conan Doyle, two famous mystery novelists, your name is really interesting. It's like it was put together at random. Chapter 88. Because the woman in front of him was too young, Conan didn't associate her with that kind of magical medicine at all. According to Conan's reasoning, the person who could make such an incredible poison must be a very old scientist with almost no hair. Probably similar to Dr. Agasa. Maybe not as fat as Dr. Agasa, but such a young and beautiful girl. How is that possible? So he just scratched his head and pretended to be stupid. This is the name my dad gave me, When he was discovered by Xiaolan that day, he used this trick of scratching his head and pretending to be stupid to get away with it. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of him now is a talented female scientist from a mysterious organization, who is not affected by his cute tricks at all. Is your father a detective? Or a fan of these two? Mayano Akemi on the side looked at her sister strangely. Why did Shiho suddenly become so talkative? Could it be that she has fallen in love with children recently? But in her opinion, this is a good change. If you like children, you will want to have a child of your own. Where do children come from? You can't make it by yourself. By then Shiho will want to find a man to marry. This was a situation that Mayano Akemi was very happy to see, so the confusion in her eyes quickly turned into a smile. Also watching the show was Lin Ye at the bar. Although his imagination is not as rich as Miss Mingmei's, he can see and hear more than Miss Mingmei. The showdown between the genius high school detective and the genius beautiful female scientist is quite interesting. I don't know which one will see through the other's identity first. Yes, my father likes mystery novels very much, Conan said vaguely in response to Mayano Shiho's questioning. Not only do I like him, but he is also a famous mystery novelist. Lin Ye wiped the cup and thought, it turns out that Kudo-kun's father is a mystery novelist, no wonder this kid became a detective. This is influenced by my father. I'll take some time to go to the bookstore someday and read the mystery novels written by my famous detective father. What's his father's name? A mystery novelist with the surname Kudo should be easy to find. Are you interested in detective work? In front of the bar, Mayano Shiho continued to ask. I like it, Conan nodded vigorously, and then said in an exaggerated tone. When I grow up, I want to be a great detective like Sherlock Holmes. Oh. Do you know a detective named Kudo Shinichi? Conan did not show any panic expression. After all, as a famous detective who was often reported, he had many female fans, and many people knew the name Kudo Shinichi. That famous detective brother, of course I've heard of him, are you also his fan, sister? Conan asked with a smile, tilting his head. Is this woman also my fan? I am really popular. No, she is your gravedigger. Lin Ye was laughing secretly behind the bar. This kid is too narcissistic. However, it is not surprising that a young man who becomes famous is a little narcissistic. Moreover, his narcissism invisibly helped him to resolve a wave of temptations from the other party. Fan. You think I'm a fangirl? How can I, Mayano Shiho, be a fan of a man? A mocking smile appeared on Mayano Shiho's lips. Yes, sister really wants to see him in person, do you know where he is now? Conan shook his head. If I knew where that big brother was, I would have gone to ask him for his autograph a long time ago. I'm right in front of you, but it's a pity that I can't sign for you now. Does my sister have a case that she wants to entrust to that detective brother? If so, you can go upstairs and ask Uncle Maori for help. Conan said. Uncle Maori is also a very good detective, he can definitely help you solve your troubles. Although that uncle is a confused drunkard, it doesn't matter. I will take action, so don't worry, thank you, little friend, I will consider it. Except for the name, I didn't find any flaws. Did I guess wrong? It seems that I still need to go to Kudo's house to investigate again. Mayano Shiho was thinking in her heart. Now it's Conan's turn. Hey, beautiful sister, is that uncle over there your bodyguard? He's so fierce, Conan covered his mouth with his hand and said in a low voice. Mayano Shiho glanced at the man in black and nodded. Conan was immediately disappointed. TSK, it turns out to be a bodyguard. He glanced at the man in black again. Upon closer inspection, that guy exuded the aura of a minion, and was nothing like the two men in black. Especially the silver-haired man, his cold aura was like a knife that had killed countless people. Perhaps because the two sisters are too beautiful, he kept looking over here. Conan thought. Actually, my sister hates him too, Mayano Shiho said in a low voice. Why, isn't he my sister's bodyguard? Because my sister doesn't want to be followed. Conan wanted to ask again, but Mayano Shiho took back the initiative. By the way, Conan, is it okay for you to come to the bar at such a young age? Won't your parents be worried? I live upstairs, so it's okay, and Uncle Lin Ye is a very nice guy and allowed me to come to the store to play. Hey, right, Uncle Lin Ye. Conan pointed at Lin Ye who was wiping the cups and said cutely. Lin Ye glanced at him. This kid's technique of acting cute seems to be getting more and more sophisticated. Yes, Conan is very cute and likable, several ladies in the store like to tease him. Lin Ye did not lie about this. Conan waited in the bar every night, but instead of waiting for gin and vodka, he attracted the attention of several mamas who often came here to drink. They had taken turns touching his round head. One mama who was extremely eager to have a son even hugged him in her arms and loved him dearly. In the end, Conan had to call for Xiaolan's help before he could escape from the arms of the enthusiastic Mama-san. After hearing Lin Ye's words, Conan obviously remembered the fear of being dominated by the Mama-san, and his expression became a little unnatural. That old lady is so scary. Live upstairs? Mayano Shiho seemed to have thought of something. When she got off the bus, she saw the big words on the second-floor window. Mori Detective Agency. So I asked curiously, the upstairs is the Mori Detective Agency, but isn't this kid's last name Idagawa? Oh, actually the child is living in Mr. Mori's house, Lin Ye replied. When did you come here? Lin Ye looked at Conan and threw the question to him. Conan, tell your sister yourself. Mayano Shiho smiled and asked, Conan, can you tell your sister? Conan vaguely sensed something was wrong. Why is this woman so interested in me? Is she interested in children like those aunties? He glanced at Mayano Shiho and his face turned red. If it's her, it's not impossible. Lin Ye, who was wiping the cup, thought with amusement, you are dreaming. They are trying to trick you. Conan scratched his cheek and replied, well, about a week ago. A smile appeared on Mayano Shiho's lips. A week ago? Wasn't that the time when Jin used that drug to poison Kudo Shinichi? Chapter 89. APTX 4869. As a drug still in the experimental stage, every pill used must be recorded. Who is the user and is he dead? As the developer of the drug, Shiho Mayano naturally has the right to view the records. So she remembered it very clearly. According to the current record, the circumstances of Kudo Shinichi's death are still unknown. She glanced at Conan who was sitting next to her. A week ago? The time coincides exactly. This makes this guy even more suspicious. Ding. At this time, the bell at the door of the bar rang. The man in black sitting near the door immediately raised his head and looked towards the door vigilantly. When he saw that the person who came in was a high school girl in a blue uniform, he relaxed again. She was just an ordinary high school girl. Now even high school students are going to bars. This society is really, Lin Ye thought, since you are dressed in black and are involved in gangs, please stop complaining about the decline of this society. Ah, Conan, you are here after all. Seeing Conan in the store, Xiaolan smiled and walked quickly to the bar. You didn't cause any trouble to Mr. Lin Ye? No, I'm very good, if you don't believe me, ask Uncle Lin, Conan said cutely. Pretending to be a child is really tiring. Looking at Conan with a well-behaved face, Lin Ye thought, aren't you enjoying it? From the moment Xiaolan walked in, Mayano Shiho felt that she looked familiar. Looking at Xiaolan's face closely at this moment, she suddenly remembered something. It was her, the high school girl who walked with Kudo Shinichi that day. While in the car that day, she happened to catch a glimpse of the two people walking side by side on the side of the road. The two of them look quite sweet and the picture is very heartwarming. She felt a little delicate at the time because that was a life she could never have. It's impossible to fall in love like an ordinary girl. Now when I see Xiaolan again, that feeling comes to my mind again. Alas, am I destined to be controlled by the organization forever? I want it too. What do you want? Hearing Mayano Shiho's thoughts, Lin Ye became a little curious. At this time, Ms. Mayano's eyes looked a little sad, perhaps because she felt powerless about her fate. Her inner voice just now was like that of a person speaking in a very low voice, and he did not hear it clearly. This is because people's emotions can be strong or weak. Strong emotions, like angry shouts, can be heard from a long distance away. But faint emotions or fleeting thoughts are like whispers in your ear and are difficult to hear. However, based on her mood, Lin Ye could probably guess it. No matter how high her IQ is, she is still an 18-year-old girl after all. It is normal for her to desire a sweet love. Even this old tree of mine wants to sprout, no, it's time to sprout. What's more, she is a young girl. The girl's inner voice came soon after, confirming Lin Ye's speculation. For me, love is impossible. I can't love others, nor can I be loved. That would only hurt the other person. Mayano Shiho took another sip of Shirley Deanbo, and the sweet taste slightly soothed her lost mood. Then she thought. It's enough for me to have my sister accompany me. I don't need a man or anything like that. If I don't work for the organization, they will kill my sister. If it weren't for my sister, I would rather die than work for those guys. Sister, I will definitely protect you in my own way. What a deep sisterly love, Lin Ye sighed. If the two sisters worked together, they might be able to succeed in that organization. But he was a little worried. In their quest for freedom, the sisters are likely to lose something precious. But people change, the taste of wine will not change easily. Lin Ye's perfect hands can even make 2 glasses of wine with exactly the same taste. At least the human tongue cannot tell the difference. In the past, once he understood the customer's taste preferences, he would remember them firmly and would not easily change the recipe unless the customers actively requested it. This way, no matter how long it has been since the customer returned to the bar, they can still enjoy the same flavor as they did at the beginning. At this time, they can see their past selves in the wine glass and recall their feelings at that time. A glass of wine whose taste never changes is a memory anchor that allows the drinker to look back at their past selves. No matter how the two sisters change, Lin Ye will always remember how they look today and how they feel at this moment. He would incorporate this memory and mood into the wine, so that every time the two of them came, they would remember their past selves and would not lose their true selves in the darkness. This is what Lin Ye, as a bartender, can do for the two sisters. In front of the bar, Xiaolan looked at Mayano Shiho, who was holding a wine glass, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. What a beautiful girl, and her temperament is so unique, there is a sense of mystery and sadness. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Meeting the other person's cold and slightly doubtful look, Xiaolan blushed and quickly looked away. No, it's nothing. Looking at her attire, she must be working. But she looks so young, about the same age as me, but she has a calm and mature temperament. She must be a very smart girl. Xiaolan thought secretly in her heart. Lin Ye nodded slightly at the bar, agreeing with Xiaolan's opinion. Xiaolan, why don't you sit down and have a drink too? There's still some time before the business closes. It was only 5:30, and there was still half an hour before work time. Xiaolan nodded and sat down next to Conan. Just give me a glass of water. Lin Ye didn't charge her for the drinks he made for her before, so Xiaolan felt embarrassed to drink them for free and just asked for a glass of water. Lin Ye noticed her thoughts and smiled, thinking, you didn't ask for any salary for helping out in the store. Maybe she wanted to keep an eye on Uncle Maori in the store, and maybe she was thanking me in her heart for letting her stay in the store. What a silly girl. Lin Ye didn't force her and poured her a cup of hot water. It is also good for girls to drink more hot water. Xiaolan scooped up the hot water, took a sip, and said thank you to Lin Ye. Mayano Shiho turned her head and looked at Xiaolan. Because Conan was not tall enough, her line of sight went directly over the hair of wisdom on his head and fell on Xiaolan's face. Your name is Mao Lilan, right? Hey, how do you know my name? Xiaolan asked in surprise. Because Mr. Lin called your name just now, and you seem to be very familiar with this kid. Shiho glanced at Conan, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. He just said that he lives upstairs, there are big words Maori written on the second-floor window, so it's easy to guess. She looks so beautiful when she smiles, no, she is really smart. Xiaolan blushed again and formally introduced herself. Well, my name is Mao Lilan, and I'm a sophomore at Titan High School, my house is upstairs. She was full of curiosity about the girl of the same age in front of her, and couldn't help but chat with her. Can I ask your name? Mia, Hirota Emi. I almost said it wrong. Lin Ye looked at Xiaolan, then at Mayano Shiho, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiaolan looks weak on the outside, but she is very strong on the inside. And she has fists. Miss Shiho may appear cold on the outside, but she is actually very soft and sensitive on the inside. Maybe, the two of them could become friends. AI, your name is Mao Lilan, right? Lon. Chiu AI laughing, your first kiss was not from Kudo Shinichi, but from me, Hybra AI. In addition, it will be available tomorrow and the update will be after 12 noon. Watch out, this man is going to explode. Chapter 90. Xiaolan looked a little nervous, like a girl on her first date. Miss Huime's temperament attracted her all the time. Her eyes were always drawn to it. Once it touches the other person's eyes, it will dodge like a frightened rabbit. It was the first time for her to have such a wonderful feeling towards a girl. Conan, who was sitting in the middle, noticed that something was wrong with Xiaolan and twitched the corner of his mouth. Hey, Xiaolan, are you bewitched by this woman? You are a girl. Mayano Shiho naturally also noticed Xiaolan's gaze and looked a little confused. Why does she keep peeking at me? The simple genius beautiful girl scientist doesn't really understand. Mayano Akemi, who was sitting on the other side, smiled secretly. She hopes Shiho can interact more with people of her age, which is something she would be happy to see. Shiho, you're going to make a new friend. That kid seems to be very interested in you. Is Miss Emmy already at work? Xiaolan finally plucked up the courage to talk to Mayano Shiho. Yeah, Mayano Shiho nodded lightly. That's amazing, Xiaolan praised. You look about the same age as me, but you're already working. Is this amazing? Mayano Shiho wondered. Mayano Akemi touched her sister's arm with her arm and whispered in her ear, that kid seems to want to make friends with you, talk to her more. Friend? Mayano Shiho was stunned and looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan was looking at her with an eager look, her face slightly flushed. Can I make friends too? Faced with the enthusiastic Xiaolan, she was a little hesitant. At this time, Lin Ye's voice came from the bar. Take a closer look, Miss Hui Mei looks a bit like one of Xiaolan's friends. Mayano Shiho looked at Lin Ye in surprise, and met Lin Ye's serious gaze. She avoided his gaze and thought with a little annoyance, this man is looking at me with that unscrupulous gaze again. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze awkwardly and thought, Miss Shiho, you are too sensitive to men's gazes. After hearing Lin Ye's reminder, Xiaolan finally discovered it. She looked at Miss Huimei's face and said in surprise, really, Sonoko, she looks similar to Ms. Huimei, and they are about the same height, only their hairstyle is different. Conan, who was sitting between the two, thought, it's not just the hairstyle that's different. Apart from the face and figure, they are two extremes. Xiaolan also quickly realized this. But MSME and Sonoko have completely different personalities. No wonder I didn't notice it just now, but was attracted to her unconsciously. Mayano Shiho was slightly stunned. Someone who looks like me. Xiaolan smiled and said, yes, her name is Sonoko, if Miss Huimei comes next time, I can introduce you two to each other. Is it the child from yesterday? Now that you mention it, she does look a lot like Emmy. That kid looked at me with hostility yesterday. He must be a fan of Mr. Lin Ye. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ye at the bar. Mr. Lin Ye is really popular. At this time, Lin Ye turned around and smiled at her. Mayano Akemi lowered her head subconsciously and avoided his sight. Weird, why should I hide? Before she could think carefully, her sister's voice attracted her attention. This child has just come to live with you recently, right? Mayano Shiho asked Xiaolan. Since my sister asked me to chat with her, that's fine. I can get some information from her. Yeah, Xiaolan looked at Conan. Conan just moved into our house last week. Did his parents ask your family to adopt him? No, I haven't met the child's parents yet, Xiaolan shook her head gently, with sympathy in her eyes. I don't know if Conan's parents are in good health. I hope they get better soon. Feeling Xiaolan's sympathetic gaze, Conan felt helpless, but he couldn't explain. After hearing Xiaolan's answer, Mayano Shiho laughed in her heart. Haven't you seen it? The answer seems to be becoming more and more obvious. Could it be that this child's parents abandoned him? She covered her mouth and looked at Conan in surprise. No, Xiaolan looked a little embarrassed, not knowing whether she should say it, so she looked at Conan, asking for his agreement with her eyes. Conan laughed inwardly and took the initiative to say. My parents were in a car accident and are in the hospital, so I'm temporarily staying at Sister Xiaolan's house. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I will apologize to you when you come back. Seeing the expression on Conan's face, Mayano Shiho almost couldn't help laughing. What a filial detective he is, he actually uses such an excuse. From Conan's expression, she was sure that the boy was lying. As for the reason for lying, it is obvious. There is no doubt about it, this guy is definitely the detective boy named Kudo Shinichi. Although there is no evidence yet, you can find out by just going to his house and checking his closet. I didn't expect that kind of medicine could have such a miraculous effect. I will study it carefully after I go back. She glanced at Conan. It would be nice if I could get some of this guy's blood as a sample. Being stared at by her, Conan felt a chill in his heart, like the feeling of a needle about to pierce his skin. Here she goes again, the way she looks at a test subject. This woman is really. Mayano Shiho looked at him and said with pity, what a poor child, I hope your parents get better soon. Conan felt even more upset. But all he could say was, thank you, sister. At the bar, Lin Ye was trying hard to hold back his laughter. But fortunately, he has received professional training and will not laugh easily. As a bartender, controlling your facial expressions is also a very important ability. But Miss Lan is really kind-hearted and willing to adopt this child. Mayano Shiho raised her head and looked at Xiaolan with a smile. No, it's nothing. Xiaolan lowered her head, seeming a little embarrassed. Conan looked at Xiaolan speechlessly. Hey, Xiaolan, why are you shy? Mayano Shiho looked at the two of them, a smile appeared on his lips, and he suddenly asked. By the way, Xiaolan, do you have a boyfriend? What? Xiaolan's face turned red instantly and she looked at the cup of water in her hand nervously. No, no. Looking at Xiaolan's shy look, Mayano Shiho found it very interesting and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But that day, I clearly saw you walking with a boy, looking very sweet. I thought he was your boyfriend. Boy? Sweet? Where did Miss Hui Mei see it? Mayano Shiho smiled. I saw it by chance in the car. You misunderstood, he and I are just classmates, we are not in the relationship you think, Xiaolan explained quickly. But her red face and panic-stricken look were not convincing at all. Oh. Really? Little Conan, why are you blushing? No, nothing. Conan quickly waved his hands to deny it, his face as red as Xiaolan's. Mayano Shiho looked at his monkey-like face and felt very happy. It turns out that a famous detective also has such an innocent side. She hadn't felt this happy in a long time. Conan showed an unhappy expression and thought angrily, this woman is indeed very similar to Sonoko, both are gossipy. Chapter 91. Conan, are you thinking of anyone? She asked with a smile. Then she suddenly felt less shy. Seeing Xiaolan's face approaching, Conan's face turned red. No, no. The fragrance wafting from Xiaolan's body penetrated his nostrils and rose to his brain, and the famous detective's thinking ability dropped sharply. The shyness didn't go away, it just shifted. Transferred to the great detective's mind. Lin Ye looked at the scene in front of the bar with a smile, feeling very happy. Mayano Akemi also shared the same smile as him. Seeing that Shiho and Xiaolan were chatting happily, she, as an elder sister, was very pleased. Bringing Shiho here was indeed the right decision. Ding! The sudden ringing of a bell saved the embarrassed detective. To Conan's ears, the sound of the bell was as sweet as the holy bell ringing in the hands of a little angel. Lin Ye looked towards the door and saw that the people entering the store were Aragaki Keiho and Kusaka Omi. You're here, it's very early today. Lin Ye glanced at the clock on the wall and said with a smile. A few days ago, the two of them arrived almost on time and were sometimes late, but today they arrived 20 minutes early. The two were a little surprised to see how busy the store was and there were two unfamiliar faces. When Xia Fan saw the two sisters in front of the bar, especially when she saw Mayano Shiho, she was stunned. What a beautiful woman, and so young, is she that woman's sister? Kusaka Omi was very happy. If the two sisters get together with Lin Ye, no one will compete with me for Xia Fan. Good. Very good. Come on, both of you. Lin Ye shook his head. Omi has a very vivid imagination, how could such a thing be possible? The two came to the bar. Xia Fan glanced at Amuro Toru, who was standing alone on the side, wearing the store's uniform, and asked Lin Ye, who is that person? Lin Ye waved to Amuro Toru, motioning him to come over, and then introduced, his name is Toru Amuro, and he's a new employee. Hello everyone, my name is Toru Amuro, thank you for your guidance in the future. Toru Amuro introduced himself very politely. Keiho and Omi also briefly introduced themselves. Lin Ye arranged, from now on, Toru will work with me inside the bar, as for outside the bar, you will still be in charge, Xia Fan. Su Mei raised her hand and said, Manager, what about me? Lin Ye pretended to be surprised and asked, Ms. Su Mei is going to stay here to work. Well, Su Mei threw a wink at Lin Ye. I like it here very much, can I stay here, manager? I'm worried about leaving Xia Fan here alone. I want to stay and protect her, and not let anyone take her away. Omi's voice was so sweet that it was sickening. Mayano Shiho looked at her in surprise, her eyes moving between Lin Ye and her. This man seems to be quite popular, could he be a playboy? Sister, don't be fooled by him. Ms. Shiho, please rest assured that I am not that kind of casual person. Lin Ye promised in his heart, and said to Su Mei, okay, I'll give you an entry form later, please fill it out. Su Mei said happily, thank you, manager. Lin Ye said to Amuro Toru again, Atu, come in, leave the outside to them. Toru Amuro nodded and entered the bar. Mayano Shiho looked at the two people's faces, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Ye's face. He is really thick-skinned. He looks younger, but he calls others Atu in an old-fashioned way. Lin Ye thought she was praising herself. Mayano Akemi looked at Amuro Toru's face and the more she looked, the more familiar he looked. I feel like I've seen this face before. When was it? Toru Amuro noticed that she was observing him, turned around, took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, lowered his head and wiped it with a towel. Sorry, Ming-mei, I can't recognize you now. Lin Ye glanced at him and thought that since his code name in the organization was Bourbon, he should have a certain say. Then he should also know about Ming-mei's situation. Will he lend a helping hand? I don't know what his relationship with Jin is like. If Ming-mei can successfully join the organization, he should help her, right? He seems to have another undercover identity, so what is his original organization? Lin Ye was a little curious. But he was not in a hurry. There were many days to come. As long as Toru Amuro stayed here, one day all his secrets would be revealed to him sooner or later. Toru Amuro stood beside Lin Ye, holding a bottle of wine, glancing at Lin Ye from time to time. He was also full of curiosity about this man. His bartending skills seemed to be very strong. Ming-mei and Shirley seemed very satisfied after drinking the drinks he made. It is still unclear why the organization sent me here. In that case, I will temporarily learn how to mix bar from him. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. That's right. I will definitely train you to be an excellent bartender. By the way, Mr. Lin Ye, there is something I want to tell you. Lin Ye looked at Xiaolan. What? Dad is going to Kyoto to attend a friend's wedding tomorrow, Conan and I will go with him, so I won't be able to help in the next few days. It's okay, I feel embarrassed to ask you for help all the time, and there is a new employee in the store now. Lin Ye smiled and pointed to Toru Amuro beside him. Amuro Toru smiled politely. My foot is almost healed, so I can go to work as usual today, Xia Fan also took the initiative to say. Xiaolan patted her chest and said with a smile, this makes me feel relieved. Conan, who was sitting next to him, complained in his heart. You are not an employee of this store, so you don't have to worry about it. Xiaolan, you are too enthusiastic. Lin Ye glanced at Conan and laughed secretly in his heart. By the way, where is Uncle Maori? Lin Ye asked. Judging from what Xiaolan said when she entered the store, Xiaolan should have gone upstairs first, and found that Conan was not there, and then came to the bar to find him. If Uncle Maori was upstairs, he would definitely come down with Xiaolan. But Uncle Maori didn't show up, which meant he was away. Dad, a client invited him to dinner, it seemed like they wanted to discuss something important, I don't know where he went. Does Dad really have something important to do? Or does he want to get rid of me so he can drink to his heart's content? Xiaolan was very skeptical about this. After all, Dad had used this excuse before, and when he came home that night he was drunk and fell asleep at the door. He went out by himself to eat and drink, leaving Conan and me at home, Xiaolan said with a little dissatisfaction. Conan sat beside him with his head in his hands, looking nonchalant. It's better to stay at home. If I go out to eat with my uncle, I might not only get punched by a drunk, but I'll also have to help him get home. Chapter 92. He smiled and said to Xiaolan. Kyoto is known as the ancient capital of 1,000 years, I heard that the ancient buildings there are very beautiful, Xiaolan, remember to take a few more photos. Xiaolan's attention was successfully diverted to Kyoto by Lin Ye, and she temporarily forgot about her terrible father. Yeah, I've never been to Kyoto before, I'm really looking forward to it, Xiaolan said expectantly, and then asked Conan next to her. Conan, you are looking forward to it too, right? Conan nodded vigorously and said, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Uncle seems to be reluctant to take me with him. No, he originally didn't even plan to bring Xiaolan with him. After all, it's not easy to approach women with a daughter and a child, But the uncle finally agreed to you too, didn't he? Lin Ye added in his heart. Mr. Lin Ye, have you ever been to Kyoto? Xiaolan asked Lin Ye again. Lin Ye thought about it. He went to Kyoto in another world to see the bars there. One of the stops on his bartender training trip around the world was Kyoto. As for the Kyoto of this world, he didn't know whether his previous incarnation had ever been there. But it doesn't matter, Xiaolan doesn't know anyway. So he shook his head, no. He had indeed never been to Kyoto in this world. If he had the chance, he would go there to see how it differed from the other Kyoto in his memory. Then I'll show you the photos I took when I get back. Thank you, Xiaolan, I'm looking forward to it. At the same time. Rice Flower Sun Plaza Hotel. Maori Kogoro held a large beer mug in his hand and said proudly, come on, Mr. Nishimura, cheers. After drinking a large glass of beer, Kogoro Mori felt refreshed. Polo Bar is nice, Xiaolan is loyal, and there are many beautiful women. The only drawback is that it is too close to home and Xiaolan may break in at any time. But it's different here, you can drink however you want and as much as you want. It's great to not have Xiaolan around to nag me. Simultaneously. The top floor of a building. Jin sat in his leather chair, a cigarette in his mouth, with a faint smoke lingering around him, making his figure look a little ethereal. Especially with his long silver hair, he looks particularly mysterious in the smoke. Vodka's deep voice came from the other side of the table, "Brother, tomorrow's schedule has been arranged, and the Shinkansen tickets have been booked." Jin hummed calmly and glanced at the time. That woman should be having a happy chat with Shirley in that bar, right? Cherish your time together, because you sisters don't have much time left to be together. But that woman asked me to meet her at Polo Bar at midnight, saying that she had something important to tell her. What did she want to say? I hope you won't come up with any outlandish conditions again, Brother, there is one more thing. Speak. That bourbon guy showed up in Beika town today, and during the day, he subdued an idiot who was robbing a convenience store on the side of the road. Oh. Jin's voice revealed a hint of interest. That guy is quite enthusiastic. Do you know why he went to Beika town? That's not clear. Our people wanted to continue following him, but he soon found them, knocked them out and stuffed them into a roadside trash can. Humph, that mystic is as unpleasant as that guy Vermouth. Forget it, don't worry about him, we have our own things to do, have a good rest tonight, we will do something big tomorrow. Yes, sir. Vodka was a little excited. Although he didn't know the specific tasks for tomorrow, even his eldest brother said it was a big deal and there would definitely be exciting scenes. After Vodka left, Jin turned his chair, facing the large French window, and looked towards the end of the night sky. Hey, Shinkansen, I'll give you a little gift tomorrow. Polo Bar. 6 o'clock 1. The man in black sitting at the door raised his hand and checked the time. Damn, why are there still 20 minutes? Humph, sitting here with those two women, having to drive for them later, and not being able to drink, it's so boring. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and checked the time. Well, it's almost time to turn over today's sign. Who should flip the cards today? He looked at Keiho and Omi who were sitting near the bar, then at Ran who was sitting in front of the bar. After all, Xiaolan is not an employee of the store, so it is not appropriate to order her around all the time. Shefan has just recovered from his foot injury, so it is better to let Shimei go. Lin Ye had just made the decision and hadn't spoken yet when Xia Fan stood up and walked towards the door. Really? That guy usually reminds us to open the store, but today he was bewitched by the pretty sisters, right? Xia Fan is really strict. She would blame me if I was just a minute late. While thinking this, Lin Ye stared at Xia Fan's butt. Oh, don't get me wrong, he was just watching the way she walked to see if her foot injury had healed. Well, it looks like it's okay. You have a pretty good ability to recover, Keiho. Xia Fan went out and came back in less than a minute. And there were two other guests coming in with her. One male and one female. Lin Ye also knew the woman. Miss Hitomi. Lin Ye greeted her with a smile and looked at the man whose arm she was holding with some surprise. A young man who looked a few years younger than her, wearing glasses, with regular features and a bit of student-like childishness on his face. It seems she has found a new boyfriend. Congratulations, Miss Renmei, Lin Ye congratulated with a smile. The Miyano sisters Akemi, Ran and Conan were already sitting at the bar, with only one seat left. Nishino Hitomi came to the bar with her boyfriend and said with a smile, I want to congratulate Mr. Lin Ye, you are now a famous bartender. Her eyes swept over the three women in front of the bar, Miyano Akemi, Miyano Shiho, and Xiaolan. Fortunately, I did not charge at Mr. Lin Ye, otherwise, with my capital, I would definitely be defeated. She looked at Kusaka Omi and Aragaki Keiho who were standing not far away. These two waitresses should not be underestimated. But now I already have Ruji, Mr. Lin Ye, let them fight for it. I feel the competition will be very fierce. This is a huge misunderstanding. However, Lin Ye had no way to explain it, so he could only let Miss Renmei use her imagination. You must be the god-level bartender. In the newspaper, the man standing next to Nishino Hitomi looked at Lin Ye excitedly. God-level? Lin Ye was stunned. These media outlets were really getting more and more exaggerated. But never mind, let them praise it as much as they want. Anyway, I can afford it. Hello, my name is Lin Ye. Hello, I'm Tani Ruji. I came here to visit you because Senior Hitomi said that your bartending skills are amazing, and I'm also very interested in alcohol. Lin Ye looked at the energetic young man in front of him and smiled slightly. It turned out that he was his junior. Chapter 93. They both said thank you and sat down at the bar. Sister, let's go sit over there, Miyano Shiho said to Miyano Akemi while holding the unfinished bottle of Shirley Deanbo. Miyano Akemi stood up and smiled at Lin Ye at the bar. We two sisters are going to go over there and have a private chat. Lin Ye nodded with a smile and watched the two of them sit down at the table in the corner. He looked away and saw Nishino Hitomi at the bar looking at him and smiling. Mr. Lin Ye, you won't blame me for scaring away your beautiful guest, right? How come, what would you two like to drink? Hitomi Nishino looked at Ruji Yamaya who was sitting next to her. Ruji, come on, please. Ruji Yamauchi scratched his head a little embarrassedly. To be honest, I just turned 20, and today is my first time in a bar. Does Mr. Lin Ye have any recommendations? It's my first time, Lin Ye thought for a moment and asked. Do you like orange juice? Yeah. I like it very much. A cup of screwdrivers, then. A screwdriver? Yamatani Ruji was stunned, and an image of a screwdriver in a wine glass with a bunch of metal nuts soaking in the bottom of the glass emerged in his mind. Lin Ye glanced at him and explained with a smile, this is a combination of vodka and citrus juice mixed by workers on the construction site to relieve fatigue, and they stir it with a screwdriver at hand. That's why it's called this. This combination not only tastes sweet and sour, but also because vodka is colorless and transparent, it is completely invisible when mixed with juice. It looks like a glass of juice, and even if someone sees it, it will not be discovered. Oh, Shangu longer blushed and looked at Lin Ye with some surprise. Mr. Lin Ye seems to be able to see through my thoughts. This is an ability he developed in a bar. So amazing. Is this the judgment ability of a mature adult? What a shy child, completely different from the Kishida I met at the amusement park that day. Lin Ye looked at Nishino Hitomi who was smiling beside him. Ah, Ruji is so cute. He still likes to blush even at this age, just like a child. Ms. Renmei, where are you? I'm the same as Ruji. Lin Ye nodded, turned to Amuro Toru and said. Ato, squeeze 300 milliliters of fresh orange juice. Amuro Toru responded and started preparing the orange juice. Looking at Toru Amuro squeezing orange juice, Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. As expected of an undercover agent, he is very nimble. Soon, Toru Amuro placed a glass of fresh orange juice in front of Lin Ye. Lin Ye is also ready. A bottle of vodka. A classic cup. Add a large piece of ice to the glass, pour in about 30 milliliters of vodka, and then add orange juice. The combination of screwdriver, orange juice and vodka has a flexible ratio, roughly between 1:2 and 1:4, depending mainly on personal alcohol tolerance and taste preference. It was the first time for Ruji Yamatani to drink alcohol, and judging from his appearance, he didn't seem like a drinking genius, so Lin Ye used a lower ratio and put in less vodka. Add orange juice until the glass is 80 full, put a bar spoon into the glass and stir gently. The vodka and orange juice are blended in a rotation and then rotated together with ice cubes, giving a seamless feeling. After pulling out the bar spoon, add a thin slice of orange into the glass. 1 cup of screwdriver and you're done. Lin Ye pushed the finished screwdriver to the bar, please. Thank you. Yamatani Ruji picked up the wine glass, and the aroma drifted into his nostrils. And a hint of excitement and anticipation appeared in his eyes. Finally, I have reached the age where I can drink. This glass of wine is one of the steps for me to become a mature adult. I will become an excellent man step by step. This is my first glass of wine in my life, what will it taste like? Looking at the excited long air, Lin Ye thought, what a good boy he is. He actually drank for the first time at the age of 20. Although Japan stipulates that the drinking age is 20, the more something is prohibited, the more young people want to try it. How to get alcohol to drink has become an interesting thing for young people. It is really rare to find a boy who has never drunk alcohol by the age of 20. With a vision of his future life in mind, Ruji Tani drank the first glass of wine in his life. This glass of wine did not disappoint him. The sweetness of orange, the crispness of vodka, the slight stimulation of alcohol, the sweet and refreshing taste lingering on the tip of the tongue, the fresh fruity aroma mixed with the aroma of vodka. Ruji Yamatani felt as if he had come to an orchard in the early morning. The fruit trees around him were laden with huge golden fruits, sparkling in the morning sun. Ah, what a happy feeling. When I opened my eyes, there was still a lingering sweetness in my mouth. That's great, Mr. Lin Ye, this is simply amazing, you are indeed a god-level bartender, Takashi Yamaguchi praised sincerely. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Ye smiled slightly, then said to Amuro Toru beside him. Toru, please make the second cup for Miss Hitomi. The method of using a screwdriver is quite simple, so Lin Ye wanted to let Amuro Toru practice. Toru Amuro nodded and started making the second cup of screwdrivers. But the two people at the bar seemed unable to wait any longer. Ruji, can you let me have a sip? Nishino Hitomi looked into Ruji Tani's eyes. Ah, of course you can. Tani Ruji's face turned red again and he handed over his wine glass. Nishino Hitomi took it with a smile, her red lips holding the rim of the cup, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. Ruji, I accepted your first drinking experience. In the future, I will accept more of your first times. Ruji Yamatani looked at the place where Hitomi's lips were, and his eyes widened. That place, that's where I drank just now. Looking at the two of them flirting with each other, Lin Ye thought, as expected, the best way to forget a failed relationship is to start a new one. But it seems that Ruji Tani is the one being completely controlled. Miss, your wine. Toru Amuro quickly made his debut cocktail and gently pushed it to the bar. Nishino Hitomi glanced at him. Another handsome guy, but now I prefer a man who can be firmly controlled by me rather than a handsome guy who is loved by everyone. She picked up the glass and took a sip. Yeah, it tastes good. Amuro Toru looked at Yamaguchi Ruji beside him and couldn't help but think, it's just two simple ingredients mixed together, why doesn't my cup produce that magical effect? Lin Ye stood by, smiling, thinking. Oh my god, if the first cup you make is the same as mine, won't I be laid off in 2 days? He patted Toru Amuro on the shoulder and said, Toru, you're doing well, keep it up. Well, thank you, manager. 6:20. The second hand had just passed the 12 mark when the man in black sitting by the door stood up and walked to the corner of the bar. He stopped beside the wine table of the Mayano sisters and bowed, ladies, the time has come. Chapter 94. Conan was sitting at the table, talking to Xiaolan with a cute smile on his little face. A smile appeared at the corners of her delicate mouth. Conan. Kudo Shinichi. Once I confirm your identity, I will find a way to get your blood sample. Maybe we can make some really powerful medicine by then. At this moment, she noticed someone's gaze and looked towards the bar, just in time to meet Lin Ye's gentle gaze. Lin Ye smiled and nodded to her, saying with his eyes, please take care, and come back next time. But Mayano Shiho obviously misunderstood. She lacked experience in interacting with men, and the people watching her never dared to smile at her. So Lin Ye's polite smile became a tease in her eyes. This triggered her inner defense mechanism, and she subconsciously frowned, revealing the cold look she usually gave those men in black. Humph, a frivolous man, smiling at every woman. If he dares to attack my sister, let him try the medicine I made. Turning around, Mayano Shiho pushed the door and left the bar in front of Lin Ye's somewhat surprised eyes. Looking at the bell shaking at the corner of the door, Lin Ye reflected on himself, was his smile just now frivolous? Well, I'll go back and practice in front of the mirror tonight. He looked at Mayano Akemi, who was sitting alone in the corner. After Mayano Shiho left, the smile on her face disappeared and her eyes looked a little sad, but soon became determined. Shiho, wait for me, I will definitely join the organization and become your protector. She stood up and walked to the bar. Lin Ye thought she was leaving too, so he asked with a smile, Miss Yame is leaving too? Mayano Akemi smiled and said, I'll just be away for a while, I'll be back at 12 o'clock. Lin Ye was a little surprised, 12 o'clock. Well, I made an appointment to meet someone here, I chose the place and he set the time. Looking at Mayano Akemi's back as she left, Lin Ye thought, she and Jin actually made an appointment to meet here. I'm about to hear another secret that can't be told. Even if the two of them negotiated using the Riddler method, Lin Ye would be able to hear the answers directly from their hearts. In a way, being a bartender is a dangerous job. When working hours extend until midnight, it is easy to overhear the little secrets that customers tell when they are drunk. If you hear something you shouldn't hear, it would be bad if someone remembers it afterwards. Lin Ye secretly decided to intensify his training starting from tomorrow. In addition to running, add push-ups, leg raises, and squat jumps. He has been running for a week and the results have been better than he expected. It doesn't feel like the results of running for a week, but rather like the results of persisting for several years. If other physical training also has such an effect, then it is not impossible to become a master like Xiaolan. This remains to be verified by him. Around 7 o'clock, a guest came, which surprised Lin Ye a little. At this time, there were more and more customers in the store, and the seats in the store were almost full. It was at this moment that he pushed the door open and entered the store, alone, without attracting anyone's attention. Katsuhiko Minagawa. The guy who was quickly turned into a zombie by a glass of zombie yesterday. Not only did his parents die, but he also became the target of assassination by his best brother and stepmother, and there was a high possibility that he would become a real corpse. Lin Ye thought that he had lost so much face that he would never come again. But here he was, and alone. At this time, Katsuhiko Minagawa had lost the sharpness of yesterday. His expression was no longer proud, and his eyes looked a little haggard. After entering, he glanced around the store, as if looking for someone. Not finding the person he was looking for, he looked a little disappointed and walked to the bar. An old man at the bar just finished a drink and left contentedly after paying the bill. Didn't the lady come yesterday? Managawa Katsuhiko stood there for a while, and finally asked Lin Ye. You are too late, she has already left. Although Lin Ye's eyes were gentle and without any sarcasm, Katsuhiko Managawa still felt embarrassed. Thinking of his heroic words last night, which ended up with him lying dead so quickly, his face began to burn. Especially when he thought about crawling to the lady's feet and calling her mother, his cheeks felt hot and he had the urge to escape from here immediately. But thankfully no one seemed to recognize him, so he sat down at the bar. What is her name? I'm sorry, but I can't disclose the personal information of my guests at will. What if I give you money? Katsuhiko Managawa took out his wallet. That's not okay. You think it's not enough? I can add more. Lin Ye glanced at his bulging wallet and shook his head. Sir, there are some things that money can't buy. Katsuhiko Managawa looked at Lin Ye's face, as if trying to tell whether he was pretending or not. Many people around him wanted to get his money, including his so-called friends, some distant relatives, and even his family. In the end, he saw nothing but a handsome face. Then you can always buy a glass of wine, right? Of course. What do you want to drink today? Or a zombie? Lin Ye smiled. Katsuhiko Managawa actually blushed. Well, no, let's change a cup. When I woke up this morning, my head felt like it was going to split open. I don't want to experience that feeling again. Lin Ye looked into Katsuhiko Managawa's eyes, which were still bloodshot. It seemed that the cup of wine he drank last night had indeed caused him considerable harm. I clearly warned him, but this kid wouldn't listen. Now he is reaping the consequences of his impulsiveness. Yesterday was zombies, so how about a resurrection today? Resurrection? Managawa Katsuhiko was stunned. Corpse reviver stimulant, NO, 2, resurrection no, 2, maybe it can make you feel more comfortable, Lin Ye said with a smile. The best way to cure a hangover is to have another drink when you wake up. As an English proverb goes. Hair of the dog. Dog hair. The general idea is that if you are bitten by a dog, pluck a handful of hair from the dog and apply it to the wound, and you will be fine. Later it was borrowed to the field of alcohol to describe methods of relieving hangovers. That means having another drink after getting drunk. The Resurrection series was created for this very reason. But even if it is a resurrection wine, refreshing and delicious, if you drink too much, you will turn into a corpse. So moderation is important. After listening to Lin Ye's explanation, Katsuhiko Managawa nodded. Okay, then let's have a glass of this, let me see if it can really revive me, Katsuhiko Managawa smiled self-deprecatingly. In fact, not only when he was drunk, but also when he was sober, Katsuhiko Managawa often felt like a corpse. When in that state, it feels like all thoughts, emotions and touch are far away from you. Except for the ability to move, you are no different from a real corpse. Lin Ye keenly noticed the change in Katsuhiko Managawa's mood and glanced at him. Katsuhiko Managawa had a cold expression and a pale face, like a corpse with its eyes open. Lin Ye took out the cocktail shaker. Okay, boy, today I'm going to bring you back to life. Chapter 95. Lin Ye found the wine needed to revive No. 2 from the wine cabinet. Gin, Cointreau, Lillet Blanc, Vermouth. You'll also need some lemon juice. He gave the task of squeezing lemon juice to Toru Amuro. Why did you come here alone today? Where's your girlfriend? We broke up, Katsuhiko Managawa said in a flat tone, as if he didn't care. Lin Ye glanced at him and was not too surprised. He was the president of the tennis club in college, was handsome, and inherited a large sum of money. He has money, status, good looks, and both his parents are dead. Such a man is the ideal partner that many girls dream of. Even if he has a bad temper, he won't have trouble finding a woman. Maybe his bad temper is a plus in the eyes of some girls. Because of what happened yesterday. Katsuhiko Managawa's eyes became vague again. Well, almost. Lin Ye anticipated that the two of them might break up, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. That girl is really decisive. Katsuhiko Managawa saw the expression on Lin Ye's face. Does this man think that I'm the one who got dumped? Well, I was the one who broke up, he added. What? Lin Ye let out a light exclamation. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, when he saw the defiant expression on Katsuhiko Managawa's face, he understood. It seems that this guy's self-esteem is at work. Even if the girl doesn't mind his embarrassing behavior last night, he himself can't stand it. Moreover, he seemed to have a new goal. But it is absolutely impossible for him to succeed in pursuing Miss Mingmei. Manager, lemon juice. As he spoke, Toru Amuro had already squeezed the lemon juice. Lin Ye nodded, picked up the absinthe on the far right, and couldn't help but introduce it to Minakawa Katsuhiko. This is absinthe, the spiritual companion of artists. Van Gogh and Picasso both love it. Katsuhiko Minagawa looked at the dark green wine bottle in Lin Ye's hand. I heard it has a hallucinogenic effect. I've tried it, but it doesn't seem that magical. Lin Ye smiled and said, maybe we are not as imaginative as artists. As he spoke, he pulled out the cork and poured a little into the goblet, about a quarter of the way up. Then pick up the glass by its stem, carefully tilt it and shake it so that the absinthe covers the glass evenly, then pour out the liquid. This is washing the cup with wine. Absinthe has a strong aroma and a high alcohol content, so it can easily overshadow the drink, so only the bits left on the wall of the glass are needed to add layers of aroma and taste. Set the washed wine glasses aside. Open the cocktail shaker, add ice cubes, then lemon juice, and then add the 3 kinds of wine in turn, gin, Cointreau, and Lillet Blanc. 3 wines and 1 juice, the 4 ingredients are in the same proportion. Close the lid and start shaking the wine. After a week of physical exercise, Lin Ye's physical fitness has improved a lot, and he has become more and more adept at shaking the wine. He seemed to feel the soul of the wine merging in the pot. When he felt a sense of unity in his palms, Lin Ye stopped shaking and filtered the wine into the glass that had been washed with absinthe. The wine is misty white, giving it a mysterious feel. Katsuhiko Minagawa looked at the wine in the glass and had the illusion that his soul was about to be sucked in. Resurrection, please. Katsuhiko Minagawa picked up the wine glass and stared at the wine in the glass, a little dazed. As the wine glass got closer and closer to my eyes, a faint herbal scent wafted into my nose. This is the aroma of the absinthe remaining on the inside of the glass rim intertwined with the aroma of the mixed liquor. At the same time, in the hidden corner of his brain, deep in his memory, something began to loosen, and a wisp of cold white mist overflowed. The wine glass stopped about 2 centimeters in front of Katsuhiko Minagawa's lips, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Lin Ye noticed that something was wrong with him. Although he was confident in his cocktail mixing skills, they were not to the point where people would fall into hallucinations at a glance. What happened to him? Lin Ye didn't hear any inner voice. The guy in front of him seemed to be scared silly, with a blank mind. Mr. Minagawa? Are you okay? The surface of the wine in the glass trembled, creating ripples. Katsuhiko Minagawa came to his senses and forced a smile. Nothing. What happened just now? Why did I think of what happened that day? This glass of wine. He looked at the wine glass in his hand again, and his expression became much more serious. I feel like something extraordinary will happen after I drink this. It won't make me pass out like the one I drank yesterday, will it? Seeing that he was worried, Lin Ye explained again, the original intention of creating this glass of wine is to help people get rid of alcohol, so don't worry. Katsuhiko Minagawa hesitated for 2 seconds and raised the glass to his lips. As the wine glass is tilted, the wine flows into your mouth. The moment the tip of his tongue touched the cold wine, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the wine glass that was so close at hand, the remaining wine rose up like mist and enveloped him in the face. In an instant, he felt himself trapped in thick fog. A child's heart-wrenching cry was heard in the fog. This voice is so familiar, where have you heard it before? He followed the sound and soon saw 2 flashing lights in the fog. They looked like car lights, but they were tilted. He took a few more steps forward and finally saw the situation there clearly. It was an overturned family car with its roof on the ground, and a streak of blood running through the squeezed and deformed window. The blood flowed through the broken glass and to a young man who was kneeling on the ground, supporting him like a pair of hands. The crying sound came from that young boy. Looking at the young man's back, a sense of familiarity rose in Katsuhiko Minagawa's heart. At this moment, a bloody hand suddenly stretched out from the deformed car window, with its finger pointing forward. A weak voice came from inside. Kuyen, run quickly. Katsuhiko. That's me. Katsuhiko Minagawa remembered that this was the morning 7 years ago. That foggy morning was freezing cold. The moment he realized this, Katsuhiko Minagawa's consciousness flew towards the young man and merged with him. He lowered his head and saw his bloody hands. A familiar feeling of pain surrounded him. Run, Katsuhiko. He heard a weak voice in his ears, looked at the car window where the blood was flowing, and suddenly moved. Instead of turning around and running away, he crawled towards the burning car like a madman. Mom! In front of the bar, Katsuhiko Minagawa stood motionless, holding a half-empty glass of wine in his hand, his eyes unfocused. If you didn't know, you would think he had just drunk poisoned wine. Lin Ye was also shocked. This was clearly a wine that could revive people, so why did his brain become unresponsive after he drank it? He stared at Katsuhiko Managawa's face. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3. He saw it. Thick fog quickly spread out from behind Katsuhiko Managawa, isolating everything around him. The warm lights, elegant music, and the guests' whispered conversations all faded away in the thick fog. Lin Ye saw the young man crawling towards the burning car window. Danger, don't.